Tommy Keats, shades are on, the temperature is high, you're feeling a cool customer here at Three Sisters. Yeah, you look pretty confident heading into this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, one word answer, that's all we need as well. Talk to us then about how your year's gone so far. 2024, of course, only the third round, not too far in, but would you say you've had a good year so far?
Yeah, it's my first time, third weekend on a pro bike, so it's been good, and yeah.
So only third weekend on the pro bike then. How are you experiencing that? What's the difference between the pro bike and the bikes that you've ridden before?
The pro bike has got a lot more, is so much faster than a rookie bike down a straight.
So it's just a bit faster in a straight line. Of course, you're riding against more experienced competitors as well, so they're probably a bit faster in the corners. So it's just a bit faster, essentially.
Yeah.
And what's the plan then for the rest of the year? Just continue to learn and grow on the pro bike, and then next year maybe looking at an elite ride?
Yeah, all I'm hoping for is just top sevens, and yeah, hopefully on an elite bike next year.
Well, fingers crossed. Thank you very much, Tommy. Matthew Thomas, about to head out onto the track for your practice sessions, getting ready on the bike. How are you feeling?
Good. It's a lot different than the 70 than the 50, but the 70 is a lot quicker, so I enjoy it more.
Obviously this track as well, really, really fast. You've got that big brave section up the top of the hill as well. Even on the 50, if it's a bit slower, got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, but there's a lot of slow rides in the 50, so it's hard to get round them down in the plinth climb bit.
So, clearly feeling quite confident then, especially in the 50s class. If you're saying there's a lot of other slower riders out there, are you maybe thinking of some good results this weekend for yourself?
Yeah, I was second in the third session, but I've gone down to third, only because I had some traffic. But if I get ahead of everyone else, I could go back to second.
Well, all the best for your practice sessions. We'll let you get back out on track.
Thanks.
Jensen Bishop about to head out onto track here at Three Sisters for a practice session. Obviously, the sun coming out. It's a lovely day today, and it's a nice, fast, fun track, isn't it?
I love the fast track. So I'm one of the heavier riders, but I can manage on the straights because I keep it pinned through that right-hander.
Let's talk about this year then. So far, 2 rounds done and dusted. I'd like to think you think you've had a pretty good year so far.
I had a decent round at Lid, but the round at Ella was quite awful. There was a problem with my forks, which was they were bottoming out instantly, so that resulted in 6 crashes. What's there?
So you're hoping for a bit of a better third round here and rest of the season than last time out?
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll let you get out on track. Thanks for talking to us, Jensen.
Thanks.
Tyler Heartley, a bit of a disappointing day for you so far, unfortunately. You've had a lot of mechanical issues with the bike, but looks like it's all fixed now. Hopefully, you're ready and raring to get out there for the third round of the championship.
Yeah.
So, talk to us about how your year's gone so far. Obviously, only 2 rounds in so far, but I'd like to think, you're pretty happy with what you've done.
This is my first round at the season. I'm doing 3 tech on the CBR 125s. So it's my first round this season on my 50, which obviously I haven't been going that well because I blew my bike up. But hopefully I'm going to go out in this session for redemption.
Talk to us a little bit about the track as well. Obviously, Three Sisters, quite a big circuit, very fast, very flowing. Is it one that you enjoy?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've never really done a lap on it, but I got half a lap in and I really liked it.
So, well, from what other people are saying, can you assume it's going to be fun at least?
Yeah, very fun.
What's your aim for this weekend then in terms of finishing positions? Are you more just focused on getting out there, having some time on the bike, or straight out there you want to win some races?
Well, to be honest, we came just for fun so I can see my friends, so probably top 10 finish would be good.
Well, hopefully that can all come together. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Callum Maxwell, sun shining here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the championship?
Oh man, I'm feeling amazing. I'm absolutely flying. I'm catching up to people. I'm almost passing people. Yeah, I'm feeling absolutely amazing.
That's great to hear. Clearly then you're really enjoying Three Sisters as a track.
Oh yeah, it's honestly like the best track on the calendar so far.
I know you're heading out in a short moment, so we'll keep this one nice and quick. But what's your plan for this weekend then? I mean, obviously everyone wants to go out and win all 3 races, but what are you aiming to do?
Just get any high placement and beat my last time.
So yeah, just get out there, have some fun and get some good results. Is that the plan?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Callum.
Thank you.
Emilia Pereira, you've been having a great season so far in the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. We've come now to Three Sisters. I'm sure you're looking to continue your strong form.
Yeah, I'm currently 7th fastest at the moment, but I wasn't in for the first practice, which really was probably the most important, because it's just like to know the track. But hopefully I'll get top 3 in this practice.
Yeah, of course, it's all about just getting out there and getting used to the track. Let's talk about the last time out at Ella Park. You had a great few races in very changeable conditions. That must have felt pretty good at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. I was hoping for at least 2 firsts, but 2 seconds and first is like good enough.
Yeah, I mean, most people would be delighted with that, and you're just saying it's good enough. Shows you've got very high expectations, which we love to hear. So I'm assuming you want to achieve some more fantastic results here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Well, that is brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Emilia Pereira, and let's see how you do out there.
Thanks, bye.
Well then, Harrison O'Keefe, you're a bit of a famous man in the Fab Racing paddock at the moment. Surely hoping for perhaps a bit more luck this time coming into the round at Three Sisters than we saw at Ella Park last time out.
Yeah, definitely gonna try and keep my cool and look behind me this time.
But let's not dwell on the past and any mistakes that may have happened at final corners. Let's look forward to this weekend. Sun shining, looks like it's going to be lovely weather the whole way through, and a great track here at Three Sisters as well. I remember you guys were here last year. I seem to remember you did quite well as well.
I can't remember where we placed last year. I think we was all right. But yeah, I'm just catching up now to remembering the track again, so we'll see how we get on. But yeah, it should be good.
So I'm sure you've been out a few times today already. How's everything feeling on the bike? Everything feeling okay?
Just getting used to everything again. Bike feels all right. It's just the track, getting used to the track, knowing what's where, really. That's about it.
And looking across the rest of the season as well, again, we're actually quite quickly approaching the halfway point, which feels weird given it's only the 3rd round. But, what's the goal for the rest of the season? Again, you said, you've been kind of catching the front runners. We've seen some great performances from you this year. So do you want to be in a position at the end of the year where you're regularly challenging for wins and maybe even the title?
Yeah, it would be good if I finished top 4 at least in the whole championship. That would be dreams come true, that.
Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Harrison, and best of luck out there this weekend.
Thank you.
From one O'Keefe to the other, now we move over onto Ben. And again, you guys, you've been having a great season so far. Not just you, but all of the O'Keefe family. Coming here now to Three Sisters, I'm sure you all want to keep improving and keep going with that form that you're seemingly in.
Yeah, that was the general idea until I fell off on the last one. But seeing as Harry fell off on the last race, I thought I'd better take a tumble myself, and I think I did the family proud on that one.
Well, I mean, it's not quite doing the Harrison, falling off on the last corner on the last lap from the lead of the race, but, still got to have a tumble occasionally. But bike looks okay from what I can tell from behind. Are you thinking it's going to be all right?
A little bit dubious at the moment, but I think it is only fair for me to say that with Harry's fall off on the last lap, we, as a family, we were bitterly disappointed. We felt he let himself down, he let me down, he let his great granny auntie down, and he just let a lot of people down. I had a dog that died 9 years ago, let that down as well. It was a sad affair for the whole family. We were disappointed.
So it was a long walk home for him then, was it?
We made him walk. I think nobody would let him in the van after that performance. It was a disgrace, absolute disgrace. I'm surprised he's been allowed back, to be honest. It's just shocking.
Well, moving on to yourself, you know, obviously you've had a little fall off the bike this weekend, but not as bad as Harry's, must be said. What's your game plan heading into this weekend? I mean, I was just saying to Harry a moment ago, if I remember correctly, last year this track was somewhere you guys all ran quite well at. So are you looking to pick up some more good results today?
I think for myself personally, I think my plan of action is to pop into the van in a minute, have a bit of a cry, try and console myself, and then see if the bike will come back together, and then see how I'm feeling for tomorrow. And fingers crossed, I've just got to stay in front of Harry. I hope he falls off again, whichever.
Keep it nice and simple if he does fall off. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy your cry, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
And last, but of course not least, we have the one and only Gary O'Keefe. Gary, pleasure to have you back with us, as always, here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling heading into the weekend's action?
With trepidation again. Nervous after watching my brother crash again. I'm just hoping to survive as always, that's all I want.
Well, you know, it is very much a survival game. Part of motorsports is you got to stay on the black stuff, stay on the bike. Is that really your main plan? Just try and stay in front of your brother, and the entire O'Keefe world can watch on and cheer you to victory?
There'll be no victory. I did get a podium last meeting for the first time ever in my life, and that's as high as I'm ever going to get, I think. I think I've actually peaked, and I am now ready for retirement, if I'm honest.
So you've entered and left your prime pretty quickly then, and now it's just almost the swan song victory tour on the way home.
Now we're talking, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So then, looking towards the rest of the season as well, you know, on your swan song victory tour, again, only a few rounds left already, quite surprisingly, season's been rushing past. What are you aiming for? To just have some fun, some time on the bike, time with your family, or do you want to be competing at the front with them as well?
If I could set one or two more personal bests, I'll be happy, but like I say, I think I've peaked 10 or 15 years ago, and it's not going to happen now, so.
Well, thanks for talking to us, and as always with retired athletes, there's a place for you in the media when you're done.
Thank you very much, I'll be there.
So then, Oscar, round 3, getting ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Really excited and just hoping for a good result, really.
I mean, aren't we all at the end of the day? Talk to us about what it's like around here at Three Sisters. Very big track, very, very fast, but we've been told as well, a lot of fun.
It's a good track, yeah, very fast one. A few bumps, but really, it's really good.
Would you say it's one that really suits your style of riding as well?
Well, a bit and a bit not, because it's just hard to learn, but when you get the hang of it, it's really good.
So what's your game plan heading into this weekend then? Where are you looking to finish roughly? I'm assuming you want to be right at the top of the pack, of course.
Well, I'm looking at a 14th, but hopefully a top 10.
That's great to hear. And why don't you talk to us a bit about your year so far as well? Talk to the people at home, you know, how you think your year's gone.
It's going all right. First year, and yeah, just try to learn all the tracks for next year.
That is brilliant stuff. And again, is that a kind of similar plan looking over the rest of the season? Just looking to learn tracks, get time on the bike?
Yeah, really. This is just a practice year for me.
That's fair enough. So next year is when we'll be seeing the real you coming out?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you out on track this weekend.
Thank you.
Yep. Here with Tommy Williams. It's coming into what looks to be a great weekend of racing here at the third round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. How are you feeling looking forward to this one?
I feel quite good. It's a fast track and I like it a lot.
I mean, we've been speaking to a lot of riders throughout the paddock and they've all been saying very similar thing. Fast track, quite bumpy, need to be quite brave around here, but everyone's been saying it's really fun as well. Is it a track you enjoy?
Yeah, it's one of my favourite tracks because it's quite flowy and fun to ride with.
So I'm assuming when you go out there for your 3 races, you're really looking forward to just having some fun and showing what you can do.
Yeah.
And looking across the rest of the season as well, of course, you've had a strong year so far this year. We're already approaching the halfway point of the season as well. Are you just looking to continue just to build up your experience, build up your confidence, build up your speed?
Yeah, I'm basically trying to build up my speed in the corners and out the corners, so I'm trying to roll in and out of them, so I don't really need to use my brakes that much.
Well, that's awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Tommy.
You're welcome.
Randy Carter, a great year so far for you, and the third round of the championship awaits here at Three Sisters. What's running through your mind at this moment in time?
It's really fast and it feels really good.
That's great stuff. Again, it's a very popular track with all of the paddock, this one. Is it one that you're gelling quite well with? Do you think you can run fast here?
Yeah, it's really good as well.
That is awesome stuff. What brings you then to Fab Racing? You know, what makes you want to come out here and do this?
Because of Matt Marquez made me feel like going into racing.
That's great to hear. So, you know, would you one day want to be up in Moto GP?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully one day you can get there. But let's talk a bit more about why we're here now, of course. Third round of the Fab Racing season. And, you know, you've been putting in some strong performances so far. Looking across the rest of the year, is your plan just to carry on going out there, going as fast as you can?
Yeah, it's really fun as well.
Well, if it wasn't fun, we wouldn't be here. Thank you very much, Randy.
Bye.
Nelly Nuth, one of our many talented young female riders here at Fab Racing. Great to speak to you here at Three Sisters. You've been having a brilliant season so far. Talk us through a bit about, you know, what makes you want to go out and race and, well, why you're so quick.
I'm just so quick and I really like racing.
Well, that is absolutely great to hear. Now, of course, you're one of our leading riders in the Fab Racing Female Competitor Cup, which is great for you. What would it mean if you were able to win that trophy?
I would like be happy and stuff.
Nothing wrong with being happy. And how are you finding it here at Three Sisters?
Really good.
So do you want to go out and win a few more races here this weekend then?
Yes.
Well, hopefully you can do that. Thank you very much for talking to us, Nelly.
Bye.
And yet another young, talented female rider joining us here in Daisy Ray Grayson. Daisy, great to be speaking to you here at the third round of the championship at Three Sisters. What's going through your mind? How are you feeling heading into this race?
I'm feeling good for the races. It's my first time here and I'm a bit nervous for racing here.
So it's your first time here, so you're learning the track. How's that going? Is it a track you're enjoying so far?
It's a really good track. I'm enjoying it quite a lot. It's a really fast track.
Yeah, obviously really fast suits your style as well because you are quite fast. What do you want to do here? I mean, obviously you want to win all three races, but, you know, are you aiming very high?
I'm aiming for top 10 this week.
Well, we've got our fingers crossed that you can get there. Looking across the rest of the season as well, you've had a great year so far. I assume you just want to keep putting in the great results until the end of 2024.
Yeah.
Well, that is great to hear. Thank you very much for talking to us, Daisy, and we hope you can get your top 10s this weekend.
Thank you.
Plenty of young rookie riders here at Fab Racing, and we are being joined by another one. James, great to see you. Great to see you back at Fab here at Three Sisters as well. And, well, what a track this is. It's got to be one you're enjoying.
Yeah, I think that's really fast. First time round here, so I feel like I could get inside the top 10, maybe, because I'm on a new bike now, but got new sprocket. So yeah, I think I could maybe get inside the top 10.
So, new bike, new sprocket. Do you think that's maybe going to just help you push a little bit more forward then?
Yeah, I think it'll help me a lot with a new sprocket, because if I was on a 64, I'd be way back in top 16. And this new sprocket has really helped me throughout the season.
Well, hopefully your new sprocket can do some wonders for you, but you know, you said it's a track you're enjoying so far, and you know, you've already had a great year, so do you want to continue that form heading into this round?
Yeah, I'll continue, but this is a new track, faster than all the tracks I've been to, so I think I'd have to change my position a lot.
Well, hopefully you can get up to grips with it very, very quickly. Thank you very much for talking to us. Here we have two of the finest examples of young racing talent here at Fab Racing. We've got Bradley and Lucy Curtis. Great to have you joining us once again here at Three Sisters. We'll start with you, Bradley, if that is okay. Obviously, this is your first time running around here on the full Metrokit circuit, of course, because you've normally been running the smaller infield circuit. What's that like? What's the difference? And how are you getting accustomed to it?
I'd say the Metrokit tracks are much better, but the Mini, I like how you can just chuck the bike over, where the Metrokit's more like you have to get on your throttle earlier.
Yeah, obviously, you've got that big back section which you didn't have to do before, but clearly you're having a lot of fun then. What's your aims coming into this weekend? Of course, you're going to be racing against riders who do know the track a bit better than you, so are you just looking to try and kind of learn and get some track times around here, or are you going to be straight in competing for the top?
Well, hopefully I get top 3, but my aim is to obviously finish first.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, whose aim isn't to finish at the top of the table? Now, why don't you talk us a bit through your year so far? Again, we're 2 rounds in, coming into the third round here at Three Sisters. It's been a pretty decent season for you, I'd say. How are you feeling about all of it?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite well. Leeds, I had quite a happy way ending the first round, but I would say this weekend, I want to do what I did on both 2 rounds, so yeah.
Yeah, of course. And looking forward over the rest of the season as well, I assume your game plan for the rest of the year is just, get more track time, grow your experience, grow your pace, and then get out there maybe next year and really start pushing and winning a lot of races.
Yeah, this year's more of practice, and this year I'd hope to get top 3 in the championship, but see how it goes.
We will indeed. Thank you very much, Bradley. We'll move on now to Lucy. Lucy, again, pleasure to have you speaking to us here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the year?
Quite confident. I ended last round with quite a big crash, so I'm just starting to ease back into the bike again.
Yeah, it was a pretty big whack you took back at Ella Park. Again, great to see that you're here up on your feet and all okay. So is maybe still just easing a little bit back into just building that confidence back up?
Yeah, definitely 100%, because I had a huge crash before the start of the season. It resulted in a broken elbow, so it hasn't gone too good so far, but just build my confidence.
That is great to hear. Why don't we talk about a little bit about someone you've got on the front of your leathers, House of Moto. Of course, you're competing in the highest achieving female rider award, along with all the other female riders we have here at Fab. What does it mean, for Fab Racing to have, or to be, should I say, the first grassroots British racing series to have a cup solely for female competitors?
Yeah, it's great. It inspires loads of young girls to, have it, give it a try, have a go, because motorbike racing is a really male-dominated sport. So it's nice having that bit of backup, confidence boost.
And I'm sure at the end of the year as well, you'd like to be the one lifting said trophy.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, fingers crossed for you on that front. Let's talk about the rest of the year as a whole, though. Again, we're getting to the halfway point, so still some time to, get some good points in, make some progress. What is your plan for the rest of the year?
Stay on, really, but just top 5, hopefully, because I had quite a good last round other than the crash, so yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much for talking to us, Lucy.
Thank you, and also I'd just like to say great thanks to House of Moto for all the support, and my dad.
Here with another fantastic young female rider at Fab Racing, Daisy Polden. Great to have you here with us, and great to see you here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good and confident.
All right, confident. I like that. This must be a circuit then that you really enjoy.
Yeah, I really like the top corner. That's really fast and flowy.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very tricky circuit, must be said, but really big up the top, big fast corners. You've got to have some real guts to take it through there. Is that something then that could really suit you coming into the racing?
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm sure then that you're looking for some fantastic results and winning all 3 races and all of that.
Yeah, I'm aiming to get top 10.
Well, obviously, that would be absolutely fantastic if you could. Let's talk a little bit about how your season has gone so far. You've had some strong results at the 2 rounds we've had, and I'm sure that you're looking to continue those here today.
Yeah, I want to try get maybe 9th and try to beat Harris and Dylan.
Well, hopefully we'll see you getting there. Thank you very much, Daisy.
Thank you.
Here then with Freddy Taylor in the paddock at Three Sisters. The sun beaming down on us here today. Surely that's got to put you in a good mood for the rest of the weekend.
Hopefully, I'm trying to get in the top 5 this weekend, so I'm feeling confident.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Obviously, Three Sisters, very fast track, a bit different from what we've been to before. Do you think you're going to run quite well here?
Probably, yeah, because I've been really good this afternoon. I've been getting 58s, so I think I'm really confident for the races.
Well, I'm sure that it's all going to run very, very well for you. Looking towards the rest of the year then, and across the remainder of 2024, what's your plan? Not just for, obviously, racing, but the championship as well. Where are you looking to hope up finishing?
Top 3, hopefully.
Well, that would be fantastic if you could. Thank you very much for talking to us, Freddie. We'll see you out on track.
Thank you.
There are so many riders in the paddock this weekend. We are literally falling over them. But luckily, we've run into Joey Aesich. Joey, great to see you. And thank you very much for talking to us for a starters. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the season?
I'm feeling really good. Top 5 this time. I'm doing better than I was last round. So just try and keep it up.
Obviously, you've been out on track a few times already for some practice sessions. How's that all going? You said top 5, which is obviously great. Do you think there's maybe a bit more pace in there? Could be looking for a top 3?
Yeah, there could be quite a bit more pace. But we've just got to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, of course, just keep hounding away, keep putting those laps in and keep working. So at the end of the weekend then, could be looking at some podiums maybe?
Yeah, we're really close to podiums. We're only half a second off of being third place, so we've just got to try and get a podium.
Well, that is great stuff. And again, looking towards the rest of the year as well, you've had a fantastic season so far. Again, looking like you're going to be very fast here as well. Are you looking to, maybe rack up some podiums and wins before the end of the season?
Yeah, at least 1 or 2 podiums in this one, because my trainer has said I could end up getting a podium at this track at the rate I'm going at.
Well, that's fantastic news. So obviously there is people out there who have a lot of confidence in you. Let's see how you do this weekend. Thank you very much, Joey, and we'll see you out on track.
Thank you, and I just want to say thanks all to all my sponsors.
Riley Paisley looking suited and booted, ready to head out onto the track here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
Quite confident. I got a 5th at Ella and 2 8s, but I'm feeling really confident going into this round.
Is there any particular reason for the confidence? Maybe just you ate your Weetabix the correct way, or is it, just a track you really enjoy?
Well, first of all, I do like the track. I've been here before, but I've had more track time with being on the 70s and the 50s.
Of course, even though they're different bikes, you're still out there, you're still going round, which is very, very important. So you're feeling confident. What do you reckon you can come away from this weekend with?
Well, I'm hoping for a top 5, a podium, maybe near the end of the year, but yeah.
And let's talk a bit about your year so far. Again, you mentioned just a moment ago you've had some great results so far this season, and you've really come on a long way. So looking forward, what do you think you can do by the year's end?
Well, there's from 8th in the championship to I think 4th. There's like 8 points between us, so it's very tight near the top, and there's a lot of good competitors in the class.
That is awesome stuff. Thank you, Riley, and hopefully you can get the positions that you so desperately want and desperately deserve, to be frank, this weekend.
Thank you, and thanks to all my sponsors for making this happen.
Here we are then, speaking to Hamish Mintosh. Hamish, great to see you here at Three Sisters. I know this one was probably a little bit less of a drive for you than the 2 previous rounds. So how are you feeling coming into round 3 at Three Sisters?
Really confident. It's one of my favourite tracks to be at, really fast. So hopefully a good weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very big track, must be said. You've got that massive top-end section where you're going up and over the crest and through the blind corners, so it should be a lot of fun. What do you think you can walk away from this weekend with?
Maybe a few good positions in the race. I'm not too sure yet. Just see how it goes.
Obviously, you've been out a bit today already with some practice. How's everything running? Is the bike feeling all okay?
Yeah, the bike's running all right. It's just building up my confidence even more than it already is, so...
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk a bit about the rest of the season as well. Of course, we've been getting to know you a lot over the last couple of years, and for the rest of the season, you know, you're looking like you're really starting to come along as a racer and as a rider. What do you think you can achieve across the rest of 2024?
Hopefully big things, but not too. I'm confident, but not too doubtful of myself. So hopefully a few good things.
Yeah, so hopefully just continue the results, then a big winter off in Spain somewhere, and then come back in 2025 and win everything there is to win.
Hopefully, maybe not. Don't know yet.
We'll wait and see. Thank you very much, Hamish. We'll see you out on the racetrack.
Thank you.
So then, Harry Payne, back to Three Sisters, and a lovely day, it must be said. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike Championship?
I'm feeling pretty confident, as last round at Ella Park I done especially good, better than I thought I would anyways, and I got a podium to my name, a 4th and 6th and 6th in the 70s, so I'm pretty confident.
So looking to come forward and continue those results here then. Obviously it's a very big track, this one, but one that all the riders seemingly absolutely love. Is there any real reason for that?
When you go up the hill and then there's a downhill right-hander and it's flat out and it's really fun but scary at the same time.
So it's all about being a bit brave through that section, really?
Yeah, my dad says I've just got to be braver going down there. It's like, you got to pin it, but it's scary when you're there and there's not much runoff as well.
Do you think you have what it takes to be brave enough?
Yeah, I do, thank you.
That is great to hear. Let's talk about the rest of the year then as well. Again, you had a great round last time out at Ella Park. Looking for some good results here at Three Sisters. Across the rest of the season, what do you think you can achieve?
Hopefully I'll achieve a few more podiums and maybe even challenge for a win. And in the extremes, I want to again get a few more podiums, because I did get 3rd in Ella Park, but it was in the wet, so I'll try and do it in the dry as well.
Yeah, try and get one in the dry and the wet, then you completed the full set. Thanks for talking to us, Harry, and hopefully this weekend can bring you some good fortunes.
Thank you.
Well, we're standing here with Mason Frederick. Well, first things first, happy 9th birthday.
Thank you.
So what a way to be celebrating it as well here at Fab Racing, you know, the best birthday present in the world. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the championship?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I've had a good championship so far.
Yeah, no, you absolutely have had a fantastic championship so far. Why don't you talk us a little bit through that, you know, what it means to have been getting the results you have?
Yeah, I really been liking the results that I've been getting, and I hope I'm consistent with those results.
That is absolutely great to hear. So are you looking to come here to Three Sisters and get some more fantastic results in?
Yeah, last year here in the rookies, I won all 3 races, so try and do that the same here.
Yeah, I mean, if you can sweep the weekend, and that would be a fantastic birthday present, wouldn't it? Looking towards the end of the year, whereabouts do you want to be? I mean, obviously you want to be still in that championship hunt, but are you expecting to be, you know, far and away a winner in absolutely everything, or are you expecting to have some good fights along the way?
I'm expecting to have some good fights along the way, so yeah.
Well, we'll wait and see. Thank you very much for talking to us, and once again, a very happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Bye.
So then, Harrison Day looking fast today in the practice sessions. Of course, you've got some very special help, I've noticed, over in your awning behind us. How are you feeling going into it?
Well, I mean, I never rode here, all the tracks this season, because it's my first year riding a geared bike. So with this new layout, this morning I've been good. I've been solid in the sections which I've done on the Mini. So this corner here, and then just the other parts that I was struggling on.
No, of course, it's part and parcel of going up into the gear bikes when we come to Three Sisters. Got to learn the new layout. But still, you look like you were running very, very strong this morning. And looks like the bike is quick, so maybe in for a good result this weekend.
Well, I don't want to set my goals too high, but I'm just hoping for just podiums, because that's where I've been all day. It's been me, Wilson and Archie, and then it's been a second and a half back to 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe some more podiums. Let's talk a little bit about some of the assistants that you've got over in your awning this weekend. Because obviously you've got your dad in there, obviously helping out as normal, but you've also got some superbike talent in there. What's going on with that?
Wow, so I'm with Sarah Harris. so she like coaches me. And this weekend I have like Fraser's here. Well, today Fraser's going to be here, so he's helping me out. So last year he did it at Rowra, and I think he helps a lot.
No, that's it's great to see, you know, him helping the next generation of young British rider come through. Looking across the rest of the season, then again, you said a moment ago that, you know, you're kind of two big rivals in your class this year, Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien. You're looking very, very close on pace at the moment. Are you thinking it's going to be a straight dogfight between you three for the title come the end of the year?
Well, there's no expectations this year. It's just nice, chilled out and relaxed, but next season I'm just trying to hope for small wins, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
So just get out there, keep putting the time on the bike, and, you know, if the results are there, take the results.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that is awesome stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us, Harrison, and we will see you in a while.
Thank you.
So then, Archie O'Brien returning to Three Sisters, some happy hunting ground for yourself. And, well, it's been a very tight season so far, so I'm sure you're hoping in this one to maybe get some results and try and break away.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the first win of the season, come second so far in every race, hopefully break the curse, but not in a bad way.
No, of course, nothing wrong with coming second, of course. We'd rather you go one up than one down from P2. But Three Sisters, let's talk about this place. You've, you ran pretty well here last year. Very, very big track, still quite new to the calendar, but there are also some riders who've not been here before and not used the full layout that the Metro Kits use. So that could be a bit interesting, given it's only the third round of the season as well.
Yeah, it definitely takes a bit of getting used to. It's a really fast flowing circuit, but I think they'll enjoy it nevertheless. My first ever time here, it was really weird, but I managed to put it on pole in the B&B meeting, and then Fab managed to run pretty well, so confident coming into this round, hoping to get some good pace and fight for the wins.
And, well, let's talk about, the top end of this track as well. It's really, really tough around there. And I remember last year watching you go side by side with people across the blind crest and down into the dip. That is brave, brave stuff. Is it essentially all about who's got the guts to make the move?
Yeah, I think by the end of the weekend we were all just keeping it pinned there, so it was about the run down the back straight, getting alongside them, and then just keeping the throttle in and hoping that they don't turn in on you.
Well, of course, we always want racing respect and maturity out on the circuit, but, sometimes it is just a stick up the inside and pray. So then, rest of the year then, again, you're looking to try and break your second curse this weekend. I'm assuming for the rest of you want to just keep stacking up the results, so when it comes to the end of the season, you're taking home a championship.
Yeah, points make prizes, so we've just got to keep bringing in the good results, keep being consistent, and hope for the wins to start coming in soon.
And I suppose that all starts here then. How do you think you're going to run here? You said you're confident. Are you looking at maybe pole or front row in qualifying?
We're just hoping to get on the front row again. We know Wilson's really strong. He's strong everywhere, so we've just got to get on the front row, stay with him in the race, and see if there's an opportunity to make a move.
Thank you very much, Archie O'Brien. We'll see you out on track later this weekend.
Thank you.
Here now in the paddock at Three Sisters with Emerson Oakley, one of our younger riders here at Fab, but one who is very fast nonetheless. Emerson, it is great to be speaking to you. How are you feeling heading in to Three Sisters?
I'm feeling very good of heading to Three Sisters, hopefully top 10. That's what we're aiming for.
So are you confident around this track? Is it one you think you can perform well at?
Yeah, I think I can perform well here. And people say it's kind of grippy, so I'm taking their words and doing what they say.
People do say it's grippy, but they also say very fast, very bumpy, and a little bit scary in places. Is that something that worries you, or are you just really looking forward to getting out there and giving it a go?
The bumps aren't really worrying me. If we fall off, we fall off. It's not much, but it doesn't really matter.
I mean, you could say it matters because sometimes it hurts a bit and, it might end your race. Is that you don't really want to do that, do you?
No.
But, it's what you're saying essentially is your confidence, if it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
That's awesome stuff, Emerson. We'll see you out on track later this weekend. Best of luck.
See ya.
So then, Kalin Rackcliffe, third round of the season awaits us, and we are here at Three Sisters, one of the biggest tracks on the calendar. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good. The last session I was doing 50.2 1, so quite fast for the practice.
And obviously you're looking to build up that speed over the course of the weekend as well, I presume.
Yeah, last year all the pro riders were getting 49s or around there, and I've been trying to get that this whole day, and hopefully I can do it tomorrow.
Well, fingers crossed for you, but as you said, you've been out there practicing all day today and you're feeling confident, so are you looking to maybe walk away from this weekend with some really strong results?
Yeah, hopefully I do good, because last round I came 3rd overall, and hopefully I can repeat that in this round.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what's in store. Let's talk a bit about your season so far as well. Again, you said last round you came 3rd overall. You've had a very strong season, Are you happy with the progress you've made?
Yeah, 3rd in the championship currently. Hopefully I can stay in that place from this weekend, or maybe get up 1 step higher.
Well, we hope so too. Thank you very much for talking to us, Kalin, and hopefully those results this weekend do indeed come.
Thank you.
So then, a very special guest with us here at Fab Racing at Three Sisters, Bjorn and Arie. Welcome along. Great to see you here. What brings you to Wigan?
Hey, thanks. It's a pleasure to be here with the guys and having some fun in the sun. Finally, the sun's come out in England. Just here with the car family. I've been spending a bit of time with them around mini bike racing and just practicing away from the track, trying to keep myself sharp. At the moment I'm learning the lines from old Arnie over here. He's teaching me the way around.
And we'll just jump over to Arnie quickly as well. Arnie, great to see you, great to speak to you. How are you feeling coming into the weekend here at Three Sisters?
Well, at the start of the day, we were just on the Metro kit. We've just borrowed it off Wilson Dilks, and we were just finding the right set on it, and we stiffened the springs up and stuff. And the Heartley, we just did something to that, and it made me go a couple tenths quicker. So that's good.
So that's great to hear that it's all running very, very well. What's your plan then for this weekend? You want looking to get out there, get some strong results from the off?
Yeah, I want to get a few podiums. That'll be good.
Well, fingers crossed for you. And again, let's just talk about 2024 so far for you guys. Arnie, we'll stay with you for a moment. How's your year been so far? What's been going on? Any big changes, or has it all just been keep putting in the work?
Well, this year is the first time on the 190, and that's about it really. Then we're doing some other championships in B&B, and I'm riding the 140 in that as well, Harley 140, so that's really about what we're doing. That's what we're doing, so yeah.
And Bjorn, over to you again. How's your year been so far? Obviously this isn't the main thing you've been doing, but it's great to see you here anyway. What's the game plan for the rest of the year?
Yeah, obviously now I stopped riding in the British Championships, whatever. I moved on, and I'm now Brad's personal assistant in Grand Prix. So I'm away more than I am home. So when I get to come home and get a chance to get behind the bars, that's the first priority. So as I said earlier, I'm grateful to the car family. They always give me a roof over my head, as to speak, and a place to race. So just have fun, enjoy the moment, and then obviously get back to work with Brad when the time comes.
And do you reckon you could convince Brad Binder to maybe come down for a weekend here with you, or is that a stretch too far?
I think it's a stretch too far, only because I've already tried to convince him to come to. There's possibly a wild card in the making for BSB, so let's see if that comes. And I've asked Brad to come and carry my helmet that weekend, so let's see what happens.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, boys. Great to see you both here, and of course we hope you have a great time this weekend.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's always a good time. Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks.
Is finally over. Britain's most captivating racing series returns for another round of drama, intrigue, beauty and suspense. Fab Racing is back for the 3rd round of the 2024 season, and we are at perhaps one of the best, most beloved circuits on the calendar as we head to the outskirts of Wigan and Three Sisters. My name, Ross McIntyre. Alongside me in the commentary box, as always, is the wonderful Zach Sweeney. Zach, we are just about to get going for the first race of the weekend. Well, I say weekend, I should say Friday, of course. But it is sure to be a fantastic Friday and Saturday of racing.
Yeah, it is. We haven't had to wait too long. Only 2 weeks since we took to a very wet and wild weekend at Ella Park. What a fantastic series of racing that we had over down south in Suffolk. But we've moved our way up north, and it should be absolutely incredible. Three Sisters, I mean, it's a rider's favourite, right? The undulation, the flow, the fast nature of it, and some good racing as well. Slipstream, very, very powerful. We get 10 categories of racing and, 10 races, maybe 12 as well over the course of today. Should be good.
Should be good indeed. Again, it's a very unique circuit as well in that we do use two different layouts. Of course, the Mini Motos we're heading out on the moment, they use the sprint layout compared to the full layout via everyone else. And of course, also have to remember that the timing line is not where the riders start, so where the riders start and finish is actually different. The timing line is on the main back straight, so the first lap doesn't actually officially start until they've crossed that, but we'll give them a bit of a chance to race anyway. But riders just about to head out for the first race of the weekend. That is the AC40 Pros, who are getting ready and getting focused in. So of course these guys will be on the sprint circuit, but it's been some great action already this weekend. We've seen some very, very close practice and qualifying sessions, not just in this championship, but in all of the other 9 series that we have on offer here at Fab Racing. It should be very, very exciting indeed.
Yeah, it should be. Of course, the AC40 Pro class, very, very close in its racing. Mason Frederick, he's coming into this weekend winning all but one race so far this season. That was, of course, race 1 at Ella Park, which, of course, went the way to Rex Austin. But to be fair to Frederick, he fought his way back to second after a huge, huge off that he had. And he fought his way back valiantly and is seeming to be the favourite for the championship. Of course, was his birthday yesterday. Might be looking to carry some of that birthday luck into Friday, maybe into Saturday as well, and of course is looking very, very strong. He'll be starting this race from pole position ahead of his 2 championship rivals of Rex Austin and Kalin Rackcliffe. I think we've got the recipe for a very, very strong race. They're heading their way out on to circuit, of course taking a shorter loop to work their way back round to the starting grid, and we'll run you through that now while they're doing it. Mason Frederick will start from pole position after a sensational lap in qualifying. A 49.689 puts him just shy of 3/10 quicker than Rex Austin, who will join him on the front row. There you can see Kalin Rackcliffe from Preston Baker on row 2. Max Johnson completes the top 5 ahead of Henry Brodie, who will keep him company on row 3. Working away down the field, Arthur Rich from Tommy Keats and Kai Hawken ahead of Danny Longhurst, keeping herself inside the top 10. Maxwell Keats from Oliver Wilson completes the top 12, and our field ahead of race 1 of the AC40 Pro Championship. And Ross, the recipe is there, the potential is there, the tension is in the air as well. We're in for a good race.
We should be indeed, and a very traditional start sequence awaits us. Of course, the riders will be heading off on one sighting lap to get a feel for the bike, but of course there are no red lights at this starting point on the circuit, so the start will be signalled by the drop of a green flag, so going very, very old school in that regard. So of course it is when the point of the flag drops and hits its lowest point, that is when the riders are allowed to go. Of course, it's a very fine margin. It's not as simple as the lights go out. We can tell when the lights go out. Obviously, there's a little bit of leeway. So jump starts, if there are any, could potentially be a bit harder to decipher when they are and when they are not. But as the riders make their way out, again, you can see they're peeling off right here slightly earlier than on the full circuit, and heading back onto the infield section past the Supermoto course, which you can just see on the front of your picture. Again, that very, very fast, which left-hander there, which on the full circuit isn't used. Very tricky for these young Mini Moto riders. If you are just joining us, hello and welcome. You are just in time for the opening race of the weekend here, the AC40 Pros, at the 3rd round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship here at Three Sisters, just outside Wigan. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, and do all those for the following to the stream, and let us know who you're supporting and who you think is going to be on top.
Well, let's see. They're lining their way up onto the grid, waiting, of course, for the signal to look to the flag. Mason Frederick assumes pole position, just taking some final checks, I think, make sure the bike is all good. But the tension is in the air. Of course, the chaos that ensued a couple of weeks ago at Ella Park. Some rivalries beginning to form in this championship, and it's eyes to the flag, Ross. Let's go racing.
Lee Clowes runs over, drops the red flag, picks up the green. It's time to go racing. We are underway here at Three Sisters. Good start there from Mason Frederick. He'll hold on to the lead with Rex Austin starting into second. It all looks to be the same order that they've got away in for the most part. Again, the first lap has not officially started yet until they make their way around the next few corners and cross the timing lines. That doesn't mean that you're not allowed to overtake and not allowed to give it a go. Here they come onto the long back straight. Now lap 1 gets underway as they cross the timing line now, and it's Frederick from Austin from Rackcliffe, your top 3, but they're 3 wide heading into the right-hander. That is the 96 of Kalin Rackcliffe briefly to the lead before Rex Austin tries to chop back in there. Oh, Mason Frederick, that was brave around the outside, but it will be the 991 of Rex Austin using that toe to get up in front, but Frederick already trying to respond.
Yeah, the slipstream we've been told is going to be very, very potent around Three Sisters. Rex Austin using that to full effect to catapult his way into the lead. But if that's what we're setting ourselves up for in terms of the racing, then bring it on. They're about to round their way to complete the first lap, and Frederick is eyeing up the move, getting underneath Austin as he tries to search for the gap. They'll complete lap 1, and it seems that Frederick might have the run.
Yeah, here we go, back onto the straight once again, trying to get that toe. Any form of slipstream is vital. This is where most of the moves are going to be made all weekend, as actually Frederick ducks out a little bit of the slipstream there, and you can see just how much that affected him as he started to fall back just a little bit. He did have a slightly compromised exit from the final corner, and now maybe thinking about going on the defensive from Kalin Rackcliffe on the 96 behind. But it's all about the toe here at Three Sisters, up that long straight. All about racing tactically. Do you make the move earlier, or do you wait and use the slipstream to almost guarantee yourself that position on that occasion? Anyway, Frederick, great run out of the left-hander there, looks to the inside once again, and once again Rex Austin slams the door shut on our championship leader. Coming back onto the main straight once again, the number 991 versus the 5. Here we go, another drag race on our hands, but it looks like Frederick just struggling to get the traction out of that final corner, struggling to get the drive down. But as these guys are fighting, look there, Preston Baker is joining the battlers' battle. Suddenly it's full way for the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Kalin Rackcliffe has just been sat idle with him. Preston Baker got involved on the opening lap, but not really much since then. But now they're closing in. The more the top 2 start to battle as well, who close them even more into contention. But it's not even just about the short-term track position, as there goes the change for the lead, potentially Frederick at through turn 2. Not quite close enough on this occasion, but it's also, right now, just track position mean a lot, because there's still a lot of race left to run. As there's the look, oh my goodness me, gets his nose slammed off there as Rex Austin retains the lead. But ideally, you want to be in second place on that last lap to try and work your way through to prevent a counter-attack. It's all mind games when the slipstream is this strong. However, they could run 2 by 2 as they rejoin the infield.
Frederick really fancies this one, doesn't he? Looking left, looking right, looking under, trying almost to look over Rex Austin in the lead. But as it stands with 5 laps to go, just unable to make the gap appear again. A little bit of a lunge, pokes the front wheel up the inside, then tries to get the drive out of the corner. But seemingly Frederick just struggling for traction, struggling to get that power down out of those hairpin corners. Again, the left-hander, he always gets a good run out of here. Once again, pretty strong as we look behind. That was Preston Baker trying a little go on Kalin Rackcliffe. This time, Mason Frederick does make it work to the inside. Can he make it stick? Oh, slight mistake there from Rex Austin. Ran a bit too wide, unsettled the bike just momentarily. Austin, though, great run up the straight to the inside, blows past one. Kalin Rackcliffe tries to go through as well. Will Frederick let him pass? No. So after half a lap, it is Rex Austin back to the lead. Kalin Rackcliffe also looking very racy, and Frederick still won't take no for an answer.
No, he won't, but it's cost him as he's gone wide out of the final corner. That opens the door for not only Kalin Rackcliffe, but also Preston Baker. He gets the drive, and Frederick tried to go for the lead. He's ended up P4. He's going to fight it to the outside of T1, gets the inside for 2, and fights his way back through. He's so aggressive, so potent, and will just absolutely launch the bike up the inside. However, Baker is not giving it up easy. He's going to fight him all the way through the sweeping left into the right. This does give Rex Austin at the very least just a lap to alleviate the pressure a little bit, just to chill out, avoid that pressure from Frederick behind. However, Frederick is straight back on it, but Kalin Rackcliffe, the straight line speed that he's got as they round off back into the infield section.
Yeah, all big chattering on the front of Kalin Rackcliffe there. Great job to stay on 2 wheels. But it has cost him a bit of time. Frederick did have to back off momentarily, and that allows Rex Austin just that little bit of breathing room. Frederick looks to the outside once again. Baker sitting behind, watching, waiting, seeing what his opponents will do as Mason Frederick has to muscle his way through the number 96, who is looking rapid at this phase of the race. And as I say, that goes to the inside, heading into the left-hander down the bottom end of the circuit, but unable to make it stick. This time, great run there from Mason Frederick. It's a very similar line to what we saw a lot of our younger Mini Moto riders taking last year, running out super wide in the final corner, dealing with the bumps and then just trying to get extra speed up the straight. Meanwhile, Rex Austin looks like he's favouring a slightly tighter line to the inside, which may compromise his straight line speed, even though that doesn't seem to be worrying him so much, but it does give him just that slightly better corner exit. There we did see Kalin Rackcliffe, another little look on Mason Frederick, wasn't able to make it stick, but again, Frederick maybe just feeling the pressure at the moment because he's got Kalin Rackcliffe behind who's really pushing him hard. He's got Rex Austin in front who's almost like an unmovable object at the moment, just can't find a way through. And all while this is happening, P4 Preston Baker is sitting, watching and waiting as we start to hit some traffic.
Yeah, it seems that they were able to get out of the way quite nicely, taking a nice wide line. Onto the final lap of the race, by the way. So this is it, counting it down. Rex Austin has dealt with the pressure so far, but it doesn't matter because if you don't cross the checkered flag first, then you're not the one that's won the race, no matter how many laps you led before. Mason Frederick, he's running out of opportunities. He's got the agility, he's got the speed, he's got the determination. Now has he got the drive to try and get it out of the final corner? A bit of a wibble and wobble as they go 2 by 2 towards turn 1. Frederick has to back out. Rex Austin has just got half a lap left to go, but Frederick is turning up the pressure to 10.
Yeah, this is last chance for Saloon for Mason Frederick, and he is putting all of his cards on the table. 1 corner to go, sweeps round the outside. What a fantastic move, but will it stick as they drag race to the line? Here we go, it is over. Checkered flag waves. It is Frederick who at the very death manages to slide on through, and a late birthday present for the number 5, and you can see how hard he had to work for that one. A little fist in the air, more of relief than jubilation, but delight, I'm sure, for that young man. Rex Austin, he will be gutted, I'm sure. Super close, led the most laps, but of course it's where you finish when the checkered flag falls, as Kalin Rackcliffe was able to hold on for the podium there in the end.
That was a fantastic race, though, it must be said. Here's how they racked up. Look at less than a tenth of a second between P1 and P2.
It's close, very close indeed. Mason Frederick takes the win at the line with Rex Austin P2 and Kalin Rackcliffe in P3. Preston Baker was 4th with Max Johnson 5th. Henry Brodie was P6 with Tommy Keats in 7th and Danny Longhurst in P8. Kai Hawken was 9th, Maxwell Keats 10th, Oliver Wilson was 11th. Unfortunately, we did lose Arthur Rich. That is it for race 1 of the AC40 Pros as the riders go down to celebrate with their comrades. But of course, they'll be heading back out later on for race 2. And of course, through racing the weekend. So there's still plenty more opportunity for these young riders to give it another shot.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Mason Frederick, of course, he's going to be delighted. But Rex Austin, he can't let that get to him. I mean, any one of those 4 really could have won that race. It was just Frederick that put the bike exactly where it needed to be on that last lap, had the commitment, had the bravery, and when it all mattered, was able to execute at the end. But Austin, he rode a fantastic race, and you can't discredit that. Got the jump, rode the majority of the race really well, but unfortunately, none of that matters if you don't cross the flag first.
Race number 1 for the Fab Racing Rookies Cup is quickly approaching. And boy, oh boy, was it an intriguing qualifying session to behold. Nelly Nuth, after a fantastic first round at Lid, and well, shall we say, a slightly less fantastic, unfortunately for her, round number 2 at Ella Park, on pole by over a second. Absolutely ripping up the racetrack is the number 44. and looks imperious out there, but the rest of the grid very, very close indeed. And of course, the pressure of the race as well might affect it just a little bit. We'll wait and see what's going to happen. But it looks like Nelly Nuth is definitely the bookies' favourite heading into this weekend. But again, as always, a very, very exciting grid of young riders in our Rookies Cup, and plenty of opportunity for these young superstars to impress.
Exactly. I mean, they're out there, you know, to learn and to grow and to refine their craft more and more as the years progress, and they work their way up the bike ladder. Nuth, of course, rapid in the dry. Struggles a little bit in the wet weather, but she'll get there. She'll adapt. She'll find her way. But in the dry, her potential is absolutely indisputable. A couple of weeks ago at Ella, the rookies put on some of the best racing action that we had between Pereira and Cedras as well. I mean, that racing that we saw, that dynamic that we saw in the wet was nothing short of fantastic. Couple that with Three Sisters being such a fast flowing and fantastic circuit, really, to allow these riders to follow close and to have that sweeping dynamic where they can run side by side from multiple corners. Again, similar to the pros, we've got such a fantastic opportunity for some really good racing, and there's so many of them out there on the circuit. Over 15 riders taking to the grid, 19 entered for race 1. I mean, just more racing in store for us, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, it's more racing in store for us, more racing in store for the young riders as well. And it's always great to see such an enormous grid of young talent in the Fab Racing Rookies Cup. It is Nelly Nuth who takes a dominant pole in qualifying. Finlay Stiles will be alongside her. Tommy Williams is P3 with Jensen Cedras in P4. Emilia Pereira and Randy Carter line up on the third row of the grid, as you can see. Moving further down, Reed Saxelby starts in P7 with Joey Aesich alongside. Austin Dilks and Freddy Taylor round out on top 10 with Ethan Bayliss and James Dermott. They make up the 6th row. Emerson Oakley is 13th with Noah Barfoot alongside. Daisy Grayson is 15th with Oscar McAllister in P16. Claudia Dudman is 17th with Logan Paisley 18th, and Caden Bailey P19, and the last of our young riders out there. Of course, this is the place where it all gets started. You know, this is the first time that these young riders can compete in a championship, and of course Fab Racing is the place to be to start your bike racing career. We are the road to the R&G British Talent Cup. Of course, we are on the Dorna Road to Moto GP program as well, and it is widely acknowledged that for British motorcycle racing, this is where the stars of tomorrow get their start.
It is, exactly. You've all got to start somewhere, and that usually is from a very, very young age indeed. But they're going to be refining their craft, as I said, finding that racing experience. I mean, for a lot of them, the pace is already there. It's more about learning how to race each other, have that mental dynamic, really refine that experience, and that's going to just come with years and years and time on the bike more than anything. But you look at these names, and in 10, 15, 20 years down the line, when we have the stars of the future, this is where it all began, and they want to showcase their talent in the spotlight. They're all lined up, they're all ready to go, I think, for the majority. So they're going to get the signal, we'll walk over, we'll pick up the green flag, and we'll get ourselves ready to go racing for the second time today. Nuth, Stiles, Williams and Jensen Cedras, the front 2 rows. Three Sisters, the AC40 rookies get underway and racing here in Wigan, and a good start there, it must be said, from Tommy Williams as he tries to put his way into second place. Not quite enough, so Nuth is able to lead Finlay Stiles through the first sweeping section. A couple of races in the background as well, as they all funnel their way through, trying to settle their way into the rhythm of this race. Of course, technically lap 1 hasn't even started until we round this back end of the circuit through the left, sweeping this very, very long right-hander that seemingly goes on forever. But look at the gap before the first lap has even started. Nuth is checking out.
Yeah, well, that is a statement and a half from Nelly Nuth, saying, come and get me, boys. Absolutely roaring away from the start, and straight away laying down the gauntlet as we do officially start our opening lap. Nuth from Stiles, from Pereira, from Williams, from Jensen Cedras is your top 5 on the opening lappers. Again, the riders still just trying to find their rhythm, still trying to see what moves they can make as we round onto the start line and down into turn 1. Really, really tricky section through here. Very bumpy through turn number 1, very quick corner. And of course, on the sprint circuit that these Mini Moto riders are using, got to get the bike very quickly back up and over onto the left. I believe that may have been Emilia Pereira trying to make a move on Finlay Stiles there as they come round to make it 7 laps to go. There is Nelly Nuth, who has very much checked her out, booked a ticket and gone on her way. And as we do cross the line, Finley Styles and Emilia Pereira only separated by 0.3 of a second. That battle for P2 could be one to watch for the entire race.
I think so. I mean, Nelly Nuth has done the very important thing, which is a punchy start, get away, get out of that slipstream range, and then you can just almost just run your own race out in front. As boring as it is, that's sometimes the best races because they're the easiest to go and win. But that fight for P2, everyone is so much more bunched up, so much closer, similar to what we saw a little bit earlier on, of course, with the pros and the slipstream train that's starting to form. There could well be the move from Pereira, who's coming into this round as the championship leader ahead of Jensen Cedras. So he's going to be trying to make up as many points as possible and is eyeing up that second place.
Must be said, Pereira has finished every race so far this season, either in P1 or P2. He's going to want to keep that streak going, coming on to what will be 7 laps left to run now. And, or 6 laps left to run, should I say. Another fastest lap of the race from Nelly Nuth there, as Tommy Williams unfortunately tumbles behind Jensen Cedras. But Finley Styles, Emilio Pereira still neck and neck. Nothing to separate them, as you can see, and very much, more riders getting involved in this battle for second as they continue to fight, slowing each other up, allowing the other riders to catch and get involved. And there we do see those two doing battle. The 31 of Pereira, the 19 of Finley Styles just in front of him, coming up against a little bit of traffic there. You can see just in the middle of the road in the high-vis jacket. That means that is a fresh rookie. That is their first event that they have competed in. But Nelly Nuth, number 44, up the front at the moment, of course, competing in the House of Moto highest achieving female rider award this year, and doing very well. I believe she's leading the way in that table at the moment and looking to pick herself up an extra trophy. But right now, across the line, yet another fastest lap. Gap now 6 seconds back to Finley Styles.
That is sensational. Nelly Nuth is going to be a star of the future. That is absolutely sure that we're sure of that right now. The potential she is showing at such an early age, and she's only going to get better and better. A couple of looks up the inside towards the final corner. This train is forming, of course, from second place down to, I think, Joey Aesich in P9. So a good few bikes involved. That's the 31. Of course, that's Emilia Pereira under pressure from the number 2 of Jensen Cedras, his direct championship rival. And of course, we are nearing towards the halfway point of the season. We'll be heading into that when we head to Rower in a couple of weeks' time. So the rounds are clicking on quite quickly. So that means points are ever more important. Points win prizes at the end of the day. And look at that, just how easy the positions can swap as the momentum shifts.
It can indeed. Again, the championship very quickly ticking away, and suddenly, especially for these young rookie riders, it's a bit, this is getting a bit serious now as they cross the line once again, heading up into turn number 1. Very tricky and off camber through there, as that was Finley Styles taking a bit of a different line from the riders behind him. That was interesting to see. Again, Three Sisters is a circuit where many of the corners, there are different ways you can take them to suit your own riding style. And very interesting to see the style of Finley Styles as he headed through there, coming down across past the pits now. And in fact, just still everyone trying and make a move in this train that has formed. And look at that, 4 riders going neck and neck. There's Pereira, I believe, to the inside of Tommy Williams. He dropped down a few places on the last lap, possibly made a mistake somewhere. Finley Styles now under real pressure from the 2 of Jensen Cedras. Look at the 51 of Tommy Williams there on the inside as well. Super, super close between all these guys. More traffic to get involved with as well. Again, traffic, no blue flags here at Fab Racing. You have to negotiate them in your own time, in your own way, and they have no obligation to get out of the way of you. It can flip a race on its head completely.
Yeah, traffic gives, traffic takes. I mean, we see it all the time in endurance racing, not so much, really in bike racing, but when it comes to these rookies, some of them are already really up to speed. Some of them still have a little way to go in terms of, learning progress and things. So the pace differentials can sometimes be quite large, and there are a lot of them out on circuit. So, traffic can give, traffic can take, as I say. It's all about how you deal with it, moving the bike around, positioning the bike exactly where it needs to be. As Jensen Cedras under pressure from Tommy Williams and, of course, Emilia Pereira, who is just in behind on that 31 machine. 2 laps left to go, though. 4 riders all in contention for the podium places. Let's see how they run.
Nelly Nuth has essentially got to stay on the number 44 machine and can pick up the trophy at the end of the day. What we are interested in is this titanic battle for second place. Styles, Williams, Pereira and Jensen Cedras going neck and neck. Cedras with a lovely move up the inside of that very tricky left-hander there. Oh, but look at Pereira round the outside. Brilliant stuff from the number 31. He does like the high speed. He does like to show how brave he is. And that was absolutely brilliant from that young man to get himself back through and keep himself in this fight for second place to keep his streak going. But Styles and Williams lie in wait. Styles has looked fantastic up there in P2, but as the last lap starts, there we see your race leader who can cruise home at this point. What a ride it has been from Nelly Nuth.
She's been fantastic. Exactly what she needed to do, of course, taking pole position by over a second. She had not only the physical advantage in terms of the pace that she was carrying, but also that mental high ground above the rest, that she was the one staking the claim in front, that she had all the tools in her arsenal to go and deliver once again, similar to how she did at the start of the season at Lid. She took pole, she dominated race number 1 then, and she's looking to do exactly the same now. She's going to cruise home 12.1 seconds ahead of Finlay Styles. A rocky road a couple of weeks ago at Ella Park, but as she rounds the final corner, she'll see the checkered flag first, and it's going to be redemption day for Nelly Nuth, who crosses the line to take victory for the AC40 Rookies race number 1 here at Three Sisters, and it goes the way of a very promising, talented female young rider in the form of Nelly Nuth. And well, she can take a nice cruise home while she waits for even second place to cross the line.
What a performance from that young lass. Unbelievable. Nelly Nuth takes a brilliant win here in race number 1 at Three Sisters. Finlay Styles brings it home in P2 with Tommy Williams in P3. Emilia Pereira just missing out on the podium by less than a second. Jensen Cedras was 5th with Reed Saxelby in P6. Randy Carter 7th with Austin Dilks in P8. Joey Aesich was 9th and Ethan Bayliss rounded out our top 10. Freddie Taylor was 11th with James Dermott in P12. Noah Barfoot 13th with Emerson Oakley P14. Daisy Grayson was in P15 with Oscar McAllister in 16th. Claudia Dubman in 17th. Logan Paisley in 18th. And Caden Bailey in P19. Of course, we see our riders there celebrating by the podium. Nelly Nuth getting a lot of congratulations. I think people know just how good she could be and how good she already is. But of course, all of our young riders today have done a fantastic job and all deserve their congratulations. All 3 of our podium finishers, even if it was the woman who finished in P1 who stole the show.
Exactly, she did such a good job, and that fight for P2, P3, P4 was so hotly contested, so fair play to the 2 that were able to take to the top 3 steps, it must be said. Nuth, of course, being the one at the front of the show. We are going to be moving forward. We'll see the AC40 Rookies a little bit later on over the course of today and tomorrow for their race 2 and race 3s.
Senior Mini Moto race number 1 at Three Sisters is moments away. And boy, oh boy, if last year's finale was anything to go by, this race is going to be one of the highlights of the weekend. But we already have problems for the 1-1-12 of Keats and Payne struggling to get the bike started. That is not what we want to see before we even get it out to the grid, before even the sighting lap and the green flag dropping. But looks like Keaton has managed to get that thing going. But as I was saying before, a slightly calamitous moment there. Last year, of course, Three Sisters, the championship finale. Although this is a little bit earlier in the season, a little bit less tension and a little less stakes on the line, it is sure to be a very exciting race, as the senior Mini Motos always is. Of course, we haven't got both Matt and Josh Birkin here this weekend, although cousin Callum White, he is also on the grid. Josh Birkin, injured thumb, and also apparently his fiancée Florence doesn't want him racing before the wedding in case he gets hurt. But it will be Matt Birkin on pole position. What can he do to continue his charge up the front?
Yeah, of course, had a couple of issues at Ella Park. His chain came off in both race 1 and in race 2 while he was leading. He made up for it, took a win, his 3rd win of the season, to solidify his stake at the top of the championship so far. He'll be looking to continue forward in the same stead. Well, let's see what is in store, because these guys, they always bring on a show, don't they? The senior Mini Motos, we always say it's full of carnage, full of chaos, full of excitement, and the stakes are always fantastic. These guys, they've got a plethora of racing experience. They're out there for a little bit of fun. Let's see what Matt Birkin can do from that pole position.
Well, as the riders get ready to make their way on their sighting lap, let's talk our way through the grid. It will be Matt Birkin who starts on the pole position, Nick Bennett alongside in P2. Will Howarth starts in P3, makes a fantastic return here at Three Sisters with Rhys Gentry in P4. Chris Yeomans is 5th with Keaton Payne, looks to be starting in P6 if you can avoid those issues. Callum White is 7th with David Meyer in P8. Mark Allen is 9th with Luca Allen in P10. And Gary Aldridge and Rob Gentry rounding out our grid of 12 bikes here at Three Sisters. What an exciting opportunity we have on our hands here, of course. No Josh Birkin, so that removes some of the fireworks already, but Matt Birkin up the front. Will Howarth on the 96 makes a return. Great to see the blonde bombshell back here at Fab Racing. This could be absolute fireworks.
It really could. I mean, Josh Birkin, he gets priorities in order, doesn't he, really? I mean, a wedding before Fab, really? It's the scheduling. It's like Chris Wells as well, booking a holiday on the same weekend. I mean, just the priorities. Sort it out, lads. It is disgraceful. But nonetheless, his brother is going to be flying the flag for the Birkin family. Both of them were able to take a victory last time at Ella Park, by the way. So they definitely know their way around. Is pulling into the pit lane.
Like it was Keaton Payne, I believe. Or someone along those lines anyway. Well, we'll get going anyway, but maybe some issues there at the start for Keaton Payne. He did have a few troubles getting away and out onto the grid, but Lee Clowes drops the red flag, walks over to the green to signal the start of race 1 in the senior mini motos. We are go. Great launch there from the outside by Nick Bennett. Look at Will Howarth as well on the inside. Lost none of his talent in his time away from the championship and already up into P2. Oh, problem for Matt Birkin. Big problem once again for the number 5. What is happening to your pole sitter, Matt Birkin? He looked down at the bike a few times, went slow down through turn 2 and has dropped massively backwards in the order. That, I believe, means that on the opening lap it will be Nick Bennett leading the way. But what has befallen the number 5? Shocking scenes on the opening lap of race 1 of the senior mini motos. But up the front it is now Nick Bennett from Will Howarth, from Rhys Gentry, your top 3.
Yeah, great start then, of course, for Nick Bennett, able to capitalise on the issues that befell Matt Birkin. That is such a shame, and more reliability issues costing him in this championship. But what a result this could be for Nick Bennett. 2 podiums so far this season, and the rest of them have been outside of the top 10. So to catapult his way from the front row into the provisional race lead is sensational. But the rider behind him, can't really think of many worse people to have behind you than Will Howarth.
Yeah, he's certainly a talent, is the number 96. Unfortunately, we did lose Mark Payne. It was who didn't make it to the start rather than Keaton Payne. So issues for the Paynes there, unfortunately. Guess you could say that's a right pain for them. But it is Nick Bennett who leads the way on the opening lap from Will Howarth, or as we head on to lap 2, should I say, Rhys Gentry holding on to that 3rd place. Nick Bennett with the fastest lap that time around as well. Looking very, very fast, these guys. Not as quick as they were last year at the moment. We're still quite early into the weekend. Still time for rubber to go down. Still time for the confidence to build. And it's a lot warmer as well. Track temperature's higher. Little bit less grip out there for the small tyres on the senior mini moto machines. Here, though, up the front, there you can see Will Howarth. He's dropped just a little bit back from Nick Bennett. But we know how good Will Howarth is. Again, every time he turns up here at Fab Racing, he puts on a show and he shows us what he can do. Going to be 7 laps to go from now. Nick Bennett leads from Howarth, from Gentry.
Yeah, that podium fight is very, very close, and I think Howarth is beginning to reel Bennett in ever so slightly. In fairness, I say that. Bennett was actually just under 0.2 of a second quicker than Howarth on that previous lap, so it might be in the near future that Howarth actually has to look behind to keep Gentry at bay than he actually is at looking forward to start to attack for the race lead. Battles up and down the order, though, of course, as these guys really do like to put on a show on the senior mini motos. Best time just been put in, by the way, for Nick Bennett. He is flying out in front. Sensational riding, it must be said. A couple of moves, though, it must be said. That is the 85 machine. That, of course, is Chris Yeoman. He's in hot pursuit. He's got Keaton Payne just in behind, of course, who struggled to get onto the grid, running inside the top 5 quite nicely.
Yeah, Keaton Payne, of course, he almost didn't make it out to the grid for the sighting lap, and then was able to get the bike started, and now is doing a fantastic job, must be said, under real pressure there from David Myatt behind, just behind them as well. Callum White, cousin of course, Matt and Josh Birkin. Matt Birkin is still going after that early problem, may I just add. He's running down the back, but is back up to his normal pace and still hammering in the laps, but whatever has befallen him, very, very strange indeed for the current championship leader. Up the front though, there is still the 711 of Nick Bennett leading the way. Will Houth just behind, waiting like a predator stalking its prey, looking for any opportunity to slide through and try and find the gap, because after dropping back just a few moments ago, Houth looks like he wants to go in the attack.
Yeah, he's found his footing really. Best lap time just been put in by him, actually a 50.0 set by Will Houth, and that is, to be fair, only a couple of attempts off the lap record set by the man himself, Nick Bennett, who's leading the way. So these guys pushing each other to the absolute limit. 5 laps left to go then for race 1 of the senior mini motos. The top 2 breaking away. Actually, Reece Gentry, he's there, he's within touching distance if something goes wrong, but not really a part of the main conversation out in front. Will Houth though, that pressure is going to be starting to ramp up for Nick Bennett out in front.
Yeah, these, wow, almost saved there, Reece Gentry, a big Superman, as he came out of the left-hander. And of course, that's him down and out this weekend at Three Sisters. If you fall off the bike, you are not allowed to remount, not allowed to rejoin the race. And what a shame for the man who was running in P3. Almost saved it, but unfortunately, once he got onto the grass, there was nothing he could do. Down and out goes the number 100. That promotes Chris Yeomans up into P3 and removes any further competitors from the time being in this fight for the lead as well. Bennett and Howard are quite some distance in front of Chris Yeomans. It was 8 seconds at the line last time. What a real shame there for Reece Gentry. Going back to the battle for the lead though, Bennett and Howard still trading blows like a heavyweight bout. And here goes Howard to the inside, trying to get the undercut through there, but just couldn't quite make the gap appear as Bennett swept around the outside and slammed the door firmly shut. And again, looking to the inside goes the number 96. Again, just not quite enough in his locker at the moment to find a way through. Nick Bennett, again, we know how quick he is around here, has the lap record and had a few wins last year as well. He is rapid around Three Sisters and is doing a great job to hold on to the lead as it stands with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be ramping up, but I think he did the right thing at the start, which was to get away. That at least gave him a couple of laps just to bed into this race. A little bit further back though, nice little battle beginning to form. Luca Allen running up there in P5, fighting away with Callum White. David Myatt as well, one of our race winners a couple of weeks ago at Ella Park. He's involved in that battle, but here are the top 2. Nick Bennett from Will Howarth, bit of traffic to negotiate, and there could well be the look from Will Howarth as he's got the speed, he's got the agility, not enough, too long of a way around that final corner towards the timing line. He has to tuck into the slipstream. Just 2 laps left to run though. He's running out of opportunities.
Unfortunately he is. It was at this point last year, I think, where they started to try and grab onto the back of the bikes in front of them to give themselves a bit of an extra pull. Will Howarth just not quite close enough at the moment, but still close enough to try and have a look to the inside at the right-hand hairpin there. Just maybe poking a front wheel to the inside. This time he is going to try down into this right-hander. And once again, it is Nick Bennett just sweeping around the outside, using the speed and the trajectory of the bike to keep himself out in front. That 711 withstanding all of the pressure and then some. Coming onto the final lap then, Will Howarth potentially running out of time. Always trying to go the long way around this time, but had to roll it back off the throttle because he just ran a little bit too wide. Last lap flag is out. One more tour of Three Sisters to go, and as it stands, Nick Bennett is just about holding on.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. Howarth running out of opportunities. Each corner that is tipped down is one less chance to go for the lead, but Bennett, he's riding superbly. There could well be a look from Will Howarth into the heaviest braking zone on this circuit as you round your way through this long right-hander onto this back straight towards the chicane. There's not quite enough of a run, not quite enough of a braking zone either for Will Howarth, but he's got to try and dance the bike to the left-hander, but again, not enough. He's running out of corners. There's only 3 to go. He pulls out to the left-hand side. He might well go for the lead, but Bennett says no. Howarth fights back, to the final corner. Not quite enough, and it's going to be the run to the line. Could well be a drag race. It might go the way of the 711 of Nick Bennett, who holds the lap record here at Three Sisters, and he takes victory for race 1 of the senior mini motos here at Three Sisters. What a battle. Howarth gave it everything, but Bennett had all the answers.
What a tantalising race we have just seen. Tense all the way to the line as Bennett and Howarth did battle from start to finish. It will be Nick Bennett taking victory from Will Howarth in P2 and Chris Yeomans rounding out the podium. Keats and Payne was P4 after nearly not even making the grid. What a great result for him on the 112 with Callum White in P5. Luke Allen was P6. Matt Burkey managed to make his way back up to P7 after those early issues. David Myatt was P8 with Gary Oldra P9. Rob Gentry in P10. And unfortunately we lost Reece Gentry and Mark Payne. But what a great race we have just seen. As some issues there for Nick Bennett. Forgot he had to go to the podium and sit there and get some photos, and in fact just sits the wrong way round. Maybe it's a protest over something. Maybe he just wants to go back and have a cup of tea. I don't know. But what a performance. Applause from Will Howarth. He knows that on that occasion he has been outmatched and outraced, but it is well deserved from Nick Bennett.
I mean, it's a familiar sight, Nick Bennett, seeing the back of him. Will Howarth, of course, is going to be used to that one over the duration of race 1. But getting the congratulations, what a race that was ridden from Bennett. He knows his way around this circuit so well. And not only did he have the pace, but he had that race experience to hold off such a huge contender in the form of Will Howarth. He did it so brilliantly, so maturely. And that rounds off race 1 of the senior mini motos. They'll, of course, be back for race 2 and 3 over the duration of tomorrow. Keep an eye out for them, because they always go out with a bang.
Race number 1 then coming up for the LC40 Elite Championship, presented of course by OH Logistics. And boy oh boy, this could be very, very exciting indeed. Well, maybe not a very close championship, but one that has been open to intrigue and questions, because so far it has been all going the way of Logan Cousins, but he has had to fight for it dearly. The only other rider to take a race win has been Oliver Hall in the final race of Ella Park. And of course, a big happy birthday yesterday to Oliver Hall, and as well a big happy birthday yesterday to Mason Frederick, both of them on our grid today, turning 10 and 9 respectively. And let's hope that they get some birthday wishes out there here at Three Sisters on the outside of Wigan. But as it stands, Logan Cousins, championship leader, he sits on the pole as well, but it's pretty close out there. It's not going to be smooth sailing once again for the number 7.
Yeah, it's not. Logan Cousins, he's had to fight for it, of course. Took a double victory at Ella Park, fell down all the way to P7 though over the duration of race 3, and that just goes to show the unpredictability of the LC40 Elite class. These riders are so competitive. All of them on their day have the ability and the capability to go and win races. They'll go round for their side lap though. What a close grid it's going to be, as they'll be running their way, of course, just to get themselves up to temperature, get themselves sorted. But it is going to be Logan Cousins, as we said, that takes to pole position, only a 10th and a half quicker than Josh Perkins, who's perked his way out quite nicely onto the front row. Mason Frederick from Rex Austin on row 2, with Kalin Rackcliffe and Oliver Hall rounding off row number 3. Moving away further down the grid to the back end of the top 10 is Johnson from Rich, Henry Brody and Kai Hawken. Tommy Keats from Danny Longhurst completes row 6, of course, with the final row of Maxwell Keats and Oliver Wilson in 13th and 14th place. They're running their way around, just got the final corner left to go. They'll line themselves up on the grid and be ready to take to the race. Of course, 8 laps in length for the final of our mini moto classes, of course, before we work our way towards the bigger bikes. But nonetheless, the mini motos and these guys as well, they've taken a couple of steps already on their ladder up to up to the top on that road through Fab Racing, and then beyond that they've got some experience under their belts. This is the top level of junior mini moto racing.
Well, riders making their way to the grid. You can see the wind has picked up a wave to the camera there from the pole sitter Logan Cousins. As you can see from Flag Marshal's Lee Klaus's red flag, wind has very much picked up here. Temperature slightly dropping, but still pretty warm. Again, it is June here in the UK, of course. It is very much summer in the city, and it is time to go racing as well in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite Championship. It's all eyes to the green flag. It drops now. We're underway. What a start there from Josh Perkins. That might get investigated by the race stewards. That was so good, but he rockets into the lead away. Down through turn number 2 we go. Cousins trying to hold on, but there goes the birthday boy, Mason Frederick. Well, one of the birthday boys anyway. He slid up the inside there into P2. Can Perkins respond as they make their way out onto officially the first lap? The start has been investigated, or is being investigated, should I say. We're being told in our ear. So race control will be looking at Josh Perkins, I am sure. But it is Perkins from Cousins, from Frederick, your top 3 as they start their opening lap.
Yeah, he can't focus on the fact that he might have jumped the start, though. He's got the lead. He just needs to run with that. Oliver Hall looking to the inside of this long right-hander, of course. Best overtaken opportunity that you've got on the circuit. Now as the eyes up Kalin Rackcliffe, he's fighting with Max Johnson through the sweeping of the right, then into the left, of course, there, turn 1 and 2 from where they started the race. There is the number 30 of Josh Perkins. He's got Logan Cousins for company at the front of the field, but penalty or not, he's riding very, very well, and now he's just got to deal with that. He's got to focus on the race that's ahead of him, not the race that's already been run. He's inside the top 3, he's leading the way, and he's got 7 laps to go.
Crosses the line, does Perkins. Cousins, meanwhile, fastest lap of the race, but there is nothing in it. The front runners all running super, super close as it stands. And well, Perkins, Cousins, Frederick separated by less than a 1/10 of a second at the line last time around. It is tight out there. And well, Three Sisters, it always produces good racing here at Fab. We've only been once before, but it was such an excellent weekend. Well, it's already cemented itself in the Fab Racing history books, if you ask me. As we see there, that's the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. Kalin Rackcliffe, Oliver Hall and Rex Austin. Both Rackcliffe and Hall getting past Austin on the previous lap. There is Josh Perkins currently in the lead, and currently under some big, big pressure. His Cousins has started to turn the wick up and has started to push. Perkins has been able to respond ever so slightly as Frederick has dropped back a little bit, and now the lap times really starting to get quicker. Into the 48 we go. Fastest lap from Logan Cousins, a 48.674. These guys are really, really pushing hard.
They are, but it's ebbing and it's flowing. Perkins and Cousins are all very, very close indeed, and that is exactly what we want. That's that battle. That's Oliver Hall from Rackcliffe, and then Max Johnson just in behind 5th, 6th and 7th as they run on circuit. 6 laps left to go. It'll be 5, of course, at the line. Following our leaders, though, and Perkins is doing a fantastic job is just to manage the gap, keep, of course, Cousins just enough pace, but you can see him, he's there classified in P3. That's because a 3-second time penalty has already been applied for this race, and that is effectively a race against time between Josh Perkins and, of course, Mason Frederick. At best, he can probably get P2 from this race.
Yeah, race control deciding Perkins' start, unfortunately, just a little bit too good to be true. So although he leads the race on the road, the 3 seconds has already been added to his time, so that puts him P3. In reality, currently, that means he has to gain 3 seconds over Logan Cousins if he wants to take the race win. Lap times are still dropping, though. Cousins has a little look to the inside, can't find a way through again. There's no way for these riders to know that Perkins, should I say, has a penalty. As far as they're aware, they are still racing for the win. Of course, there's no radio communication, no dashboard messages, there's no flags that tell you you've got an issue. So we got some big issues there for the time being. But as we continue going, Cousins leads the way on the, Perkins leads the way on the road, should I say. Cousin leads the race in the net. Unfortunately, Frederick has dropped a little way behind, but he'll still be second if they finish as they do. Got 3.5 laps left to go. That, of course, is massively disappointing for Josh Perkins, but rules are there, and, you have to follow, unfortunately, even if it was a mistake, even if you didn't mean to jump the start. It's unfortunately what has happened. Meanwhile, Oliver Hall, Kalin Rackcliffe having a great battle for what is now P4.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, look at these guys run. The 96, of course, of Rackcliffe, who was running quite well a couple of weeks ago at Ella Park in terms of pace, did have a couple of offs, though, in his rivalry with Mason Frederick. That did cost him a bit of a bump as they round the final corner. That could well cost him, as here comes Oliver Hall trying to launch a counter-attack and put his way back into P4 as they round into the first corner of the circuit. He's on the inside and he takes the position quite nicely indeed. This is the best of the rest battle, really, as the top three are breaking away, but a nice move nonetheless for Oliver Hall.
Yeah, great stuff from our other birthday boy on the grid. And secures himself in P4 for the time being, but he's still going to have to fight for it with the likes of Rackcliffe and Austin behind, doing a fantastic job. Meanwhile, further back there, we see Rex Austin, Max Johnson, and Arthur Rich as well, all getting involved in a scrap. Back to this battle for P4 though, 3 laps left to go. And I tell you what, Logan Cousins is, Josh Perkins, should I say, on the road, starting to extend the gap a little bit. He's actually, I say that, Mason Frederick struggling a little bit out there because he's fallen back far enough where Josh Perkins is now in P2, as you can see on your screen. So, of course, the 3-second penalty has already been applied to his race time. So, Perkins, although he's leading on the road, he's got 3 seconds back on track. Frederick, the pace has just dropped off a little bit. That means that if they finish as they do, Perkins will be P2, but they're still racing for the win, they think, out on the road. Logan Cousins, as they come to the final lap, it may not be for the actual win because Cousins essentially already has that one in the bag, but it's still going to be entertaining nonetheless. Final lap to go. This could get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, of course, neither of these two know that the other one has got a penalty. So Josh Perkins is riding out there as if he's trying to hang on to the lead, and that could in the end cost him if they begin to battle too much. And Mason Frederick is then able to reel his way back into that 3-second margin. Cousins, no matter what, is going to win this race to take his 5th of the season. They round their way out of turn 3. They've only got half a lap left to run. It is probably going to be Josh Perkins on track that takes the victory. But as we said, with how difficult it can be sometimes with the drop of the flag, however, getting underneath, and goodness me, Logan Cousins, it's not even going to matter about the penalty. He runs his way towards the final corner in the race lead.
Wow, look at that from Logan Cousins. He didn't need to make the move, not that he knew that, but he went for it anyway and takes a phenomenal win. Checkered flag waves, Logan Cousins wins in the LC40 Elite, presented by OH Logistics. Man, oh man, penalties aside, what a great race between those guys. Drag race for the line for P4. Oliver Hall just nabs him as Josh Perkins and Mason Frederick round out our podium. Of course, Perkins, that penalty irrelevant now. He's still finished second, even with the penalty applied, so he will stay P2. Mason Frederick rounds out our podium. Oliver Hall, though, at the line, 0.02 of a second ahead of Kalin Rackcliffe in P5. That was tight. Rex Austin was also just behind them as well in P6. Max Johnson was 7th with Archie Rich in P8. Henry Brody 9th. Tommy Keats rounded out the top 10 with his brother Maxwell in P11. Oliver Wilson was 12th. Unfortunately, we did lose Danny Longhurst and Kai Hawken during that race. But as I said, penalty or no penalty, what an enjoyable race in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite Championship. And well, 2 more races to come from them. That is a good sign of what we should have on offer this weekend.
I think so. I mean, of course, for Perkins, he's going to be disappointed that he got the penalty, but in the end it didn't matter. But like we said, with no lights and things, you open the door for there to be a little bit of interpretation as to when they're allowed to go. But nonetheless, how amazing of a race that was. Cousins taking his 5th victory of the season to make it 5 from 6 and extend his championship margin. But it's going to be very, very close all the way through. And as we say, they'll be back, of course, over the course of tomorrow for race 2 and race 3. Keep an eye out for the LC40 Elites, because again, these are the riders of tomorrow here today at Fab Racing. So they'll be back over the course of tomorrow. And in towards the bigger bikes, then we finished our Mini Motos, or the first 4 races of them, and we move our way into one of the most exciting prospects this weekend in the form of the Extreme 200 class. Of course, a lot of our premier star riders taking to this category. Different bike chassis allowed as well. They've got their different characteristics, and it opens the door for some very intriguing racing, it must be said, as we sort of watched in on quali and practice and things like that, how the different riders were coping with the different characteristics of each bike. But this is going to be a fantastic race, it must be said. We've got some huge names on the grid.
Yeah, not just huge names that are going to be in the making, huge names. And now we've got former BSB rider Bjorn has showed up this weekend. Fancy's giving it a go out on track. So great to have Bjorn here and making his way around. Of course, nowadays working as an assistant for Brad Binder up in Moto GP. But it was great to see him in the paddock. Great to speak to him yesterday as well. And great to see him out here, competing with these young riders and showing them Fab Racing. Although we say, this is where the future of British motorcycle racing is, well, it's also clearly for some stars of today as well. But I think very importantly, we do have to talk about, who we're looking at the front. Wilson Dilks in qualifying, 9/10 of a second ahead of Archie O'Brien. But Archie O'Brien is running his Metrokit Mini GP70 bike. Wilson Dilks is on the Avali. Clearly the Avali a lot faster, but standing trackside, as I was earlier, just watching down at turn 1, Dilks and O'Brien, where they're putting the bike and how they're doing it, absolute class of the field in this one.
They really are. I mean, of course, speaking to Archie O'Brien earlier, and he said that the Avali just has the legs on the straight, and here at Three Sisters, there's a lot of flat-out run. I mean, already they're beginning to pin it as they go up over the hill and back down towards the final corner as they head on to their sighting lap. But Archie O'Brien is confident that through the corners the Metrokit can close that gap and even sometimes actually get held up by the Avali. So it's going to be interesting how that ebbs and flows as the race develops. Of course, you've got Arnie Carr, Marco Holt, Harrison Day completing the top 5. They are all going to be fantastic with how powerful the slipstream is. Hopefully they can all stay in contention.
Yep, of course, on to the full circuit as well, which is great to see. So flat out racing. Wilson Dilks takes pole from Archie O'Brien in P2. Arnie Carr is third with Marco Holt in P4. Harrison Day is 5th and Jensen Bishop starts in P6. Moving further on down in P7, we have Harry Payne. Finley Polehill is in P8 with Bjorn Esmond. Great to see him here. He's P9 with Austin Johnson in P10. Harley Baker is 11th with Annabelle McCarthy in P12. Beth Ashby is P13, and rounding out our grid is Ollie O'Gorman. Great to see Ollie back here at Fab Racing. Been a while since we've had an O'Gorman in the paddock, and of course we wished the whole family all the best. Casey, unfortunately not around this weekend. He's over in Barcelona testing with his junior GP team, so all the best to them. But as the riders make their way onto the grid, it looks like Dilks is going to be tough to beat him, but so should be very interesting as they make their way. Wilson Dilks looking mighty on that Avali machine, but Archie O'Brien on a fresh set of rubber as well is ripping up the track on that Metrokit Mini GP70. It's all done and dusted then. Flag Marshal Lee Klaus is going to run off to the side of the track, pick up the green flag, and then it is time to go racing. It's all eyes on the green. We are underway. What a launch from Wilson Dilks from pole position. He was like a rocket ship getting away there at the line as they make their way up into the infield section and past the Supermoto course again. First lap has not started yet until they come to the timing line down the back straights. There we see Bjorn Esmond getting involved with Harry Payne, trying to find a way through is the former BSB rider as they now head down to the bottom end of the circuit. Riders looking left, looking right, looking for any old way through in this wonderful mishmash class that we know as the Extreme 200s. Coming to the line now to officially start the first lap of the race. It is Dilks from O'Brien from Arnie Carr, your top 3. Great start as well from the 83 of Arnie Carr. A normal Fab appearance, Fab attendee should I say, but he's turned up this weekend and has been on the money from the go.
Yeah, exactly, running in P3 as things stand, but in hot pursuit, of course, just in behind. Jensen Bishop, I think, has actually been able to pick his way up into P4, but Wilson Dilks, a rocket ship of a launch, dumping the clutch, getting the bike through into turn 1 quite cleanly, and now he can work from this. He can cement himself in the race. He's so good at that. We've seen it all season long. He gets a good start, and then from there, everyone else, even if they're able to, they're only going to be able to play catch up. Even if they are able to get onto the back of him, they don't ever have enough time to go and pass him, and that is all because of the foundation groundworks that Wilson Dilks puts in right at the beginning of the race. Look at the gap back to Archie O'Brien, who's trying to sort of get the feels. He's in the Extreme 200s this round just to get some extra track time out there. He's aiming for podiums, of course, and right now he's doing a very good job as to seal that expectation.
Up over the fast top section of the track and then down into the corner known as Coward Summit, because it's all about guts, it's all about bravery, it's all about the cojones through that section. You've just got to be so brave and sticking it to the inside there. Over through Archie O'Brien. That is a lovely move by Arnie Carr to get up into P2. But to continue go around again, as you said, this is Archie O'Brien's first time racing in the Extreme 200 on his Metro Kit Mini GP70 as well, rather than the preferred Heartley that most riders are using. He sat down with his team in the last couple of weeks since the second round and said, look, everyone else in the 70s is running this. Even if we don't have the bike, they're getting more track time than me. I want to go out there and have the same experience as them. And although, yes, he's using up a bit more tyre over the weekend, as a result, he's got a fresh set of rubber on today, and he's still going to fight his way through. Coming to the line now is Dilks from O'Brien from Carney Car, your top 3. So Archie O'Brien did actually squeeze back through late in the lap there. Was Wilson Dilks fastest lap of the race. That is absolutely rapid, and a new lap record as well for Wilson Dilks, your race leader. Breaks Sullivan Moundsey's lap from last year with a 55.841. What a lap that is from the number 85. That young man has been on fire this year.
He really has. I mean, that is sensational. There you can see new lap record set by Wilson Dilks. He's won 3 of the 5 races, and he's been inside the top 5 on all occasions so far in 2024 in the Extreme 200s. Look out for him as he flies his way through the ranks. In a couple of years' time, goodness knows where this young man is going to be, but he's got 7 laps left to run here for race 1 of the Extreme 200s. The gap, as things stand, 2.5 seconds back to Archie O'Brien, who's able to pull away a little bit actually from Arnie Carr there in P3, but of course Carr maybe with a slight straight line speed advantage, able to close that gap, especially up over the hill. But already this early in the weekend, they're able to keep it flat as, goodness me, off the road just in behind Harrison Day. I think that might well be Jensen Bishop on the number 3, or well, was on the number 3. He's now off at the final corner, and that is him off and out.
Yep, yellow flags waving in that section, so no overtaking, but good to see Jensen up on his feet, trying to get the bike back up, but of course, that's him down and out. You are not allowed to rejoin the race this weekend if you have an accident and come off the bike, so that is a real shame there for Jensen Bishop. Joins our other retirees in Beth Ashby, Harley Baker, and Marco Holt. Marco, we didn't see lose, but he had some issues on the bike yesterday, had a bit of a shunt after actually a tyre warmer failure of all things, so went out thinking both tyres were hot. One wasn't, went into the first corner and immediately went down and wrecked the bike, so I think some still issues there for Marco Holt. We're waiting to see if Harrison Day is able to keep going or not, as there is race leader Wilson Dilks still hammering in the lap times, and still, well, putting Sullivan Moundsey's lap times from last year to shame, quite frankly. He is running so fast as it stands, and is just roaring his way around here at Three Sisters. Again, just look at how easy he makes riding that thing. Look, just drops the bike. It's very strange how he drops the bike down into the corner, and then he just settles his body into the position and floats around the corner. He carries so much speed through. It's a brilliant ride already, and we're not even halfway through.
It looks effortless for him, doesn't it? He's just there, chilling. It's second nature to him. It's his 6th sense is riding that O'Varley. We were watching him actually into turn 1 a little bit earlier on, and he was class of the field in terms of how much commitment he was able to take. A couple of times got a little bit shaky, but that just goes to show he is constantly on the limit, searching for more and more lap time, and that is the true craft of a future champion. Maybe, of course, over 2024. A close battle, though, it must be said. Archie O'Brien, Arnie Carr not separated by too much as they run. 5 laps left to go. Carr is ahead, of course, of O'Brien. Now we'll see that refresh when they next cross the timing tower, but O'Brien got some work to do, as of course you can really see the different characteristics of the Heartley to the Metro Kit. It's ebbing and it's flowing, and positions are changing as the race develops.
As we continue to find our way round, another lap record from Wilson Dilks, 55.695. That boy is just flying at the moment. Meanwhile, as we come to the line, that will confirm Arnie Carr up into P2 ahead of Archie O'Brien. Or it should do anyway. Oh, actually, no, it hasn't quite for some reason. So Archie O'Brien, maybe some issues there with the timing for whatever reason, but Archie O'Brien has definitely dropped down a place. Harry Payne will be behind him, as you can see as well. So yeah, very, very strange indeed. But as they continue to work their way around up the front of the pack, and well, could be very interesting indeed. Further back, Harry Payne is P4, Finley Polhill P5, and Bjorn Esmond currently lies down in P6.
Yeah, 4 laps left to run then for race 1 of the Extreme 200s. We're running our way through, of course. Wilson Dilks still holding firm at the front of the field. Got a very close battle, it must be said. Arnie Carr from of course, Archie O'Brien just been given a notification regarding Marco Holt that unfortunately the transponder, he's either not got one on or suffering some issues from it, which is why he's not showing up, of course, on the timing. But you're right about his tyre issues. He's running on a slightly harder compound of the Pirellis, and we were speaking to him earlier. He's getting some issues just bedding the tyre in, getting it up to temperature, and he's unable really to find his footing, get them into temperature. And because the races are so short, by the time the tyres are actually up to temperature, you've not really got much time to go and use them either. So a couple of issues for Marco over the course of last weekend and of course into this one as well. But nonetheless, a very close battle as Archie O'Brien is hunting after Arnie Carr.
Indeed he is. Let's just hope though that Marco Holt, if he does have a transponder on the bike, he is still able to go round. If he doesn't have a transponder on the bike, he'll be immediately disqualified. But he is out on the circuit and doing a great job. In fact, there is Holden Holt. In fact, up there we do see crossing line now. And that will be Archie O'Brien. Currently is still in P2, he's saying. So I wonder if there's maybe some lap traffic in front of them or something along those lines. Yeah, very, very confusing. But we've got 2 laps left to go. Wilson Dilks still leads and still hounding in the new lap records as he goes, a 55.598 on the previous lap. And that is O'Brien. I bet that is O'Brien fighting with Marco Holt. So Marco Holt is out on track. He's not showing us out on track on our timing screen, which is why it says he's DNF'd. There's some big issues there for Marco Holt. So hopefully he does have a transponder on the bike, because we wouldn't want him to get disqualified here at Three Sisters in the opening race.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate. Of course, former BSB rider in the form of Bjorn Esmond. He's returned to Fab this weekend just for a little bit of fun, see how he's running. And at the moment, inside the top 6, running very, very nicely indeed. And I think having a small little battle out on circuit as well. Just showing these young guns how it's done, giving them a little bit of tips and experience, and just out there again to get some time on the bike, have some fun. But nonetheless, on to the last lap of this race. And Wilson Dilks, as things stands, 5.5 seconds clear of the rest. He's running his way through the first half of the lap at the moment, but goodness me, what a race that he has ridden.
It is a ride that defies description. Just superb stuff from the number 85 as battles continue to rage behind him. He walks on water through all the storm. There is the calm of the number 85. Wilson Dilks, it's superb, it's sublime, it is supreme, it's a win in race number 1 of the Extreme 200 class for that young man. And talk about domination. Archie O'Brien finishes second on the timesheets, with Arnie Carr finishing third. Again, we'll have all the timings confirmed for you, because we believe there was problems for the likes of Marco Holt with transponder issues. But it looks like it's Dilks, O'Brien, Carr, your top 3. Harry Payne looks to have finished in 4th with Finley Pole in P5. Of course, former BSB rider and assistant to Brad Binder, Bjorn Esmond in P6. Harrison Day was P7, with Annabelle McCarthy P8, Austin Johnson P9, and Ollie O'Gorman P10. Looks like we unfortunately lost Jensen Bishop, Harley Baker, and Beth Ashby. I love that reaction from Wilson Dilks as he starts talking to people coming over to congratulate him in the pit lane. Just a shrug of the shoulders. Yeah, it's what I do. Just keep it casual, you know. The kid he's dynamite. He's so brilliant out on the racetrack, and then you bring him back in, you put the visor up, cool, calm, collected.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's exactly what you want. He keeps his composure. He knows how to ride the bike very, very well, and he's done a fantastic job indeed. As I say, a star for the future nonetheless, and is the class of the field, is the benchmark. He is the standard that he is setting for everyone else on the respective fields for the Extreme 200s and, of course, in the GP70s. He is the one they all want to go and chase. He is the one that they all say, who's in contention this weekend? Is Wilson Dilks. He is always up there. Of course, we'll see the Extreme 200s later on in the weekend, tomorrow on Saturday for race 2 and 3, but the potential is there for some great racing.
Indeed it is. What a performance from Dilks that was, and well, what a race as well. Phenomenal stuff from all of those involved. Dilks with yet another win. Well, it is time for the Metrokit Mini GP50 category, presented by King's Two-Wheel Centre. And boy, oh boy, this is one that could be very, very exciting indeed. An absolutely stacked grid of young riders heading out onto Three Sisters at a track where the Metrokits run so superbly, so excellently in fact. And well, last year we saw some brilliant racing in this class. Let's see this year if we'll see something similar. Byron Johnson, championship leader. He's sitting pretty up on pole position, but he didn't have to fight for it. Travis Shaw was incredibly close, only half a tenth a second away from him in qualifying. So it looks like we could have a very, very strong battle. Again, the likes of Frankie Watson as well, also not very far off of Johnson. It's going to be tight out there for those guys, and it's going to be some great racing. Again, it's a track where it's all about bravery, all about commitment, but also all about racing tactically, racing smart, using that toe to get you the run.
Yeah, it really much is. One of those circuits that the rider can make such a big difference with the commitment, the bravery, how much you are able to send the bike through. And as you say, you're playing chess out there. You're positioning the bike where you need to. What lap do you want to be in second so you can overtake for the lead, then maybe get re-overtaken, then on that last lap you get that final run. It's all about playing chess, making sure that you're in the slipstream at the right time, maximising all of your opportunities while also dealing with the pressure. I mean, with how close the times are, we expect these races to be ran pretty much in uniform trains for the most part, with them slipstreaming off each other, and how you play with that is almost similar to sort of maybe an oval dynamic really, with how close they run and make the most of it. However, they'll be working their way onto the sighting lap and a good opportunity to practice the start.
Yeah, bit of a slow getaway there for Frankie Watson onto the sighting lap, but managed to get it going in the end. May have been some avoiding action taken by some of the other riders. I think just a bit of a slow getaway. Couldn't quite find the bite point on the clutch, perhaps. But as they make their way around on the sighting lap, a 14-bike grid set to entertain us in spectacular fashion in this race. Of course, starting on the pole will be championship leader Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw alongside. Frankie Watson is P3 with Sebastian Goslavsky in P4. Matthew Thomas starts 5th with Bradley Curtis alongside in P6. Taylor Tomlinson, he starts in P7 with Riley Paisley in P8. Tyler Heartley is P9 with Archie Hooper 10th. Dylan Serene is 11th with Daisy Poland in P12. And Harris Watson and Callum Maxwell rounding out our 14-bike grid. Again, a very, very exciting grid there. Some fantastic young riders. Many, of course, making their first step onto geared bikes, onto Grand Prix style machinery. But many have been around this ballpark for a year or so now, maybe even longer, and are really getting to grips with these machines and lining themselves up for future British Talent Cup ride, should I say, for example. So it should be very, very exciting as they make their way onto the grid.
Yeah, I think so. Byron Johnson, of course, championship leader, but only by 2 points. 2 wins, 3 podiums, and 5 top 5s from the 5 races so far this season. And once again, starts from pole position like he did 2 weeks ago. Travis Shaw alongside him on the front row. Frankie Watson, Goslavsky in P4. The potential is there for race number 1 of the Metrokit Mini GP50, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre. It's eyes to the flag, anticipating the race start, and we are up and underway. What a launch that was, I think, from Goslavsky, but he gets stalled in between the two, of course, of Shaw and Watson, not quite able to make the progress that he would have wanted, but Byron Johnson nonetheless able to lead them as they round their way up through the crest towards the sweeping section of the circuit. circuit. It's the 37 of Byron Johnson that has quite a hefty lead before they've even started the first lap of running here. 11 to go here at Three Sisters, and not a bad launch for the championship leader.
Matthew Thomas slid up into P4 ahead of the fast-starting Goslavsky as well, coming into the opening hairpin. So as they officially start their first lap, it'll be Johnson, from Shaw, from Watson, from Thomas, from Goslavsky, your top 5, as there's bikes scrapping for position everywhere you look. Now it's about the brave, now it's the fast bit up the top of the hill, the really brave guys, the really committed guys, already absolutely flat out through here. Maybe a slight roll off of the throttle down into the first right-hander at the top of the hill just to get the bike tipped in, but it's straight back on the throttle and maximum attack from there, reaching over 80 miles an hour as they fly round that section. Byron Johnson, he still leads though. Travis Shaw, you can see, putting big pressure on Frankie Watson in front. Lots of riders staying very close behind. Now Frankie Watson gets really good drive out of the opening hairpin. Suddenly the gap to Johnson is closed right up, and Frankie Watson, coming out of the slow technical corners, looks really strong. Very interesting dynamic there. It looks like Johnson faster in the fast stuff, as that is the number 21 of Dylan Terrene, who I don't think has had an off, but has certainly had a problem and is wheeling the bike. I think that may be his race over. A big shame for him. Look at how fast they run through here. Blink and you miss it stuff. Top 3 neck and neck as they head into Coward Summit.
It is staggering just how fast these bikes are, but the top 3 are locked in this battle. Potentially top 4 is Sebastian Goslavsky. Super Seb is there in P4. Stalled off the start really well. Didn't literally stall, but wasn't quite able to make the jump that he would have wanted initially. Sandwiched in between Watson and Shaw, and there is now stuck in 4th. But Byron Johnson, Frankie Watson there in P2, setting the fastest lap of the race. 59.223, going to the man P3 in the championship, only 11 points off, and has boasted the same amount of wins as Byron Johnson so far as well. These two neck and neck, and hopefully a brilliant championship campaign going on in this fantastic rivalry.
Yeah, this is really heating up now across the year, isn't it? Look at the two of them pushing each other as it becomes 9 laps to go, and maybe sneaking a move to the inside. Oh, that's brave. That is maybe spectacular. Oh, still neck and neck. Are you kidding me? Down into Coward Summit is Frankie. Oh my goodness. It defies description. Frankie Watson, that is genius. That is brilliant from the number 14. He set the fastest lap last time as well. And with a move sent from above, takes the lead of the race. Take a bow, Frankie Watson. Unreal. But as I say that, Byron Johnson slides back through just half a lap later.
Yeah, this battle is fantastic. Hopefully rages on for the next 8.5 laps. But Frankie Watson, that is a display of what he's got in his arsenal, what he's got in his back pocket, ready to throw at the championship leader. He's got the pace. He's definitely not lacking in the race ability or the courage to go for some incredible moves. And Coward Summit, of course, named because, well, it definitely separates the cowards from the courageous. Frankie Watson, I definitely know what side of the spectrum he sat on in regards to that one. And maybe a look there from Travis Shaw, trying to emulate what Frankie Watson did this time a lap ago.
Oh, I couldn't quite make it this time. Travis Shaw just had to back out of it. These guys starting to fight. Look at Goslavsky closing in the background. The 64 will be watching this very keenly, hoping they keep fighting, hoping that he can find a way through. Not really that close to the lap record at the moment, about a second off. Of course, Wilson Dilks, holder of that, given his lap record in the Extreme 200s race earlier. That's now 3 lap records that young man holds. Simply dominant around this circuit. Right now, though, a huge battle for the lead. Johnson, Watson, Shaw, all neck and neck. Goslavsky closing in as well as it happens, as we're about to go on to 7 laps to go. The front 3, little bit more separated this time, so doubt we'll be seeing any heroics at the top of the hill, and indeed we won't. A bit of breathing room there for Byron Johnson, who does set the fastest lap on that previous tour of 58.591 for Byron Johnson. Lovely stuff there. Look at Travis Shaw. Look how much he closed up coming over the top of the crest. He is really, really quick through that section. But look at Frankie Watson, the drive he got as well. These guys, there's nothing to separate them.
There really isn't. And of course, it could come down to who blinks first, who makes that first mistake. But look at that. Shaw is eyeing up that second place. And that just ramps up the pressure for the 14 of Frankie Watson. He's looking in front to attack, behind to defend. And it's a difficult balance to strike. Sandwiched between two riders, locked in such an important championship bout. All three of these riders inside the top 4 in the championship. And like I said earlier, as we close towards the first half of the season, the championship lead becomes less and less of a novelty and more of an importance.
It does indeed. We are quickly approaching the halfway point of the season. In terms of tracks we're visiting, we are at the halfway point of the season. Next round at Rara is a double round, so 6 races in that weekend. So that's it's just shot by. Scary how fast it's gone, and scary how much Travis Shaw wants to make that move, looking to the inside, down into the right-hander as they fly past the pit lane. And look at how close the front 3 are. This is an absolute treat on display in the Mini GP50s, presented by King's Two-Wheel Centre. The front 3 are just putting on a show. Brilliant racing through this S's section now. Left, right, left, over the bumps. Try not to upset the bike too much as you apply the throttle, because it will spit you out. We've seen it before, and I'm sure we will see it again at some point this weekend as well. Hopefully not in this race though, because it's been spectacular to watch as they make it 5 laps to go. It is still Johnson from Watson from Shaw, your top 3, covered by just 0.6 of a second this time.
Very close indeed. Shaw keeps eyeing up that move, and he might well go for it as they disappear behind the hill. Who's going to be in front as they rejoin? And it is going to go the way of Travis Shaw, who sends his way up ahead of Frankie Watson, and this race is ramping up. Less than 5 laps left to go. Johnson, Shaw, Watson the top 3, Kozlowski, Thomas, Bradley Curtis from Taylor Tomlinson, Riley Paisley, Archie Hooper and Tyler Heartley rounds off the top 10. For, of course, the Metric Mini GP50, brought to you by King's Two-Wheel Centre. What a race that we've got in store for us, and we're rounding towards the timing line for 4 laps left to go. And that small little battle was only 1 corner long, but it was enough to give Byron Johnson a good couple of bike lengths of breathing room that he can now use to cement himself into the final stages of this race.
But man, oh man, what a move that was from Travis Shaw. We saw he was thinking about it for a few laps, seeing if he could make the move, trying to set it up, and finally just went, I'm going to pull the pin and go for it, and go for it he did. He is looking mighty coming through the top. I mean, look how much he's just closed up to Byron Johnson through those 2 corners, up the top of the track. It is Travis Shaw's territory. He is so strong through there. Byron Johnson, who set a fastest lap on the previous tour of 58.368. But Johnson is flying, there's no doubt about it. But Travis Shaw, there was a good healthy distance between the 2 of them, a good breathing room for the 37 in the race lead. And suddenly they're neck and neck once again as they start to encounter traffic. Okay, so as we're about to go on to 3 laps left to run, this race could get very interesting. Johnson, big time held up there by the traffic. That's going to allow Travis Shaw a lifeline, going to go to the inside, and it will be Travis Shaw with the help of some bag markers who takes the lead of the race. I said it before, I'll say it again. Traffic causes chaos, and it has flipped this race in its head.
Yeah, traffic gives, traffic takes as well, but it looks straight back up the inside as Byron Johnson does battle with Travis Shaw. He's forced wide over the curb. That unsettles the bike, and Johnson finds his way back through. Travis Shaw won the first race at Lid, and he's only been on the podium once since. This is a golden opportunity to go and do that. He's got the pace to, but Byron Johnson, he made up for that unfortunate run through traffic, but it's all about position, a little bit of luck as well. But Travis Shaw definitely has the experience. He just needs the positioning to go and win this race. But Byron Johnson, an immediate statement right back at him to say, yeah, you haven't got this in the bag just yet, Travis. I am still fighting this one. It's very close for fastest lap, but at the moment it's a 58.3 by Byron Johnson on to penultimate lap of this race. The championship leader at the moment on course for his 3rd race win.
And once again, the race changes in just the snap of the fingers, the blink of an eye. Travis Shaw from leading to 2 seconds back. What a shame for the number 4, but that means Frankie Watson and Sebastian Kozlowski is still close, can still have a go, but still Shaw is pushing. still trying his absolute best, and still an exciting race nonetheless. Johnson, though, again, what was before breathing room, he's got a boat, I think, between himself and Travis Shaw after those moments. And, Three Sisters, we saw it last year, just an amazing metric kit stuff. Oh, that's a big crash. That is a big one. I believe that may be I'm not entirely sure actually, but a big one. That looks like possibly the 17 of Riley Paisley. Indeed it is. That is a big one for Riley Paisley, who's gone off at coming up to the top of the hill. Red flag waves on the final lap of the race. But yeah, Riley Paisley coming across the start finish up to the top of the hill, and unfortunately something has gone wrong and has made a mistake there of some description, and a big one. That will also be the checkered flag, so race is over. It will be Byron Johnson taking the victory. Travis Shaw will be second with Frankie Watson in P3. We will let you know what is going on with Riley Paisley as soon as we are aware. He is sat up, and I believe he's just being tended to by some marshals now, and it seems to be maybe just had the wind knocked out of him a little bit. That is the fastest point of the circuit, really where you don't want to be going off the racetrack. The bike looks okay, he sat up and looks alright, but there we see checkered flag waving, just bringing the bikes to a stop before the incident. But that will be the opening race of the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. Byron Johnson did take the win from Travis Shaw in P2. Frankie Watson was third, with Matthew Thomas in fourth. Matthew Thomas was fifth, should I say. Sebastian Gizlowski was fourth. Bradley Curtis was sixth, with Taylor Tomlinson seventh, Archie Hooper eighth, Tyler Heartley ninth. Riley Paisley was set to finish in P10 and should be classified as well, with Daisy Polden P11, Harris Watson 12th, Callum Maxwell 13th. Unfortunately, we did lose Dylan Terrene. So unfortunately, a sad way to bring about the end of the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. And we will let you know what is going on with Riley Paisley as soon as we are aware. But Zach Sweeney, a great race. We had titanic battles and riders going to and fro between every corner, and just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it was a really good race up until that point. Of course, hoping that Riley Paisley is up on his feet and okay, because that is the one part of the circuit that you really do not want to go off. It seems that he is talking and of course able to get up and speak. The ambulance is heading over. Hopefully nothing to really worry about. But of course, up until that point, Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, and of course Frankie Watson all fighting in that three-way bout for the race lead. All of them vying for the 2024 Fab Racing Championship as well in the Metrikit Mini GP50, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. Of course, we'll see these guys later in the weekend over the course tomorrow as they go for their race 2 and 3. But Friday's action for the 50s done and dusted.
Indeed it is. The riders do make their way back to the pits. Again, you just see there in the background Riley Paisley just being tended to by the medics. Of course, a big thank you to the medics here and to all the marshals as well, making sure that everyone is safe. Of course, we couldn't go racing without them, so a big thank you as the riders make their way back into the pit lane. Hopefully the delay not too long. Again, Riley, we'll let you know as soon as we know the confirmation that he is okay, but from what we can tell, he is doing okay, so we'll let you know as soon as that is confirmed. But the riders making their way into the pits. There we see Marco Holt congratulating the front runners. Holt the Bolt, of course, the reigning champion of the 50s, and also the reigning champion of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70s Championship, the only double champion in Fab Racing history since Ollie O'Gorman a few years ago, or Casey O'Gorman even, should I say. Too busy thinking about the other O'Gorman in other races this weekend. Of course, Casey's brother Ollie here this weekend. But there we see Byron Johnson just up the front, appreciating his victory. Second place, Travis Shaw. I'm sure he will be upset after a fine performance and a fine ride. But nonetheless, let's a great race nonetheless. Thank you for tuning in. If you are just joining us, you've missed a great day's action so far. Make sure you like, share and subscribe to the stream. And again, if you are just here. We do understand that we are having some issues with the live stream. We do very much apologise, we do apologise. We understand that the live stream is just maybe not being fully cooperative. So the signal here is not ideal, unfortunately, but we are trying our best to make it work. But unfortunately, there is little we can do. But we appreciate you tuning in nonetheless. Thank you very, very much. Of course, myself, Ross McIntyre, and Zach Sweeney alongside to bring you all of the action from this weekend. There you can see the Pit Bike 140 guys ready to go out again, just experiencing this red flag delay as Riley Paisley is tended to after a big crash. Again, we will let you know that he is okay as soon as we know. The pit bike's there just sitting, waiting to try and head out onto the circuit. There you see on your left, Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic on the 76, looking for his first race win in a long old time. Of course, this might be the best opportunity that he has to do it, but he's we'll wait and see. Anyway, a few other riders down there as well making their way back. You can see the 50s guys heading back over to the paddock and back to the team tents and the awnings. You can see as well some of the sidecar guys getting ready in the background as well. That's very keen of them because they've still got another race to wait through. There though, the man who constantly has questions raised, Pit Bike Sonic on his left as well. There we see Josh Birkin, hand in cast after injuring his thumb ever so slightly. Of course, not racing this weekend is Josh on request of his fiancée Florence. Apparently, if he hurts himself before the wedding, she will kill him. So we'll leave that one at there. But there we do see as well Pit Bike Sonic front and centre as well. And as I was saying, the man with many questions, not over him surely, but on his mind most definitely. Again, one of the most successful races in Fab Racing history, with countless championships, 4 championships to his name, 3 in the Pit Bike 140s. But last couple of years, success has very much eluded him. For whatever reason, he's just been unable to take a win. And, well, it is a real shame. But maybe this is the opportunity. Of course, last time at Ella Park, his home circuit, missed the best opportunity after having an issue. I believe it was with his carburetor, and ultimately started the race a lap down. And then in race 2 and 3, unfortunately, Lucas Brown, they put on a great show, a titanic battle, but the pair of them, Brown ultimately coming out on top. Lucas Brown, the British Talent Cup Championship leader, he's not here this weekend, so we thought that might have been a lifeline. But if you just glance over, well, he's not actually there at the moment. There's a crowd watching along, but here this weekend is the reigning champion, Chris Wells. Wells, of course, he's not been a regular this season at Fab Racing, very much taking a back seat in 2024, but we know how talented he is, and with that number 1 plate on the bike, he may be one to watch out for. As you see a bumper crowd here at Three Sisters, of course, just on the outskirt of Wigan. Again, if you are just joining us, hello and welcome. Hello and welcome to the 3rd round of the Fab Racing Minibike British Championship here at Three Sisters. One of, in my opinion anyway, the best tracks in Britain. Just absolutely phenomenal. Again, we are just experiencing a red flag delay for an incident that is hopefully being cleared up quickly, and we will let you know the news as soon as we are aware. And again, we do apologise. We understand that there are issues with the live stream. There is nothing we can do about that. It's we understand that the signal here not being very, very strong. If the person who's on screen is watching and knows they're on screen, shoot a wave to our cameraman, because just for a bit of entertainment. But anyway, Zach Sweeney, of course, still plenty more racing action. Oh, we did shoot a wave. There we go. Hello, sir. Hope you're doing well, the pair of you. But anyway, Zach Sweeney, and again, some great racing so far today. Plenty more great racing to look forward to. The day's just flown by.
It really has. I mean, we're already over halfway through the usual running order of things. We're about to get underway with the pit bike stuff, which over Ella Park, the sight of excitement that there was there. I mean, Jamie King versus Lucas Brown all weekend long was nothing short of a spectacle. The race that they had over race 2 and race 3, it was amazing. Now Jamie King, of course, Lucas Brown not here today, but the reigning champion Chris Wells is. Jamie King, he can never catch a break, can he? He can never just have an easy round. There's always someone to contend with. And Chris Wells as well, of course, an impressive start to the season when we took 2 lid 2 P2s just in behind Lucas Brown, who is one of the up-and-coming talents in British motorcycle racing. But Jamie King, he is going to have a very, very tough few races ahead of him.
He is going to indeed. Again, you can just see behind the railing on the right of your picture, the golden number 1 plate of the reigning champion Chris Wells. To put it into perspective, just how quick Wells is. Jamie King starts P2 in the pit bike 140s. His best lap a 101.061. Chris Wells, who starts from the pole position, a 59.997. You can see there just down the front right of your picture as well. That's Lee Clowes, the start marshal, the flag marshal. A big thank you to her for doing a great job here at Fab Racing for many, many years. And of course, a big thank you to all the marshals and the paramedics and everybody along those lines. A big shout out to Dale Baldwin, the Fab photographer as well. Everybody in this racing community who comes together and is able to help us go racing and help us support and grow British bike grassroots racing. So a big thank you to everyone who is involved here at Fab Racing. Hopefully we're going to get going in just a short moment. Now, we were talking about Jamie King and Chris Wells, on how Wells looks like he's up the road and how Jamie King thought he was in with an opportunity, and then Chris Wells just rocked up on Thursday night and said, hello, I'm here now. But we've been informed Chris Wells might not be doing race 3 on Saturday. Of course, again, if you are just joining us, we're racing Friday and Saturday. Reasons. But Chris Wells, apparently, he's got a plane to catch because he's going on holiday, which, again, what are you doing, Chris? But that might be a lifeline for Jamie King and, you know, be the best opportunity he's had to win in years. But also, when we were speaking to him yesterday in the paddock, he said, you know, he doesn't want to be given a win. He doesn't want to be, you know, very much in a position of best of the rest with someone else miles in front of him. He does actually want to fight and take victories on his own ground. As big thumbs up there from the marshal. He's having a great day. And, well, again, the sun is out here at Three Sisters. It's a beautiful day to go racing. But anyway, back to the Wells King thing. Yeah, Jamie, you know, he is a racer at heart. He doesn't want to be almost awarded race wins just because his main competitors haven't turned up.
Yeah, that's never the way you want to do it, right? You want to do it with hard racing out on track, which is, you know, a perfect opportunity would have been 2 weeks ago at Ella Park, home circuit, tough conditions, very tough competitor in Lucas Brown, but at the end of the day, wasn't quite enough. And he wants to take that extra step, just that one. What is he, a 3-4-time Fab Racing champion in history? He is smashing it. He's a veteran of the craft. He knows his way. He's been to the Isle of Man and stuff. He's raced abroad and he's raced all around the country.
He passed with Marc Marquez once. He'll happily tell you that one exactly. if you go speak to him long enough.
He's basically a MotoGP rider, isn't he? It's the same thing. Yeah, looking very, very good indeed. And of course, it should be good. Fingers crossed. Hopefully, look at that. A little bit of overcast.
Yeah, well, that's a real shame, isn't it? It's been lovely all day today. The wind's a little bit strong, but some dark clouds heading over. But I don't think we're expecting any rain, and I don't think we are expecting anything. Looks like the pit back guys are, I'm not sure if they're getting ready to go or heading back to the paddock. We'll let you know as soon as we know. There we see one of our young riders heading back to the paddock. That's also, I believe, the circuit manager there on the right-hand side. So, of course, a big thank you to him for allowing us to go racing at this absolutely spectacular circuit. Anyway, as you can see, though, it's still a very sunny day, even with a bit of overcast coming in. But, yeah, we've just been told that the pit bike 140s have all gone back to the paddock, so we'll just let you know what's going on. Again, there was a red flag delay for an incident earlier involving Riley Paisley. We will let you know what has happened and any news as soon as we know, but the pit bike 140s have headed back into the paddock for the time being. But still, it's a lovely day, a great weekend of motorsport on as well. Of course, we've got the Isle of Man TT on both today and then the main TT on tomorrow in the middle of the afternoon, which is absolutely fantastic. Of course, one of the best events of the motorsport year, and you think some of the guys here at Fab are mental. Well, they haven't been on the TT, have they? And of course, we've got plenty of American racing. Of course, here on Motorsport Radio, we'll have live coverage of the IndyCar on later tonight for or for practice, should I say, then qualifying in the race on Saturday and Sunday. We've also got the Formula One and the likes of that. But of course, Fab Racing, this is where it is. You know, this is the pinnacle, quite frankly, for me, because it's always exciting and always absolutely fantastic.
It really is. I mean, even to the point, BSB riders are coming back to Fab Racing. It's almost like it's the extra step. You start and you finish the ladder with Fab Racing. But in all seriousness, I mean, we've got amazing racing over the duration of today and tomorrow. And we've been treated, actually, to a good couple of weekends of motor racing. But yeah, that IndyCar race at Road America, what a circuit that is. What cars they are.
Almost as good as Three Sisters, if you ask me.
Almost, nearly, not quite. Because, yeah, does Formula Drift go to Road America? I don't think so.
No, they don't.
I don't think so.
Do they have bike time attack at Road America? Do they do, regular time attack at Road America? I do not think so.
I do not think so. Three Sisters is where it's at. That Marshall seems to be enjoying life, lounging in the sun. Don't know why he's got a beanie on, though. Why has he got a hat on in such weather like
cold
this?
Head.
Maybe so. Maybe it's covering it up. I don't know.
Well, that Marshall's in a full coat and, almost a Stetson on top of his head there. So that's this is very much turning into Marshall watch here in the commentary box.
A bit like it lid when we were rating their sweeping.
Yeah, and, of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals for doing the job this weekend. Of course, another one of the marshals there as well. Just getting a new radio, so of course maybe just waiting. There's Dale Baldwin, the Fab Racing photographer on the right-hand side. A big thank you to Dale for all of his efforts and taking some wonderful photos as we see riders just heading back into the paddock. And we'll, of course, we kind of just sat around at the moment, just waiting to get some racing action going once again. Again, you can see there on the British flag, the wind flying, of course, probably British flag, a bit topical at the moment, given the whole, general election thing. But we're not going to get into that, of course. But, just thought I'd put it out there with it waving in the wind. If you are just joining us, again, hello and welcome. We are just experiencing a red flag delay due to an incident earlier on. As there we see, that's heading into Sebastian Goslavski's awnings. His dad having a dig around there, clearly. Sebastian's been running super well today, but leathers on. And he's been doing a fantastic job there so far this weekend. But the Goslavski camp just chilling in the awning away from the sun.
I honestly thought he was hanging for a second. I was really confused. I had to double back. I was like, that is just his leathers there. I honestly thought he was just pinned up against the roof of the awning, but thank goodness he wasn't. He was close to the podium, but I didn't think a P4 was that bad. But no, in all seriousness, they are fantastic. A fantastic family down there, and Sebastian is a fantastic young rider as well. Hopefully it won't be too much longer until we can get back out racing for the pit bikes. But at the moment, just on our best Marshall watch, we're bringing you the weather report live, of course, here on the Fab Racing YouTube channel and, of course, from Motorsport Radio as well. Thank you to everyone that is tuning in. Apologies for the delay, but this is the place to be in terms of grassroots racing, not only for the future riders of tomorrow, but also the esteemed riders, the established riders here today as well. We've got a bit of everything here at Fab Racing, so if you are enjoying it, share it around, like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications to stay up to date with the rest of the season as well, and chat along in the YouTube chat. Me and Ross, we don't bite, we promise. As a wave again from the Marshal, give us your thoughts, feelings, curious questions, whatever really tickles your fancy there in the YouTube chat, and of course get as many people as you can watching, spreading the word about Fab Racing, because you want to get your day pass right. You don't want to ride the hype train in 5 and 10 years time when these riders are putting in good results. You want to say you were there from the very, very beginning.
Yeah, of course, you want to get your fiver in early, don't you? So but again, a big thank you for watching along. Again, some of our younger riders having a bit of a play around there. Just a cheeky little shove. I'm sure that was no aggression whatsoever. It's all friendly. Again, Fab Racing, it is one big family. You do turn up to the paddock every weekend, and it's smiles on everyone's faces. It's always great to see everyone, no matter how far apart you live, or how long it's been since you last seen each other. It is always a fun experience being here. So I'm sure that was not an aggressive push, and especially because they're still standing together, haven't started throwing hands at each other.
True.
I think we could say that as they start waving to the camera. Hello, boys. Hope you're all right. See, there's trying not to fall over as well on the bank. It is a bit rough over there, it must be said. So probably quite easy to slip over in your boots if you're not quite careful enough. And now looks like they're trying to vandalise a fence. But anyway, as they carry on. But great to see the riders having some fun during this hopefully short delay, and just having a...
Who needs Mike Tyson and Jake Paul when you've got these guys?
These guys having a big fight. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's quite heavyweight boxing at its finest, but it's an enjoyable play fight nonetheless as they continue to seemingly try and commit vandalism and break the fence. Of course, these young riders, very much on the road to MotoGP. Of course, we were awarded that accolade by Dorna. Fab Racing was back in 2019 after over 60% of the British Talent Cup field came from Fab Racing, and then since 2019 as well, the top two, both champion and vice champion, every year in the RNG British Talent Cup have all come from Fab. And again, you look at guys who were in it last year and have been around Fab, like Evan Belford and Sullivan Mounsey, for example, who are now both off to a MotoGP Red Bull Rookies Cup. We've got riders who are off in Junior GP. Of course, we've got riders currently in MotoGP. Scott Ogden, for example, down in Moto3, and Josh Watley as well. Both of those guys coming from Fab Racing. So for young riders, from Britain who want to start a bike racing career, not only is this place, we've got the track record to prove it as well. There is a very high chance that these young guys will be getting out there and, getting out onto the international stage of motorsport. We've got even more riders in BSB than we do in MotoGP. We've had riders in WSBK. We've got riders over in road racing as well. The possibilities are limitless for these young guys.
It really is. And, while for the most part, most bikes might just look like two wheels and a set of handlebars, there are so many different routes that you can take, so many different ladders that you can climb, so many different disciplines for you to go and race in. And all of these riders have got the capability to, oh my goodness me, a race down the hill. Who's going to get that one? Who's going to reach the fence? Hopefully they stop before they hit the fence. I'm glad they did. But maybe that's what we need during the red flag. We just need all the riders to just roll their way down the hill. Of course, I believe that's Max Johnson, some of the Mini Moto riders, of course. Fantastic racing nonetheless between those.
Yeah, maybe not the racing that we were signing up for when we came to the paddock this morning, but it's racing nonetheless here at Three Sisters. And that was less rolling. That was more of an attempted for knee slide. Of course, Max Johnson was nominated for the Bradford Young Sportsman of the Year a while back, so a big congratulations to him. And, of course, doing a fantastic job there. Again, it's the place to be for young riders. Again, we've got many a young talent out there as they continue to roll down the hill. Many a young talent who are just doing a fantastic job in the world of motorcycle racing. And, Three Sisters as well. Big corner. That's the place to be. As we see that very picturesque shot there of a flag and a pole. But as we continue, if you are just joining us, first of all, hello and welcome to Friday's action here at Three Sisters. Again, out of the two times we've raced here at Three Sisters, both last year and this year, it's been Friday and Saturday action, normally because the track is booked up on Sunday for time attack stuff. So again, hello and welcome to Friday's action here at Three Sisters, just in Wigan. Or on the outskirts of Wigan, should I say, one of the finest tracks that the UK has to offer for the third round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. Of course, make sure you get in touch and have your share. You can message us over at Motorsport of Radio. And again, we also do apologise for the issues with the live stream. It's an issue with the 4G. There's nothing we can do about the 4G in the area. And of course, if you fancy getting involved, if you've got a potential young rider at home, or you yourself, maybe whether you're a young rider yourself, or maybe you're a little bit older and want to get involved with some of the more senior classes, make sure you head over to the Fab Racing website to find out more. And if you are a former BSB rider like Bjorn Esmond, then you can just come along anyway, because he's clearly setting the trend.
Yeah, exactly. We need to get more of them. Flush out all the young kids and get all the esteemed racers into Fab. Turn it into the pinnacle of the ladder as opposed to the grassroots. No, but it's nice to see obviously the occasional return and things like that from riders to come in and give it a go. See how they rack up. It's like F1 drivers going back into go-karts or something like that, something similar, trying to see how they compete and using their experience to assist other riders into their careers and things like that. But yeah, still just waiting for the pit bikes to return to the paddock and things and get our way back going again. But we've seen some fantastic racing up until this point. Lap records, of course, being set as well, which just goes to show the potential that is on, of course, over the today of the rest of today and into tomorrow. Just a quick reminder of what we've got left. Pit bikes, of course, coming up soon before we head to the Mini F1 Sidecars. They're always a lot of fun. Of course, the controversy that struck this time last year. Of course, before we head to the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70s, and then Moto Team to round off the day, maybe returning to two of the Mini Moto classes, the Pro and the Rookies, if time allows. If not, they'll just normal running order over the course of tomorrow. We'll have 10 races today and 20 over the duration of tomorrow. So plenty of action.
Yeah, plenty of action. Again, the plan was that if we were running ahead of schedule, that we might be able to slide in the AC40 Pros and the AC40 Rookies at the end of the day. They're race 2. But as it stands, given this lengthy delay, we were running quite ahead of schedule, but time's starting to tick away, unfortunately. Again, there we see some more of the marshals. A big thanks to them once again, just spending his time in the delay, picking up any random bits of debris or rubber that he finds on the track. Trying to just try and clear up the track a little bit. Try and just see if he can make conditions any better whatsoever. Again, a big thank you to all of the marshals here this weekend and across the season. Without them, we could even go racing. So once again, a big thank you to them. A big thank you to all the sponsors that we have with us this weekend as well. The 4 sponsors, and of course the 3 title sponsors of 3 of our championships, that being OH Logistics, King's 2-Wheel Centre and LS2 Helmets. Again, without them we could not go racing, and they really help support these young riders in starting their motorcycle racing career. So a big thank you to every single one of those. Again, if you are just joining us, we are just waiting for the end of a red flag period after an incident. Hopefully that will all get cleaned up shortly and we can get the pit bike 140s out for their opening race of the weekend. And if you cast your mind back to last year, we had some fantastic racing. We had some obscene gestures thrown by Chris Wells at Jamie King, if I remember correctly, which I believe we also managed to capture bang in the middle of our broadcast, which, let's just say that we were not liable for any rude things that were shown on that moment. But some great racing, some obscene gestures, and just all-round fun. And some, because it was the last race of the season, we had some great burnouts at the end as well. Well, I'm not sure we'll be getting those this time, but the great racing certainly. The obscene gestures, hopefully not.
Fingers crossed. If not, we can pan away as quickly as possible. We'll see. Of course, when it comes to the on-track racing. But if you are just joining us for the first time, of course, if you are new to Fab Racing, welcome, of course, to the community, as we say earlier. It is a huge family. Very, very welcoming is the entire paddock, and hopefully we'll get you up to speed with how things are running. It is the prestige grassroots entry onto that ladder in motorcycle racing, albeit that whatever path you eventually go and take, this is where a lot of the riders and the stars of the future start their journey, sometimes just at the very, very beginning of it in the Mini Moto AC40 Rookies class, climbing their way through Mini Motos up to the Elite, then onto the Metricats, and onwards and upwards towards the RNG British Talent Cup, the Red Bull Rookies, and beyond potentially with how talented some of our riders are. Previous champions, of course, racing in the higher levels of bike racing on the feeder series ladder, some of them over abroad in Europe, racing in a plethora of different championships as well. So I'm sure you'll find a home with Fab Racing. And we've got a diverse set of categories as well. We've got Mini Motos, we've got the Mini F1 Sidecars, we have the Extreme 200s, which is a bit more of a mosh pit really of bikes. Same with Moto Team as well, where it's a little bit of a different dynamic. And then of course the more generic, the ones that we're more familiar with, the GP style bikes in the form of the 50s and the 70s. So I'm sure there's something that will find your liking, and some great racing competitive racing as well to go with it.
And, you know, it's promoting British riders in bike racing as well, which is something that I think, especially across the last few years, has definitely kind of become more questionable as, you know, Spanish and Italian dominance starts to show through. And of course, you know, we want more British riders out there. You know, we want to be doing our country proud and showing us, you know, what we can do on an international stage in bike racing. And of course, you know, Fab Racing is helping us push forward with that and helping, you know, really put Britain on the map in terms of motorcycle racing, which is what we absolutely love to see. There we can see the many sites of Three Sisters. You've got the Supermoto circuit in the middle. Again, they've run lots and lots of events around here at Three Sisters. If you're near Wigan, I would very much recommend checking it out. It's, you know, they run Supermoto, of course. We're here with Fab. They do lots of karting. They do lots of drift events and time attack with road cars, or road going cars, should I say, which, you know, again, it's not very wide. It is a karting circuit first and foremost, but the fact they're able to do that, very impressive. They do lots of time attack events as well, again with road cars and road bikes. But yeah, would highly recommend checking out if you are in the area with Wigan. Well, we're still in this delay. We're going to head back down now into the paddock in a short moment. And well, we spoke to some of the riders across the weekend. We'll hear from a few of them. Of course, again, if you are just joining us, we are just in a red flag delay for an incident. We will let you know as soon as we know. So, for starters, let's go down and talk with perhaps who could be, or should I say in a moment, but who we are going to go down to when we do go down to them. Perhaps the most famous Fab Racing family at the moment, the O'Keeffes. After, well, I'm not sure hilarity is the right word, but the chaos of that race at Ella Park. Well, let's just say they've earned themselves not a reputation, but notoriety. And, well, each of them having different responses, but equally funny in the same regard. So let's go down and speak to the O'Keeffes. And Harrison O'Keeffe, you're a bit of a famous man in the Fab Racing paddock at the moment. Surely hoping for perhaps a bit more luck this time coming into the round at Three Sisters than we saw at Ella Park last time out.
Yeah, definitely gonna try and keep my cool and look behind me this time.
Well, let's not dwell on the past and any mistakes that may have happened at final corners. Let's look forward to this weekend. Sun shining, looks like it's going to be lovely weather the whole way through, and a great track here at Three Sisters as well. I remember you guys were here last year. I seem to remember you did quite well as well.
I can't remember where we placed last year. I think we was all right. But yeah, I'm just catching up now to remembering the track again, so we'll see how we get on. But yeah, it should be good.
So I'm sure you've been out a few times today already. How's everything feeling on the bike? Everything feeling okay?
Just getting used to everything again. Bike feels all right. It's just the track, getting used to the track, knowing what's where, really. That's about it.
And looking across the rest of the season as well, again, we're actually quite quickly approaching the halfway point, which feels weird given it's only the third round. But, you know, what's the goal for the rest of the season? Again, you said, you know, you've been kind of catching the front runners. We've seen some great performances from you this year. So do you want to be in a position at the end of the year where you're regularly challenging for wins and maybe even the title?
Yeah, it'd be good if I finished top four at least in the whole championship. That would be dreams come true, that.
Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Harrison, and best of luck out there this weekend.
Thank you.
From one O'Keeffe to the other, now we move over onto Ben. And again, you guys, you've been having a great season so far. Not just, you know, you, but all of the O'Keeffe family. Coming here now to Three Sisters, I'm sure you all want to keep improving and keep going with that form that you're seemingly in.
Yeah, that was the general idea until I fell off on the last one. But seeing as Harry fell off on the last race, I thought I'd better take a tumble myself, and I think I did the family proud on that one.
Well, I mean, it's not quite doing the Harrison, you know, falling off on the last corner on the last lap from the lead of the race, but, you know, still got to have a tumble occasionally. But bike looks okay from what I can tell from behind. Are you thinking it's going to be all right?
A little bit dubious at the moment, but I think it is only fair for me to say that with Harry's fall off on the last lap, we, as a family, we were bitterly disappointed. We felt he let himself down, he let me down, he let his great granny auntie down, and he just let a lot of people down. I had a dog that died 9 years ago, let that down as well. It was a sad affair for the whole family. We were disappointed.
So it was a long walk home for him then, was it?
We made him walk. I think nobody would let him in the van after that performance. It was a disgrace, absolute disgrace. I'm surprised he's been allowed back, to be honest. It's just shocking.
Well, moving on to yourself, you know, obviously you've had a little fall off the bike this weekend, but not as bad as Harry's, must be said. What's your game plan heading into this weekend? I mean, I was just saying to Harry a moment ago, if I remember correctly, last year this track was somewhere you guys all ran quite well at, so are you looking to pick up some more good results today?
I think for myself personally, I think my plan of action is to pop into the van in a minute, have a bit of a cry, try and console myself, and then see if the bike will come back together, and then see how I'm feeling for tomorrow, and fingers crossed, I've just got to stay in front of Harry. I hope he falls off again, whichever.
Keep it nice and simple if he does fall off. Thanks for talking to us, enjoy your cry, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks very much, cheers.
And last, but of course not least, we have the one and only Gary O'Keefe. Gary, pleasure to have you back with us as always here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling heading into the weekend's action?
With trepidation again, nervous after watching my brother crash again. I'm just hoping to survive as always, that's all I want.
Well, you know, it is very much a survival game. Part of motorsports is you got to stay on the black stuff, stay on the bike. Is that really your main plan? Just try and stay in front of your brother, and the entire O'Keefe world can watch on and cheer you to victory?
There'll be no victory. I did get a podium last meeting for the first time ever in my life, and that's as high as I'm ever going to get, I think. I think I've actually peaked, and I'm now ready for retirement, if I'm honest.
So you've entered and left your prime pretty quickly then, and now it's just almost the swan song victory tour on the way home.
Now we're talking, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So then, looking towards the rest of the season as well, you know, on your swan song victory tour, again, only a few rounds left already, quite surprisingly, season's been rushing past. What are you aiming for? To just have some fun, some time on the bike, time with your family, or do you want to be competing at the front with them as well?
If I could set one or two more personal bests, I'll be happy, but like I say, I think I've peaked 10 or 15 years ago, and it's not going to happen now, so.
Well, thanks for talking to us, and as always with retired athletes, there's a place for you in the media when you're done.
Thank you very much, I'll be there.
So then, Oscar, round 3, getting ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Really excited and just hoping for a good result, really.
I mean, aren't we all at the end of the day? Talk to us about what it's like around here at Three Sisters. Very big track, very, very fast, but we've been told as well, a lot of fun.
It's a good track, yeah, very fast one, a few bumps, but really it's really good.
Would you say it's one that really suits your style of riding as well?
Well, a bit and a bit not, because it's just hard to learn, but when you get the hang of it, it's really good.
So what's your game plan heading into this weekend then? Where are you looking to finish roughly? I'm assuming you want to be right at the top of the pack, of course.
Well, I'm looking at a 14th, but hopefully a top 10.
That's great to hear. And Buddy, you talked to us a bit about your year so far as well. Talk to the people at home, you know, how you think your year's gone.
It's going all right. First year, and yeah, just try to learn all the tracks for next year.
That is brilliant stuff. And again, is that a kind of similar plan looking over the rest of the season? Just looking to learn tracks, get time on the bike?
Yeah, really. This is just a practice year for me.
That's fair enough. So next year is when we'll be seeing the real you coming out.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you out on track this weekend.
Thank you.
Yep. Here with Tommy Williams. It's coming into what looks to be a great weekend of racing here at the third round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. How are you feeling? Looking forward to this one?
I feel quite good. It's a fast track and I like it a lot.
I mean, we've been speaking to a lot of riders throughout the paddock and they've all been saying very similar thing. Fast track, quite bumpy, need to be quite brave around here, but everyone's been saying it's really fun as well. Is it a track you enjoy?
Yeah, it's one of my favourite tracks because it's quite flowy and fun to ride with.
So I'm assuming when you go out there for your 3 races, you're really looking forward to just having some fun and showing what you can do.
Yeah.
And looking across the rest of the season as well, of course, you've had a strong year so far this year. We're already approaching the halfway point of the season as well. Are you just looking to continue just to build up your experience, build up your confidence, build up your speed?
Yeah, I'm basically trying to build up my speed in the corners and out the corners, so I'm trying to roll in and out of them, so I don't really need to use my brakes that much.
Well, that's awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Tommy.
You're welcome.
Randy Carter, a great year so far for you, and the third round of the championship awaits here at Three Sisters. What's running through your mind at this moment in time?
It's really fast and it feels really good.
That's great stuff. Again, it's a very popular track with all of the paddock, this one. Is it one that you're gelling quite well with? Do you think you can run fast here?
Yeah, it's really good as well.
That is awesome stuff. What brings you then to Fab Racing? You know, what makes you want to come out here and do this?
Because of Matt Marquez made me feel like going into racing.
That's great to hear. So, you know, would you one day want to be up in MotoGP?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully one day you can get there. But let's talk a bit more about why we're here now, of course. Third round of the Fab Racing season. And, you know, you've been putting in some strong performances so far. Looking across the rest of the year, is your plan just to carry on going out there, going as fast as you can?
Yeah, it's really fun as well.
Well, if it wasn't fun, we wouldn't be here. Thank you very much, Randy.
Bye.
Nelly Nuth, one of our many talented young female riders here at Fab Racing. Great to speak to you here at Three Sisters. You've been having a brilliant season so far. Talk us through a bit about, you know, what makes you want to go out and race and, well, why you're so quick.
I'm just so quick and I really like racing.
Well, that is absolutely great to hear. Now, of course, you're one of our leading riders in the Fab Racing Female Competitor Cup, which is great for you. What would it mean if you were able to win that trophy?
I would be happy and stuff.
Nothing wrong with being happy. And how are you finding it here at Three Sisters?
Really good.
So do you want to go out and win a few more races here this weekend then?
Yes.
Well, hopefully you can do that. Thank you very much for talking to us, Nelly.
Bye.
And yet another young, talented female rider joining us here in Daisy Ray Grayson. Daisy, great to be speaking to you here at the third round of the championship at Three Sisters. What's going through your mind? How are you feeling heading into this race?
I'm feeling good for the races. It's my first time here and I'm a bit nervous for racing here.
So it's your first time here, so you're learning the track. How's that going? Is it a track you're enjoying so far?
It's a really good track. I'm enjoying it quite a lot. It's a really fast track.
Yeah, obviously really fast suits your style as well because you are quite fast. What do you want to do here? I mean, obviously you want to win all three races, but, you know, are you aiming very high?
I'm aiming for top 10 this week.
Well, we've got our fingers crossed that you can get there. Looking across the rest of the season as well, you've had a great year so far. I assume you just want to keep putting in the great results until the end of 2024.
Yeah.
Well, that is great to hear. Thank you very much for talking to us, Daisy, and we hope you can get your top 10s this weekend.
Thank you.
Plenty of young rookie riders here at Fab Racing, and we are being joined by another one. James, great to see you. Great to see you back at Fab here at Three Sisters as well. And, well, what a track this is. It's got to be one you're enjoying.
Yeah, I think that's really fast. First time round here, so I feel like I could get inside the top 10, maybe, because I'm on a new bike now, but got new sprocket. So yeah, I think I could maybe get inside the top 10.
So, new bike, new sprocket. Do you think that's maybe going to just help you push a little bit more forward then?
Yeah, I think it'll help me a lot with the new sprocket, because if I was on a 64, I'd be way back in top 16. And this new sprocket has really helped me throughout the season.
Well, hopefully your new sprocket can do some wonders for you, but you know, you said it's a track you're enjoying so far, and you know, you've already had a great year, so do you want to continue that form heading into this round?
Yeah, I would continue, but this is a new track, faster than all the tracks I've been to, so I think I'd have to change my position a lot.
Well, hopefully you can get up to grips with it very, very quickly. Thank you very much for talking to us. It is time to go racing once again here at Three Sisters, and it is time for race one of the Pit Bike 140s. After a lengthy delay, the riders are finally making their way out onto the circuit. And, well, the sun has gone away, the temperature has dropped just a little bit, Zach Sweeney, but I'm sure that we're still going to have a great race on our hands.
I think so indeed. It's looking very, very competitive. But Chris Wells, that pole position time, the only rider under a minute, just granted with a 59.997, so only within 3 1,000ths of it, but still, that is over 2 seconds quicker than Jamie King in P2, who of course is one of those riders that's vying for his first victory in a number of years. The 4-time pit bike champion is Pit Bike Sonic, but he's searching and is craving that return to the top step.
But he's got a reigning champion, Chris Wells, to negotiate with as they get going on their formation lap. It is Chris Wells who starts on the pole position. Jamie King, the number 76, starts in P2. Zach Tureen is third with Keaton Payne in P4, but looks like he's having issues down on the grid. Hopefully Keaton Payne can get it going. We saw him earlier in the senior mini motos also having troubles with reliability on the grid. Sean Whitaker, he starts in 5th with Thomas Dudson in P6. Adam Harris is in P7. And Paul Nasel, he starts in P8, the last of our relatively small pit bike field, it must be said, but one still full of surprises. And up the front, well, Wells and King on the front row. Can King keep up? Down on the first few laps, or is Wells just going to disappear off into the distance as he tried to make a habit of across 2023. Of course, that golden number 1 plate on the front of the bike tells you everything you need to know. The reigning champion versus the old guard. Who is going to take it in race number 1?
Well, let's find out, shall we? I mean, Chris Wells, 2 victories this time were last year, of course, when we last took to Three Sisters. It's P3, P1 and P1 for Chris Wells to take him to championship glory in a pretty dominant fashion. Those were 2 of 12 victories and 20 podiums over the duration of 2023. Jamie King, though, was just in behind on a number of occasions. He was on the podium on all 3 occasions as well. Maybe that trajectory could improve and continue here in 2024. Of course, some hand signals being thrown as they get ready. Eye to the flag. Jamie King, Chris Wells, the front row. Race 1 at BB140 is go at Three Sisters. Good launch from Jamie King, but an even better one from Zach Tureen as he moves his way up into second place. Chris Wells is able to establish an early lead nicely. Jamie King launches the attack into turn 2, but not quite close enough on the opening phase of the first lap. Chris Wells then able to settle in quite nicely. Jamie King going backwards off the start is the last thing that Pit Bike Sonic would have wanted in his crave for victory.
As they come down now to the bottom end of the circuit and get ready to start the opening lap proper. King looking for a way past Zach Tureen, but unable to make the gap appear. But now it is Slipstream City as they head onto the back straightaway. Chris Wells starts the first lap. Now 9 laps left to run. Zach Tureen in P2 with Jamie King in P3. I believe Paul Nasel may have waited at the line for a few seconds before he got going. He clearly just wants to run his own race out there today, so he will be out of the running for any competitive positions. As they come round the pit straight for the second time, King looking to the inside. Wells, though, hasn't completely bolted away. Although he's got a fairly comfortable gap already, he's not just vanished into the distance. He's still very much within sight, and if you're behind him and you've got the pace, very much an opportunity to try and catch him.
Here comes Jamie King as well. I think just negotiating their way through of course, that's Zach Tureen. He's been able to move his way up in a second place quite nicely, in fact. Nice little move there. Easy as you like it. Nice and tidy up in a second place. Not really too hard fought, of course, by the 89, just allowing King through. And they now need to start their pursuit for P1 because Chris Wells, it's a decent gap that he's been able to establish early doors, and he's going to be continuing to improve that pace, that if they're not hammering the pressure on, he'll only get further and further. It is vital for Jamie King to get onto the back of Chris Wells as soon as possible if he wants any chance of ascending to victory.
Of course, we were expecting this to be a bit like a Moto 3 race in the pit bikes here at Three Sisters. It's all about the toe. It's all about picking it up at the right time. While Jamie King, if he doesn't get a shift on, is at danger of dropping out of the tow of the race leader, Chris Wells, the reigning champion, doing a mega job. Of course, he does have the lap record around here from last year when we first visited Three Sisters at the final round of the season, and currently in this race got the fastest lap as well. But King, you can see the commitment through the S's section, pushing very hard is Pit Bike Sonic and desperately trying to catch up to the back of the number 1 plate. But I tell you what, Zach Tureen, he's not let Jamie King go, still holding on to the back of the 3-time Pit Bike 140 champion and doing a very good job, still pumping in some very respectable lap times. And talking of respectable lap times, Chris Wells slots a new lap record, 1 minute dead, 0.673. And at the very early doors into this race and a season where he's not fully committed to the championship and has taken a step back, he's turned up, race 1, new lap record.
Yeah, it's a shame that he's got to go on holiday tomorrow, otherwise he'd probably be able to do maybe a clean sweep. I mean, it must be said that Jamie King also did beat the previous lap record of a 1:07 or 1 minute 0.786 is what Chris Wells was able to set this time last year. He is also sub 1 minute 0.7, but not quite enough. It's so close in terms of pure pace. Jamie King on the back foot in qualifying seems to be making up for it in the race, but he's already 1.5 seconds back. It's not good enough to just match. He needs to close.
He does indeed need to close, and with 7 laps left to run, he is already running out of time. This is some battles that we've got further down in the pack. That is looks like the 22 there of Thomas Dudson, and behind him I believe that may be the 73 of Adam Harris. I believe there's been a swap for position there, so Thomas Dudson doing good and getting up through the field. But as they come to the main straight in this battle for 6th place, Harris looks to the inside, uses that toe, but unfortunately decides to back out of the move as they come to the right-hander over the top of the hill, now down to the big corner. Coward Summit, as it's known as, because it is all about bravery through there. Who has the guts to keep it pinned and turn in and just trust the tyres? Because if you get it wrong, well, the consequences can be rather big and rather painful, especially. Now heading round through down into the opening few corners and making their way onto the infield section past the Supermoto course there that you can see in the background. Of course, I'm sure the pit bike guys would love to give it a go up there, but they're not allowed, unfortunately, so they'll have to stick to the tarmac for the time being as they go through the Aesich. So you can see the 2 riders getting the knee down. Maximum commitment from all of the riders out there on track in the pit bikes. Even though it's not a particularly big grid, they know that this is an opportunity to score some monster points for themselves and gain some places in the championship.
Yeah, exactly. Points mean prizes at the end of the day, and you've got to make the most of other people's absences. Here could well be a move as Adam Harris tries to move his way past Thomas Dudson. Not quite close enough as they sweep their way up towards Coward Summit. Not quite close enough. Not really got the legs on the straight, it seems. It seems that Dudson is just able to turn the throttle and get the gap by the time they reach the next braking zone, of course, of this final corner. We have seen moves done, of course, earlier with the Metrokit Mini GP50 race. They were racing very hard up through the hill. Travis Shaw and Frankie Watson pulling off some sensational moves and doing battle into that section of the circuit, but it seems that at the moment Harris not quite close enough. Here is P3, by the way, Zach Torian being chased down by Keats and Payne. So we mentioned Torian being quite close to the top 2's pace. Recent laps, he's really began to drop off.
Yeah, maybe just trying to focus his efforts backwards on defending from Keats and Payne. Meanwhile, number 76, Pit Bike Sonic, Jamie King, new lap record, and what a lap record it is. A 1 minute dead, 0.269. Unbelievable. He's just carved about 0.3 of a second out of Chris Wells, and with 4 laps left to run, Jamie King with a new lap record. He's starting to close in, only a second separating him from the leader now. Pit Bike Sonic is absolutely flying.
Yeah, he really is. Now this is more like it. Struggled in qualifying, 2 seconds off the pole time set by Chris Wells, but now he's finding his rhythm, he's finding that footing in this race, and he is riding towards victory, what could well be. He's tantalisingly close, flirting on the edge of getting sub 1 second, and as soon as he gets a whiff of that slipstream, he'll just be closing and closing, but time is of the essence. They have just ticked on to 3 laps left to go. He needs that ascension, he needs that push, and he needs to maintain that pace. On that last lap they were matched, only 2 1,000ths of a second seconds separating them. That is not good enough. He still needs to close and pass the reigning champion, and he needs to give himself the most amount of time possible if he wants to do that.
Well, Jamie King, he's not a rider who crashes very often, but you get the impression that he's very much a win it or bin it kind of person. He will happily throw it all away if it means an opportunity to try and slide through. Of course, a few years back when we gave him an onboard camera, the first time in Fab Racing history at Raura, and he destroyed it in about 3 laps along with the rest of his bike. But as you see there, up into P3 goes Keaton Payne, the 112 managing to get through Zach Tureen. So that is Payne onto the podium after his pain with mechanical issues earlier on at the starting grid. So great from him. 2 laps left to go, and as it stands, still up the front, it is Wells and King separated by a second lap. Tom's very, very close. A little look behind there from Zach Tureen. That's interesting. I would be looking back there again, poking his head out of the toe out of the slipstream, just slowing him down ever so slightly. Maybe he saw something to the side of the track that just caught his eye. And you need to focus on the one in front, focus on the racing, and focus on maybe having a move down into the right-hander. All right, Zach Tureen, that is excellent racecraft from the number 89. Zach Tureen with a block pass. Superb stuff, and gets his way back onto the podium.
Beautifully done. That is how it is ridden. He was just chirped up, found his way through, spotted that gap, and to be fair play to Keaton Payne for giving him the space. It definitely takes 2 to tango as it continues. The 112 back through as they run their way through the sweepers, back down the hill, through the left, then the right, back left again. 1 lap left to go though here out in front. It is of course the number 1 gold-plated reigning champion of Chris Wells. Jamie King though, less than a second. I don't think he's got enough.
Well, it's only got 1 lap, so unless he wants to take some inspiration from the time he had Pasta with Marc Marquez and pull something out of the bag, I think Jamie King may be having to wait another day for that victory. A check back there from Chris Wells as he just looks to see where King is. King is really pushing, really on the ragged edge. You can tell that he wants it. Wells, meanwhile, his typical self, cool, calm, collected, just keeping it on the black stuff and hitting his marks. The reigning champion, of course, returning for this weekend of Fab Racing action at a circuit where he had great success last year. And is King a similar sight to what he saw last year as well, with Chris Wells in front. Round the final few turns, it was hard racing, but for Jamie King, it wasn't enough. Checkered flag waves, it's over. It is Chris Wells who takes victory in race number 1 of the Pit Bike 140s here at Three Sisters. Jamie King on that last lap once again was 4/10 quicker, got down to within almost half a second, but it was too little too late as Keaton Payne rounds out the podium at the line. A great battle between himself and Zach Tureen, and ultimately the 112 coming out on top there at the end. But it is a familiar sight here in Fab Racing as Chris Wells, with the number 1 on the bike, sits in the number 1 spot. It will be Jamie King who takes second. Keaton Payne will finish in 3rd place. Zach Tureen in 4th. Thomas Dudson in 5th. Adam Harris in 6th. And unfortunately, we did lose Sean Whitaker and Paul Nasel. But still, Zach, a very, very exciting race there, and one that Chris Wells, I'm sure, will be very happy with.
Yeah, I'm sure he will be indeed. A shame for Jamie King because he had the pace to go and do it, but didn't have the start. By the time he got his rhythm into things, by the time he was quicker than Wells and chopping and changing at the gap and chipping away at it more and more, Wells was far enough ahead that he wasn't really feeling the pressure too much. But there we go, celebration for Keaton Payne, who did have a slightly painful start, of course, both to his Mini Moto campaign and to this one, struggling to getting the bike going again. But in the end, he has seen glory with a 3rd place. Of course, these guys took them long enough to get to the circuit, but once they did, they put on a fantastic show, and they'll be back over the course of tomorrow.
Now then, it is time for the opening race of the Mini F1 Sidecars here at Three Sisters. And of course, cast your mind back to last year, the championship finale. And what a controversial finale that was in the sidecars. Of course, the Green Street and Mick Williams, the two fighting for the championship, coming together on the opening lap of the first race, down at the final corner. And, well, Mick Williams down and out. The Green Streets were able to continue, ultimately faced a huge penalty. Mick Williams was absolutely outraged at the incident, and ultimately went on to clinch the championship over a dominant remaining few races. But this time, it looks to be the Green Streets who are on fine form. Again, qualifying over a second and a half faster than Nick Williams in P2. The Green Streets so far this year, very much the class of the field, looking like Nick Williams a few years ago, to be honest, winning every single race so far on that number 90 machine. Maybe this time is the time that Mick Williams can try and respond.
Maybe so, but after qualifying, it was a 106.634 for the Green Streets, a 108.096 for Mick Williams, which, doesn't tell too good about their race. But we saw, with other categories, qualifying times and being off the pole time doesn't necessarily mean you're going to race badly. I'm sure that motivation and seeing your rival right in front of you will maybe kickstart something. Of course, a couple of weeks ago at Ella Park, they were able to take a string of second place finishes, which is good results. But unfortunately, in terms of the championship, still lost 15 points total on top of the 50 that they lost by being absent at Lid. It's not good enough if you want to go and win a championship. And like we were saying earlier, as we move further and further on with the season, that championship and those points are going to be ever more important.
They are indeed. Getting underway on our sighting lap, and it is Jason and Leo Greenstreet on the pole position. Mick Williams alongside them with Mick Lee and the 44 machine in P3. John Hosker on the 127 in P4 with Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook. The 369 returns and gets into P5. Martin Hills on the 420 is in P6. Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet, they start in P7. And the 230 of Mark Parker in P8. Once again, I believe that's a full house in terms of regular faces here in the Mini F1 Sidecar. So great to see 8 outfits turning up here today and making an appearance as they going around. Looks like we may be having a bit of an issue for somebody who's sliding in. That is the 127 of John Hosker. That was having a couple of issues in practice. Either they've made a mistake and gone the wrong way, which is entirely possible, or they're having issues because they're not lining into their grid slot either. They're just trying to pull forward. And I can see confusion on the face of Flag Marshal Lee Clowes. John Hosker, though, actually, I think, might have just gone the wrong way because he's set to start 4th and is pulling into his P4 grid slot. Again, this was a sighting lap. They were supposed to go the whole way around the circuit. And, there's everyone else. I think John Hosker might have taken a shortcut.
Well, maybe it's not Mario Kart, unfortunately, so you can't be finding your way around different parts of the circuit. But, I don't suppose it really massively influences the race as such. He's not necessarily gained an advantage from it. He's still going to start P4 nonetheless. Not entirely sure as to what's going to be said about it. But nonetheless, a line up onto the grid and take to race 1 of the Mini F1 Sidecars. Just waiting for the back end of the field before we go racing.
We are indeed the last few teams pulling into their grid slots. The Green Streets the last few years have been the underdogs. This time they come to Three Sisters as the evil overlords. Mick Williams, what can he do to try and topple their 5-win streak? It's all eyes to the green flag. We are racing. Great launch from Mick Williams. Takes the lead down to turn 1 from the Green Streets. A few of the other teams rather slow away, but Mick Williams, that 26, that 2-stroke engine, giving them the punch that they needed at the top of the Rev Range as they make their way through the infield section, past the Supermoto course and into the S's. Again, this is where your money is made, through here, using that passenger, using the weight, using the momentum, and using your ability, and using the brakes as well as the Green Streets look to the inside, but unable to make their way past the 26 of Mick Williams, who will lead their way onto the first lap again. First lap hasn't officially started yet, but the front two already big time breaking away. The 44 behind of Mick Lee, quite a considerable distance back.
Yeah, the top two really breaking away. Of course, the history between these 4 riders is insurmountable. They run their way up through towards Coward Summit. They'll disappear, they'll reappear down the hill, and I think there might be a look to the outside. Will history repeat itself here at Three Sisters? Trying to get underneath is the 4-stroke powered number 90 machine as they round off to complete 1 full lap technically, but it won't be classed as 1 full lap by the time they reach the timing line. However, Mick Williams still able to lead the way, but for how much longer? Because those Green Streets, they look feisty, and there they go to the inside of turn 4.
I'm not sure Mick Williams is going to take no for an answer. Neck and neck once again, using that 2-stroke in the 26 to draw back inside into the S's section. And while these two outfits are fighting, The 44 and Mick Lee very much keeping pace with them, which is great to see from that 44. Green Streets once again. Oh, goodness me. Had to cut across the grass. That has cost them a lot of time. I think that Jason Greenstreet went for a gap, realised that the gap was going to disappear and just had to back out of it in the only way possible, which was skirting across the grass. That does give Mick Williams a little bit of breathing room up the front. But we know how fast the Greenstreets are, especially this year, and we know how ferocious they are. We know how much they want to win in Mini F1 sidecars. And again, these two outfits up the front, a lot of history at this place, despite the fact we've only had one meeting at this place before. It is very, very, very ferocious between the pair of them when it comes to Three Sisters. And well, again, while we're hoping history doesn't want to repeat itself, I'm sure tempers might be flaring under the helmet.
Yeah, you always sort of have that relation with rivals and stuff. You always have that history. You always bring it back up and you sort of race how you've been raced before. And that is always there. That tension, you always feel it. And look at the pace from the 90, but it's just a stone wall. Mick Williams is able to block it once again, but learning from the mistake of going for that move into the penultimate corner. The 26 fastest lap time was set this time at last round. However, as they cross the timeline, will it be another improvement? They get down by 5/10. Fastest lap of the race set, a 1:06.395, and that absolutely obliterates that lap record by Jason and Leo Greenstreet. They did it this time last year as well, a 1:07.0. So another lap record being set here in 2024 into the final corner once again, and that 26 still able to stay ahead.
Yeah, but for how much longer? Because look how hard the number 90 is pushing side by side into the right-hand sweeper. They go, almost coming to blows. The Greenstreets determined to fight their way through. Up the it's happened again! It's happened again in race number 1. Mick Williams and the Greenstreets come together. A locking wheel from the number 90 sends them into the number 26, but they're still carrying on. They're still going around again. In regards to the rule about no remounting the bike with the Mini F1 sidecars, that means you're not allowed to get off the sidecar. Both rider and passenger in both teams on that incident able to stay on. They're able to keep going. Mick Williams picked up the inside wheel a little bit there. That's going to cost him some momentum up the straight. Again, if tempers were flaring before, they're raging now.
This is getting personal. Oh my goodness me, the rivalry between these two tyrants in the Mini F1 sidecars of Fab Racing in 2024. The veterans that they both are, countless race wins under both of, all 4 of their belts, it must be said, as they run their way through this very quick right-hander in towards, once again, what is effectively the first corner. The number 90 looks to the inside, but Williams shuts the door and says no. Let's see who's got the pull off the corner, and it seems to go the way of the 26, but Greenstreet's once again looking feisty, but they are getting their temper away from them. They're not quite as composed as Mick Williams, who is just putting the car exactly where it needs to be, and that sidecar is just riding so well. 5 laps left to go, and this could go down to the wire.
It could do indeed. Mick Williams is making that Mini F1 sidecar as wide as possible, as once again the Greenstreets try a late lunge into the final real corner, but gets the door slammed firmly in his face. Now roaring up the main straight once again. Will be 4 laps left to run this time, and it is still Williams from the Greenstreets. Only 0.3 of a second separating them as they come up to the top of the hill. Into Coward's Summit we climb, and back down we go, disappearing from view for a moment, and maybe the Greenstreets appearing in the view of Mick Williams as they drew alongside to the outside, but and then unable to make the move stick, heading into the big right-hand sweeper. Got 3.5 laps left to go, and just up in front of these guys got a little bit of traffic in the 420 of Martin Hills, as you can see. That could change things even further.
Yeah, it could do indeed. Of course, they're going to negotiate the traffic quite nicely before the sweepers. That's exactly what the Greenstreets want to do as well, and they have. Nicely done. That's a bit further back as well between the 369 of Vince Bailey and John Hosker in the 127 as well, just in behind. But 4 laps left to run. It'll be 3 at the line as they're about to cross it through the final proper corner. And it seems that everything the Greenstreets throw at Williams, they've got an answer for, but there's a mistake over the curb, bouncing their way through. A shake of the head as well from Jason Greenstreet.
Oh, it's
they
problem,
are not happy.
Big
and
problem. big problem for the Green Streets. Slowing massively. Looks like the frame has almost collapsed on it somehow. That is bizarre, but a huge problem for the Green Streets. Mick Lee slides on through in the 44. That could be them down and out with just 3 laps left to go. In what was a fight for the win, a new lap record on the way as there goes Vince Bailey and John Hosker. The Green Streets slowed massively by an issue, and I believe they will be pulling into the pit lane as we wait to see what they do in the background. There goes the 44 of Mick Lee. Now they're trying to stay out, they're trying to keep going. Again, they know they are leading the championship, they want to maintain their position there. I'm not sure what the problem is, that they're trying to check it out almost. But they're still going around. Well, this is bizarre. This is absolutely bizarre. But the Green Streets fighting for victory to nothing in a moment.
Yeah, that is how quickly the pendulum can swing. You're on the highest of highs 1 point and the lowest of lows. All good things must come to an end, and their 5-win streak is going to end here for race 1 at Three Sisters. Let's focus on a slightly different battle as well. The 230 of Mark Parker and Ems is also fighting with the 11 of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet, of course, at the back end of the field. This is for P6 with 2 laps left to go, probably about 1.5 for these guys as they're running their way through as well. But that is some sensational racing as well. Very, very close. And I have to say, of the season so far, this has got to be the best Mini F1 Sidecar race of the bunch.
Oh, it has been. I mean, to be fair, as a season as a whole, this has been the best Mini F1 Sidecar season in a long time. And I say that given how good last year was as well. It's been a class that just over the years has been getting better and better and more entertaining as, you know, we get more reliable sidecars, we get faster outfits coming in and just, you know, really pushing the competition forward. But what a tantalising race this has been, as that is Mick Williams coming to lap the 11 and the 230 and making his way through with some ease. Last lap of the race as well. Yeah, that is a big shocker there. I didn't realise how fast it had all flown through, but the 26, one more tour, and they are through. As coming up in just a short moment's time, actually, I can see out the commentary box window, they're not far away from lapping the Green Streets, and actually they'll be very, very close indeed to lapping the Green Streets, and they will be lapping the Green Streets as they come through there. Round the big sweeper, you'll be seeing coming into your picture just about now, lapping the individuals who they came to blows with earlier in this race. And well, when the Green Streets wanted to make it 6 race wins in a row, this is a statement and a picture from Mick Williams. The 26 laps the 90 and heads its way through the S's. Of course, Mick Williams missed the first round of the season at Lid, a no-show last time out. 3 second places. Now here at Three Sisters, Mick Williams back where he belongs. The 26 rounds the final corner and takes victory in race number 1. But it doesn't come cleanly. It's in controversial fashion. A clash between himself and the Green Streets. Words, discussions, surely going to be had. But for now, it is Mick Williams, the reigning eternal Mini F1 Sidecar champion, back on top.
And the Green Streets have been toppled in 2024. The hubris eventually was able to get to them, and the strong foundation and the dominant tyranny that they imposed on this championship has ran out. They started on pole and in the end were had to just crawl their way to the finish line in order to get any points. I mean, in the end, it was P5 for them, and I think that is why they were still out there, purely because they just had to get whatever they could in terms of points. Coming into this, to be fair, they were, 48 ahead of the, or 47, I should say, ahead of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet in terms of championship points off the back of their dominant run. So it's not going to be too hampering in terms of their championship campaign, but with Mick Williams now finally getting into his rhythm and finding the pace to go and win races, they could be in trouble.
They could be indeed, but Mick Williams for now on top of the table. The Green Streets straight back to the awning. They've got work to do, they've got repairs to do, and they've got some pace to find as well, because Mick Williams has turned up here to Three Sisters and has shown that old self still deep down in him. Well, it is time for the big one. It is time for race 1 of the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship. And boy, oh boy, is this one looking close. Archie O'Brien and Wilson Dilks separated by nothing in qualifying. Frankie Watson, Harrison Day also very, very close together. And as always, the 70s always put on a brilliant display here at Three Sisters. And well, Zach Sweeney, we are expecting the exact same today.
We are indeed. It has been one of the most hotly contested championships, the premier class of Fab Racing, and the championship is only separated by 16 points between contender Wilson Dilks, who dominated in the Extreme 200 class earlier on in the day. Archie O'Brien, though, he's got extra track time on his Metro kit. He's got extra experience. He's got that fresh rubber slightly on his Mini GP70 as well, as they take to a short cycle lap to form up onto the grid. What a race we are in store for as well. How competitive that is. O'Brien, Dilks, Watson, Day and Payne, the top five. I really couldn't name five better riders to round up the first three rows of this grid. With the slipstream as powerful as it is, with Three Sisters delivering as a race circuit as well, this is going to be one to watch.
Oh, it absolutely is. Archie O'Brien has finished second in every race so far this season. We were speaking to him earlier. He is desperate to step onto the top step, desperate to take his first win of the year, and desperate to show that, yeah, he can actually do it. He has been mighty this weekend so far at Three Sisters. And as they make their way out onto their formation lap, the grid is looking a little bit like the following there. You can see almost a little bit of argy-bargy there on the formation lap already. Tensions starting to flare. But as they make their way out onto the formation lap and heading round through to the S's section, that is where the money is made. Grid starting to look like this. Archie O'Brien starts on pole with Wilson Dilks in P2. Frankie Watson is third with Harrison Day in P4. Harry Payne, Jensen Bishop, they make up the third row of the grid. Further back, we have Finlay Polehill and Matthew Thomas. Arnie Carr making his appearance this weekend. He starts 9th with Byron Johnson rounding out our top 10. Travis Shaw is 11th with Hamish Mintosh in P12. Beth Ashby is 13th with George Acuin 14th. And Lucy Curtis, great to see her back on the bike after a few crashes this season and a few injuries as well, unfortunately. She starts in P15. But a stacked grid, 100% many stars of the British Talent Cup in years to come lining up here. And probably some big rivalries that are forming already. It's sure to be interesting. Archie O'Brien says he has a point to prove. Wilson Dilks, though, looking imperious, looking mighty. What about Frankie Watson, Harrison Day, Harry Payne? They've all been mega as well.
They have been. This is the, as I said earlier, the premier class of mini bike racing when it comes to these guys. They are at the top of the Fab Racing ladder. They are looking to make their next step into the progression up the ladder. These riders are the stars of the future. Archie O'Brien, Wilson Dilks, Frankie Watson, Harrison Day. The top four, it's eyes to the flag for race one of the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70, and what a launch for Wilson Dilks. He takes the lead of the race into turn one ahead of Archie O'Brien, who once again suffers from the initial launch. He's on the back foot to kickstart race one. It's then Frankie Watson and Harrison Day 3 and 4, but tucked up nicely is Archie O'Brien, as he is not going to let that 85 out of his sights.
First two already trying to break away. Frankie Watson behind as well. Archie O'Brien surely frustrated. Again, for years he's struggled with his starts. Seemingly got on top of it this year, but Wilson Dilks, what a launch that was. Just nailed the release of the clutch. But as they start their opening lap, it is Dilks from O'Brien, from Frankie Watson, your top three, but very close indeed. Looks like Matthew Thomas had a problem with the getaway. He was stuck on the grid for a while and is deep down the back as O'Brien had a big look coming into Coward Summit. Has another look there coming into the right-hander. The number 91 is already pushing hard. He's got fresh rubber on this weekend. Turns in, but Dilks slams the door. This one already, I can tell, it's going to be a classic.
Oh, it really is. Neither of these riders are going to give over. Wilson Dilks has won all but one race so far this season. Archie O'Brien has finished nowhere other than second. He's constantly chasing that first win of this season. He loves this circuit. He loves the thrill it gives them in speeds of up to and in excess of 80 mile an hour on the Mini GP70s. It is one of the fastest, longest circuits they'll travel to this season. And the 91 is all over the rear end of Wilson Dilks as they once again begin the climb towards the summit. Let's see what Archie O'Brien can do.
Absolutely pelting it to the limit. Full throttle from the bottom end of the track all the way to the top and leaving nothing on the table. Dilks still holds on to the lead for the moment, but O'Brien still pushing. Oh, what an exit to the right-hander from O'Brien, but Dilks slightly better on the brakes. He has a very, very bizarre technique into turn one, does Dilks. He almost floats the bikes in. He stays perfectly upright as he starts to tilt in, then puts his body to the floor, but it works so well. I was watching it earlier during practice for the Extreme 200s, and it was almost mesmerizing the way he was doing it. In fact, the only other rider all weekend who's been just as good into turn one, it's Archie O'Brien, who's currently hot on his tail. The speed those two are carrying into and out of corners is absolutely unbelievable. Going on to 9 laps to go this time by. O'Brien and Dilks starting to break away. O'Brien nose to the inside as they roll off the throttle to tip it in, then straight back on it again. He's going to have to hold on for second. I think for O'Brien, this may very well be a bit of a waiting game. Don't try and force the move, make a mistake and get held up yourself. Just wait for the move to appear naturally. Wait for Dilks to get it wrong, make a mistake, or just be faster.
Yeah, I mean, Wilson Dilks, he's not going anywhere. Archie O'Brien is keeping him honest. He can afford to wait for that 80-20 chance move, the high stakes move, the high return on investment, because if he goes for one that's maybe, a 50-50 and then crashes, that is going to be the last thing that he wants, especially when Watson and Day are so close behind, as there is a battle as well. The 199 Finley Polehill versus the 11 of Harry Payne. That's on the back end of the the top 5. Polehill, by the way, fastest rider on circuit with a 57.0. Still a way off the lap record set by Wilson Dilks, which is a 55.6. So a long way to go in terms of pure pace. But that could well be the move to the inside, and it is indeed. Moves his way up and past and into the top 5. Nicely done then, it must be said, as well. The fight at the front still continues as they once again begin the ascent and the descent towards this very fast right-hander, but a good overtaking opportunity once again. Archie O'Brien is so punchy and is so ready to take the lead, but not quite close enough just yet.
Yeah, he's just trying to make a move, trying to find a gap, but just not quite there. And while these two are fighting, look who's closing in. It's Frankie Watson, it's Harrison Day. Those two getting very, very close to the leading pair indeed. Meanwhile, further back, looks like Finley Polehill's got through Harry Payne up into P5. So great stuff for the number 199 there. And as we go back to the battle at the front, and actually there we see another group of 4 behind them. Here is the leading group of 4 as they rocket back up the main straight. 7 laps left to run. Once again, up to the big brave top end of the circuit and into Cal with some of the bikes disappear behind a hill, reappear on the other side, and you just pray that and wait and see if anything has changed, if anyone has swapped positions. But for now, they are all holding station. The front pair once again starting to pull away from the pair behind, getting a battle for first and a battle for third. And then a big group of 4 further behind them, holding Payne, Polehill, Johnson and Jensen Bishop. Byron Johnson as well, running very, very quickly. Fastest lap of the race as it stands. So great job for that young man.
Yeah. But all eyes on the front, of course. Byron Johnson, championship leader in the 50s and recently won that race a little bit earlier on. He is running quite well. On the 70s, of course, the only difference is that you go from a 50cc engine into a 70. So the chassis is vastly the same. The riding style is very, very similar, and it's the natural progression up as the bike just gets faster, essentially. But he moves his way inside the top 5. 6 laps left to go. It's Dilks, O'Brien, Watson, Day and Johnson, the top 5 for the LS2 helmets Mini GP70 race number 1. And just how close those top 2 are. They're the class of the field, setting the standard and so committed. Half of the race left still to run and plenty of battles left to decide.
Yeah, still a long way to go in this race, but it's going to fly by, as that was Harry Payne trying to fly by Finley Polehill, but just getting a little bit too greedy on the brakes down into the hairpin and allowing Polehill to slide back up on the inside on the exit of the corner, as they now make their way slowly but surely, tentatively getting on the throttle as fast as they can for the run up the straight. There are your race leaders once again, still neck and neck. Last lap, O'Brien ever so slightly faster, and at the line, do you know the gap? 6 hundredths of a second. You couldn't even fit a piece of paper between them. Again, we're lapping quite a way off the lap record, but we're still lapping very, very quickly indeed, as O'Brien once again looked to the inside. You've seen this lap after lap now. Wilson Dilks leaves the inside open, but uses this very unusual technique to get himself and sweep round the outside.
Yeah, he does. He just rolls the bike through, very committed. The speed he goes in, it's surprising that he gets somewhat of a good exit, but he's even able to nail that. And Archie O'Brien just can't match that on the brakes. Or, well, he can match it, but he can't do much better than it. And that's what you need to do to get a move into that particular corner. But he's gathering data. How good of a run can he get out of this final corner towards the line? Can he get ahead before the checker flag will fly? That's what he's going to be hoping for, maybe, to decide the race with a drag to the line. That is a worst case scenario, though. He wants to get the nail in the coffin. He wants to decide this race as they ascend once again up the hill through the chase. Cowards at Summit, then down the hill into a golden overtaking opportunity, but not quite enough. He gets such a good run off the right-hander, but it's all in vain by the time they reach the next.
But what Archie O'Brien is doing is, as you said, gathering data. He's seeing what Wilson Dilks is doing. He's seeing where Dilks is better, where he himself is better, what lines, where is he braking, etc., etc. So that means that lap after lap after lap, we saw it a moment ago, had a little look into Coward Summit. He's not had a look there before. He thinks he's stronger into that corner. You're going to start to see that more as the laps tick away. Soon to be 3 laps to go again. Not seen the move into there before either from O'Brien. He's now testing the waters, seeing if where he is faster is a viable overtaking opportunity. Back onto the main straight we go, and I tell you what, Frankie Watson, out of nowhere, suddenly we got a 3-way 5 in the lead. Where's this come from, Frankie? Anyway, back to the lead battle. Here goes Archie O'Brien again, starting to look to the inside through there. He's now starting to flex his muscles a bit, starting to turn the wick up, starting to see what he can do.
Yeah, but he's got to be careful, because soon on the scene is going to be Frankie Watson, as we say, and that's going to ramp up the pressure, looking forwards to attack, backwards to defend. He needs to attack, and get ahead to put that bike between himself and the rest of this train, because any 4 of these riders could win. Bit of traffic to contend with as well, just as you can see, 2 of them. I think that might be Ashby, it's Curtis and Ackerman potentially, that they're coming up to lap 2. Can't entirely tell until they get to them, but as they round to complete the 7th lap in this race, just 2 to go, they lap fairly cleanly. O'Brien is able to get the run. Maybe this is the slingshot he needs to finally ascend to the top, but it's been a long time coming. Him and Dilks are going toe to toe, and what a season this is turning into.
Frankie Watson was big time held up there by the traffic, so having to fall back just a little bit. So the battle once again becomes 2-way between Dilks and O'Brien. And as you can see, look how close they are. More traffic though to negotiate with. Down in turn 1, there's the battle for 3rd place. What's happening in the battle for 1st as they have to negotiate even more traffic? Looks like both Dilks and O'Brien have successfully got through the 91. Oh, look at the commitment from Dilks there, off the road, using all of the tarmac and then some, just trying to get himself a better exit. That was using a bit of the ground that's put down for the Super Moto circuit there. Unbelievable from the number 85. Coming on to the final lap now. This is going to the wire.
It really is. Let's see what Archie O'Brien can do. Last lap flag is flown. Archie O'Brien this time to the left-hand side as they run their way up through the ascent. Not quite close enough, but he's going to try and get the up and under. He's been teetering on the edge of pinning it all the way up and has a look. So close to contact as they now start the descent. Archie O'Brien, time is running out. He knows that. Wilson Dilks knows that. Frankie Watson into the mix as well as Harrison. They set either at the back of this train through the long right-hander. O'Brien needs an answer quickly. Dilks hasn't got long left in order to defend as he once again has to park the bike on the inside. O'Brien sweeps back underneath, trying to get the acceleration. Just 1/3 of the circuit left to go for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 Race 1 here at Three Sisters. Who is going to come out on top as this one? Archie O'Brien looks. A mistake from Dilks as they're searching for victory. 2 corners left to go.
This is neck and neck. Any of the top 4 could be on top. But to the line, drag race stuff. O'Brien inside, Dilks outside. Wilson Dilks by 700ths takes it at the line. My goodness me, what a race we have just seen. Wilson Dilks withstands the pressure with a masterful defensive performance and takes the win. Archie O'Brien, unlucky. Got so close Frankie Watson as well, after there was nearly contact between Dilks and O'Brien coming to Coward Summit. They had to back out. Suddenly he was in the mixer as well and into P3. But it is Wilson Dilks once again on top. Archie O'Brien continues his streaks of second. That is now 6 in a row for that young man. You can see the disappointment on his face, trying to be congratulated, but he knows he's frustrated. It was there, so tantalisingly close, just mere centimetres, and he would have been a race winner in 2024. But it is Wilson Dilks who takes victory by 7/100ths of a second. Archie O'Brien just misses out, but he'll get 2 more opportunities to do it this weekend. Frankie Watson into the podium places with Harrison Day in P4. Byron Johnson, he was 5th with Finley Polhill in P6. Harry Payne was 7th with Jensen Bishop in P8. Travis Shaw was 9th, and Arnie Carr, a great ride, into P10. Matthew Thomas was 11th after a disappointing start with Hamish Mintosh in P12. George Ackerman was 13th with Lucy Curtis in P14, and Beth Ashby, I believe, was a DNF. Well, that is about all we got time for in race 1 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship, but they'll be back out for more later on.
And on to the first race of the day for Moto Team. A slightly different format in terms of the racing that we see from these riders, because, of course, it's all about the bike. The rider is effectively irrelevant when it comes to the championship points. Of course, they're relevant when it comes to riding it as fast as possible, but when it comes to scoring the points, it's the bike that is classified, not the rider's name. So that's why we see a different format, chopping and changing riders sometime, but also one of the cheapest forms in getting into motorsport, particularly here at Fab Racing. It's a nice way you can get the bike, you can go racing for a fairly cheap entry fee and travel your way around the circuit, which is why, to be fair, we've got a nice abundant grid. 15 riders taken to the field.
Not just 15, but it's actually 16.
Wow.
To my memory, I think that might be one of the biggest Moto Team grids that I've seen, at least in a long while, which is absolutely great. And of course, you can make it even bigger as well. Again, it is the cheapest form of motorsport in the country. You take a cheap bike that you find, on eBay or Facebook Marketplace, whatever, you whack a race fairing on it, and you go racing, and it's absolutely brilliant. And of course, you can stick your mates on the bike as well, and it gets even better. Of course, we've got to remember there are 2 classes to remember and keep an eye on, so it's not just a race for the overall win, but when you're out on track, that's all the riders really care about. It's all about just going for the overall win. You can see the riders just making their way onto the grid there and make sure everything is okay, and then they will get going on their singular sighting lap before they get going for the race proper. But we've had a great year of Moto Team so far, and of course you may just see there, right hand side of your picture, the number 96. Will Howarth makes a return here at Three Sisters, and if you cast your mind back to a few years ago, 2022, he made a joke of the Moto Team class. He absolutely dominated to the point where he started doing last to first challenges. It was ridiculous. But it is the SFCR Open bike that starts on the pole position. Dave Green in the standard class starts in P2, Team Acme Racing in P3. Sean Whittaker is P4. Phil Mapperbook is second in the open class, starts in P5. Will Howarth is 6th. Fraser Kinnard is 7th, and Ian Jackson is P8. Andrew Green, standard class, starts P9 alongside Harrison O'Keefe, Team Ernie the Badger, Ben O'Keefe, Guy Kite, Tristan Margot, Gary O'Keefe in the open class starts P15, and Kieran Evans in the open class starts in P16.
One of the closest championships that we've got, actually, as the 191 struggling to get going, that is Fraser Kinnard in the open class that's not quite taken to the grid. The Scottish rider not quite able to get onto the field. Hopefully they can do it before they round off onto the grid, because at that point that is the cut-off. Similar to what we saw at Ella Park with the Green Streets, having to start effectively from the marshal post as opposed to on the grid. That's if the bike can even get started. But just a quick run through. I mean, in the open class, the championship is down to just 5 points. Granted, that's between Jacques Van Eden and Malcolm Stein, who aren't here today. But then you've got Will Howarth and Gary O'Keefe are only separated by 2 points, 50 to 48. Then in the standard, I think it's just as close. Yeah, only 6 between Sean Whittaker and Team Acme Racing. 3 wins to just the 1 that Acme were able to get at the middle part of the weekend, and a consistent running. So all eyes are on this championship. The final of the scheduled races today, but we might take a return to race 2s. So the end of the race 1s, as the signal is given, is SFCR on pole position. Dave Green alongside on the 769 machine. The green flag is up, the green flag is down, and we go racing at Three Sisters. Good start from pole position for the 133. Nice launch, it must be said. Dave Green, of course, is able to settle into second place in the standard lead, but Team Acme Racing and Sean Whittaker, the two championship leaders, are in hot pursuit as they rise once again towards the sweepers, through the left, then the right, then the left again. They're going to momentarily go 3 wide, I think, as Will Howarth is trying to ascend his way through the field. That's the fight with Phil Mapplebeck for second place in the open class. Will Howarth, let's see what he can do from that mid part of the field.
What a start that was, though, from the two on the front row of the grid. Again, both SFCR and Dave Green in different classes, so them battling out on the track has no effect on their overall position, or class position, should I say. But again, they're going to try and fight it out anyway, as FFCR leads us up the hill for the first time. First lap has now officially started, and then they hang their way down into Coward's Summit. There go Sean, or not Sean Whittaker, should I say, Will Howarth making up positions. And there actually we see Dave Green, and that's Team Acme Racing they're under pressure from. This is a move that matters. Both Green and Acme Racing in the same class, so this is now fighting for the race lead in the Moto Team standard class. Keep your eyes peeled on that one as SFCR start to pull away at the front of the pack. Further back, though, you see there is Will Howarth. He's already up into P4 overall. That is second in the open class, but of course race leader in the open class is leading the overall race. That's SFCR, so he's got a bit of a mountain to climb if he wants to take the victory here in the open class. But we know how good Will Howarth is. That number 96 bike is an absolute monster as well, so could be quite interesting to see what he can do across the rest of this race.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, already kicking out of the gates, 2/10 off their own lap record is SFC Racing out in front, a 1:02.881 set with still 9 laps left to run in this race. And what a race it's turning itself into. That's the 1:33. I think that might well be Kieran Evans at the back end of the field. He is now actually being come up to be lapped by the SFCR. In fact, actually, no, that was the race leader. What am I on about? That's the race leader.
I was going to say that. The 1:33, that's very much the race leader.
So it's a long day. Ross, all right? Have at it. Leave me alone. It's fine. It's only my third weekend of Fab. But nonetheless, that's the race leader. Apologies to Kieran Evans for assuming he might get lapped that quickly. But nonetheless, still got nearly 8 laps left to run in this race. And the 1:33 is absolutely dominating. It's because they're dominating by so much. So 1.5 seconds clear. A swap for position here as the 19 of Phil Mapplebeck is fighting away with Sean Whittaker, who's got some progress to make as Team Acme Racing are a position ahead in a standard classification.
Yeah, doing a great job at the moment as they come to the line now. Look at the gap, shall we? Team SFCR, a 1:02.417. Great lap time there. And it is a new lap record. Great stuff then from them. A 1:02.417 takes the lap record that they happened to set last year as well. Again, a lot of the guys who were quick here this year, turns out they were really fast here last year as well. Who would have thought that one? Meanwhile, Will Howarth and Phil Mapplebeck swapping positions at the line. So the number 96 maybe encountering some issues, or maybe just not quite up to his normal standard of pace. Very, very interesting to see there. Phil Mapplebeck, though, again, this is racing for second place in the open class, P4 overall, so they are going to go for an absolute tooth and nail. A lot of points on the line between those two. Dave Green and Team Acme Racing also separated by not a lot, only 4/10 at the line, but it's pretty much a stalemate between those two at the moment. Lap time's pretty similar, although last time Team Acme Racing were much, much faster. They are just locked in a very stalematy battle, just keeping running their race, waiting potentially for one of the other ones to make a mistake. There we see coming around that is the 19 of Phil Mapplebeck, currently P2 in the open class, P4 overall, just behind him. Will Howarth, his fast charge has come grinding to a halt for reasons unbeknownst to us. And, he's always put a hand out. Maybe he's got to put... Will Howarth stops. The number 96, big problem. I saw the hand go out. I didn't realise that he was pulling over immediately. I suppose that means I've got no power as he came out of the corner. But Will Howarth his day may very well be done and dusted. The 96 is seemingly out of the race.
Now that is unfortunate. There he is at the side of the circuit, off the bike and out of the first race of the weekend for Moto Team. Such a shame for such a competent rider. Saw him in a very close battle with Nick Bennett in the senior Mini Moto class on his return to that particular championship, and was expecting a similar showing to what we saw at Leeds, with 2 consecutive victories in the Open and 2 overall victories as well, which is even more impressive for Will Howarth. But he'll be tumbling down the timing as he's crawling it to sort of an entry point back into the pit lane so he can get off of the circuit, and that is not the way that he would have wanted race 1 to go by any stretch of the imagination. Dominant out in front though is Team SFCR, and then this battle of course all the way through the field there continuing. That's Andrew Green on the 761. In pursuit is Sean Whittaker, who again is trying to carve his way further up the standard field, score more points and try and extend that gap on Team Acme Racing.
Yeah, trying just to push a little bit further, trying to see what they can do. But as we're looking at the moment, it's not going particularly well, is it? And, well, as it stands as well, Sean Whittaker and Team Acme Racing set to swap places in the championship standings for the standard class if they finish where they do. So that could be very, very interesting indeed. Up the front, though, there we see that is Dave Green being chased by Team Acme Racing, and I wonder if the green man on the pink bike look back, he might be having a set of brown leathers, because Team Acme Racing really pushing hard, really getting very, very close indeed. And of course they've got a bit of lap traffic between them, so perhaps some breathing space for the 796. But there you see the pink bike, that is Dave Green, currently P2. Behind him, actually, where are Team Acme Racing? They have seemingly disappeared, unless they've got in front, maybe? Am I blind or stupid?
What is it with Moto Team making commentators make mistakes?
I don't know, but genuinely, Team Acme Racing. Oh no, that's why, it's the wrong pink bike. I cannot believe that. That is the wrong pink. There's 2 pink bikes.
Equal now, aren't we?
Goodness me. Again, it was first it's you, now it's me, Zach Sweeney. Oh dear.
Skill issues.
Well, that's not Dave Green. It was someone else in the pit. I didn't realise that was another pink bike, but that is the number 96. The 133 Team FCR is the leader. There we see that is Ben O'Keefe and Guy Kite fighting. They are currently in P11 overall, both of them in the standard class. The leader, Team SFCR, have just crossed the line. So, yeah, we'll wait and see how it's all going to unfold in that moment.
Well, 4 laps left to run. Of course, Team SFC are running very, very nicely. 5 seconds clear of the front. Some close battles all around the circuit. That, of course, is the 63, which, of course, is one of the O'Keefes. There's 63, 64 and 65. That's the 63. That's Gary O'Keefe at the back end of the field, 14th and last of the current classified runners as things stand. 4 laps left to run in race 1 of Moto Team, and that is our race leader. The 133, that's not a lap traffic. That is, in fact, the race leader. Of course, Team SFCR, who are absolutely dominating as they cross the line. It'll be 3 to go as they lead ahead of Dave Green. Team Acme Racing in P3 in the overall, P2 in their respective standard class. Phil Mapplebeck P4 overall and P2 in the Opens, with Andrew Green rounding off that standard podium ahead of Sean Whittaker in P6. Jackson from O'Keefe, Kinnard and Team Erling the Badger round off the overall top 10 as we close in on the latter portion of race 1 and the race 1s in general here for Fab Racing. Looking very, very strong, very, very competent and shattering records as they go around.
Indeed, they are another Moto Team classic for you all to enjoy. Again, it's typically a race much more about staying on the black stuff in Moto Team, rather about, actual fighting. I mean, the gap between Team SFCR and Dave Green, for example, even though they're in different classes, 6 seconds separating them. But to be fair, Green and Team Acme Racing very much neck and neck. They're having a fierce fight for the standard class win. But again, throughout most of the field, it's typically a second, 2 seconds is the gap. It's very much more about endurance, more about tactical racing and staying on the bike rather than out and out pure performance and overtaking skills and just pure chaos out on the track. But it's just a different flavour of racing, and that makes it very enjoyable, even more enjoyable than when it's absolutely chaotic sometimes, because it just gives you a chance to breathe and take it in and really analyse what the riders are doing and how the different bikes affect how different riders take certain corners. As there we do see That is Dave Green and Team Acme Racing. They are fighting for the standard class lead, and Team Acme Racing are taking the standard class lead. Lovely move by Team Acme Racing up the inside. That is P2 overall, and that is the lead in the standard class.
Nicely done. And of course, that's going to be even more points gained on Sean Whittaker, on course for their second win of the season. Coming into this in the standard class, it was a 6-point differential, and as things stand for P1 in the standard, they'll get 25. At the moment, Sean Whittaker is P4, is, oh my goodness me, down and out, pinned under the bike, in fact, as well, under the front wheel. Who is that? Off.
Managed to get out, but that's really not a nice crash. Yellow flags out, of course. The good see up on their feet, and we'll let you know who that was in just a moment. Team SFCR still leading. Now, this is final lap of the race, in fact, so not long left to go, actually, for Team SFCR. They're going to come to the line very, very shortly, but a big shame for whoever that was. I believe it was Andrew Green who has gone down and out. In fact, yes, it was Andrew Green on the 761. So a big shame for him, but good to see him getting up on his feet, but out of the race. But half a lap left to go then for Team FFCR. Leading overall, dominating the open class as well, negotiating the S's for the final time. It's been a lovely Friday afternoon ride, but one that is pushed very, very hard and shown us what he can do. Phenomenal, phenomenal racing. As he comes around the final corner now, it is the 133, Team SFCR, who are going to take victory overall and in the open class in race number 1 here in the Moto Team. Team Acme Racing and Dave Green are neck and neck. Who's going to get it? Drag racing line. Team Acme Racing, by 0.5 of a second, take victory in the standard class. Brilliant, brilliant stuff there from them. Meanwhile, Phil Mapplebeck and Ian Jackson, 2nd and 3rd respectively in the open class. Sean Whittaker rounds out the podium in the standard class. But what a performance that was from Team SFCR. Just absolutely dominant. You can see going to be congratulated by members of the paddock. You can see Jamie King there going down to say well done. And it is Team SFCR taking overall win and the open win. Team Acme Racing, Dave Green 1st and 2nd in the standard class. Phil Mapplebeck 2nd, Ian Jackson 3rd in the open class. And it's Sean Whittaker, Harrison O'Keefe. They are 3rd and 4th in standard. Fraser Kinnard is 5th in open. Team Ellie the Badger, Ben O'Keefe, Tristan Margot, Guy Kite, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in the standard class. Gary O'Keefe is somewhere in the open class, but maths all going wrong. But it was Gary O'Keefe followed by Andrew Green. Unfortunately losing Andrew Green, Will Houth and Kieran Evans. That is it then for Moto Team. That's it for the race ones. Of course, 2 more races for all of these guys to get an opportunity to go again.
And race 2's the first of the weekend on the first day of racing as well. Unusually, we go back to Mini Motos for the pros and the rookies over the next 2 races. First up though, of course, it's the air-cooled 40cc Pro machines that are going to be taking to the field. And what a race that we saw from them earlier on. They did battle all the way around here at Three Sisters as you're joining us here on Fab Racing. My name is Zach Sweeney. Alongside me in the commentary booth is the one, the only Mr. Ross McIntyre, and we're looking forward to gearing ourselves up for some more fantastic action. Of course, earlier on, Mason Frederick and Rex Austin, less than 1/10 of a second separated them as they crossed the line, with Kalin Rackcliffe, Preston Baker and Max Johnson rounding off what was a very hotly contested top 5. In particular, the top 4, less than 3/4 of a second separated them by the time they reached the checkered flag.
It was tight indeed. And well, I'm sure that race number 2 is going to bring even more excitement and bring even more opportunities for great racing. Again, it should be very exciting indeed. Race number 2 then for the AC40 Pros coming up next. The sun starting to set here at Wigan. Again, I believe it was the summer solstice yesterday, if I remember correctly. Or
is June.
Was it 21st? Oh, I'm well off then. But it was a long day yesterday, and even though we're well into summer, it is very much getting darker here at Three Sisters. But nonetheless, still going out, still racing into the evening. And well, the riders are getting ready, of course, sitting on their bikes. Most of them aren't used to racing twice in race number, or doing 2 races in one day, but nonetheless, we are going to get going. Of course, race number 1, very exciting indeed. Mason Frederick absolutely standing up a barnstormer as we had a monster fight for the lead between himself, Rex Austin, Kalin Rackcliffe and Preston Baker. Maybe as the track starts to cool down later into the day, we'll be seeing some more of the same.
I think so. This is going to be fantastic. Of course, Frederick, Austin, Rackcliffe, Baker, they're the top 4 in the championship in the pros, and they were the top 4 in the first race. And that just goes to show the level of competition these young riders have got as they're eagerly waiting to get out on track for their final race of the day. Of course, it's going to make their life slightly easier tomorrow. They're only going to have 1 race to run, but it does make life slightly harder today because, of course, they have to have 2. But that adrenaline is flowing. You always just want to, you finish 1 race, you want to hit straight back out on track and prove your worth. But Mason Frederick, as things stand, I mean, he's won 5 of 6 races and he's not finished outside of the top 2. He's taken all 3 pole positions in the AC40 Pros. As things stand, it is absolute domination. But Rex Austin, it was up until the last lap of the race that he was leading. That is how close it is, and that is how competent and capable these young riders are.
Absolutely. Of course, Austin took the lead in a chaotic start and, just withstood monumental pressure from Mason Frederick. But Frederick able to use some leftover birthday powers from yesterday and just at the very last second slid on through as the riders make their way to the grid. Of course, they'll get 1 sighting lap, switching back to the sprint layout now as well. So we wave goodbye to Coward Summit until tomorrow. We are going back down. And of course, still the timing line down, not where they're starting. Of course, we've got about half a lap to do before we actually start the race, strangely enough. But the riders, of course, 1 sighting lap, and then they'll get going on their way. Well, it should be very, very exciting indeed as we get ready to get going out onto our formation lap. Looking at the grid then as they come through, sitting on the pole position, it will be Mason Frederick. P2 will be Rex Austin, P3 Kalin Rackcliffe, and P4 will be Preston Baker. Max Johnson is 5th with Henry Brody in P6. Moving further down, we've got Arthur Ridley 7th. P8 will be Tommy Keats. P9 Kai Hawken. Danny Longhurst is in P10. P11 is Maxwell Keats. And P12 we have the one and only Oliver Wilson. Further down on the grid, we do have a few more riders. Actually, no, we don't. I lied. It's only a grid of 12. So that is it then for your grid. And it should be very exciting to see what they're able to do.
Indeed so. Rounding the final corner, of course, and lining up on to the grid. Should be fantastic as we kickstart race 2 action here at Three Sisters. I cannot wait to see what these young riders can do. I mean, they're probably only in their first year or 2 of riding competitively, but they've got so much talent, so much experience, so much wisdom under their belts, and that is only going to improve and get better with age and experience. And the racing that we're seeing, such maturity, and these riders most certainly are the stars of the future, not only in Fab Racing but also as they progress further and further up the ladder. The signal is given and the flag marshal will walk over, pick up the green flag, wave it high in the air, and that's when the anticipation peaks. The flag drops, and let's go racing once again in the AC40 Pro class. Frederick able to hold on to pole position this time around as they run their way through the sweepers. Good start from Kalin Rackcliffe as well, as he's able to hold on position, but they run their way through quite nicely as well, it must be said, towards the back end of the circuit, through the left, and then the very, very long right to finally kickstart this race and see where everyone is racking up. There you can see Kalin Rackcliffe in P4, then working our way forward to Mason Frederick, who's got a very good hold on the lead. Not quite as close of a start. Rex Austin, though, is not going to be giving up easy.
It's Frederick from Austin, from Baker, from Rackcliffe, your top 3, or 4 should I say. But up to the front there once again goes Rex Austin. Very, very similar to what we saw in race 1. What a move by Kalin Rackcliffe. That was super late, but gets the switchback done on him by Preston Baker. Meanwhile, Mason Frederick under a lot of attack. Again, conditions very, very different to what we saw in race 1. Track is a lot cooler. Maybe this benefits different riders, as there we see that is Preston Baker looking to the inside. Was that contact between Mason Frederick and Rex Austin. I think it may have been, as they rocket their way to the line once again. Going to be 8 laps left to go, and still top 4 neck and neck, except this time Max Johnson actually looking very, very close. As there we see up into P2 goes Preston Baker on Mason Frederick. And Frederick, well, Frederick's really struggling. 2 positions down in 2 corners. Kalin Rackcliffe's up to 3rd.
Yeah, nicely done from Rackcliffe, making the most of a compromised Frederick who's dropping down. Of course, losing that momentum but quickly regaining it. We saw this exact thing happen in race 1, but he was quickly able to find his footing and fight back once again. The agility is there for Frederick. He just has to find that momentum, find that rhythm, and get back into the swing of things. Max Johnson as well is there. We saw him racing during the red flag period, albeit slightly differently to what he's used to out on the bike, fighting his way downhill. But there is the 96 of Rackcliffe, who's very close to the rear end of Preston Baker, who is definitely making up some goods in this race. Rackcliffe is through into 2nd place, but it is still Rex Austin holding a firm grip on this lead.
Kalin Rackcliffe, though, faster on that last lap, with the fastest lap of the race as well, of 50.040. So Rackcliffe potentially has the pace to take it to Rex Austin. There we see him actually trying to go, but unable to try and make a way through. There we see those Rex Austin from Rackcliffe, from Frederick, from Baker, from Johnson, your top 5. Doing a great job at the moment. Look at how close they all are as they negotiate their way through the right-hander. And now look at the swarm. Rackcliffe goes to the lead. Mason Frederick as well, trying to get involved, but unable to find a way through. Rackcliffe very slow though, out of the right-hander. Will he hold on before he gets to the line? Will he lead a lap in this race? I think he will, and indeed he will. Kalin Rackcliffe takes the lead of the race.
Best result of P2 for Kalin Rackcliffe so far. Of his 3 podiums, 1 has been a P2, 2 have been P3s, but he's not finished outside of the top 5 in his pursuit at the moment, 3rd in the championship. There's a move, Frederick back up the inside as they run their way into what is the back end of the circuit. That hairpin right-hander that sweeps your way through nearly in Noah's Ark formation as they once again enter the S's. Of course, Baldwin getting in some good shots there of this 4-way battle, it must be said. Looking very, very good indeed. Kalin Rackcliffe, though, able potentially to lead another lap, but this could go any which way of the 4.
Look at Mason Frederick trying to push, trying to find a way through, but can he come good on his want to be able to get up into 2nd place, pulling to the outside, 3 abreast, coming down the front straightaway. And actually Mason Frederick once again, for whatever reason, he's just got no waft. He comes onto the straights and the thing almost just hits the wall when he falls backwards. Now he's fallen back into P4 behind Preston Baker, but he's going to immediately swing around the outside of Rex Austin and get up into P3, maybe even P2 if he's able to negotiate Preston Baker. Look at that in the background as well. Max Johnson's getting involved. We could have a 5-way fight for the lead on our hands here at Three Sisters. Once again, the AC40 Pro serving us up a treat. There goes Mason Frederick. Oh no! Mason Frederick, he asks too much, and down and out of the race goes the number 5, the championship leader, who has won every race bar 1 this season. It has all come to naught here in race 2 at Three Sisters. He tried to swing around the outside of Kalin Rackcliffe. He got away with that one, and then at the switchback to the right in the final corner, just gave too much. And unfortunately, Preston Baker was there, and unfortunately, over the handlebars he went.
Devastation. You could see it was just immediate frustration. The adrenaline was racing, but the fight goes on. Frederick seems okay. It's more emotional damage than anything in the sense that he knows that he had the capacity to go and win that race, and unfortunately his haste and his aggression got the better of him as he gets, of course, lifted off the circuit just out of harm's way. But the fight at the front continues on with just 3 laps left to go at the line. It's Baker from Kalin Rackcliffe, Rex Austin, but here comes Rackcliffe to the inside as they rejoin the infield section. The 96 is back through, still got a 4-way fight as Rackcliffe from Baker, Austin and Johnson complete this 4-way train at the front.
Yeah, very, very tight between these guys. Lots of give, lots of take, lots of just trying desperately to find a way through as they go side by side down the front straightaway. And that is Rackcliffe into P1 from Baker. Austin, meanwhile, watching behind. Max Johnson is just sitting there watching, hoping they have another crash. Now down to the scene of the accident just 1 lap ago. Yellow flag still waving, so no overtaking allowed through this section. But look at the run there from Rex Austin. Look at the speed he's trying to pick up onto the straight as we go onto the penultimate lap of the circuit. Kalin Rackcliffe pulls out, tries to break the toe, as does Preston Baker. No changes for position down into turn 1, but it's all to play for. Look at how close they are. Nothing to separate them as they come into the right-handed hairpin up past the pit lane and the paddock. Lots of eyes watching this thrilling racing action. Traffic ahead of these two as Rackcliffe holds on to the lead.
As things stand, Rex Austin needs to win this race, because if that is the case, the championship battle at the front, the gap will close from what was 31 after race 1 to just 6 points in the AC40 Pro class. For Austin, this is a huge race for his championship. To be fair, for all of them, it could well be that pivot, the momentum they need as they round onto the final lap of this race. Rackcliffe leads, of course, from Baker and Austin, who do battle into the infield section. Not quite close enough. Baker is able to stay in front on that 93 machine. Rackcliffe, though, he is gunning for that first win of the season.
What can Kalin Rackcliffe do to hold on, trying desperately to hold everyone behind? We're going to have a bit of traffic getting involved potentially up in front as there goes Preston Baker looking to the inside. Rackcliffe closes the door. Rex Austin watches on. Max Johnson watches on. Rackcliffe holds on for dear life. Preston Baker once again to the inside. Baker, does he make it stick as they go side? Oh, brilliant from Preston Baker. Last chance saloon. Is it over though? Is it a drag race? Up to the line. I think it's done. I think it will be Preston Baker who does take the victory at the death. Less than a tenth of a second back to Kalin Rackcliffe. Once again, a photo finish. Baker from Rackcliffe, from Austin, from Johnson. Your top 4. Preston Baker, he can be happy with that one. That was a great ride from everybody involved in that fight. But yeah, Preston Baker, I think he'll be pleased.
It's one of those races that, again, it can go any which way, and just that right positioning in the right time, timing that push, can be the difference between winning and even not even being on the podium as to how close it was. All 4 of those riders, technically all 5 of those riders in the form of Mason Frederick, technically had the pace and the capability to go and win, but unfortunately only one of them can go and do it. That's in the championship. What that does mean is technically good news for Mason Frederick as his gap stays healthy. Less than a tenth of a second as Preston Baker leads Kalin Rackcliffe. Rex Austin is able to make it a consecutive podium with P3 ahead of Max Johnson and Henry Brody in 5th. Arthur Rich from Tommy Keats, Oliver Wilson the top 8. An unfortunate DNS for Danny Longhurst, Maxwell Keats and Mason Frederick, who will all be unclassified come the points classification, and that might well be, I think, a late off potentially further down the order for a couple of our riders, and that's just the unfortunate thing. The race, while they are only 10 laps long, you know, for these guys, you know, that's in 9-10 minutes, and when you're pushing that hard as well, it adds up. The attrition is there. It's a long day. It's their second race of the day as well, and it gets to them.
It absolutely does. Again, most of these young riders, they're not used to doing 2 races in one day, especially the first day, so it is what it is. Race 2 then for the Fab Racing Rookies Cup, the AC40 Rookies up next then. And well, we have seen some spectacular rides so far and some spectacular action. But again, it was all eyes on one rider earlier on, and her name was Nelly Nuth. What a performance from that young lass to go out there and dominate. But further back, some great battles all throughout the pack and some real tenacity shown by these young riders taking the first step in their bike racing careers.
Yeah, it is exactly that. I mean, for a lot of these riders, it's their first full competitive season of racing, and it's a lot to get used to. Maybe they're up to pace quickly, maybe they're building up to the consistency, but that racecraft, that experience is something that you can only do by going out on track and running in that competitive environment. And it's one of the most invaluable experiences and traits and crafts you can have to sort of build up that foundation, which is so important at such a young age. But just a quick reminder for how things ran. Of course, we know it was Nuth that dominated 13 13.7 seconds clear of Finlay Styles and Tommy Williams, who round off the podium. Championship leader Emilia Pereira ahead of championship rival Jensen Bishop, who round off the top 5, and that was how close it was all the way down. I think from P2 to P9 was a very, very long train. They're anticipating, of course, their wave around to the formation lap when we'll run you through the entirety of the grid order ahead of race 2 for the rookies.
It's sure to be exciting, to put it politely, because fireworks in race 1, just absolutely brilliant action. The sun comes back out. It's a good feeling here at Three Sisters, and everyone is excited. The grid then looking like this. Nelly Nuth starts on pole, Finlay Styles alongside, Tommy Williams in P3 with Jensen Bishop in P4. Emilia Pereira is 5th alongside Randy Carter in P6. P7 is Ruud Saxelby with Joey Aesich in P8. Austin Dilk starts in 9th with Freddy Taylor rounding out the top 10. Ethan Bayliss is 11th with James Dermott in P12. Emerson Oakley is 13th with Noah Barth at P14. Daisy Grayson starts 15th. P16th is Oscar McAllister. 17th is Claudia Dudman. 18th is Logie Paisley. And 19th, Caden Bailey rounds out our grid of 19 riders here in the AC40 Fab Racing Rookies Cup. What an exciting prospect this one is. Again, all eyes will surely be on Nelly Nuth after a mesmerising performance in the opening race. But maybe someone's taken some tips. Maybe someone's learned a thing or two during the time between race 1 and this one. And potentially she could have some challenges. We'll wait and see. You can see Nuth there on the right-hand side of your screen, getting ready to go racing, getting ready to... There's a high five there to her dad. Of course, one of our roving marshals here at Fab Racing, all in the yellow high vis. A big thank you to them and all the regular marshals as well. Finlay Styles alongside in P2. Can anyone stop Nelly Nuth, or will she be even more dominant than previously? Flag Marshal Lee Clowes, final checks further back on the grid. It looks like we are ready to go racing as Clowes drops the red and raises the green. Oh, jump start from Nelly Nuth. Immediate problems for the pole sitter. Oh, goodness me, that is not the way she wanted to start race 2. A good start, though, from Finlay Styles in P2. Further back, changes all across the order as everyone hustles and bustles and jostles for position. But Nelly Nuth, a blatant jump start there. That will be a surefire penalty, a slam dunk penalty, in fact. But as they come to the line to start the opening lap of the race, Nuth leads on the road. Finlay Styles second, Tommy Williams in P3, Emilia Pereira, great start to get into 4th place, with Cedric in 5th and Ruud Saxelby in P6. But Nelly Nuth, well, I think it's safe to say there, Zach, that is a penalty coming her way.
It is, but I mean, she's going to anticipate that. I'm sure she's going to know that she's in the wrong and is going to get a penalty, but that doesn't matter now. You've got this clean slate, you know you've got a penalty coming, so you've got to ride that car faster and faster. Reminds me of Daniel Ricciardo at Sochi a couple of years ago in Formula 1, where he said, yeah, got a penalty. He was like, all right, I'll just drive faster. Simple as that. You've just got to ride the bike, do the best job you can, and the result will come at the end. Interesting to note how severe of a penalty it might be, because earlier in the day it was 3 seconds, but that was sort of a less, it was a bit of a grey sort of area in terms of how much advantage was gained, so don't know what race controller will do in regards to penalising Nuth, but nonetheless, she's just got to cement herself in this race and build a big gap as possible and hope that it's going to be enough to, even if it's not the win, a big enough gap to solidify a decent position. Battles all the way through as Pereira and Williams are doing battle further back in that bout for the podium, but so far so good out the front. There's the 31 machine, of course, of Pereira, championship leader, gunning for the podium.
Well, time will tell what Nelly Nuth's punishment will be, but currently gap is 1 second back to Finlay Styles. Tommy Williams rounding out our podium places, but under real pressure, as that, I believe, was Emilia Pereira going on through on the 51 and getting into the podium places, and indeed it was. El Toro moves up into P3. Lovely stuff there from that young man. Jensen Cedras also watching, waiting, trying to find a way through. Tommy Williams seemingly struggling in this early phase of the race as they rocket their way onto the front stretch. Let's look at the gap for Nuth this time. And it's actually come down a long way. Emilia, oh, no, she's been given the penalty, that's why. So Nelly Nuth still first on the road, currently P5 overall. She has been handed a penalty, looks to be around about maybe 4 or 5 seconds, I think, just judging from the immediate timesheets. So we'll wait and see how that's all going to come into fruition. But right now, it is Nelly Nuth who leads on the road. Finlay Styles leads the Met race.
She effectively is in P5, but she's not in this battle for 5th, which means she's got all the clear air in the world. She can push, put in some good lap times, and actually gain that gap back on aggregate. And as you can see, these guys are battling hard. El Toro, of course, Emilia Pereira fighting his way to the outside, going into that penultimate corner, sweeps his way past. But Nuth is able to put in some good lap times, only 1.7 seconds off winning this race. I don't think that's going to be too big of a challenge. I think Nuth can still win this race with 5 laps left to go. Side by side as they run their way towards the infield section, of course, they're going to do battle. And late on the brakes, of course, that's Emilia Pereira trying to find his way past Tommy Williams for what is a net P2 in this race. And, of course, a little bit of lap traffic to contend with as well, which, of course, as we've come to sort of be familiar with in the rookies, that's always something they've got to be on their mind, and another dynamic to add on top of this race.
Nelly Nuth, though, already up to P3 in the net. Last lap was the first lap into the 54s we've had all weekend, a 54.968. She is absolutely flying. With 5 laps left to go, there's every possibility she could just be doing what you said she needs to do and ride so fast she just completely evades the penalty. Again, doesn't help the likes of Styles, Williams, Pereira, Cedras. They're all fighting, as you can see. Styles will lead them to the line. Winning lap earlier, of course, was 13 or so seconds. So Nuth definitely has the pace. In fact, she's already retaken the net lead of the race. Only a 7/10 gap, though, separating them on paper, but on the road, it's quite significant.
I mean, to be fair, I don't want to say they should get it into a habit, but a tactical jump start might not be a bad idea, because now she's got no part in this battle whatsoever. The fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th is raging on so hard that the penalty is negligible, that she's just able to run so clear out in front. There she is, the 44, and it doesn't matter, that 4-second penalty, because she's got clear air to run with. She's just fine. She got 4 laps left to go. She's calm, she's composed, maybe a little bit irritated at herself, but it's not going to slow her down. She is gunning for a 2nd race victory in a row, something that's not been done since Jensen Bishop did it 2 weeks ago at Ella Park, of course, but for the 2nd time this season it could well go the way of Nelly Nuth. She was unable to do it at Lid. She's got a decent chance of doing it here at Three Sisters. Finlay Styles, of course, fighting with Tommy Williams in that fight for P2, but there she is, and there's a reason she's at the top of that House of Moto award.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. In collaboration with the House of Moto, Fab Racing, it's the first British grassroots motorsport's highest achieving female racer award, being given to one of our young, talented female riders at the end of the season for having achieved the most points in their class. And Nelly Nuth right now is, well, dominating that cup as it stands, quite frankly. And she's doing a great job out on track as well. But at the moment, Tommy Williams has got through Finlay Styles for P2. Jensen Bishop has also got through Emilia Pereira. These lot still very close together. As I say that, Finlay Styles has actually got back through Tommy Williams. Previous lap, they did encounter some traffic that just upset the apple cart a little bit. Hello, is that Jensen Bishop trying to go the long way round? Goodness me, that would have been impressive if he got that done. But unfortunately not quite able to. Actually did get past Tommy Williams, I believe, as they head onto the penultimate lap of the race. So still time to play for in this fight for P2. Nelly Nuth, though, is now, even with the penalty, 2.5 seconds up the road. I think she's feeling pretty comfortable.
I think she is, and of course, I mean, there's nothing more that you can do when it comes. She was given a fair penalty for the jump start. She's just ridden this race so well that it didn't matter. There, of course, is Jensen Bishop. Tommy Williams is right in behind on that 51 machine. They're racing hard as they've got a lap and a half left to run. It's so incredibly close for the final race of the day. Race 2 of the AC40 Rookies class, and these guys are going to go all the way to the wire for the fight for 2nd.
All the way and then some. Nelly Nuth starts the final lap of the race in just a short moment's time. There you can see the final lap flag, the yellow flag with the black cross indicating one more tour of the Three Sisters circuit. But Styles, Cedras, Williams, Pereira still fighting hard for those podium places and still giving it all they've got. But Nelly Nuth, once again, what a performance it has been for that young lass. Just absolutely ridden the wheels off of that Mini Moto machine. There we see, though, still fighting for P2. That is Cedrus and Tommy Williams. I believe they're fighting for the final podium place, actually, as they come down into the opening few corners. Bit of traffic, actually. No, not a bit of traffic. It is, in fact, Finley Styles ahead of them. So it's Styles from Tommy Williams currently in P2. But P1, once again, goes the way of Nelly Nuth. The confidence is there. The nod, the smile under the helmet, the punch to the air. The victory for Nelly Nuth, who takes 2 from 2 here at Three Sisters. What a great ride, marred by a jump start penalty, but she was so quick it didn't even matter.
That's what it is. I mean, again, she would have been frustrated that she jumped the start, know she was in the wrong, basically know that her penalty was incoming, but she didn't let that, dishearten her or put her off or knock her off her composure like it would do to so many young riders, especially at this age. It's so easy for the emotions to take over, but she didn't. She just rode the race as best as possible and still won by 4.5 seconds. That is the talent that we're talking about, and that is what is showcased. The potential of Nelly Nuth is absolutely sensational. Congratulations from everyone down at Parc Fermé, of course, in front of the podium boards. But goodness me, what a race that we were treated to there. Of course, that fight for P2 as well. But it's more just about the incredible win of Nelly Nuth and smiles under the helmet.
Absolutely. Nelly Nuth, penalty or not, takes a dominant win. Finley Styles in P2 and Tommy Williams in P3. Rounding out our podium, Jensen Cedrus was 4th, with Emilia Pereira just missing out in P5. Austin Dilks was 6th, with Randy Carter 7th, Reed Saxelby in P8. Joey Aesich was 9th, and Freddy Taylor was P10. Ethan Bayliss was 11th, with James Dermott in P12. Noah Barford was 13th, Emerson Oakley 14th, Daisy Grayson 15th, Oscar McAllister was 16th, Logan Paisley 17th, Claudia Dudman was P18, and Caden Bailey rounded out our grid of 19 riders at the end. Of course, Caden Bailey's first race racing here with Fab this weekend. Of course, Nelly Nuth continues her dominance of the highest achieving female rider award here at Fab Racing in collaboration with the House of Moto. Of course, the race winners getting some photos there. Pitbike Sonic blocking our fantastic view of the race winners, but nonetheless, still a great race.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for day 1 of round 3 of Fab Racing in 2024. Three Sisters definitely has not disappointed. We had 12 races today, and what racing it was. I mean, from start to finish, this day was just nothing short of a success. The racing that we saw, the young talent that was on show, and we get to do it all over and more as we head into tomorrow at Saturday. Join us early in the morning. I believe we're going live at about 11 a.m. with the pre-show. Racing will begin as early as possible as we'll kickstart things once again for race 2 of the Senior Opens. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome to the 3rd round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship, and we have come to Wigan and the fantastic Three Sisters circuit. This place was the championship finale last year, so we moved a little bit earlier in the season, but the stakes are still high. There is still tension and there is still sure to be drama. So why don't we head down to the paddock and speak to some of the riders. Henry, Brody, we are here for the 3rd round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. The sun is shining here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling?
Good.
And obviously you've been out on the bike for a few sessions already, getting to know the track, getting to know how you're feeling. How's it all going so far?
Really good, and I've got a new engine. It's a CS, but I had a blatter, Ella and lid.
And is there any real reason why you've changed engine? Did you just feel like you wanted something different?
No, I just, the power on their bike, when I was on the blatter, they were going fast on the straights, so I wanted power to get them on the straights too.
So obviously you're feeling confident then on the bike, got a new engine in it. Is this a track that you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a fast track too for the pro bikes and elites.
Yeah, no, it is really fast, really tricky as well. What's your objective for this weekend? Looking to get some wins, get some podiums?
It might just be the times, like get a 50 and try and get some podiums if it's going to be wet. And I'll try and get it in the dry if I can.
And how would you say that 2024 has gone so far for you? Are you happy with what's happened at the first 2 rounds?
Yeah. I did get a podium at Ella, so that was good. I did crash from the pros, but I was fine with it.
Well, as long as you were able to get back on your feet. Thank you very much for talking to us, Henry. And yeah, good luck this weekend.
Bye, and thank you.
Sat here now then with Maxwell Keats. Maxwell, a lovely day here at Three Sisters for the 3rd round of the championship. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Good. It's a really good track, and it's fast, it's big, and it's kind of bumpy, but that's all right. And yeah.
We've had a few riders say they really like this track. Is it one that's a real favourite amongst the riders in the paddock?
Well, it's one of my favourites that I've been to so far.
That's great to hear. So you're clearly enjoying time out there on the bike then at the moment. What's your objective for this weekend?
To at least get top 10.
So can we expect to see some big performances and some top 10s then?
Hopefully.
And looking across the rest of the year as well, still a long way to go in the championship, still many more tracks to visit, but how are you feeling looking forward to the rest of the year?
I'm feeling quite confident. This is my first time going out with the pros today, and yeah.
Well, best of luck going out with all the pros, and thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Tommy Keats, shades are on, the temperature is high, you're feeling a cool customer here at Three Sisters. Yeah, you look pretty confident heading into this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, one word answer, that's all we need as well. Talk to us then about how your year's gone so far. 2024, of course, only the 3rd round, not too far in, but would you say you've had a good year so far?
Yeah, it's my first time, third weekend on a pro bike, so it's been good, and yeah.
So only 3rd weekend on the pro bike then. How are you experiencing that? What's the difference between the pro bike and the bikes that you've ridden before?
The pro bike has got a lot more, is so much faster than a rookie bike down a straight.
So it's just a bit faster in a straight line. Of course, you're riding against more experienced competitors as well, so they're probably a bit faster in the corners, so it's just a bit faster essentially.
Yeah.
And what's the plan then for the rest of the year? Just continue to learn and grow on the pro bike, and then next year maybe looking at an elite ride?
Yeah, all I'm hoping for is just top 7s, and yeah, hopefully on an elite bike next year.
Well, fingers crossed. Thank you very much, Tommy. Matthew Thomas about to head out onto the track for your practice sessions, getting ready on the bike. How are you feeling?
Good. It's a lot different than the 70 than the 50, but it's the 70 is a lot quicker, so I enjoy it more.
Obviously this track as well, really, really fast. You've got that big brave section up the top of the hill as well. Even on the 50, if it's a bit slower, got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, but there's a lot of slow rides in the 50, so it's hard to get around them down in the plinth climb bit.
So, clearly feeling quite confident then, especially in the 50s class. If you're saying there's a lot of other slower riders out there, are you maybe thinking of some good results this weekend for yourself?
Yeah, I was second in the 3rd session, but I've gone down to 3rd, only because I had some traffic. But if I get ahead of everyone else, I could go back to 2nd.
Well, all the best for your practice sessions. We'll let you get back out on track.
Thanks.
Jensen Bishop about to head out onto track here at Three Sisters for a practice session. Obviously, the sun coming out, it's a lovely day today, and it's a nice, fast, fun track, isn't it?
I love the fast track. So I'm one of the heavier riders, but I can manage on the straights because I keep it pinned through that right-hander.
Let's talk about this year then. So far, 2 rounds done and dusted. I'd like to think you think you've had a pretty good year so far.
I had a decent round at Lid, but the round at Ella was quite awful. There was a problem with my forks, which was bottoming out instantly. So that resulted in 6 crashes. What's that?
So you're hoping for a bit of a better third round here and rest of the season than last time out?
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll let you get out on track. Thanks for talking to us, Jensen.
Thanks.
Tyler Heartley, a bit of a disappointing day for you so far, unfortunately. You've had a lot of mechanical issues with the bike, but looks like it's all fixed now. Hopefully, you're ready and raring to get out there for the third round of the championship.
Yeah.
So, talk to us about how your year's gone so far. Obviously, only 2 rounds in so far, but I'd like to think, you're pretty happy with what you've done.
This is my first round at the season. I'm doing 3 tech on the CBR 125s. So it's my first round this season on my 50, which obviously I won't be going that well because I blew my bike up. But hopefully I'm going to go out in this session for redemption.
Talk to us a little bit about the track as well. Obviously, Three Sisters, quite a big circuit, very fast, very flowing. Is it one that you enjoy?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've never really done a lap on it, but I got half a lap in and I really liked it.
So, well, from what other people are saying, can you assume it's going to be fun at least?
Yeah, very fun.
What's your aim for this weekend then in terms of finishing positions? Are you more just focused on getting out there, having some time on the bike, or straight out there you want to win some races?
Well, to be honest, we came just for fun so I can see my friends, so probably top 10 finish would be good.
Well, hopefully that can all come together. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Callum Maxwell, sun shining here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the championship?
Oh man, I'm feeling amazing. I'm absolutely flying. I'm catching up to people. I'm almost passing people. Yeah, feeling absolutely amazing.
That's great to hear. Clearly then you're really enjoying Three Sisters as a track.
Oh yeah, it's honestly the best track in the Canada so far.
I know you're heading out in a short moment, so we'll keep this one nice and quick. But what's your plan for this weekend then? I mean, obviously everyone wants to go out and win all 3 races, but what are you aiming to do?
Just get any high placement and beat my last time.
So yeah, just get out there, have some fun and get some good results. Is that the plan?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Callum.
Thank you.
Emilia Pereira, you've been having a great season so far in the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. We've come now to Three Sisters. I'm sure you're looking to continue your strong form.
Yeah, I'm currently 7th fastest at the moment, but I wasn't in for the first practice, which really was probably the most important because it's just to know the track. But hopefully I'll get top 3 in this practice.
Yeah, of course, it's all about just getting out there and getting used to the track. Let's talk about the last time out at Ella Park. You had a great few races in very changeable conditions. That must have felt pretty good at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. I was hoping for at least 2 first, but 2 seconds and first is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, most people would be delighted with that, and you're just saying it's good enough. Shows you've got very high expectations, which we love to hear. So I'm assuming you want to achieve some more fantastic results here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Well, that is brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Emilia Pereira, and let's see how you do out there.
Thanks, bye.
Well then, Harrison O'Keefe, you're a bit of a famous man in the Fab Racing paddock at the moment. Surely hoping for perhaps a bit more luck this time coming into the round at Three Sisters than we saw at Ella Park last time out.
Yeah, definitely gonna try and keep my cool and look behind me this time.
Let's not dwell on the past and any mistakes that may have happened at final corners. Let's look forward to this weekend. Sun shining, looks like it's going to be lovely weather the whole way through, and a great track here at Three Sisters as well. I remember you guys were here last year. I seem to remember you did quite well as well.
I can't remember where we placed last year. I think we was all right. But yeah, I'm just catching up now to remembering the track again, so we'll see how we get on. But yeah, it should be good.
So I'm sure you've been out a few times today already. How's everything feeling on the bike? Everything feeling okay?
Just getting used to everything again. Bike feels all right. It's just the track, getting used to the track, knowing what's where, really. That's about it.
And looking across the rest of the season as well, again, we're actually quite quickly approaching the halfway point, which feels weird given it's only the third round. But, what's the goal for the rest of the season? Again, you said, you've been kind of catching the front runners. We've seen some great performances from you this year. So do you want to be in a position at the end of the year where you're regularly challenging for wins and maybe even the title?
Yeah, it'd be good if I finished top four at least in the whole championship. That would be dreams come true, that.
Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Ashton, and best of luck out there this weekend.
Thank you.
From one O'Keefe to the other, now we move over onto Ben. And again, you guys, you've been having a great season so far. Not just you, but all of the O'Keefe family. Coming here now to Three Sisters, I'm sure you all want to keep improving and keep going with that form that you're seemingly in.
Yeah, that was the general idea until I fell off on the last one. But seeing as Harry fell off on the last race, I thought I'd better take a tumble myself, and I think I did the family proud on that one.
Well, I mean, it's not quite doing the Harrison, falling off on the last corner on the last lap from the lead of the race, but, still got to have a tumble occasionally. But bike looks okay from what I can tell from behind. Are you thinking it's going to be all right?
A little bit dubious at the moment, but I think it is only fair for me to say that with Harry's fall off on the last lap, we, as a family, we were bitterly disappointed. We felt he let himself down, he let me down, he let his great granny auntie down, and he just let a lot of people down. I had a dog that died 9 years ago, let that down as well. It was a sad affair for the whole family. We were disappointed.
So it was a long walk home for him then, was it?
We made him walk. I think nobody would let him in the van after that performance. It was a disgrace, absolute disgrace. I'm surprised he's been allowed back, to be honest. It's just shocking.
Well, moving on to yourself, obviously you've had a little fall off the bike this weekend, but not as bad as Harry's, must be said. What's your game plan heading into this weekend? I mean, I was just saying to Harry a moment ago, if I remember correctly, last year this track was somewhere you guys all ran quite well at, so are you looking to pick up some more good results today?
I think for myself personally, I think my plan of action is to pop into the van in a minute, have a bit of a cry, try and console myself, and then see if the bike will come back together, and then see how I'm feeling for tomorrow, and fingers crossed, I've just got to stay in front of Harry. I hope he falls off again, whichever.
Keep it nice and simple if he does fall off. Thanks for talking to us, enjoy your cry, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks very much, cheers.
And last but of course not least, we have the one and only Gary O'Keefe. Gary, pleasure to have you back with us as always here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling heading into the weekend's action?
With trepidation again, nervous after watching my brother crash again. I'm just hoping to survive as always, that's all I want.
Well, it is very much a survival game. Part of motorsports is you got to stay on the black stuff, stay on the bike. Is that really your main plan? Just try and stay in front of your brother, and the entire O'Keefe world can watch on and cheer you to victory?
There'll be no victory. I did get a podium last meeting for the first time ever in my life, and that's as high as I'm ever going to get, I think. I think I've actually peaked, and I'm now ready for retirement, if I'm honest.
So you've entered and left your prime pretty quickly then, and now it's just almost the swan song victory tour on the way home.
Now we're talking, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So then, looking towards the rest of the season as well, on your swan song victory tour, again, only a few rounds left already, quite surprisingly, season's been rushing past. What are you aiming for? To just have some fun, some time on the bike, time with your family, or do you want to be competing at the front with them as well?
If I could set one or two more personal bests, I'll be happy, but like I say, I think I've peaked 10 or 15 years ago, and it's not going to happen now, so.
Well, thanks for talking to us, and as always with retired athletes, there's a place for you in the media when you're done.
Thank you very much, I'll be there.
So then, Oscar, round 3, getting ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Really excited and just hoping for a good result, really.
I mean, aren't we all at the end of the day? Talk to us about what it's like around here at Three Sisters. Very big track, very, very fast, but we've been told as well, a lot of fun.
It's a good track, yeah. Very fast one. A few bumps, but really, it's really good.
Would you say it's one that really suits your style of riding as well?
Well, a bit and a bit not, because it's just hard to learn. But when you get the hang of it, it's really good.
So what's your game plan heading into this weekend then? Where are you looking to finish roughly? I'm assuming you want to be right at the top of the pack, of course.
Well, I'm looking at a 14th, but hopefully a top 10.
That's great to hear. And Bonnie, you talked to us a bit about your year so far as well. Talk to the people at home, how you think your year's gone.
It's going all right. First year, and yeah, just try to learn all the tracks for next year.
That is brilliant stuff. And again, is that a kind of similar plan looking over the rest of the season? Just looking to learn tracks, get time on the bike?
Yeah, really. This is just a practice year for me.
That's fair enough. So next year is when we'll be seeing the real you coming out.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you out on track this weekend.
Thank you.
Yep. Here with Tommy Williams. It's coming into what looks to be a great weekend of racing here at the third round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. How are you feeling? Looking forward to this one?
I feel quite good. It's a fast track and I like it a lot.
I mean, we've been speaking to a lot of riders throughout the paddock and they've all been saying very similar thing. Fast track, quite bumpy, need to be quite brave around here, but everyone's been saying it's really fun as well. Is it a track you enjoy?
Yeah, it's one of my favourite tracks because it's quite flowy and fun to ride with.
So I'm assuming when you go out there for your 3 races, you're really looking forward to just having some fun and showing what you can do.
Yeah.
And looking across the rest of the season as well, of course, you've had a strong year so far this year. We're already approaching the halfway point of the season as well. Are you just looking to continue just to build up your experience, build up your confidence, build up your speed?
Yeah, I'm basically trying to build up my speed in the corners and out the corners, so I'm trying to roll in and out of them, so I don't really need to use my brakes that much.
Well, that's awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Tommy.
You're welcome.
Randy Carter, a great year so far for you, and the third round of the championship awaits here at Three Sisters. What's running through your mind at this moment in time?
It's really fast and it feels really good.
That's great stuff. Again, it's a very popular track with all of the paddock, this one. Is it one that you're gelling quite well with? Do you think you can run fast here?
Yeah, it's really good as well.
That is awesome stuff. What brings you then to Fab Racing? What makes you want to come out here and do this?
Because of Matt Marquez made me feel like going into racing.
That's great to hear. So, would you one day want to be up in Moto GP?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully one day you can get there. But let's talk a bit more about why we're here now, of course. Third round of the Fab Racing season. And, you've been putting in some strong performances so far. Looking across the rest of the year, is your plan just to carry on going out there, going as fast as you can?
Yeah, it's really fun as well.
Well, if it wasn't fun, we wouldn't be here. Thank you very much, Randy.
Bye.
Nelly Nuth, one of our many talented young female riders here at Fab Racing. Great to speak to you here at Three Sisters. You've been having a brilliant season so far. Talk us through a bit about, what makes you want to go out and race and why you're so quick.
I'm just so quick and I really like racing.
Well, that is absolutely great to hear. Now, of course, you're one of our leading riders in the Fab Racing Female Competitor Cup, which is great for you. What would it mean if you were able to win that trophy?
I would be happy and stuff.
Nothing wrong with being happy. And how are you finding it here at Three Sisters?
Really good.
So do you want to go out and win a few more races here this weekend then?
Yes.
Well, hopefully you can do that. Thank you very much for talking to us, Nelly.
Bye.
And yet another young, talented female rider joining us here in Daisy Ray Grayson. Daisy, great to be speaking to you here at the third round of the championship at Three Sisters. What's going through your mind? How are you feeling heading into this race?
I'm feeling good for the races. It's my first time here and I'm a bit nervous for racing here.
So it's your first time here, so you're learning the track. How's that going? Is it a track you're enjoying so far?
It's a really good track. I'm enjoying it quite a lot. It's a really fast track.
Yeah, obviously really fast suits your style as well because you are quite fast. What do you want to do here? I mean, obviously you want to win all 3 races, but, you know, are you aiming very high?
I'm aiming for top 10 this week.
Well, we've got our fingers crossed that you can get there. Looking across the rest of the season as well, you've had a great year so far. I assume you just want to keep putting in the great results until the end of 2024.
Yeah.
Well, that is great to hear. Thank you very much for talking to us, Daisy, and we hope you can get your top 10s this weekend.
Thank you.
Plenty of young rookie riders here at Fab Racing, and we are being joined by another one. James, great to see you. Great to see you back at Fab here at Three Sisters as well. And, well, what a track this is. It's got to be one you're enjoying.
Yeah, I think that's really fast. First time round here, so I feel like I could get inside the top 10, maybe, because I'm on a new bike now, but new sprocket. So yeah, I think I could maybe get inside the top 10.
So, new bike, new sprocket. Do you think that's maybe going to just help you push a little bit more forward then?
Yeah, I think it'll help me a lot with a new sprocket, because if I was on a 64, I'd be way back in top 16. And this new sprocket has really helped me throughout the season.
Well, hopefully your new sprocket can do some wonders for you, but you know, you said it's a track you're enjoying so far, and you know, you've already had a great year, so do you want to continue that form heading into this round?
Yeah, I would continue, but this is a new track, faster than all the tracks I've been to, so I think I'd have to change my position a lot.
Well, hopefully you can get up to grips with it very, very quickly. Thank you very much for talking to us. Here we have 2 of the finest examples of young racing talent here at Fab Racing. We've got Bradley and Lucy Curtis. Great to have you joining us once again here at Three Sisters. We'll start with you, Bradley, if that is okay. Obviously, this is your first time running around here on the full Metrokit circuit, of course, because you've normally been running the smaller infield circuit. What's that like? What's the difference? And how are you getting accustomed to it?
I'd say the Metrokit tracks are much better, but the Mini, I like how you can just chuck the bike over, where the Metrokit's more like you have to get on your foot a little earlier.
Yeah, obviously, you know, you've got that big back section which you didn't have to do before, but clearly you're having a lot of fun then. What's your aims coming into this weekend? Of course, you're going to be racing against riders who do know the track a bit better than you, so are you just looking to try and kind of learn and get some track times around here, or are you going to be straight in competing for the top?
Well, hopefully I get top 3, but my aim is to obviously finish first.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, whose aim isn't to finish at the top of the table? Now, why don't you talk us a bit through your year so far? Again, we're 2 rounds in, coming into the 3rd round here at Three Sisters. It's been a pretty decent season for you, I'd say. How are you feeling about all of it?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite well. Leeds, I had quite a happy way ending the first round, but I would say my weekend this weekend, I want to do what I did on the both 2 rounds, so yeah.
Yeah, of course. And looking forward over the rest of the season as well, I assume your game plan for the rest of the year is just, you know, get more track time, you know, grow your experience, grow your pace, and then get out there maybe next year and really start pushing and winning a lot of races.
Yeah, this year's more practice, and this year I'd hope to get top 3 in the championship, but see how it goes.
We will indeed. Thank you very much, Bradley. We'll move on now to Lucy. Lucy, again, pleasure to have you speaking to us here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into the 3rd round of the year?
Quite confident. I ended last round with quite a big crash, so I'm just starting to ease back into the bike again.
Yeah, it was a pretty big whack you took back at Ella Park. Again, great to see that you're here up on your feet and all okay. So is maybe still just easing a little bit back into just building that confidence back up?
Yeah, definitely 100%, because I had a huge crash before the start of the season and resulted in a broken elbow, so it hasn't gone too good so far, but just building my confidence.
That is great to hear. Why don't we talk about a little bit about someone you've got on the front of your leathers, House of Moto. Of course, you're competing in the highest achieving female rider award, along with all the other female riders we have here at Fab. What does it mean, for Fab Racing to have, or to be, should I say, the first grassroots British racing series to have a cup solely for female competitors?
Yeah, it's great. It inspires lots of young girls to, give it a try, have a go, because motorbike racing is a really male-dominated sport. So it's nice having that bit of backup, confidence boost.
And I'm sure at the end of the year as well, you'd like to be the one lifting said trophy.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, fingers crossed for you on that front. Let's talk about the rest of the year as a whole, though. Again, we're getting to the halfway point, so still some time to, get some good points in, make some progress. What is your plan for the rest of the year?
Stay on, really, but just top 5, hopefully, because I had quite a good last round other than the crash, so yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much for talking to us, Lucy.
Thank you, and also I'd just like to say great thanks to House of Moto for all the support and my dad.
Here with another fantastic young female rider at Fab Racing, Daisy Polden. Great to have you here with us, and great to see you here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good and confident.
All right, confident. I like that. This must be a circuit then that you really enjoy.
Yeah, I really like the top corner. That's really fast and flowy.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very tricky circuit, as we said, but really big up the top, big fast corners. You've got to have some real guts to take it through there. Is that something then that could really suit you coming into the racing?
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm sure then that you're looking for some fantastic results and winning all 3 races and all of that.
Yeah, I'm aiming to get top 10.
Well, obviously, that would be absolutely fantastic if you could. Let's talk a little bit about how your season has gone so far. You've had some strong results at the 2 rounds we've had, and I'm sure that you're looking to continue those here today.
Yeah, I want to try get maybe 9th and try to beat Harris and Dylan.
Well, hopefully we'll see you getting there. Thank you very much, Daisy.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Saturday's action here at Three Sisters for the 3rd round of the 2024 season of Fab Racing. We're here ahead of 18 races today. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ross McIntyre alongside me here in the commentary booth. And Ross, off the back of yesterday, I'm excited for today.
Oh, excited does not even start to cover it, Zach. We had 12 fantastic races yesterday, and well, we know that Three Sisters, after last season, it was always going to be a treat, but even then, I feel like we were witnessing something truly special out on the racetrack. As you said, 18 more races to come today, coming up to the halfway point in the championship as well, so the stakes starting to get raised, and we shall wait and see what's going to unfold out on the circuit today. Our first race just moments away, but if yesterday was anything to go by, today sure to be yet another cracker.
Well, of course, we ran the first 2 races of both the AC40 Pro and the Rookies over the duration of Friday, which means they only have to do their 1 race 3 today. We're going to get that over and done with first, and we're going to be getting the AC40 Pros out for their final race of the weekend. Just a quick reflection, really, as to how things have been racking up for them. It's been incredibly close, hasn't it, across both of the races? I mean, a 4-way fight, 5-way even for the majority of race 2. Frederick, Austin and Rackcliffe were able to take the top 3 spots over race 1, but a crash in race 2 for, of course, the birthday boy Mason Frederick dropped him out of the running, and it was Preston Baker who was able to become the 3rd race winner of the Pros this season. I think we're gearing up for even more of the same today.
Mason Frederick will be wanting some sort of redemption for that crash yesterday. Unfortunately, it was very much his mistake. just tried to take too much into the corner, came together with Preston Baker and found himself on the floor. And of course this weekend as well, specifically for Three Sisters, it's a rule that we don't really see anywhere else in Fab Racing. If you come off the bike, you are not allowed to remount and rejoin the race. So he'll be wanting some redemption, but of course lots of fast riders out there, could be close. Race number 3 for the AC40 Pros is coming up. We've had 2 spectacular displays yesterday, and today should be absolutely fantastic as well. Of course, Mason Frederick will be wanting redemption after his DNF yesterday, but we've been looking at those at the front, the likes of Preston Baker, Kalin Rackcliffe, Rex Austin and Max Johnson, all running very, very fast. It has all been neck and neck stuff in the races yesterday from the start to the finish. Let's see if today's action is going to be similar. We did have a bit of rain overnight, but it is very much dry running now. The track drying up very, very quickly. A few people were running the wets in the warm-ups, but now, well, for these mini motos, it's semi-slicks. For everyone else, it is full slick conditions. The riders making their way out onto the grid as we speak and going for one sighting lap before we get the drop of the green flag and get us underway.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, they'll be rolling off for their sighting lap. Of course, on the club layout of Three Sisters, not taking to the full one where you go up over the hill into Coward Summit. They turn, as you can see, through this right into the left, then back through the sweepers. But let's take a look as to how things are lining up on the grid. Mason Frederick putting a sensational qualifying lap over the duration of yesterday. He lines up alongside Rex Austin on row 1. Kalin Rackcliffe from Preston Baker, of course, our race 2 winner from yesterday. He will be running up in 4th. Max Johnson from Henry Brody completes the 3rd row of the grid. Head of Arthur Rich, Tommy Keats, Kai Hawken and Danny Longhurst rounding off the top 10. Behind that, Maxwell Keys, Oliver Wilson rounding off the 12 bike grid that we've got ahead of today. And Ross, I mean, they're coming round through to the final corner before they get themselves onto the grid. What are we expecting from race 3?
Well, I think we can expect very close, very tight Moto 3 style racing. That's what we've been seeing all weekend so far, especially between the top 5 riders. They have really been nip and tuck, neck and neck stuff from all of them. But maybe today, slightly different conditions. They've had a night of rest, coming back out first thing today. Maybe someone's got a little bit something extra in their locker that we have not seen before. But last checks with the parents / mechanics, call them what you will, because they do both jobs, and just making sure the bikes are all ready to go. There you see Mason Frederick sat on the pole position, a DNF in race 2, but still leading the championship. What can he do in this one? Of course, he'll be wanting to try and get another win. Flag Marshal Lee Klaus heads off the track, picks up the green flag. It's time to go racing in the AC40 Pros. The green flag drops. We are underway. A great start there from Mason Frederick, and we all look clean away as we head through the opening few corners. Now round the left-handed sweeper on the way to the timing line to properly start the first lap, and Frederick already pulling a few bike lengths away as we negotiate our way round the big sweeper onto the main straight where the first lap will properly get going. You can see already, despite Frederick pulling away a bit, we know he struggles on the straights slightly, and also we can see the top 4 all following. There goes Rex Austin to the inside, gets it underneath Mason Frederick. Can Frederick fight back? He cannot. Once again, Frederick loses the lead on the opening lap. This time, Rex Austin takes first.
Yeah, Frederick really struggles with that top-end speed. We saw it a couple of weeks ago at Lid, of course, in his fight in the LC40 Elite with Logan Cousins. He really struggled, but that initial drive through the corner and the agility that he's got, he can more than compensate for it. So this fight for the lead is going to be far from over, especially with Baker and Rackcliffe still very hotly in contention. Still got 8 laps left to go as they run to the line. And look at the closing speed of Frederick. That's what I'm talking about in his agility. But moves like that and looks like that are exactly what costed him this time yesterday.
Frederick and Austin starting to break away from Baker and Rackcliffe behind. Here we will see once again the waft that Rex Austin has as they make it 8 laps to go. You can just see him even with the toe that Frederick is getting. Austin just pulling slowly away. There we see the battle for 3rd at the moment in Rackcliffe and Baker. Kalin Rackcliffe has managed to get through on the previous tour on that number 96 machine. He's been looking very, very quick this weekend. Maybe in this one he can try and pick up some big rewards. A bit of a wobble though coming out of the hairpin. Doesn't come under attack though from Baker. Baker happy just to sit and watch and wait behind. This time, maybe trying to push. Here goes Frederick to the inside, coming into the left-hander, but Rex Austin slams the door once again through that tight and technical late section of the lap. That is where Frederick is right at home, but coming onto this big long straight, just can't get the power down, and Austin just able to pull away again and again. We'll be seeing it here, as you can see. There goes Austin, just extending that gap ever so slightly. Frederick, though, last lap, slightly faster, 49.647, fastest lap of the race so far, and closing up a 10th as well. So Frederick clearly pushing very hard, clearly wants this race win.
Of course he does. I mean, he's won all but 2 races, and even then, as oh my goodness me, an issue there for Mason Frederick. He pulls over and is out of race 3 of the pros. That is pure frustration, running so well. Of course, he's not technically off the bike, so if they can restart it, he can rejoin, but I think that is the nail in the coffin. On his birthday weekend, he's 1 win, 2 DNFs, and this could be huge for the championship. Rex Austin is only 16 points behind and currently leads the way.
Oh, that is a disaster for Mason Frederick. What a shame for that young man. I'm not sure what's happened, but it looks like the bike's just conked out coming through the corner, and unfortunately, as you said, Zach, 1 win at 2 DNFs will be the order of the day. Now this is the fight for second between Preston Baker and Kalin Rackcliffe. Actually looks like Mason Frederick might have rejoined the race, but I'm not sure if that'll be allowed because he did get off the bike, so he might be told that his day is done, unfortunately for him. There we see, though, Rackcliffe and Baker still pushing each other very, very hard in this now fight for second. Rex Austin had a 2-second gap back to these two at the line last time. This time I will wait and see if the gap has extended, but this is very much a battle for second place now. Austin has a commanding lead up the front as they soon head over the start-finish line to make it 5 laps left to go. You can see the gap already, a little bit of traffic out in front as Baker looks to the inside, not close enough to make the move on the brakes as they head into the right-hand sweeper, and then the very bumpy left-hander here, which obviously not on the full circuit, that corner, but it is tricky indeed for these Mini Moto riders heading into the hairpin past the pit straight. Oh, we've got a rider down there at the final corner. Waiting to see who that is that's gone off. That might be Mason Frederick once again. Yeah. Indeed it is. So Mason Frederick, more issues. He rejoined the race. This time, unfortunately, I think it is terminal.
Yeah, that is it. They're carrying the bike off and he is out of this race, but the show goes on. The fight for second continues. 4 laps left to go at the line. Of course, it's Kalin Rackcliffe on the yellow 96 machine, and then the 93 behind, the yellow leathers of Preston Baker. He's in hot pursuit, looking to charge his way into second. Rex Austin has catapulted his way away from this pack and is home free for the win, provided he stays on the track, stays on the bike. 4 laps left to go, and here we go. Battle for 5th and 6th as well. We've got Max Johnson leading Arthur Rich. Fights through the field.
Absolutely, as always in the AC40 Pros, there is action everywhere you look. These young riders really do know how to put on a display despite being very early into their bike racing careers. Coming back past the pit straight now, the 141 of Max Johnson holding off Arthur Rich for the time being. Rich has just pulled a little bit back, just dropped a bike length or so, but he's really gained coming through that corner. Well, I say that, Max Johnson a little bit slow through the left-hander, so maybe Arthur Rich with an opportunity. He's all over the tailpipe of the machine in front. Can he try and negotiate his way around and get up into 5th place? Coming onto the front stretch, they're going to make it 3 laps to go this time by for the pair of them. Oh, we've got a big one there. Coming off the bike, rider down, unable. We'll check who that is for you in a moment. Back to the battle. The yellow flags will be out, and in fact the red flag is out. We do have a red flag here following that crash in the first race of the day. That is a big shame. I believe it is possibly, well, we'll check for who it is, but red flag unfortunately coming out here.
Yeah, that is a shame, of course, for the first race of the day, but with only 3 laps left to go, I'd assume they're going to just call it there. We're over half distance, basically at the end, and I think that might be the end of the 3rd race, and of course the pros weekend, putting their way into the pit lane, and I'm sure, hopefully, we're going to see an update as to what has happened to said rider. Not entirely sure as to who it is, we've not quite confirmed yet, but a fantastic race up until that point. Rex Austin is going going to be taking the championship lead as things stand. Rackcliffe versus Baker, again continuing their rivalry over the duration of yesterday. Just goes to show how good these mini motos are at this circuit.
Oh, it's fantastic racing in the AC40 Pros, and it's a shame that the final race of the weekend for them looks to be ending under red flag again with only 3 laps left to run. I believe that race control will call it and say that the result is final. But we've seen a great display from all of these young riders this weekend, and even though they're not on the full circuit, they're on the club circuit. It's a circuit that just works so well, and even the full circuit, it's just a circuit that works well for bike racing, to be honest, here at Three Sisters, just on the outskirts of Wigan, and with the sun shining down as well. It's a glorious day, even if the circumstances unfortunately ending under red flag. Again, we'll let you know as soon as we know that all the riders are okay. And we can see there just waiting on there was our leading pack, Rex Austin. You can see there just talking to one of the marshals. You can see Kalin Rackcliffe on the right-hand side of your picture. He is set to finish in P2. Preston Baker, well, when the red flag was called, only 1.5 tenths behind. So that may have ruined Preston Baker's chances of sliding up into second. He was really pressuring Rackcliffe there, trying to move one step up on the podium. So saved by the bell, potentially, for Kalin Rackcliffe. But the lead group there, just waiting, seeing what has happened there, getting going once again. I believe we are going to be heading back to the pit lane, and that will be the end of that race. We can see there just being checked on by the paramedics there, but our rider is up on their feet, which is great to see. And of course, good to know everyone is okay. Safety absolutely paramount, of course. And obviously a big thank you to the paramedics here this weekend, making sure that everyone is safe and okay and responding efficiently and quickly to any incidents that occur. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals as well, both the trackside marshals in orange and the roving marshals, the parents of the Fab Racing paddock, in the yellow high visors. Again, without them, we could not go racing. They ensure that everything is safe. And thank you to everyone. There we see the rider walking off, so great to see they're all okay. The ambulance will make its way back off the circuit, and we will go racing again later on. But that will be it then for the AC40 Pros. Provisionally, it looks like we are not going racing again. We'll get the results confirmed for you. But as it stands, Rex Austin takes the win, with Kalin Rackcliffe in second and Preston Baker rounding out the podium. Henry Brodie was in P4 with Max Johnson 5th. Kai Hawken was 6th with Tommy Keats in 7th. Maxwell Keats in 8th. Danny Longhurst in P9. Oliver Wilson P10. And Mason Frederick, unfortunately, DNF. And it looks like Arthur Rich was our rider who went down. Oh no, in fact, it was actually Kai Hawken who went down there on the 20. It says here Arthur Rich unfortunately did have a DNF though, so maybe some issues for Arthur Rich as well. But that is a real shame for Kai Hawken, but good to see that he's up on his feet and walking his way back to the paddock.
Yeah, it is indeed. Of course, Kai Hawken has had a couple of top 5 finishes so far this season. So it is a shame that he's ended his weekend on a low point. But with a nice, long, lengthy gap before we head again for our double round at Rowa, I think we've got, like 7 weeks, a month and a half, something like that. It's the end of July that we're going. So he's got a long time to recuperate, regain his composure, take a chill pill and refresh, come back stronger, and hopefully kickstart heading into round off not only the first half, but also kickstart the second half of the season when we head up even further north to Rowa in a few weeks' time. That's going to be good. Hopefully he'll be rested, recuperated and ready to go again.
I'm absolutely certain of that. I've got to remember as well, this is the last round of the school that's in the school year. So obviously when we go to Rowa, everyone's free for the summer. Yeah, you can just get back on the bike and do as many laps as you can. There we see though the next group getting ready to head out. That looks like the AC40, I believe it. No, it's the I believe it is the AC40 Rookies. So the AC40 Fab Racing Rookies Cup getting ready to get going. So unfortunately that's it for the AC40 Pros this weekend, but a great race nonetheless.
They're heading out now. The AC40 Rookies, of course, we saw some sensational racing over the duration of yesterday, but all eyes turned to just one rider in the form of Nelly Nuth. She dominated from pole position, similar to how she did at Lid, and then going into race 2, controversial start. She completely launched herself off. There you can see the grid. Nelly Nuth from Finley Styles on the front row. Tommy Williams ahead of Jensen Cedras, who's competing for the championship as well. Emilia Pereira coming into this round as the championship leader rounds off the top 5. Randy Carter keeps him company on row 3 ahead of Reed Saxby, Joey Aesich, Austin Dilkson, Freddy Taylor the top 10. Behind that, Ethan Bayliss and James Dermott the top 12. Behind that, of course, we've got the likes of Emerson Oakley, Noah Barfoot and Daisy Grayson the top 15 ahead of Oscar McAllister, Claudia Tubman and Logan Paisley, the top 18 riders, and then a very lonely Caden Bailey as well on the 10th and final row of the grid. But back to Nelly Nuth, she got a jump start penalty of 5 seconds and was still able to win the race by 4. She is absolutely incredible on that bike. She's so well versed in riding, and look, as all eyes go to the flag for the formation lap, I think she's going to be looking to replicate and go for the triple.
Well, Nelly Nuth, being frank, has just been a league of her own this weekend. Just absolutely sublime. Her racecraft has been fantastic. Her pace, of course, has been out of this world. And this weekend, the Fab Racing Rookies Cup has been absolutely hers. And of course, got to remember as well, she is competing in the Fab Racing All-Female Rider Cup, the all-class cup that is there for the Fab Racing female riders, of course, in partnership with House of Moto. She's leading that at the moment, and with a sweep of wins as well, she'll be extending her gap in that cup. And well, that will be a great trophy to win come the end of the season. So I'm sure that's on her mind as well. But there might be pressure, of course. There's several other riders in this class who will be wanting to try and get at her heels, try and find a way through, try and get a race win. But given how fast she's been, it is a tall ask to get there.
It is, yeah. I mean, she just gets a good start. I mean, sometimes too good of a start like we saw yesterday, but nonetheless, I mean, she just absolutely flies. As soon as that flag drops, the visor comes down and she goes. She checks out. She doesn't even bother waiting for the receipt. She just goes and goes and goes and puts in the lap times. Consistent lap times as well. Very rare do we see a mistake from Nelly Nuth when it's completely dry out there. Struggled a little bit at Ella Park, but that'll come. She'll find that experience and will be a very, very consistent rider over the duration of an entire season. But I'm sure the other riders, you know, the likes in P2, P3, P4 are all going to be eager to try and get after her and top her for the third race of the weekend, the final race that the AC40 rookies will take to 4 this round at Three Sisters. Flag Marshal gives the signal and it's anticipation through the roof as all eyes turn to the green flag. It goes up. It goes down. We go racing. What a start that was from the second row of the grid for the 51 of Williams, who tries to catapult his way through up in a second place. Of course, it's going to be a hard-fought fight, but he's able to do it through turn 2. Nicely done. But more importantly, it is Nelly Nuth that is still able to lead the way, holding firm quite nicely. Now all she's got to do is settle into rhythm and try and find that groove she did yesterday.
Great start, though, from Tommy Williams. Maybe that gives him a little bit of confidence. And with confidence comes speed. Nelly Nuth, though, starts the first lap proper. Tommy Williams will be in P2. Third place, Finley Stiles, right on the tail of the man who jumped ahead of them at the drop of the green flag there. Nelly Nuth not quite able to bolt away. Goodness me, I believe that was Emilia Pereira working his way up into P4 past Reed Saxelby. Saxelby had a big moment on the outside of the corner. There is a very big bump there. I think he may have just caught him out, so did a great job to stay on 2 wheels there. Coming past the pit straight, once again a bumper crowd watching along in the paddock as they rocket their way down into the sweeping right, followed by the 180-degree left-hand bend there. You can see trying to make moves. Everyone a little bit spread out there at the moment, just settling into a rhythm. Early doors in this race, trying to find where the pace is at. And then, as we've seen time and time again in the Fab Racing Rookies Cup, typically the attacks come later on in the race. There we see Finley Stiles looks like he's made his way back past Tommy Williams on this lap, so he'll move back up into second. Nelly Nuth, though, leads the way. Her lap 2.2 quicker than everybody else as it stands, but not quite the pace we've seen in the first 2 races. She did absolutely bolt away from the start of race 1, did the same in race 2, albeit with a bit of a jump start to help her get there. In this race, not quite the same immediate showing of pace, but still very much in control.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, she's still pulling out a good couple of bike lengths per lap. I mean, that lap time she just put in was over a couple of tenths of a second quicker than what Finley Stiles was able to do. And even if it's just marginal gains, slow progress is still progress nonetheless, and she's going to be chipping away, bridging that gap more and more. As long as Stiles doesn't settle into as good of a rhythm or whatever, she should be fine to just check out in front. But Stiles, of course, is not going to be eager to let that happen. Is going to be looking to contend as best as possible. Of course, an abundant grid for the rookies who got fights up and down. This is Reed Saxelby versus Jensen Cedras, who wants to be making some inroads on Emilia Pereira for that overall championship, and the best way to do that is to be moving up position positions. They were fighting a lot over yesterday. Every point is going to count as we head our way towards the first half of the season, though, and Cedras has got all of his eyes on Saxelby.
Cedras trying to poke it up the inside, and on the brakes, that is a lovely move by Jensen Cedras, using the momentum to slingshot his way round. But the up and under there from the 57 of Reid Saxelby, he'll get back through, also using the momentum. Cedras again looks, he's going to have to go the long way round at the left-hander. Can he get it up the inside? No, he's had to back out of that one. Lovely racing there by the pair of them, very mature from both, and using great racecraft as well, great racing knowledge despite their young ages, and just shows how mature these young riders are, how quickly they've come on and how quickly they've learned to race motorcycles and mini motos. Coming to the line though, it is going to be 5 laps to go for this group. Cedras looking to the inside once again, doesn't quite have the power up the straight though. He's going to have to try and throw it up the inside, little bit wide there from Reid Saxelby, maybe being nice, maybe giving Cedras a little bit of room. This is where Cedras was really quick the previous lap, this time just a bit too far back though. Further back, that looks like Randy Carter trying to launch a move on Joey Aesich, and able to make it work. And actually, as I say that, I believe Randy Carter's gotten through Joey Aesich. Indeed he has. So that's a move that's already been done. Aesich was trying to renegotiate his way back round. That is very, very... Oh, traffic coming involved. Okay, I was going to say that everyone was running slightly wide. That's because there is a novice rider, their first weekend here, just getting lapped there, so they're having to negotiate their way through. That could have opened up possibilities for moves, but it looks like everyone's got them through in the same position they were.
Yeah, it seems to have all just been null and void really in terms of negotiating that traffic, but it can give, it can take, like we saw over the course of yesterday with a number of riders able to gain that momentum thanks to the rider in front losing out as such, as there is very wide once again from Saxelby, and Cedras does have a half look to the inside, but Saxelby is just able to carry that momentum all the way around. Also there, look at that absolute launch of a run, I think might well be from Randy Carter launching his way through. Indeed it is, found his way through going into that right hand, I think of course of John Dunlop, a hairpin as they run their way through in towards this right hand as you sweep your way through 4 into turn number 5. Of course very hard to get the bike straight back over from leaning right back leaning left, but very nice move indeed, and using the most of your momentum.
Yeah, it's all about momentum really on these mini motos, despite, you know, the fact these riders are quite young, they're quite small, there is not a lot of power in those things, so it's all about just keeping your minimum speed up as high as possible in the corners and just launching yourself out onto the straight. Coming up, I believe, some more lap traffic in a moment. These guys are so close out on the racetrack, aren't they? Could have fit a razor blade between them once again. Very bizarre. Reid Saxelby just seemingly really loves a wider line through that right-hander, through turn 1. And it seems to be working for him, as that once again, I believe, was that Austin Dilks maybe trying to launch a move up the inside of Jensen Cedras? And no, it was not, in fact. Oh no, it was Austin Dilks, should I say. So Austin Dilks joining in this battle. Looks like he's got a lot of pace on board. The Dilks family looking very fast here at Three Sisters this weekend. Wilson Dilks has been setting the timing sheets alight in his races as well. And all bit of a slow going rider there. That looks like some lap traffic having to negotiate as well. These guys going to come onto their penultimate lap of the race now, and still chances for moves, still a possibility to try and launch and overtake. This battle, the P5, it's raging on.
It really is. This is the fight, by the way, for the final place on the podium. It's Emilia Pereira versus Tommy Williams. Williams is able to nip his way through on the left. Pereira trying to charge his way forward, of course, into the inside of the hairpin. Not quite a good enough look there for the championship leader, who is charging his way forward quite nicely indeed. But Williams as well has showcased some really strong pace, of course, initially with that getaway. But it seems that Pereira in the second half of the race has found a second win, and he's pushing very hard indeed.
Pereira, he is a young man, confident beyond his ears. You speak to him in the paddock and he just has this swagger, this rock star kind of energy about him, and it is absolutely amazing. It's so great to see him so full of energy and confidence, but he's quite fast out on the racetrack as well, which certainly helps. Really pushing Tommy Williams at the moment as they head on to the final lap of the race. Williams has got past through. Can Pereira try and negotiate his way onto the podium? Meanwhile, can Nelly Nuth stay on the bike? Because that is all she has to do to sweep the weekend. What a performance from that young lady. She has just been absolutely phenomenal out there. Of course, part of the House of Moto highest achieving female racer award here at Fab Racing. She's leading that All Championship Cup and is going to extend her lead as well. A little bit of traffic for her to negotiate as she makes her way through, but with only a few corners to go, what a weekend it has been for the number 44. Nelly Nuth rounds the final few corners, and it'll be all smiles under that helmet, as it is 3 out of 3. Nelly Nuth takes the win once again in the AC40 Rookies, and what a performance it was to get the clean sweep. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Finley Styles was second. Tommy Williams just picked Emilia Pereira for the final podium spot. But this weekend in the Fab Racing Rookies Cup, it's all been about one lady. It's all been about Nelly Nuth.
She has been the star of the show. There you can see 4.5 seconds clear of Finley Styles. Tommy Williams is able to then tip Emilia Pereira to the podium place ahead of Reed Saxby, who completes the top 5. Jensen Sedras, not the best race for him, but still confident inside the top 10, ahead of Austin Dilks, Randy Carter, Joey Aesich and Freddy Taylor, the top 10. Behind that, of course, you've got the likes of James Dermott, Ethan Bayliss, Noah Barfoot, Emerson Oakley, Daisy Grayson are the last of the points scorers. Behind that, it's Oscar McAllister, Logan Paisley, Claudia Dubman and Caden Bailey, who were unable to take to the points, but still a learning experience and time on the bike in order to of course learn their craft, refine it. Of course, Jamie King still once again unable to get out of the way of the camera shot. It's like I said yesterday, it's the closest he's going to get to the P1 spot potentially. Who knows? Maybe we'll see him there later on, but he needs to move out of the way. It's their time in the spotlight. He's had 4 championships, hasn't he?
Well, Jamie King congratulates our winning riders. Nelly Nuth, what a performance from that young lady. 3 out of 3. Coming up is race number 2 of the senior mini motos. And well, it was a very interesting race number 1, to put it politely. Of course, we had Matt Birkin getting into turn 1 in the lead from pole position. Then the clutch went clunk and he had basically no power. Had to use all of his skills and then some in order to try and make his way back through the field. Unfortunately, he didn't get very far. The likes of Nick Bennett and Will Howth racing very, very strongly. Of course, Nick Bennett on the 711, the eventual race winner. As there we see the riders focusing in, getting into the zone. But it could be a very close race. We've got a very, very exciting grid of riders in the senior mini motos. No Josh Birkin again, unfortunately for him. But we've got Matt and Callum White making up the Birkin boys. So there's still 2 of them out on track as they make their way round out from the pit lane and onto the grid before their sighting lap. But Matt Birkin, he'll be looking for something to prove today. Of course, you can't get past mechanical failures. They happen in motorsport, unfortunately, but it is always incredibly frustrating for the riders. He'll be wanting to go out there and show what he can really do when the bike's at full power.
I mean, for Matt Birkin, it's been either hero or zero. Any race other than the ones he's DNF'd, he's been able to go and win. And that is a sensational record, but he's been let down by his reliability. I mean, in fairness, he's still leading the championship, but when you've got riders who are going to be contending and maybe a little bit more reliable, that is going to cost you in the Senior Mini Moto Championship. I'm sure it should still be fine provided they get sorted out, but if it's not his chain, it's then going to be his clutch, and that is just even more unfortunate. Let's run you through how things are racking up after qualifying, by the way, and how they have been all weekend long. Matt Birkin ahead of Nick Bennett, our race 1 winner, of course. Will Howarth there alongside Rhys Gentry on row 2. Of course, a number of issues for the top 4 in race 1. Let's see how they improve in race 2. Chris Yeoman from Keats and Payne, the last of those inside the top 6. Callum White from David Meyer, taking a race victory last time out at Ella Park. Let's see what he can do as he carves his way at the back end of the top 10. Mark Payne, Luca Allen complete it, as Gary Eldridge and Rob Gentry complete the top 12 spots. And our field for the Senior Mini Motos here for race 2 at Three Sisters. I think once again we're expecting a good race.
It is always a good race in the Senior Mini Motos. Is it not one of the most exciting categories that Fab Racing has to offer? And it's always a laugh as well. It's they're all great friends out in the seniors. They all hang out together. They all put their awnings up next to each other. They're all helping each other out if anything goes wrong. But when it's out on the racetrack, it is very much elbows out. If you don't let me go through, we're going to have an accident type of racing. But man, oh man, does it make it exciting. There we do see the 711 of Nick Bennett coming into second place on the grid. Matt Birkin focusing on the flag, waiting for Lee Clowes, the flag marshal here at Fab Racing, doing a great service for many, many years now. She walks off She picks up the green flag. It's time to go racing in race number 2. The green flag drops. We are underway once again. Great start there from P3 by Will Howard. He'll slide up into second place unless Nick Bennett is able to force him out, which he is, but it is Matt Birkin who's able to hold on to the lead, coming through the opening few corners, making their way down into the bootleg at the bottom of the circuit before starting lap 1 proper. After a few changes down at turn 1, they've all managed to put themselves back where they were originally. Bennett, look at the pressure he's already putting Birkin under as they start the opening lap of the race. Keats and Payne, great start from him to get up into P5. But wow, look at Nick Bennett already pushing very, very hard. Matt Birkin, this might not be an easy one for him as they come round to the bottom end of the track through the hairpin. And look at the 711 all over the exhaust pipe of that number 5 machine. Matt Birkin's really got his work cut out for him.
Yeah, he's not going to have an easy race, that is for sure. Nick Bennett, of course, lap record holder and our race 1 winner, is going to be pushing incredibly hard indeed to make it 2 from 2. Will Howard, don't forget as well, the very esteemed rider there in third. Not quite close enough to take the winners. Oh my goodness me, a huge off. Oh my word, Nick Bennett goes flying off the bike and is out of race 2. That has robbed him of a chance and alleviates the pressure from that Birkin. He's up, he's walking, he is okay, but he is out of this race.
And that bike does not look very healthy either. Big repair job for Nick Bennett. What a shocking change of events, and it just goes to show in motorsport anything can happen in the blink of an eye as Nick Bennett goes crashing out in some style. At least that's one that can certainly be one to show friends and family as he walks away. Glad to see that he is up on his feet. Further back, got a big race going on for what is now P4. Keats and Payne, Chris Yeomans, Callum White. Goodness me, Callum. That was very, very close to the back of Chris Yeomans on the 85. Almost getting into contact there. But still, as always in the senior Mini Motos, racing all throughout the pack as they run through. Matt Birkin running very, very fast at 49.945, his fastest lap of the race so far. 7 laps left to run here, and there is an overtake being made there. I believe that is Luca Allen sliding on through David Meyer. Lovely stuff there. Oh, almost getting thrown off the bike there though. Bit wobbly from a real legend of the Fab Racing paddock in Luca Allen. Look at how hard these guys are pushing it. They've still got one more race to do later, and they're already leaving it all on the line.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they don't settle. They don't wait around. They will just give it and give and give and fight as hard as possible. Chucks to the inside, of course, as that very much is under pressure. Looking once again, but of course, offense very quickly has to turn to defense. Is sweeping around the outside. Incredibly done in this 4-way battle. Immediately trying to put some pressure on to the 85 of Chris Yeoman just ahead as well. They'll complete another lap with just 5 left to go in the running of race number 2 in the senior Mini Moto class. Of course, they'll run their way back onto the infield, but what a 4-way fight this is turning itself into.
Oh, this is senior Mini Motos. This is Fab Racing at its absolute finest. Just elbows out, neck and neck stuff. Chucking it up the inside there was worth the go, but unfortunately for Luca Allen, just unable to try and make his way through. As they once again look at him trying to push the bike like there's no tomorrow, trying desperately to find a way through. Any little mistake and you could be dropping back positions in a blink of an eye. It's like a Moto 3 race. I know we've been saying it all weekend here at Three Sisters, but this is what this brilliant track on the outskirts of Wigan produces. It is just nose to tail stuff as they head round to start their next lap. It will be 5 to go on this occasion. Up front, Matt Birkin 3 seconds back to Will Howard. He's checked out. He's finally found his pace. Bit of lap traffic for the riders to negotiate, which very politely gets out of the way. Again, they do not have any obligation to do that. No blue flags here in Fab Racing. You have to make your way through the traffic on your own, and you have to make your way through the riders in front on your own as well. Once again, trying to push his way through is Luca Allen on Chris Yeomans. Once again, Chris Yeomans just about holding firm. Luca Allen, oh, this could be spectacular around the outside. Oh, almost dropping the bike. That was Marc Marquez-esque there as he held himself up on one knee. Unfortunately, it has allowed Callum White to sneak on through. But goodness me, Luca Allen, what a great save.
Yeah, it was indeed. Able to hang on to it. Of course, the no redrawing rule adds so much more consequence to it, because it's not like you can just get back up and keep going. You've got to stay on the bike for the entirety of the race. There's no second chances. Inside line as he launches the counter-attack and finds his way back through to Luca Allen. Nicely done indeed. Once again through the sweeping section, the right through to the left, then into a golden overtaking opportunity like we've seen all weekend. Look to the inside from Allen, but gets slammed in the door. Gets the door slammed in his face, I should say. The 85, of course, of Chris Yeoman is then ahead and under pressure, but a look to the inside, maybe not quite close enough again. Still got 4 laps left to go at the line.
All this fighting between Yeoman's White and Allen, it has meant that Keats and Payne just able to extend that gap a little bit. There goes Luca Allen. Lovely move on the brakes up the inside, slides past Chris Yeomans and up now into P5. Now ahead of him, Keats and Payne potentially under pressure once again, because it looked like he had a little bit of breathing room. Suddenly, Luca Allen has started to really charge. 3 laps left to go. This is Rhys Gentry and Will Howard fighting for second place. 2 good friends off the track. 2 fierce rivals on it. Currently the blonde bombshell Will Howard in P2, but he's made a mistake. That has allowed the 100 of Rhys Gentry to slide on further up the podium. Matt Birkin seems to be a distant memory at this point. It's all about the battle for second place, for the podium places even. There's a good gap back as well, so they're under no real threat. It's just pure racing, pure fighting for that P2 spot. Currently though, Rhys Gentry able to slide on through after a mistake from the number 96 of Gentry. As they come to the line now though, they'll be going on to their penultimate tour of the Three Sisters circuit. Oh, great drive, great traction there from Will Howard on the brakes, slides back through. This could go right down to the wire. Both these riders looking in fine form and looking very fast.
I think so indeed. I mean, the same record for Matt Birkin about every race he's finished. He's done it from P1. Rhys Gentry has the same record for P2. He's looking to continue that as once again slides his way through and back in front before even the braking zone for the right into the left. Penultimate lap, of course, they've got a lap and a half left to run in race 2. There, of course, home free really is that number 5 machine. He has been flawless, and thankfully so is the bike.
Yeah, luckily this time, Matt Birkin, he's either been crashing or having reliability issues when he doesn't finish, which, you know, to be fair for Matt Birkin, does seem about right. This time, though, everything working as intended. No silly little mistakes from the number 5. And doing his family proud. Callum White as well. Quick shout out to him having a great race as well. But Matt Birkin comes round the hairpin onto the pit straight for the final time in this race. Just a few more corners to negotiate. Looking very comfortable and calm out on the racetrack. But I'm sure still pushing very, very hard, as he always is. It's always maximum attack from Matt. But he comes into the bootleg section for the final time. This time the clutch didn't give out, and this time Matt Birkin has delivered. It is a masterclass from Matt Birkin. He will take the checkered flag and the victory in race 2 of the senior mini motos, and with nobody in sight, a little weave of celebration. He knows he's done well there. Rhys Gentry has managed to pull away from Will Howard on the last lap to take home P2, a redemption from his DNF yesterday, as Howard finishes P3, 1 step below on the podium what he was able to achieve in race 1. Meanwhile, Keaton Payne and Luca Allen at the line, separated by 6 thousandths of a second. That is as close as it gets.
Yeah, you don't get much closer than that. I mean, unless you get under 6 thousandths of a second. But of course, it's hard to get closer than that. It is virtually indistinguishable to the human eye. They were neck and neck as they crossed. But let's run you through how things finished off for the senior mini motos. Matt Birkin finally back to the top step for the 4th time this season. He's ahead of Rhys Gentry, who for the 4th time this season is in P2. Will Howard onto the podium once again this weekend, ahead of course of Keaton Payne. Luca Allen, a very close fight all the way to the checker. Callum White, Chris Yeomans, David Meyer stays where he started in P8, ahead of Gary Eldridge and Mark Payne, the top 10. Behind that, of course, Rob Gentry and a lone DNF of Nick Bennett. Heartbreak for him.
But it was a stylish DNF. I'll give him that one. He'll have a
falling
point
with
to prove.
style.
Yeah, falling with style. He'll have a point to prove. Of course, in race number 3, he was our race 1 winner. But if you're going to have a crash out, that is the way to do it in spectacular fashion. And I'm sure he'll be all right. Now then, it is race number 2 for the LC40 Elite. And it is a championship that is hotly contested, and some racing that has been hotly contested as well. Logan Cousins, Oliver Hall, Mason Frederick, the three front runners in this series. They've been superb so far this season, but Logan Cousins currently leads the way in the championship. Again, we saw back at Lid, for example, he is one of the only riders actually using the liquid-cooled bike. Of course, you are allowed to run the air-cooled Mini Moto in this class. Most people do, but the liquid cool just does give you that little bit more power down the straight, give you that little bit extra pace, and that's the reason why Cousins currently going from pole position. But the riders making their way up, making their way into their grid stops. You can see there Josh Perkins in the green on the number 30 to the right hand side. He will go off of P2. He's been looking very, very fast this weekend. Can he maybe try and challenge for a victory? Mason Frederick, don't count him out as well, on the number 5. He had issues with that bike earlier on in the AC40 Pro race. Maybe in this one, the LC40 Elite race, of course, brought to you by OH Logistics. Maybe in this one, the problems could come back. Hopefully they don't, and hopefully he can get his head down and start some proper racing action. Of course, all throughout the pack, an absolutely stacked field of riders, but let's run through the grid. Sitting on the pole position then, it is Logan Cousins. P2 goes to Josh Perkins. Mason Frederick and Rex Austin, they're on the second row, with Kalin Rackcliffe and Oliver Hall, they're P5 and P6. Further down the grid, we have Max Johnson in P7 with Arthur Rich alongside. Henry Brody and Kai Hawkin round out the top 10, with Tommy Keats 11th and Danny Longhurst in P12. P13, meanwhile, goes to Maxwell Keats, and Oliver Wilson on P14 makes up our grid of riders. We had a great race though in race number 1. Logan Cousins, of course, ultimately securing yet another victory. That was his 5th this year. Can he make it 6?
Well, I think so. He might well be able to do so, because his pace has been staggering. It's been incredible. And the Elites, such a tight level of competition. Of course, the future riders on one of their final steps towards moving forward onto bigger, faster bikes in the form of the Metrokits, first the 50s, then into the 70s. And this is where they prove themselves. This is where they refine their craft before they move on and on, up and up the ladder, but incredibly close. They've completed their starting lap. They're rounding themselves onto the grid now. Who is going to be able to take to the top step, because it's incredibly, incredibly close. Of course, eyes to the flag, and they'll be ready to rock and roll for their second race of the weekend. They've been fighting all the way through. I think we're just waiting for some final checks at the back before they can get going. But nonetheless, Cousins from Perkins, the front row. Frederick back on the bike, ready to rock and roll. The flag's up, flag's down. We go racing once again at Three Sisters. Great start from Frederick as he catapults himself through in a second place, and immediately trying to put some pressure onto Logan Cousins. Not quite close enough to contend just yet, but as they run their way into this final sweeping section, the left into the right, where Frederick has proven himself to be so strong, it's still Logan Cousins that's able to take an ample lead and lead as we start the first lap of racing.
Yeah, great start there from Mason Frederick, and all over the tailpipe of Logan Cousins as they come to the line. And Josh Perkins, meanwhile, trying to negotiate his way through. Actually, Josh Perkins managed to get back through Mason Frederick on the straight, showing, of course, the lack of power that air-cooled bike has. So Perkins gets back in front, so Frederick's got all the work to do in the tight and technical stuff down at the back end of the track. And there goes Josh Perkins. What a run onto the pit straight, the 30 versus the number 7. But it is Cousins who was able to sweep around the outside and managed to get through. Of course, important to note, we do have no Kai Hawkin in this race after his incident earlier on in the AC40 Pros race. Looks like we've got no Danny Longhurst out there either. So only a 12-bike grid in this LC40 Elite Race 2, brought to you by OH Logistics. And here's where we'll see the disadvantage that Mason Frederick has. Just look at that gap expanding. The two liquid cool bikes of Logan Cousins and Josh Perkins leaving him for dust. But Frederick, he's just got to carry that momentum through the corners and keep pushing. He's going to have Rex Austin for company very shortly as well. I think Austin was been very fast this weekend, and I'm sure is hungry for a podium in this one. Kalin Rackcliffe and Oliver Hall behind as well. They're having a big scrap. Oliver Hall would love to move forward again, like Frederick, one of our birthday boys, on Thursday. He'll be looking for some strong results to celebrate that.
I think so, because of course in the pros he took a win, fair enough, immediately after his birthday, but some poor showings, of course, mistakes, and DNFs, more importantly. He's going to be looking to make amends for that. He's already got a podium this weekend in the LC40s, but he's going to be wanting to do one better. You're always chasing more, but with a power disadvantage, is there much he can do? Look there from Perkins, but he's not quite close enough. Frederick, he's probably hoping that these two continue to battle, and that gives him the best chance possible. Change for the lead as Cousins has to tuck back underneath Perkins, who picks his way back through, but immediately on the counter-attack as Logan Cousins, the championship leader, launches his way back through the inside. The 30, though, is not giving this up. He's back underneath and back up the inside, but Cousins sweeps his way through, takes the racing line, and with it, the race lead.
Wow, this is great racing, isn't it, between the pair of them? And actually, Frederick still keeping them honest as well. Even with that power deficit, he must be flying through those corners. Josh Perkins, he set the fastest lap of the race last time, a 48.984. Let's see what it is this time. I doubt it would be quicker because of the fighting that they have been having. But as it stands, been very, very close indeed between the pair of them. Cousins, a bit more breathing room on this occasion, down into turn 1. And that 47.9, a great lap there from, the 47.9 is the lap record, should I say. The 48.9, the lap from Josh Perkins. Again, he's setting himself up to try the move once again coming out of the pit straight. This time he's got the inside. Is Logan Cousins going to do what he is before? No. This time, Perkins able to keep it there on the inside and, for the time being, take the lead of the race. Cousins cannot respond immediately, so Josh Perkins into P1, and now the hunter becomes the hunted. What can Logan Cousins do to try and fight back? He's still all over the rear of that number 30, and look at Mason Frederick still there as they come onto the main straight. He won't be before this main straight as the front two continue to disappear just with the more power of those liquid-cooled Mini Motos. But Perkins now into the lead. A little bit tentative through turn 1. Just a bit of hesitation there. I think he made a mistake on the turn-in and then just had a bit of a moment of self-reflection almost as he contemplated what he had to do next. But it has not hurt him too much. Still in the lead of this race. Meanwhile, there is Oliver Hall and Kalin Rackcliffe. They've been trading places all race long for P5. Oliver Hall, we know that young man is aggressive out on the racetrack, and we know how much he wants it. He is going to give up until he's not going to give up, should I say, until there is nothing left. He wants that P5.
Of course he does. Of course, that's what he's aiming for. I mean, speaking to his dad earlier, and the level of competition in this championship means that it's so difficult to work your way forwards. The battling that you have to do. Everyone is ruthless, so consistent, so quick, and of course Oliver Hall trying to stay on the pace with Kalin Rackcliffe and pick his way back through into P5. Best results so far this season, a couple of podiums, and of course that P2 back at Ella Park. There he is, of course, at the moment, not running too bad in terms of the pace, only 3 tenths off the fastest lap set, and now moving his way into the top 5. Inside line for Oliver Hall, but gets the door slammed in his face as Kalin Rackcliffe is able to sweep his way ahead and stay there in 5th.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Oliver Hall, but Kalin Rackcliffe just sitting there doing a great defensive job at the moment, putting the bike exactly where it needs to be. Meanwhile, Josh Perkins will be hoping to do the same thing. Logan Cousins, what a move around the outside coming into the final few corners. Cousins back to the lead as they make it 3 laps to go here in the LC40 Elite. Race number 2 brought to you by OH Logistics. Coming up to some back markers now. Looks like that was Max Johnson, I believe, that they just made their way through. So Perkins now once again on the attack. He seems to prefer sitting behind, seems to prefer putting the pressure on Cousins in front. Is he going to try and set up the same move again? No, this time Cousins is wide to it. Tries to put it up to the inside, but it may not be enough because once again, Josh Perkins goes through, and this time it's elbows out. Shoves Logan Cousins out wide. Cousins can't sweep back round at the left-hander, and once again Perkins back to the lead. He's going to try and hold that lead as they go into 2 laps to go. Mason Frederick, goodness me, that was close. Look at how close this front 3 are now. Well, the front 2 are fighting, of course, while they're in the tight and technical bits. That is all the opportunity that Mason Frederick needs to close back up.
Yeah, but that run to the line, you're flat out pretty much from the apex of that final corner all the way through to the line, and there's just not much that Frederick can do. He's so much quicker, and he hunts them through the corners, but as soon as the throttle opens, Perkins and Cousins are just able to extend that gap. He's there, he's on the pace, he's quick, but he's not quick enough where he needs to be, which is on the straight. Perkins versus Cousins, though. This is a race for the history books. Same to Rackcliffe versus Oliver Hall, fighting for P5. I think they're closing in on Rex Austin as well in that respective battle for fourth. There are our two leaders, though. 1 lap left to go, and who is going to be taken to the top step?
Will it be Perkins? Will it be Cousins? Will it be Mason Frederick? Time will tell. Cousins to the inside as they come to the line. Last lap flag is out. One more tour of Three Sisters to go in this one. Perkins leads the way down into turn 1. Cousins hounding him, tailing him, looking for a way through. Frederick drops back as we'd expect up the straight, but he's going to close over the remainder of the lap. Cousins still closing in on the brakes, but too far back to try and move this time. Maybe he'll try and repeat what Perkins has done to him, but Perkins looking solid out in front, making their way through the sweepers now. Cousins yet again still not close enough, even though almost touching the rear wheel of Perkins. Gets the drive. Perkins cuts him off. Wow, this is aggressive racing, but it's spectacular racing. Logan Cousins and Josh Perkins. It's going to be to the line as Frederick tries a last-ditch effort on the run to the line. Drag racing up. I believe that Josh Perkins is going to take victory in race number 2. Logan Cousins second by just a quarter of a second. And Mason Frederick, even with the lack of power, he kept them honest as well. Was very, very close to the line. He will take P3. What a race we have just seen there between the front three, and the battles further down the pack as well. Oliver Hall was able to pip Kalin Rackcliffe for P3 at the line. Only 0.03 of a second separating them. And actually, I say that, Oliver Hall actually caught right back up to Rex Austin because he was very, very close to them as well. But there we see Josh Perkins taking his place behind the number 1 board. He will be delighted with that victory, as we can see there being congratulated by members of the paddock, the rest of the riders making their way in. But what a victory that is for Josh Perkins. He takes a fantastic victory, being congratulated there by Rex Austin as well. Great to see some camaraderie between the riders, but it is Josh Perkins that takes victory. Logan Cousins in P2 as Mason Frederick rounds out the podium. Rex Austin was 4th with Oliver Hall P5, Kalin Rackcliffe P6, Max Johnson in 7th, Henry Brody 8th, Arthur Richard P9, and Tommy Keats rounding out the top 10. And our final 2 riders, Maxwell Keats P11 and Oliver Wilson in P12. Race 2 then for the LC40 Elites, presented by OH Logistic. Done and dusted. They will of course be back out later on for race number 3. Race number 2 for the Extreme 200s is very, very quickly approaching, and we have seen some fantastic action here. Of course, Wilson Dilks, he has been absolutely phenomenal so far this weekend, and his O'Varley machine has looked absolutely untouchable. But you got to hand it to Archie O'Brien as well. There we see Daniel Goodman, a British Talent Cup rider. He's joining us here at Three Sisters for Saturday's action. Great to see Daniel coming along, making his way back to Fab Racing, as many British Talent Cup riders do. Of course, we are the gateway into the R&G Honda British Talent Cup, and also into other championships such as the Moto GP Red Bull Rookies Cup, and beyond we are also on the road to Moto GP. But as I said, Wilson Dilks looks imperious. Archie O'Brien, don't count him out. He overcame a massive deficit. His Metric Kit Mini GP70 that he's running in this race, it's just not as fast as the Avalis out here at Three Sisters, but somehow he's making it work. Somehow he's got the pace, and somehow he is pushing Wilson Dilks.
Yeah, he is. I mean, Wilson Dilks won the first race of the weekend, of course, by 5 seconds, but the pace wasn't that different. Archie O'Brien, a couple of laps, was able to stay with Dilks, but the advantage of the Ovali on the straights is just, I think, a little bit too much for Archie O'Brien to make up. But we go to a plethora of different circuits this season, so many different characteristics, and later on maybe at Clay Pigeon a little bit more tight and twisty, where the bike you have to really lean on the cornering ability. Maybe that's where Archie O'Brien can attack Wilson Dilks, but right now he is so dominant, is our championship leader, and he'll be gunning for another race win.
He absolutely will. The riders then pulling into their positions and getting ready to go out on their sighting lap. Dilks sitting calm and collected once again, as he often is. And as they make their way out onto their sighting lap, a very, very stacked grid of riders making their way around the track. Shall we run you through the grid then? as we see that, of course, running back to the full circuit now, the full track. And so back on the full circuit because obviously they're bigger bikes. So it is Wilson Dilks from the pole, Archie O'Brien in P2, Arnie Carr starts in P3 with Marco Holt in P4. Harrison Day is 5th with Jensen Bishop lining up in P6. Further down we have Harry Payne in P7. Finley Polehill is 8th. Former BSB rider Bjorn Esmond joining us this weekend. He's in P9 with Austin Johnson in P10. Hartley Baker is 11th with Annabelle McCarthy starting in P12 with Beth Shaftesbury and Ollie Gorman, should I say. They start in P13 and 14. So then, we can see they're already getting a bit aggressive. We know Archie O'Brien not particularly happy with Wilson Dilks yesterday. Thought he was being too overly aggressive, being unfair in his racing style. And on the sighting lap already, a little bit of argy-bargy out there between the pair of them.
Yeah, there really was. I mean, they're fierce competitors, right? They're friends off track, but as soon as that visor comes down, they very much become ruthless in their riding styles and will do absolutely anything to go and win. And it's going to be no different here for the Extreme 200s, which always bring about as wow, that's a very different looking flag marshal in the form of JB King. Goodness me, he's been promoted. He's there. He's ready to go. He's ready to go. And is ready to send off these young riders, future stars, of course, of the bike racing scene. And let's see, of course, as we're waiting towards the... Let's see as they're rounding up at the back of the grid. I think we're just waiting for the final set. He's been demoted again.
He's lost his job.
Oh, he's been sacked. Oh no, Jamie King. Of course, we'll see him a little bit later on the pit bikes, but the real flag marshal is back. All eyes turn to the green flag. Dilks, O'Brien, the front row, flag up. Flag down, Three Sisters is go. What a launch, goodness me, from the second row of the grid. That was sensational, flying through into second place. I think that might well have been Marco Holt, who takes a while to get his tyres up to temperature, but goodness me, that start was electric. Oh my goodness me, huge crash coming up the hill. That is the 113. Not entirely sure as to who that is. We'll confirm as soon as possible. Might well be the 83, I should say, is off, and that is Arnie Carr. We've just confirmed off of the exit of turn 2. That was a huge moment there.
Yeah, big one there for Arnie Carr. Looks to get the bike going once again. Yellow flags, of course, will be out, but the race is still very much on. Wilson Dilks goes from... Marco Holt is in P2, but not showing up on our timing screen, so it says Archie O'Brien in second at the moment. Marco Holt, though, making good on his nickname and bolting away at the start. What a brilliant launch for the number 58. And as they work their way around, Wilson Dilks already extending a bit of a gap there. We see Marco Holt P2, Archie O'Brien in P3, and Harrison Day running there in P4. Jensen Bishop P5. Bjorn Esmond worked his way up to P6 there at the start, so a good start there for the former BSB rider. So the South African doing a solid job out there at the moment. Of course, here for a bit of fun, but a bit of track time as well, and of course a pure racer. He wants to do a good result. There though is the 85 of Wilson Dilks. In the Extreme 200s this weekend, he has looked absolutely incredible. A new lap record, that makes it 3 lap records now for him at this circuit, after also setting it in the 50s and the 70s at the final round last year, and just absolutely flying up the front of the pack. Meanwhile, as we see them going up and over through Coward Summit, a really tricky corner. It's all about bravery through there and how committed you are on the throttle. Onto the pit straight we go once again. Marco Holt, we believe he doesn't have a transponder, similar issue in race 1, so he will not be classified if he does not have a transponder, but currently running P2. Archie O'Brien is third with Harrison Day just behind him in P4. They've already got quite a significant gap to Wilson Dilks, so it's very much a battle for the podium places right now.
Yeah, I think so indeed. Of course, Archie O'Brien is just in behind Marco Holt, but of course is effectively racing for nothing. Neither of those two will know that. Of course, like we said yesterday, Marco Holt forgetting his transponder for the first race of Extreme 200s. It seems that a similar fate has befallen this weekend, and of course for Saturday's running. But Archie O'Brien, he's soon going to be maybe under pressure from Harrison Day, who could well close that gap. Archie O'Brien, he loves looks up the hill, doesn't he? He always has a little bit of a look. Talking yesterday about how confident he is about just pinning the throttle all the way through, but Marco Holt could well be holding him up, because the 15 of Harrison Day is looking dangerous.
So Holt, we've just been told, will not be in the results, will not score any points if he doesn't have a transponder on the bike. He had a similar issue yesterday, I believe. But as they negotiate their way through the infield section, past the Supermoto course here at Three Sisters, and then through this fantastic Aesich section. I mean, what a great camera shot that is. You just see them left, right, left, all of them synchronized, sliding their way through the pack. There is the 71 of Dan Goodman. After starting at the back, of course, he did qualify. He's just joined us here today. But the British Talent Cup rider already up to P7, P8 out on the road, of course, with Marco Holt out there doing a great job at the moment, as you'd expect from a British Talent Cup rider. And on that note, making his way past Bjorn Esman as well, rocketing their way up the hill. This is some great racing action we've got here in the Extreme 200s. And as Goodman continues to fight his way round, up in front of him, the number 3 of Jensen Bishop, who's been enjoying time at Three Sisters here this weekend. He's been putting in some good laps and some good performances. I'm sure he'd want that to carry on, but with the scary pace that Dan Goodman is currently possessing, he's got the second fastest, or should I say third fastest lap of the race, absolutely flying. Bear in mind, he's in all of that traffic as well. I'm sure he's got his sights on Bishop and will be looking to capitalise very, very soon.
I think so. The adrenaline is always there, using his extreme amount of experience. And looking there, very aggressive look on Jensen Bishop, who of course does see it coming, leaves the space around the outside of the final corner, is going to try and keep the throttle pinned as they begin the 8th to last lap. Goodman is through though, eventually able to run his way up through towards Coward Summit, and that was a sensational move. It took bravery to do that, but he saw the gap, he saw the opportunity, and he executed. He's gone from last into P4, P5 of course on the road, but 4th place from the back of the grid is a sensational run.
I mean, that's what it takes to be a British Talent Cup rider. You've really got to be brave and, well, I wouldn't say bullying, but you've got to kind of show who you are when you try and make a move. And of course, many of these young riders out there competing in the Extreme 200, so that's Bjorn Esman working his way through Jensen Bishop. Many of these young riders out here on the Avalis and the Metro Kits and the like, they'll be looking to be getting into the R&G British Talent Cup in the coming years. Of course, here at Fab Racing, we are very much a gateway into the British Talent Cup. Since 2019, over 60% of the field and every champion and vice champion have all come from Fab Racing. So we've got the track record to prove it. This is the place to be if you want to go up into the British Talent Cup, but that's also what it takes to be competing in the British Talent Cup. Meanwhile, having a look there on Harry Payne, that was Finley Polehill on the 199 with Jensen Bishop just in front of them. So there's still lots of action going on in the midfield areas. There we do see the 11 of Payne. Bishop, I think, maybe just taking a bit of a knock to his confidence with Goodman muscling his way through because the pace has dropped off slightly. He's just looking a little bit uncomfortable out there on the bike at the moment. Maybe he just needs to regroup, refocus. And as I say that, almost invites Harry Payne through on the inside of the hairpin. Oh, but he's going to give it a go though. Oh, almost touching the curb there. Curb's still quite wet here in some places at Three Sisters after the rain overnight, even though the track is bone dry, so it's a bit of a risk when you're trying to take the curbs. And once again, oh, and there goes Finley Polehill as well. Jensen Bishop really struggling the last few laps, unfortunately, as he's managed to retake his way past Finley Polehill, but maybe he just needs a lap running by himself just to rest, refocus, regroup, and then go back on the attack with 6 laps left to go.
It's so easy when you're running in such a long pack to dishearten yourself, lose momentum, and just fall backwards. You just get eaten up. One gets through and then everyone else smells blood in the water and is able to capitalise on that run. And unfortunately, I think that has been a fate that has happened to Jensen Bishop. But now he's had a lap or so just to refocus, find that rhythm once again. He's actually running at some decent pace. He's closing back in onto Harry Payne, but with only 6 laps left to go, time is of the essence. Time is running out indeed. A little bit, of course, through the S's, the left into the right, then left again. The elegance and the grace that these riders have on the bikes as they sweep their way through. Finley Polehill as well as there in P8. Any one of these riders realistically can make up some decent places, but very, very close indeed. Dan Goodman versus Bjorn Esman, 2 of our star riders in the Extreme 200s, maybe about to do battle into the second half of race 2.
Well, British Talent Cup versus former British Superbikes. Who's got what it takes? Of course, Dan Goodman has muscled his way up through the field. Bjorn Esman, of course, he's not very familiar with the circuit. He's on a bike he doesn't normally ride, so he's been not quite up to the pace that we'd expect, shall we say, but he's still doing a very, very good job. Of course, he's spends his days nowadays as a personal assistant to Brad Binder up on MotoGP. I'm sure Brad is watching along and judging him very, very heavily for his friend's performance. But back to the action though, it is Espen versus Goodman. Currently it's P5 out on the road, P4 in reality with Marco Holt seemingly not having a transponder on the bike. Currently Goodman leading Espen, but Espen keeping him honest, keeping on his tail, starting to turn the wick up again. It's not a circuit he knows very well. He's learning every single lap and starting to slowly increase the pace as they head on to their next lap, and it'll be 4 laps remaining for this group. Unfortunately, we have lost Beth Ashby from this race. She is down and out. Looks to be a reliability issue there, so a big shame for her, but still lots of racing action going on, still plenty on track, and still this brilliant battle for net P4 between British Talent Cup star Dan Goodman and BSB star Bjorn and Espen.
Yeah, he's been riding really well, both of them has, but it's been impressive as to how quick Goodman has just been able to get on the bike, acclimatise himself to Three Sisters and be immediately on the pace. They're coming up to lap the number 8 machine of Blake Wilson, I think for the first time, so that's going to be Goodman versus Espen fighting their way through as quickly as they possibly can, of course, as they fight through. That's of course the 71 as well.
Massive high side. That was a big one. Big accident here at Three Sisters. A huge high side as they make their way through the number 8, but that understandably is a red flag. The racing brought to a stop after a huge crash here in race 2 of the Extreme 200s at Three Sisters. The red flag waves, the riders come to a stop. But that was huge. That, of course, is not what you want to see in any race. And we'll let you know as soon as we know what is going on, that everyone involved is okay. But the riders coming to a stop down at turn 1 as we wait patiently to find out what has happened. But a huge accident. Looks like the riders already making their way back to the pit lane. There's only 3 laps left to run anyway, so that may well be the end of the race. They may well call it there. But that is a huge accident. Until then, some great racing though, Zach. We had some fantastic battles out on the track. Of course, we don't want to see it ended by a red flag, but nonetheless a very enjoyable race.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, we had that battle with Goodman and Espen, and just before we were following that battle between Austin Johnson on the 27 and of course the number 8 of Wilson, and in fact actually Annabelle McCarthy on the 113 was involved, so a three-way battle that was for P9 all the way through. It was fantastic, and that is the provisional and declared results for this race. Race number 2 of the Extreme 200s is over, and it's Wilson Dilks that takes to the top step.
Well, we see Marco Holt sitting in P2, but we don't know if he's got a transponder. That's Jamie King having a look to see if he's got a transponder, and he may well be told to go away in a short second and let Archie O'Brien take his spot. So again, very provisional regarding whether Holt the Bolt has a transponder on the bike. He didn't yesterday, must be said. So we'll wait and see. But checks being done on the net timing though. Wilson Dilks took victory with Archie O'Brien in 2nd, Harrison Day in P3, Dan Goodman was 4th, Bjorn Espen 5th, with Harry Payne in 6th, Jensen Bishop 7th, Finlay Polhill in P8, Austin Johnson 9th, Blake Wilson in 10th, Annabelle McCarthy 11th, Ollie O'Gorman 12th, and Beth Ashby unfortunately dropping out in P13. Of course, if Marco Holt is in the race and was allowed to finish, then everyone from Archie O'Brien P2 down gets bumped down one, and he'll slot into that P2 spot. But they're taking the photos at the podiums. That looks like he may have a transponder on the bike, and it could have been fine. But it's provisional. Again, race control will confirm what's going on. We'll let you know what's happening. If you are just joining us, unfortunately, the 2nd Extreme 200 race red flagged with 3 laps left to go after a very big accident. We'll let you know who was involved and whether everyone is okay as soon as we are aware here in the commentary box. But yeah, unfortunately, not the way that we want any race to end, with a big accident. But still a very enjoyable race nonetheless, and it must be said, Zach Sweeney, it's been a very enjoyable day of racing so far here at Saturday in Wigan.
I mean, we've been seeing some really, really close battles, fantastic action all the way through the field, and I think that is going to continue, of course, throughout the week, throughout the rest of the weekend with the rest of the races that we've got. Of course, with the next Extreme 200 race 3, of course, later on. Hopefully, the rider is all good and okay, and we'll get the confirmation as soon as possible. So just a slight delay until then. But an unfortunate accident, as you can see. But of course, a massive thank you to all of the trackside staff that have been doing a fantastic job and continue to do so. Without them, we couldn't really be going racing.
Hello and welcome to the third round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. If you are just joining us, here Saturday's action at Three Sisters. Of course, the final day's action at Three Sisters as well, because we race here on Friday and Saturday. It's been a great day of racing so far. We are just in a brief red flag period due to an accident. We'll let you know if we, as soon as we know that everyone involved is okay. As soon as we know here in the commentary box. Of course, if you did miss any of yesterday's action, we will be running all of the weekend's action tomorrow on Sunday, the traditional race day. So both Friday and today's racing, it'll be live streamed all day. So if you did miss any of yesterday's, or you maybe can't watch some of today's action, you can tune in and watch tomorrow. Of course, although we won't be here anymore, it will still be myself, Ross McIntyre, and Zach Sweeney bringing you all of the action. And 2 days of Fab Racing and a third of all of the racing from the 2 days on a third day, just for a bit of fun. So yeah, clouds starting to come over here at Three Sisters, but hopefully we should be getting going in a brief moment. But it's been a great weekend of racing so far, Zach Sweeney, and just brilliant racing. Of course, a star-studded roster here in Wigan as well. We've got some big names. We've got British Talent Cup riders and former British Superbikes riders coming to enjoy the fun out on track. But of course, all the regular Fab favourites as well, and amongst them, some fantastic racing.
Really was. It was fantastic. Of course, all of the action that we saw over the duration of yesterday. 12 races. Usually we go for, of course, 10, but we were able to get the race 2s of both the AC40 Pros and Rookies done and dusted. The competition has been sky high, particularly in our premier class of the Metric Mini GP70s. Of course, those young riders, on their final step really before they start to progress maybe into the British Talent Cup, or even on to beyond that to Red Bull Rookies, and then on to the ladder all the way up to MotoGP. We saw some incredible racing, didn't we? Wilson Dilks, Archie O'Brien, so close. Then of course that fight all the way through the field onto the podium, the top 5, the top 10, all in that category was so incredibly competitive. Part and part thanks to just how well this circuit races, particularly for those GP bikes. I mean, it just flows so naturally. The slipstream keeps everyone nice and close together, and it's just so competitive. Everyone is so high up in terms of their raceability. I mean, those riders in the 70s will be doing it for years and years and years at this point. They've got that experience, they've got that raw pace, and then they just have to go and execute on circuit. They've all got something to prove, and they've all got that hunger to go and win.
They do indeed. I just want to give a quick shout out to Riley Paisley and his family. Of course, he was in a big accident yesterday in the Mini GP50s race presented by King's Two Wheel Centre. Unfortunately breaking his ankle and his lower leg, and had to go to hospital overnight. He's had surgery this morning, getting a few pins put in, seemingly has gone all okay. So of course, everybody here in the Fab Racing paddock sending our well wishes to Riley for a speedy recovery, and we can't wait to see you back on the bike and back racing as soon as possible. As we're just waiting here for the red flag to come to a close here at Three Sisters. Unfortunately, the Extreme 200 race number 2 cut short at the end. Of course, we'll let you know when we know that everybody involved was okay, but some great racing nonetheless. And some great racing across today, some great racing all day yesterday as well in all of the classes. We've got 12 races done yesterday, strangely enough, aside from the normal 10. So we got the first 2 AC40 Pro and the AC40 Rookies race done. So they've both had their race 3s this morning. They're done and dusted for the weekend. They're packing up shop and going home, most of them. So fair enough. Go and enjoy your Saturday night in and Sunday lounging about at home, I suppose. But some absolutely spectacular racing. We've still got plenty more action to come to you today as well. And it should be very interesting. I think the main one that we've been focusing on, certainly, Zach, is the kind of battle in the Mini GP70s Championship between Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien. They had a titanic scrap in race number 1, and they both have just been hounding each other all weekend. And tempers also starting to flare just a little bit after race 1. So race 2, race number 3 could be electric.
It really, really could indeed. I mean, that was absolutely fantastic. And of course, the adrenaline is always going to be flowing, as is, especially on bikes like these. It very much is a very demanding sport in the form of bike racing. And that is absolutely undeniable that these riders are effectively young athletes in the physicality of it. And of course, all of the emotion that is there. And that, it's valid. It is a motorsport. It is a sport that is, that is indisputable. It is fantastic. Of course, not only have we got competition in the GP70s, we also, speaking of rivalries and emotions flaring up for the sidecars yesterday, all the parallels, the symmetry of this time last year with the green streets and Mick Williams going into that very final corner, and then of course into turn 2, that uphill left-hander. Got spicy, didn't it?
Spicy is one way of putting it. Once again, Three Sisters creating absolute chaos in the sidecars. The Green Streets and Mick Williams once again coming to blows in race 1. The Green Streets, though, did come out better, eventually got into a lead, but then shockingly, huge tyre blowout on the chair side. They're not sure what caused it. I went and spoke to them earlier as we were doing a bit of bird watching here apparently at Three Sisters. Someone pecking through the grass looking for some lunch perhaps. But when I spoke to the Green Streets earlier, showed me the tyre. They don't know what caused it. They don't know if they cut the tyre on something when they went off the track or if it was just a blowout. But it was a very, very sizable hole in that thing, and I'm amazed that they managed to keep racing on the rim, quite frankly. But fair play to them. They did manage to finish the race, to be fair, a lap down, but still picking up crucial points in the year that they are hoping to finally usurp Mick Williams and take the Mini F1 Sidecar title. So maybe race 2 have got a bit of redemption, but again, Three Sisters sidecars tempers always start flaring. See that, of course, a big thank you to all the marshals this weekend and across the season as well. Both the trackside marshals here in the orange and as well the roving marshals we have here at Fab Racing, the parents of the paddock who do a great job making sure everyone races safely. And of course, the big thank you to the medic crew as well. Without them, we couldn't go racing. So a big thank you. If you're tuning in, watching on Motorsport Radio, of course, as we said earlier, if you missed any of yesterday's action or you are missing any of today's action, we will be showing all of the racing from yesterday and today tomorrow across Sunday. Of course, later on tonight as well, we've got live IndyCar, live Indy Next. We've also got the Motorsport Radio Paddock Party on tonight, the highlight of any week, if you ask me. And tomorrow night, we do have the live IndyCar race from Road America over on Motorsport Radio as well. So make sure you check it out, give it a listen. And let us know as well where you're watching from around the world, who's supporting here at Fab Racing. Of course, the stars of tomorrow, and in some cases, the stars of today as well. And please, of course, like, share, subscribe, do all of that, because we really want to get these young riders out there, really want to get their names out there to show the best of young bike racing that Britain has to offer. And as we said, the stars of tomorrow, of course, we are the road into the R&G British Talent Cup. Since 2019, over 60% of the British Talent Cup field has been made up of graduates of Fab Racing, and every year since then, both the champion and the vice champion have both been Fab Racing graduates. And of course, from there as well, we've got riders over in the Moto GP Red Bull Rookies Cup this year. We've got Sullivan Mounsey and Evan Belford both there. Again, as you can see on your screen, a full weekend restream of yesterday and today's action from 8 a.m. on Sunday. So make sure you check it out if you've missed any of the action this weekend. Of course, as I was saying, though, we've got riders in the Moto GP Red Bull Rookies Cup. We've got riders over in Junior GP as well. We've got the likes of Casey O'Gorman doing that this year. We've got riders who have gone on to achieve great things in the world of bike racing. We've got riders who made it to Moto GP, World Superbikes, British Superbikes. Of course, in Moto 3 at the moment, we've got Scott Ogden and Josh Watley, both of them coming from Fab Racing. So it's this is the place to be. And if you're watching at home as well and you've got a young one who wants to get into bike racing, or you yourself are a young rider who likes to race bikes, or even if you're older and want to come along and take part in our more senior championships, you are more than welcome to do so. It is a real family here at Fab Racing. So make sure you head over to the Fab Racing website and come back and see what is going on. It is now lunchtime here at Three Sisters in Wigan, so we are going to head away and we're going to go back down to the paddock and speak to some of the riders who we've see some of the riders who we've spoken to across the weekend, shall we say, and have got a few interviews lined up. Of course, the riders are always happy to have a chat, you know, and it's great to see such enthusiasm to share their passion with us for racing, and it's always great to hear and speak to them. So let's start by going down to the paddock. First up, we're speaking to Henry Brodie. Brodie, we are here for the third round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. The sun is shining here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling?
Good.
And obviously you've been out on the bike for a few sessions already, getting to know the track, getting to know how you're feeling. How's it all going so far?
Really good, and I've got a new engine. It's a CS, but I had a blatter, Ella and lid.
And is there any real reason why you've changed engine? Did you just feel like you wanted something different?
No, I just, the power on their bike, when I was on the blatter, they were going fast on the straights, so I wanted power to get them on the straights too.
So obviously you're feeling confident then on the bike, got a new engine in it. Is this a track that you enjoy?
Yeah, it's a fast track too for the pro bikes and elites.
Yeah, no, it is really fast, really tricky as well. What's your objective for this weekend? Looking to get some wins, get some podiums?
It might just be the times, like get a 50 and try and get some podiums if it's going to be wet. And I'll try and get it in the dry if I can.
And how would you say that 2024 has gone so far for you? Are you happy with what's happened at the first two rounds?
Yeah. I did get a podium at Ella, so that was good. I did crash from the pros, but I was fine with it.
Well, as long as you were able to get back on your feet. Thank you very much for talking to us, Henry. And yeah, good luck this weekend.
Bye, and thank you.
Sat here now then with Maxwell Keats. Maxwell, a lovely day here at Three Sisters for the third round of the championship. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Good. It's a really good track, and it's fast, it's big, and it's kind of bumpy, but that's all right. And yeah.
We've had a few riders say they really like this track. Is it one that's a real favourite amongst the riders in the paddock?
Well, it's one of my favourites that I've been to so far.
That's great to hear. So you're clearly enjoying time out there on the bike then at the moment. What's your objective for this weekend?
To at least get top 10.
So can we expect to see some big performances and some top 10s then?
Hopefully.
And looking across the rest of the year as well, still a long way to go in the championship, still many more tracks to visit, but how are you feeling looking forward to the rest of the year?
I'm feeling quite confident. This is my first time going out with the pros today, and yeah.
Well, best of luck going out with all the pros, and thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Tommy Keats, shades are on, the temperature is high, you're feeling a cool customer here at Three Sisters. Yeah, you look pretty confident heading into this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, one word answer, that's all we need as well. Talk to us then about how your year's gone so far. 2024, of course, only the third round, not too far in, but would you say you've had a good year so far?
Yeah, it's my first time, third weekend on a pro bike, so it's been good, and yeah.
So only third weekend on the pro bike then. How are you experiencing that? What's the difference between the pro bike and the bikes that you've ridden before?
The pro bike has got a lot more, is so much faster than a rookie bike down a straight.
So it's just a bit faster in a straight line. Of course, you're riding against more experienced competitors as well, so they're probably a bit faster in the corners, so it's just a bit faster essentially.
Yeah.
And what's the plan then for the rest of the year? Just continue to learn and grow on the pro bike, and then next year maybe looking at an elite ride?
Yeah, all I'm hoping for is just top 7s, and yeah, hopefully on an elite bike next year.
Well, fingers crossed. Thank you very much, Tommy. Matthew Thomas about to head out onto the track for your practice sessions, getting ready on the bike. How are you feeling?
Good. It's a lot different than the 70 than the 50, but it's the 70's a lot quicker, so I enjoy it more.
Obviously this track as well, really, really fast. You've got that big brave section up the top of the hill as well. Even on the 50, if it's a bit slower, got to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, but there's a lot of slow rides in the 50, so it's hard to get round them down in the Plinth climb bit.
So, clearly feeling quite confident then, especially in the 50s class. If you're saying there's a lot of other slower riders out there, are you maybe thinking of some good results this weekend for yourself?
Yeah, I was second in the third session, but I've gone down to third, only because I had some traffic. But if I get ahead of everyone else, I could go back to a second.
Well, all the best for your practice sessions. We'll let you get back out on track.
Thanks.
Jensen Bishop about to head out onto track here at Three Sisters for a practice session. Obviously, the sun coming out. It's a lovely day today, and it's a nice, fast, fun track, isn't it?
I love the fast track. So I'm one of the heavier riders, but I can manage on the straights because I keep it pinned through that right-hander.
Let's talk about this year then. So far, 2 rounds done and dusted. I'd like to think you think you've had a pretty good year so far.
I had a decent round at Lid, but the round at Ella was quite awful. There was a problem with my forks, which was bottoming out instantly, so that resulted in 6 crashes. What's that?
So you're hoping for a bit of a better third round here and rest of the season than last time out?
Yeah, hopefully.
We'll let you get out on track. Thanks for talking to us, Jensen.
Thanks.
Tyler Heartley, a bit of a disappointing day for you so far, unfortunately. You've had a lot of mechanical issues with the bike, but looks like it's all fixed now. Hopefully, you're ready and raring to get out there for the third round of the championship.
Yeah.
So, talk to us about how your year's gone so far. Obviously, only 2 rounds in so far, but I'd like to think, you're pretty happy with what you've done.
This is my first round at the season. I'm doing 3 tech on the CBR 125s, so it's my first round this season on my 50, which obviously I won't be going that well because I blew my bike up, but hopefully I'm going to go out in this session for redemption.
Talk to us a little bit about the track as well. Obviously, Three Sisters, quite a big circuit, very fast, very flowing. Is it one that you enjoy?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've never really done a lap on it, but I got half a lap in and I really liked it.
So, well, from what other people are saying, can you assume it's going to be fun at least?
Yeah, very fun.
What's your aim for this weekend then in terms of finishing positions? Are you more just focused on getting out there, having some time on the bike, or straight out there you want to win some races?
Well, to be honest, we came just for fun so I can see my friends, so probably top 10 finish would be good.
Well, hopefully that can all come together. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Callum Maxwell, sun shining here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the championship?
Oh man, I'm feeling amazing. I'm absolutely flying. I'm catching up to people. I'm almost passing people. Yeah, feeling absolutely amazing.
That's great to hear. Clearly then you're really enjoying Three Sisters as a track.
Oh yeah, it's honestly the best track in the Canada so far.
I know you're heading out in a short moment, so we'll keep this one nice and quick. But what's your plan for this weekend then? I mean, obviously everyone wants to go out and win all 3 races, but what are you aiming to do?
Just get any high placement and beat my last time.
So yeah, just get out there, have some fun and get some good results. Is that the plan?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Callum.
Thank you.
Emilia Pereira, you've been having a great season so far in the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. We've come now to Three Sisters. I'm sure you're looking to continue your strong form.
Yeah, I'm currently 7th fastest at the moment, but I wasn't in for the first practice, which really was probably the most important because it's just to know the track, but hopefully I'll get top 3 in this practice.
Yeah, of course, it's all about just getting out there and getting used to the track. Let's talk about last time out at Ella Park. You had a great few races in very changeable conditions. That must have felt pretty good at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, it felt pretty good. I was hoping for at least 2 first, but 2 seconds and first is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, most people would be delighted with that, and you're just saying it's good enough. Shows you've got very high expectations, which we love to hear. So I'm assuming you want to achieve some more fantastic results here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm going to try to.
Well, that is brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Emilia Pereira, and let's see how you do out there.
Thanks, bye.
Well then, Harrison O'Keefe, you're a bit of a famous man in the Fab Racing paddock at the moment. Surely hoping for perhaps a bit more luck this time coming into the round at Three Sisters than we saw at Ella Park last time out.
Yeah, definitely gonna try and keep my cool and look behind me this time.
But let's not dwell on the past and any mistakes that may have happened at final corners. Let's look forward to this weekend. Sun shining, looks like it's going to be lovely weather the whole way through, and a great track here at Three Sisters as well. I remember you guys were here last year. I seem to remember you did quite well as well.
I can't remember where we placed last year. I think we was all right. But yeah, I'm just catching up now to remembering the track again. So we'll see how we get on. But yeah, it should be good.
So I'm sure you've been out a few times today already. How's everything feeling on the bike? Everything feeling okay?
Just getting used to everything again. Bike feels all right. It's just the track, getting used to the track, knowing what's where, really. That's about it.
And looking across the rest of the season as well, again, we're actually quite quickly approaching the halfway point, which feels weird given it's only the third round. But, what's the goal for the rest of the season? Again, you said, you've been kind of catching the front runners. We've seen some great performances from you this year. So do you want to be in a position at the end of the year where you're regularly challenging for wins and maybe even the title?
Yeah, it'd be good if I finished top four at least in the whole championship. That would be dreams come true, that.
Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Harrison, and best of luck out there this weekend.
Thank you.
From one O'Keefe to the other, now we move over onto Ben. And again, you guys, you've been having a great season so far. Not just you, but all of the O'Keefe family. Coming here now to Three Sisters, I'm sure you all want to keep improving and keep going with that form that you're seemingly in.
Yeah, that was the general idea until I fell off on the last one. But seeing as Harry fell off on the last race, I thought I'd better take a tumble myself, and I think I did the family proud on that one.
Well, I mean, it's not quite doing the Harrison, falling off on the last corner on the last lap from the lead of the race, but, still got to have a tumble occasionally. But bike looks okay from what I can tell from behind. Are you thinking it's going to be all right?
A little bit dubious at the moment, but I think it is only fair for me to say that with Harry's fall off on the last lap, we, as a family, we were bitterly disappointed. We felt he let himself down, he let me down, he let his great granny auntie down, and he just let a lot of people down. I had a dog that died 9 years ago, let that down as well. It was a sad affair for the whole family. We were disappointed.
So it was a long walk home for him then, was it?
We made him walk. I think nobody would let him in the van after that performance. It was a disgrace, absolute disgrace. I'm surprised he's been allowed back, to be honest. It's just shocking.
Well, moving on to yourself, obviously you've had a little fall off the bike this weekend, but not as bad as Harry's, must be said. What's your game plan heading into this weekend? I mean, I was just saying to Harry a moment ago, if I remember correctly, last year this track was somewhere you guys all ran quite well at, so are you looking to pick up some more good results today?
I think for myself personally, I think my plan of action is to pop into the van in a minute, have a bit of a cry, try and console myself, and then see if the bike will come back together, and then see how I'm feeling for tomorrow, and fingers crossed, I've just got to stay in front of Harry. I hope he falls off again, whichever.
Keep it nice and simple if he does fall off. Thanks for talking to us, enjoy your cry, and we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks very much, cheers.
And last, but of course not least, we have the one and only Gary O'Keefe. Gary, pleasure to have you back with us, as always, here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling heading into the weekend's action?
With trepidation again. Nervous after watching my brother crash again. I'm just hoping to survive as always, that's all I want.
Well, it is very much a survival game. Part of motorsports is you got to stay on the black stuff, stay on the bike. Is that really your main plan? Just try and stay in front of your brother, and the entire O'Keefe world can watch on and cheer you to victory?
There'll be no victory. I did get a podium last meeting for the first time ever in my life, and that's as high as I'm ever going to get, I think. I think I've actually peaked, and I'm now ready for retirement, if I'm honest.
So you've entered and left your prime pretty quickly then, and now it's just almost the swan song victory tour on the way home.
Now we're talking, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So then, looking towards the rest of the season as well, on your swan song victory tour, again, only a few rounds left already. Quite surprisingly, season's been rushing past. What are you aiming for? To just have some fun, some time on the bike, time with your family, or do you want to be competing at the front with them as well?
If I could set 1 or 2 more personal bests, I'll be happy, but like I say, I think I've peaked 10 or 15 years ago and it's not going to happen now, so...
Well, thanks for talking to us, and as always with retired athletes, there's a place for you in the media when you're done.
Thank you very much, I'll be there.
So then, Oscar, round 3, getting ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Really excited and just hoping for a good result, really.
I mean, aren't we all at the end of the day? Talk to us about what it's like around here at Three Sisters. Very big track, very, very fast, but we've been told as well, a lot of fun.
It's a good track, yeah. Very fast one. A few bumps, but really, it's really good.
Would you say it's one that really suits your style of riding as well?
Well, a bit and a bit not, because it's just hard to learn. But when you get the hang of it, it's really good.
So what's your game plan heading into this weekend then? Where are you looking to finish roughly? I'm assuming you want to be right at the top of the pack, of course.
Well, I'm looking at a 14th, but hopefully a top 10.
That's great to hear. And why don't you talk to us a bit about your year so far as well? Talk to the people at home, how you think your year's gone.
It's going all right. First year, and yeah, just try to learn all the tracks for next year.
That is brilliant stuff. And again, is that a kind of similar plan looking over the rest of the season? Just looking to learn tracks, get time on the bike?
Yeah, really. This is just a practice year for me.
That's fair enough. So next year is when we'll be seeing the real you coming out.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you out on track this weekend.
Thank you.
Yep. Here with Tommy Williams. It's coming into what looks to be a great weekend of racing here at the 3rd round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship. How are you feeling? Looking forward to this one?
I feel quite good. It's a fast track and I like it a lot.
I mean, we've been speaking to a lot of riders throughout the paddock and they've all been saying very similar thing. Fast track, quite bumpy, need to be quite brave around here, but everyone's been saying it's really fun as well. Is it a track you enjoy?
Yeah, it's one of my favourite tracks because it's quite flowy and fun to ride with.
So I'm assuming when you go out there for your 3 races, you're really looking forward to just having some fun and showing what you can do.
Yeah.
And looking across the rest of the season as well, of course, you've had a strong year so far this year. We're already approaching the halfway point of the season as well. Are you just looking to continue just to build up your experience, build up your confidence, build up your speed?
Yeah, I'm basically trying to build up my speed in the corners and out the corners, so I'm trying to roll in and out of them, so I don't really need to use my brakes that much.
Well, that's awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Tommy.
You're welcome.
Randy Carter, a great year so far for you, and the 3rd round of the championship awaits here at Three Sisters. What's running through your mind at this moment in time?
It's really fast and it feels really good.
That's great stuff. Again, it's a very popular track with all of the paddock, this one. Is it one that you're gelling quite well with? Do you think you can run fast here?
Yeah, it's really good as well.
That is awesome stuff. What brings you then to Fab Racing? What makes you want to come out here and do this?
Because of Matt Marquez made me feel like going into racing.
That's great to hear. So, would you one day want to be up in Moto GP?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully one day you can get there. But let's talk a bit more about why we're here now, of course. 3rd round of the Fab Racing season. And, you've been putting in some strong performances so far. Looking across the rest of the year, is your plan just to carry on going out there, going as fast as you can?
Yeah, it's really fun as well.
Well, if it wasn't fun, we wouldn't be here. Thank you very much, Randy.
Bye.
Nelly Nuth, one of our many talented young female riders here at Fab Racing. Great to speak to you here at Three Sisters. You've been having a brilliant season so far. Talk us through a bit about, what makes you want to go out and race and why you're so quick.
I'm just so quick and I really like racing.
Well, that is absolutely great to hear. Now, of course, you're one of our leading riders in the Fab Racing Female Competitor Cup, which is great for you. What would it mean if you were able to win that trophy?
I would be happy and stuff.
Nothing wrong with being happy. And how are you finding it here at Three Sisters?
Really good.
So do you want to go out and win a few more races here this weekend then?
Yes.
Well, hopefully you can do that. Thank you very much for talking to us, Nelly.
Bye.
And yet another young, talented female rider joining us here in Daisy Ray Grayson. Daisy, great to be speaking to you here at the third round of the championship at Three Sisters. What's going through your mind? How are you feeling heading into this race?
I'm feeling good for the races. It's my first time here and I'm a bit nervous for racing here.
So it's your first time here, so you're learning the track. How's that going? Is it a track you're enjoying so far?
It's a really good track. I'm enjoying it quite a lot. It's a really fast track.
Yeah, obviously really fast suits your style as well because you are quite fast. What do you want to do here? I mean, obviously you want to win all 3 races, but, you know, are you aiming very high?
I'm aiming for top 10 this week.
Well, we've got our fingers crossed that you can get there. Looking across the rest of the season as well, you've had a great year so far. I assume you just want to keep putting in the great results until the end of 2024.
Yeah.
Well, that is great to hear. Thank you very much for talking to us, Daisy, and we hope you can get your top 10s this weekend.
Thank you.
Plenty of young rookie riders here at Fab Racing, and we are being joined by another one. James, great to see you. Great to see you back at Fab here at Three Sisters as well. And, well, what a track this is. It's got to be one you're enjoying.
Yeah, I think that's really fast. First time round here, so I feel like I could get inside the top 10, maybe, because I'm on a new bike now, but new sprocket. So yeah, I think I could maybe get inside the top 10.
So, new bike, new sprocket. Do you think that's maybe going to just help you push a little bit more forward then?
Yeah, I think it'll help me a lot with a new sprocket, because if I was on a 64, I'd be way back in top 16. And this new sprocket has really helped me throughout the season.
Well, hopefully your new sprocket can do some wonders for you, but you know, you said it's a track you're enjoying so far, and you know, you've already had a great year, so do you want to continue that form heading into this round?
Yeah, I would continue, but this is a new track, faster than all the tracks I've been to, so I think I'd have to change my position a lot.
Well, hopefully you can get up to grips with it very, very quickly. Thank you very much for talking to us. Here we have 2 of the finest examples of young racing talent here at Fab Racing. We've got Bradley and Lucy Curtis. Great to have you joining us once again here at Three Sisters. We'll start with you, Bradley, if that is okay. Obviously, this is your first time running around here on the full Metrokit circuit, of course, because you've normally been running the smaller infield circuit. What's that like? What's the difference? And how are you getting accustomed to it?
I'd say the Metrokit tracks are much better, but the Mini, I like how you can just chuck the bike over, where the Metrokit's more like you have to get on your throttle earlier.
Yeah, obviously, you know, you've got that big back section which you didn't have to do before, but clearly you're having a lot of fun then. What's your aims coming into this weekend? Of course, you're going to be racing against riders who do know the track a bit better than you, so are you just looking to try and kind of learn and get some track times around here, or are you going to be straight in competing for the top?
Well, hopefully I get top 3, but my aim is to obviously finish first.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, whose aim isn't to finish at the top of the table? Now, why don't you talk us a bit through your year so far? Again, we're 2 rounds in, coming into the third round here at Three Sisters. It's been a pretty decent season for you, I'd say. How are you feeling about all of it?
Yeah, I'm feeling quite well. Leeds, I had quite a happy way ending the first round, but I would say my weekend this weekend, I want to do what I did on the both 2 rounds, so yeah.
Yeah, of course. And looking forward over the rest of the season as well, I assume your game plan for the rest of the year is just, you know, get more track time, you know, grow your experience, grow your pace, and then get out there maybe next year and really start pushing and winning a lot of races.
Yeah, this year's more practice, and this year I'd hope to get top 3 in the championship, but see how it goes.
We will indeed. Thank you very much, Bradley. We'll move on now to Lucy. Lucy, again, pleasure to have you speaking to us here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the year?
Quite confident. I ended last round with quite a big crash, so I'm just starting to ease back into the bike again.
Yeah, it was a pretty big whack you took back at Ella Park. Again, great to see that you're here up on your feet and all okay. So is maybe still just easing a little bit back into just building that confidence back up?
Yeah, definitely 100%, because I had a huge crash before the start of the season and resulted in a broken elbow, so it hasn't gone too good so far, but just building my confidence.
That is great to hear. Why don't we talk about a little bit about someone you've got on the front of your leathers, House of Moto. Of course, you're competing in the highest achieving female rider award, along with all the other female riders we have here at Fab. What does it mean, for Fab Racing to have, or to be, should I say, the first grassroots British racing series to have a cup solely for female competitors?
Yeah, it's great. It inspires lots of young girls to, have it, give it a try, have a go, because motorbike racing is a really male-dominated sport, so it's nice having that bit of backup, confidence boost.
And I'm sure at the end of the year as well, you'd like to be the one lifting said trophy.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, fingers crossed for you on that front. Let's talk about the rest of the year as a whole, though. Again, we're getting to the halfway point, so still some time to, get some good points in, make some progress. What is your plan for the rest of the year?
Stay on, really, but just top 5 hopefully, because I had quite a good last round other than the crash, so yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens. Thank you very much for talking to us, Lucy.
Thank you, and also I'd just like to say great thanks to House of Moto for all the support and my dad.
Here with another fantastic young female rider at Fab Racing, Daisy Polden. Great to have you here with us, and great to see you here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good and confident.
All right, confident. I like that. This must be a circuit then that you really enjoy.
Yeah, I really like the top corner. That's really fast and flowy.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very tricky circuit, as we said, but really big up the top, big fast corners. You've got to have some real guts to take it through there. Is that something then that could really suit you coming into the racing?
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm sure then that you're looking for some fantastic results and winning all 3 races and all of that.
Yeah, I'm aiming to get top 10.
Well, obviously that would be absolutely fantastic if you could. Let's talk a little bit about how your season has gone so far. You've had some strong results at the 2 rounds we've had, and I'm sure that you're looking to continue those here today.
Yeah, I want to try get maybe 9th and try to beat Harris and Dylan.
Well, hopefully we'll see you getting there. Thank you very much, Daisy.
Thank you.
Here then with Freddy Taylor in the paddock at Three Sisters. The sun beaming down on us here today. Surely that's got to put you in a good mood for the rest of the weekend.
Hopefully, I'm trying to get in the top 5 this weekend, so I'm feeling confident.
Well, fingers crossed for you. Obviously, Three Sisters, very fast track, a bit different from what we've been to before. Do you think you're going to run quite well here?
Probably, yeah, because I've been really good this afternoon. I've been getting 58s, so I think I'm really confident for the races.
Well, I'm sure that it's all going to run very, very well for you. Looking towards the rest of the year then, and across the remainder of 2024, what's your plan? Not just for, obviously, racing, but the championship as well. Where are you looking to hope up finishing?
Top 3, hopefully.
Well, that would be fantastic if you could. Thank you very much for talking to us, Freddie. We'll see you out on track.
Thank you.
There are so many riders in the paddock this weekend. We are literally falling over them. But luckily, we've run into Joey Aesich. Joey, great to see you. And thank you very much for talking to us for a starters. How are you feeling coming into the 3rd round of the season?
I'm feeling really good. Top 5 this time. I'm doing better than I was last round. So just try and keep it up.
Obviously, you've been out on track a few times already for some practice sessions. How's that all going? You said top 5, which is obviously great. Do you think there's maybe a bit more pace in there? Could be looking for a top 3?
Yeah, there could be quite a bit of more pace. But we've just got to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah, of course, just keep hounding away, keep putting those laps in and keep working. So at the end of the weekend then, could be looking at some podiums maybe?
Yeah, we're really close to podiums. We're only half a second off of being 3rd place, so we've just got to try and get a podium.
But that is great stuff. And again, looking towards the rest of the year as well, you've had a fantastic season so far. Again, looking like you're going to be very fast here as well. Are you looking to, maybe rack up some podiums and wins before the end of the season?
Yeah, at least 1 or 2 podiums in this one, because my trainer has said I could end up getting a podium at this track at the rate I'm going at.
Well, that's fantastic news. So obviously there is people out there who have a lot of confidence in you. Let's see how you do this weekend. Thank you very much, Joey, and we'll see you out on track.
Thank you, and I just want to say thanks all to all my sponsors.
Riley Paisley looking suited and booted, ready to head out onto the track here at Three Sisters. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
Quite confident. I got a 5th at Ella and 2 8s, but I'm feeling really confident going into this round.
Is there any particular reason for the confidence? Maybe just you ate your Weetabix the correct way, or is it, just a track you really enjoy?
Well, first of all, I do like the track. I've been here before, but I've had more track time with being on the 70s and the 50s.
Of course, even though they're different bikes, you're still out there, you're still going round, which is very, very important. So you're feeling confident. What do you reckon you can come away from this weekend with?
Well, I'm hoping for a top 5. A podium maybe near the end of the year, but yeah.
And let's talk a bit about your year so far. Again, you mentioned just a moment ago you've had some great results so far this season, and you've really come on a long way. So looking forward, what do you think you can do by the year's end?
Well, there's from 8th in the championship to I think 4th. There's like 8 points between us, so it's very tight near the top. And there's a lot of good competitors in the class.
That is awesome stuff. Thank you, Riley, and hopefully you can get the positions that you so desperately want and desperately deserve, to be frank, this weekend.
Thank you, and thanks to all my sponsors for making this happen.
Here we are then, speaking to Hamish Mintosh. Hamish, great to see you here at Three Sisters. I know this one was probably a little bit less of a drive for you than the 2 previous rounds. So how are you feeling coming into round 3 at Three Sisters?
Really confident. It's one of my favourite tracks to be at. Really fast. So hopefully a good weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very big track, must be said. You've got that massive top end section where you're going up and over the crest and through the blind corners. So it should be a lot of fun. What do you think you can walk away from this weekend with?
Maybe a few good positions in the race. I'm not too sure yet. Just see how it goes.
Obviously, you've been out a bit today already with some practice. How's everything running? Is the bike feeling all okay?
Yeah, the bike's running all right. It's just building up my confidence even more than it already is. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk a bit about the rest of the season as well. Of course, we've been getting to know you a lot over the last couple of years. And for the rest of the season, you're looking like you're really starting to come along as a racer and as a rider. What do you think you can achieve across the rest of 2024?
Hopefully big things, but not too. I'm confident, but not too doubtful of myself. So hopefully a few good things.
Yeah, so hopefully just continue the results, then a big winter off in Spain somewhere, and then come back in 2025 and win everything there is to win.
Hopefully, maybe not. Don't know yet.
We'll wait and see. Thank you very much, Hamish. We'll see you out on the racetrack.
Thank you.
So then, Harry Payne, back to Three Sisters, and a lovely day, it must be said. How are you feeling coming into the 3rd round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike Championship?
I'm feeling pretty confident, as last round at Ella Park I done especially good, better than I thought I would anyways, and I got a podium to my name, a 4th and 6th in the 70s, so I'm pretty confident.
So looking to come forward and continue those results here then. Obviously it's a very big track, this one, but one that all the riders seemingly absolutely love. Is there any real reason for that?
When you go up the hill and then there's a downhill right-hander and it's flat out and it's really fun but scary at the same time.
So it's all about being a bit brave through that section, really?
Yeah, my dad says I've just got to be braver going down there. It's like, you got to pin it, but it's scary when you're there and there's not much runoff as well.
Do you think you have what it takes to be brave enough?
Yeah, I do, thank you.
That is great to hear. Let's talk about the rest of the year then as well. Again, you had a great round last time out at Ella Park. Looking for some good results here at Three Sisters. Across the rest of the season, what do you think you can achieve?
Hopefully I'll achieve a few more podiums and maybe even like challenge for a win. And in the extremes, I want to again get a few more podiums because I did get third in Ella Park, but it was in the wet, so I'll try and do it in the dry as well.
Yeah, try and get one in the dry and the wet, then you completed the full set. Thanks for talking to us, Harry, and hopefully this weekend can bring you some good fortunes.
Thank you.
Well, we're standing here with Mason Frederick. Well, first things first, happy 9th birthday.
Thank you.
So what a way to be celebrating it as well, here at Fab Racing, you know, the best birthday present in the world. How are you feeling coming into the third round of the championship?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I've had a good championship so far.
Yeah, no, you absolutely have had a fantastic championship so far. Why don't you talk us a little bit through that, you know, what it means to have been getting the results you have?
Yeah, I've really been liking the results that I've been getting, and I hope I'm consistent with those results.
That is absolutely great to hear. So are you looking to come here to Three Sisters and get some more fantastic results in?
Yeah, last year here in the rookies, I won all 3 races, so I've try and do that same here.
Yeah, I mean, if you can sweep the weekend, and that would be a fantastic birthday present, wouldn't it? Looking towards the end of the year, whereabouts do you want to be? I mean, obviously you want to be still in that championship hunt, but are you expecting to be, you know, far and away a winner in absolutely everything, or are you expecting to have some good fights along the way?
I'm expecting to have some good fights along the way, so yeah.
Well, we'll wait and see. Thank you very much for talking to us, and once again, a very happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Bye.
So then, Harrison Day, looking fast today in the practice sessions. Of course, you've got some very special help, I've noticed, over in your awning behind us. How are you feeling going into it?
Well, I mean, I never rode here, like all the tracks this season, because it's my first year riding a geared bike. So with this new layout, this morning I've been good. I've been solid in like the sections which I've done on the Mini, so like this corner here, and then just the other parts that I was struggling on.
No, of course, it's part and parcel of going up into the gear bikes when we come to Three Sisters. Got to learn the new layout. But still, you look like you were running very, very strong this morning. And looks like the bike is quick, so maybe in for a good result this weekend.
Well, I don't want to set my goals too high, but I'm just hoping for just podiums, because that's where I've been all day. It's been like me, Wilson and Archie, and then it's been like a second and a half back to fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe some more podiums. Let's talk a little bit about some of the assistants that you've got over in your awning this weekend. Because obviously you've got your dad in there, obviously helping out as normal, but you've also got some superbike talent in there. What's going on with that?
Well, so I'm with Sarah Harris, so she like coaches me, and this weekend I have like Fraser's here. Well, today Fraser's going to be here, so he's helping me out. So last year he did it at Rowra, and I think he helps a lot.
No, that's it's great to see, you know, him helping the next generation of young British rider come through. Looking across the rest of the season, then again, you said a moment ago that, you know, you're kind of two big rivals in your class this year, Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien. You're looking very, very close on pace at the moment. Are you thinking it's going to be a straight dogfight between you three for the title come the end of the year?
Well, there's no expectations this year. It's just nice, chilled out and relaxed, but next season I'm just trying to hope for small wins, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
So just get out there, keep putting the time on the bike, and, you know, if the results are there, take the results.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that is awesome stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us, Harrison, and we will see you in a while.
Thank you.
So then, Archie O'Brien returning to Three Sisters, some happy hunting ground for yourself. And, well, it's been a very tight season so far, so I'm sure you're hoping in this one to maybe get some results and try and break away.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the first win of the season, come second so far in every race. Hopefully break the curse, but not in a bad way.
No, of course, nothing wrong with coming second, of course. We'd rather you go one up than one down from P2. But Three Sisters, let's talk about this place. You've, you ran pretty well here last year. Very, very big track, still quite new to the calendar, but there are also some riders who've not been here before and not used the full layout that the Metro kits use. So that could be a bit interesting, given it's only the third round of the season as well.
Yeah, it definitely takes a bit of getting used to. It's a really fast flowing circuit, but I think they'll enjoy it nevertheless. My first ever time here, it was really weird, but I managed to put it on pole in the B&B meeting, and then Fab managed to run pretty well, so confident coming into this round, hoping to get some good pace and fight for the wins.
Well, let's talk about, the top end of this track as well. It's really, really tough around there. And I remember last year watching you go side by side with people across the blind crest and down into the dip. That is brave, brave stuff. Is it essentially all about who's got the guts to make the move?
Yeah, I think by the end of the weekend we were all just keeping it pinned there, so it was about the run down the back straight, getting alongside them, and then just keeping the throttle in and hoping that they don't turn in on you.
Well, of course, we always want racing respect and maturity out on the circuit, but, sometimes it is just a stick up the inside and pray. So then, rest of the year then, again, you're looking to try and break your second curse this weekend. I'm assuming for the rest of you want to just keep stacking up the results, so when it comes to the end of the season, you're taking home a championship.
Yeah, points make prizes, so we've just got to keep bringing in the good results, keep being consistent, and hope for the wins to start coming in soon.
And I suppose that all starts here then. How do you think you're going to run here? You said you're confident. Are you looking at maybe pole or front row in qualifying?
We're just hoping to get on the front row again. We know Wilson's really strong. He's strong everywhere, so we've just got to get on the front row, stay with him in the race, and see if there's an opportunity to make a move.
Thank you very much, Archie O'Brien. We'll see you out on track later this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the action on Saturday here at the third round of the Fab Racing Mini Bike British Championship at the Three Sisters Circuit in Wigan. You join myself, Ross McIntyre and Zach Sweeney, bringing you all the way through, well, not quite the weekend, but certainly Friday and Saturday. Of course, if you've missed any of the action so far, we will be restreaming everything all across Sunday, so you can see all of the racing. Another quick update for you before we get back racing. Alan McCarthy, who we saw getting involved in that big accident causing the red flag before the lunch break, she is okay, but is just off to A&E for a quick checkup, but great to hear that she is all right. But Zach Sweeney, as we get ready to go racing for the afternoon, we've had some great action so far, and well, we are sure to see even more superb racing.
I think we are indeed. Of course, all of this morning was fantastic. All of our Mini Moto classes, of course, the extreme race up until that point as well was all absolutely brilliant. And now we're moving our way, of course, on to the Metrokit Mini GP50, brought to you, of course, by King's Two Wheel Centre, and of course our fantastic sponsors there you can see on the pit wall as well. But they're gearing themselves up, getting ready for their second race of the weekend. What a race we had this time yesterday.
Oh, what a race it was indeed. We had Byron Johnson taking a victory, but one they had to fight for. Time for the second race of the Mini GP50s, presented to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. The riders making their way out of the pit lane and onto the grid before, of course, their green flag lap, and then we go racing. A great race one yesterday. Of course, they've got another race later on today, but must be said, it was very, very close action. Of course, race one unfortunately cut short by a red flag due to that accident involving Riley Paisley. Of course, we are sending all our well wishes to him and hope to see him back on the bike as soon as possible. But nonetheless, it's sure to be very, very exciting, very, very close, as we always see here in the 50s at Three Sisters.
I think so. Of course, coming into this round, Byron Johnson was leading the championship by just 2 points ahead of Bradley Curtis. Of course, that gap has grown thanks to Byron Johnson's victory and of course, Bradley Curtis being down in P6 in that race. So a differential gained of 15 to bring it up to 17. But even then, that's incredibly close. I mean, one off for Byron Johnson and a good result result for Bradley Curtis, and that sure the championship is straight back into things. Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw P3 and P4 in the championship as well showcase some really good results. So I think this GP50 championship could be one to watch.
It could certainly be so indeed. The riders just making their way out on the green flag lap and just making their way around the infield section. Someone going a bit slowly but getting going again, so looks like it's not an issue, just waiting to go round at the pack of the pack. Right then, let's run through the grid, shall we? It will be Byron Johnson starting on the pole position, Travis Shaw alongside with Frankie Watson and Sebastian Goslavsky on the second row. Matthew Thomas and Bradley Curtis come in at P5 and P6. Further along, we've got Taylor Tomlinson. Unfortunately, Riley Paisley is missing. Tyler Heartley is P9 with Archie Hooper rounding out the top 10. Dylan Tureen is 11th with Daisy Polden in P12. And our final two riders being Harris Watson and Callum Maxwell. So a 13-rider grid to look forward to in this one. A very, very close race one in what is always a very close 50s championship. One of the most popular that we have here at Fab Racing, of course. The first time for many a young rider to step up onto a geared bike, a Grand Prix style bike. And as they're making their way up to the grid, Zach, what's going through these young riders' minds right now as the tension starts to build?
Well, I mean, of course, they've already had one race just to dust off the cobwebs. Of course, 2 weeks ago we were at Ella, so everything should be fairly fresh in their minds. But it's more just anxiety, nerves, but also that excitement, that adrenaline, that anticipation to get back going again. You know, they're here because they love it. They're here because they want to succeed, and they're here because they want to go and get the crown. Of course, Byron Johnson doing a sensational job. He's going to be looking to replicate that success from yesterday.
He will be indeed. The riders on the grid. Flag Marshal Lee Clowes ready to send them on their way. She walks over, drops the red flag, and picks up the green. Race number 2 is go. What a launch that was from third on the grid, but it will be Byron Johnson that leads the way. Oh, big kerfuffle further back in the pack. Several riders being shoved out wide as they make their way down into the infield section, but it is Johnson that leads the way. He's got close company behind though, making their way now into the S's. You can see Sebastian Goslavsky there working his way forward, trying desperately to try and make up some positions, but Byron Johnson into the bootleg for the very first time, soon to start the first lap proper as they cross the timing / finish line, getting the power on the blast up the hill they go. Byron Johnson will be leading their way onto lap 1. Frankie Watson in P2, Sebastian Goslavsky in P3. Here goes Frankie Watson though, having a look on the inside as they pin it up the hill through the right hand, and now Coward Summit. What can Frankie Watson do as they plunge back down the hill, back into view? Still Byron Johnson that leads, but Frankie Watson actually has lost a place. No, he's not. Apologies there. Frankie Watson trying to gain a place, should I say, up into P1. The number 14 goes. Lovely move on Byron Johnson.
Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson doing battle this time yesterday as well into that very same corner, and Byron Johnson immediately launching the counter-attack. He's back through turn 2. However, look at the 14 of Frankie Watson immediately trying to close the gap back up as they run their way through the sweepers. Left, right, left again. Johnson able to just dance the bike through, but Frankie Watson is not going to give up. He's got plenty of time left in this race in order to go and fight. Goslavsky as well is up there into P3, doing one better than his race 1, but all 5 of these riders in a very, very nice long train. Frankie Watson gets a sensational run off that final corner, and he loves a look up the hill.
He does love a look indeed, this time going to the outside. Oh, but he's had to really back off the throttle. That could allow a chance for Sebastian Goslavsky to work his way up into P2 as they disappear. Reappear now, and unfortunately for Goslavsky, unable to capitalise on that one, and actually he's lost a place to the number 4 of Travis Shaw, who's worked his way up into the podium places. Look at that as well in P5. Bradley Curtis, fastest lap of the race last time. While these front 4 are fighting, he's now waiting patiently on their tails, trying to find a way through. I believe that may have been a move there from Travis Shaw to get up into P2 as they work their way back into the S's section. Byron Johnson, it's not a comfortable lead, but it is a lead nonetheless. But 5 bikes in a row. Johnson leading from Watson, from Shaw, from Goslavsky, from Bradley Curtis into the bootleg again, rocketing back up the hill, full throttle now for quite some distance. They'll be going over 80 miles an hour as they head into Coward Summit, and that is Travis Shaw trying to have a go on Frankie Watson, and actually trying to have a go. There was Frankie Watson on Byron Johnson, unable to make it stickier to back off once again. The outside line is not the one to go for there. plunging down the Coward Summit into the right-hander that leads them onto the pit straight. These 5 all in the line. This is Moto 3 action in the 50s as Watson looks to the inside, but once again it is Byron Johnson who just holds on.
Yeah, the 50s always putting on a good show, and taking front centre stage is Byron Johnson versus Frankie Watson. Those two doing battle is absolutely enthralling to watch, and we still have 8.5 laps left of it once again through the S's, and Johnson just able to keep the bike under wraps. Small mistake there from Frankie Watson. That's going to disrupt his momentum. Here comes Travis Shaw to the inside of the bootleg, is through, up in a second. A small mistake can change the tide of this race.
Just shows how hard these guys are pushing. One little error, one loss of momentum, and you can find yourself tumbling down the pack. Luckily there for Watson, only losing 1 position. Gazlowski as well lost 1, but he's managed to weasel his way back into 4th place there. Almost off the road there was Curtis as they came through. Yellow flags out coming into the final section. Hopefully everything is okay as they work their way round back onto the pit straight. Once again, there's a rider off down at that turn there. Just let you know who it is, but they are up on their feet but out of the race. Believe it may be Dylan Terreen. Back to the action that we go though. Byron Johnson still withstanding the pressure at the moment. Ken Gazlowski trying to negotiate his way past Frankie Watson. Meanwhile, of course, Gazlowski just missed out on the podium in race 1. He would love to work his way up onto at least that 3rd placed podium step. A little bit of a gap now building for Johnson. He's just pulled a bike length or so on Travis Shaw as they head into the bootleg and back onto the main straight. More breathing room there for Johnson. Maybe he can just settle down and start to pull away now. Maybe even break the toe. That is a great run there from Frankie Watson. Looks to the inside of Travis Shaw. Shaw having to go the long way round, but sweeps into the corner and closes the door. Looks like they're all going to run in formation for the time being. Unfortunately for Bradley Curtis, he's dropped back just a little bit from Sebastian Gazlowski, but still on the back of this leading pack.
Very, very close fight indeed. Here could well be Travis Shaw eyeing up a move going into turn 5, but not quite close enough on that particular occasion. Of course, they've got to be careful looking forwards to attack, backwards to defend. It's a tricky balance to strike, especially when the pack is so close. Like we saw with Watson earlier, you're pushing so hard, but you've also got to be so careful of those riders behind you trying to put that pressure on and force their way through. 6 laps to go at the line. Johnson from Shaw, Watson, Gazlowski and Bradley Curtis round off the top 5. All of them in contention for the championship and points being prizes.
And all of them in contention for the win as well. Johnson still leads the way, but at any moment someone could pull the pin, try and launch a move. Is this the moment for Travis Shaw? Goodness me, that was tight coming up through the right hander. Once again, Shaw having to back off, just roll off a bit more throttle than it would like just to make the corner. Unfortunately, you can't really go 2 by 2 through there as they come back onto the pit straight. Once again, Shaw looking hungry, looking fast, looking pacey, but unable to find his way through Byron Johnson at the moment. Of course, the young Johnson, he's come on so much over the last 3 years, looking to replicate his brother Austin's success here at Fab Racing, and currently doing a great job holding on to that lead. Behind him, of course, Travis Shaw, Frankie Watson, Sebastian Gazlowski, Bradley Curtis has fallen back, but Travis Shaw doing a great job at the moment in P2, managing to work his way up through the order after a lightning quick start. And can he hold on though? Because Frankie Watson, again, another rider looking fast, looking furious all weekend and looking to make the move, but unfortunately can't come to fruition.
Travis Shaw is eyeing it up though. He's seeing, and like we were saying yesterday, gathering data lap by lap, corner by corner. He's observing, seeing where he's quicker, seeing maybe where he might need to find a little bit more time, but he knows his strengths, he knows his weaknesses, and he knows how to attack, and that could well be the look. It's a half defensive, half attacking move as he's trying to put pressure on Johnson whilst also deterring the move from behind from Frankie Watson.
Frankie Watson, fastest lap of the race last time round, 58.559, but the top 3, the top 4 in fact, all within a tenth of each other in their lap times. They're all so close in terms of ability, in terms of pace. It's all about just picking your moments, making the moves, maybe hoping that someone else makes a mistake. That's what allowed Travis Shaw to slide into P2. A small error from Frankie Watson, which proved very costly, dropping him down into 3rd place. Byron Johnson this time, a bit more breathing room. Travis Shaw is going to have to focus on the defense from Watson, who's got a great drive up the front straight, but once again isn't going to be close enough. It's like a game of chess this, with 4 laps to go. Travis Shaw, that is excellent, up the inside of Coward Summit to take the lead, but Byron Johnson fights straight back coming onto the pit straight. Shaw with great drive though, can he get it done? Into the right-hander. Byron Johnson closes the door, sweeps around the outside, uses that momentum of the trajectory just to hold himself in front. But Travis Shaw shows he's got the pace to move forward, shows that he's got the pace to try and get the lead.
That was absolutely sensational. I mean, it was a good move from Travis Shaw, an even better counter-attack from Byron Johnson. There we can see Sebastian Gazlawski, P4 at the moment running in this race. P4 this time yesterday, falling a little bit off the top 3 in terms of the train, but as they continue to do battle, I'm sure that gap will continue to close to bring us back to that 5-bike train that we had. 4 laps left to go. We'll quickly turn 3 as there we go, potentially another look from the number 4 machine. Travis Shaw this time going to go through to the inside. Byron Johnson will see it coming. Let's see who's going to emerge by the time we reach to the Coward Summit. Bit of traffic to contend with as well, and that could well disrupt Shaw, as now as we head into the braking zone, they're all going to funnel their way through. Frankie Watson follows suit, but it's now Travis Shaw that leads.
Very, very close indeed. That was Callum Maxwell, I believe they were working their way around there. Travis Shaw just about holding on. All of them had to back off through the Coward Summit, just catching the traffic at the perfectly wrong time. Of course, no blue flags here in Fab Racing. You have to negotiate the traffic on your own, as Byron Johnson under attack there from Frankie Watson to the inside. Johnson able to hold on. All that has allowed Sebastian Gazlawski to close back up, but he's run very wide there, coming out of the 180-degree left-hander, so he's dropped back once again. Shame there for Sebastian Gazlawski, but still on the tail, still watching, still waiting to see what's going to happen. Penultimate lap of the race. There goes Frankie Watson looking for a move on the inside of Byron Johnson. Can he get it done? Johnson sticking it to the outside, side by side. Frankie Watson slides through, and it's 2 laps, down 2 positions for Byron Johnson.
That's just how easy it is, but immediately searching for the counter-attack. He's got to be careful not to disrupt the momentum. Here comes Frankie Watson with the momentum. Shaw covers it off very aggressively, going to the inside of turn 4, able to keep Frankie Watson at bay. But Frankie Watson is flying in terms of his momentum. Bit of traffic to catch up with as well, as Gazlawski is closing back in onto the lead fight. Byron Johnson under pressure, side by side once again as we approach the sweeping section.
Shaw and Watson giving each other not even an inch more traffic to negotiate, but they're able to get through it very quickly. Sebastian Gazlawski's there, Byron Johnson's right there as well. It is super, super close. Nip and tuck stuff here at Three Sisters. Onto the main straight to start one final lap in this second race of the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre, and any of this front 3 could take the victory.
I think so indeed. Well, let's see who is it going to be. All the answers will come in the next half of a lap through the Coward Summit, down the hill once again. I think our 2 and 3, our chasing pack, have been disrupted by the traffic, and that allows Travis Shaw to get away. Of course, it's Watson from Byron Johnson, our championship leader, who has so far been able to boast 3 wins from our 6 races. We come to the 7th, and who is going to be able to take the victories? Oh my goodness me! Who is that has gone off? Was that Frankie Watson?
I believe it may have been Frankie Watson. We'll get that confirmed for you. But goodness me, late drama off the bike, down and out of the race, late on. Oh, that is such a shame there. Unbelievable late drama here. But the checkered flag is waving, and it will be Travis Shaw. He got the luck with the traffic. He takes a well-deserved victory in race number 2 and punches the air in jubilation. That one meant a lot. That one was hard fought, and that one went right down to the wire. Indeed, it was Frankie Watson who went down on that final lap. Late drama. What a shame for the 14, but what a victory for the number 4. Travis Shaw takes the win from Byron Johnson. Watson going down allowed Gazlawski to slide onto the podium as well. But man, oh man, that was brilliant racing. Front to back, neck and neck, from the green flag to the checkered.
It really was absolutely fantastic. We'll run you through the full finishing order in just a second, but that top 4, momentarily 5-way fight as well was nothing short of fantastic. Wilson Dilks going over to congratulate them as well. We'll see him in a little while with the 70s. But there you can see Travis Shaw by just 1.3 seconds relative to that race, fairly decent margin, it must be said. Championship leader Byron Johnson from Sebastian Gazlowski, who does one better than yesterday and goes into P3. Then it comes to Bradley Curtis, then Matthew Thomas. Taylor Tomlinson in P6 ahead of Archie Hooper, and of course Frankie Watson, who technically P8, but I think because he was a lap ahead, Daisy Polden was unable to re-overtake him. Tyler Heartley, Harris Watson, Callum Maxwell, and of course our lonely DNF of Dylan Torin as well. He fell down quite early on in the race, it must be said. But the top three looking very, very good, and we'll get to see these guys. It's not the end of the GP50 weekend. We'll be seeing them later on for race 3. And on to our second PB140 race. Of course, the absolute class that this category is. Of course, it was very, very close yesterday. Chris Wells, Jamie King, a 2-second margin in qualifying turned into less than a second that separated them at the line. That was a fantastic race, and let's see if Jamie King's going to be able to do one better. Is Chris Wells still here, though, is the question. He's gone off and he's having to catch a plane to go on holiday, so maybe this could be Jamie King's chance to shine.
Yeah, only 7 bikes out there. Unfortunately, reigning champion and pole sitter Chris Wells decided to call it a day early and jet off somewhere. Of course, we hope he enjoys his holiday, and we also berate him for not being here to give us some fantastic pit bike racing action. But that, of course, means Jamie King is the favourite to take what will be his first win in quite some time. But can someone maybe come in and put up a show? Do some great pace. Zach Tureen is looking very, very fast this weekend. Maybe he can challenge the 76 to try and go forward with a victory. On pole would have been Chris Wells, but of course he is not here, which means Jamie King in P2, the lone starter on the front row. Zach Tureen P3 with Keats and Payne in P4. Sean Whitaker is 5th with Thomas Dudson 6th, Adam Harris in P7 and Paul Nazel in P8. Then there were 7, unfortunately, by pit bike standards, quite a small grid, but as always with the pit bikes, it is sure to be an incredibly, incredibly exciting race. Again, Jamie King, he said when he wants to take his first win for quite some time, he wants to win it fair and square. He does want to beat the likes of Lucas Brown and Chris Wells, his nearest rivals, who unfortunately are not here. So while it may potentially be an easy cruise to victory, I'm not sure he'll be entirely satisfied. But we'll wait and see. Again, someone may be able to come through and challenge the 3-time Pit Bike 140 champion. Only time will tell as they make their way round on their green flag lap. Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic, leading the way up the front. Maybe it's time for him to pick up some more gold rings.
I think so. I mean, he's going to want to, isn't he? He's going to want to go out there and of course, take that win. But like we say, it's going to be bittersweet, isn't it? It's going to be sweet in the sense that if he does go and win, I mean, it's not guaranteed. We've still got plenty of riders that could go and do it. But if he does, he wants to beat Chris Wells. He wants to beat Lucas Brown because that's the level that he wants to aspire to go and take. Of course, he won't take pole position. It will take P2, but he'll kickstart things off from the lead of PB140 as they get underway for race 2. What a launch that was, though, immediately taking the lead, and Jamie King is falling back to second place. Goodness me, moving his way through quite nicely as they fight their way in towards the second corner. We haven't quite started the first lap yet, but into the lead of the race. Very, very nice indeed. Jamie King then, of course, starting race 2 of the PB140 on the back foot, and he's got to go and chase.
Yeah, what a start that was by Zach Tureen. The first phase, both King and Tureen got away fairly well, but in the second phase, Tureen was just able to get the power down, had that inside line into the right-hander, and able to sweep on through. So we certainly have a race on our hands then, going to start the first lap proper as they start across the finish line, should I say. What a run that is from Jamie King up the hill. Tureen leads on lap 1, but King to the inside. Lovely move by Pit Bike Sonic, but Tureen fighting back to the outside. Brilliant Pit Bike racing on this opening lap, side by side into the Coward Summit, and down they plunge. They're still neck and neck. Jamie King, though, ultimately cedes first place, but still there, gets the run out of the turn that leads them onto the pit straight, this time with the inside. This time Jamie King into the lead. Keats and Payne got a great start as well. Into P3 he goes on the 112. Of course, he had several mechanical issues across the weekend, both on his pit bike and his Mini Moto, so potentially he's looking to try and make up for those struggles. But Jamie King and Zach Tureen neck and neck as they make their way through the S's. King will want to try and pull away, but Zach Tureen so far in this race looking mighty.
Yeah, that was a fantastic start, of course. Wasn't quite able to keep it in the end, but Jamie King, he is going to be under pressure, I think, for the entirety of this race. It's not going to be a walk in the park. He is going to have to earn it. He is going to have to ride the wheels off that bike, similar to what he done this time 2 weeks ago at Ella Park. He fell short that time around. He's going to be making sure that he doesn't make the same mistakes.
Yeah, unfortunately at Ella Park, Lucas Brown just a little bit too good for Jamie King. Both moves made on the last lap after King started race 1 a lap down due to a carburetor issue that means he missed the green flag. This time it's all plain sailing, but he's still being raced hard, still not cruising away, because Zach Tureen right now having the time of his life, the ride of his life, because he is out there pushing for a win in race 2 of the Pit Bike 140s here at Three Sisters. Keats and Payne, he's dropped back a little bit in P3, but doing a great job ahead of Bailey Lawrence at the moment in P4. Great to see Bailey back out there doing a fantastic job. Of course, Zach Tureen doing a fantastic job at the moment. Both the Taurians, in fact, this weekend, himself and Dylan, they've been having a great time around here at Three Sisters. Dylan, we believe, is going out as a passenger on the sidecars later, so that'll be interesting to see. With Zach, he has been having a wonderful show so far this weekend. Again, fighting for the lead as it stands. Last time round, Jamie King was 0.3 faster with the fastest lap of the race as well. But that being said, Tureen can still put the pressure on. He's still very much within eyesight. And King, probably that little voice in the back of his head, he knows that he can't make a mistake. This is the best opportunity he has to take his first win for a few years now, so he just needs to stay focused, needs to stay calm.
I mean, with Chris Wells absent, with Lucas Brown absent, who do your eyes turn to immediately? Who did our eyes turn to immediately? Jamie King. He's the one that's then expected to step up and take what most people might think is to be an easy victory, but so far it's proving to be far from that. But all eyes are on Jamie King in order to take that first win. The expectation is there, the weight is there on his shoulders, and that could well hamper him in order to go and win this race, because there's always there those doubts, those thoughts, and those feelings. They all start to sort of take a toll. Eventually it might lead to you crumbling, but I don't think Jamie King is really going to be susceptible to that. He's a 4-time pit bike champion. He knows his way around this circuit. He knows how to deal with those thoughts. He knows how to flush them away, and he knows how to keep Zach Tureen at bay.
King had an amazing round here at Three Sisters last year, took a few podiums, and it was ultimately quite a torrid 2023 by his standards. Little look back at Zach Tureen just checking where his opponent is. Tureen still piling the pressure on as they run round into the sweeping right-hander and into the infield section past the Supermoto course. Jamie King, he won't be wanting to go down there. He'll be wanting to keep it on the black stuff, and more importantly, keep the number 89 behind. Last lap, Zach Tureen, fastest lap of the race, a 101.273. Absolutely phenomenal pace from the 70, or from the 89, should I say, but the 76 is still keeping him at bay at the moment, still doing enough of a job to stay in the lead. It's going to be 8 laps left to run when they come to the finish line. And, well, at the moment, these front two, nobody else in sight. Keats and Payne about 5 seconds back at the moment. That last lap, very similar lap times, both the one in the 101.3s. Both Keats and Payne lapping in the 103s. Bailey Lawrence a little bit further back from Keats and Payne, but again, we saw her form late last year when she really started to blossom as a rider, really started to hit the form that we all knew she was capable of. Currently running in P4 is Bailey. That is a great position so far, and let's see if she can try and chip away at Keats and Payne and come through to get onto the podium.
Yeah, that would be absolutely sensational. 4 seconds though is a big ask with just 8 laps left to go. You're going to have to average half a second, and that last time by was actually a second slower, so needs to turn the tide, does Bailey Lawrence, if she wants to go and get Keats and Payne for P3. Nonetheless, a bit of a battle here. This is the fight for the back end of the top 5. Thomas Dudson versus Adam Harris, fighting away with 8 laps left to go. Looking very, very nice indeed. I think, of course, nose to tail, the pair of them. Dudson, of course, boasting a couple of good results so far this season as well. Another top 5 to add to that could well be exactly what he needs. Fastest lap, by the way, just been set at 1:09 by Jamie King. That is still 0.7 of a second off the lap time and the lap record that he set yesterday. I think that just goes to show the levels Jamie King has to go to compete with Chris Wells.
Of course, Jamie King was really pushing those final few laps from King yesterday as he was hunting down the reigning champion with just something I don't think we've seen hit that levels from King in a while. really, really pushing hard. But still pushing hard now as well with that fastest lap. Dudson and Adam Harris also still pushing very, very hard as well as they head into the Coward Summit and then plunging down the hill, disappearing from view and then re-emerging as they head onto the pit straight where a bumper crowd is watching the pit bike action here. Although there's only 7 bikes out on track, it is still excellent racing, as is always the case in the pit bike 140s. Normally one of the most popular classes here at Fab. We've had occasions where there's been over 20 riders in the field. Even though it's quite a small field today, they are still putting on a display. Little bit of a check back there from Thomas Dudson. Just wants to see where Adam Harris is behind. Harris is still piling on the pressure for P5. Of course, if you have a pit bike, you're more than welcome to come along and race with us. Head over to the Fab Racing website to find out how to get involved. Oh, look at that little bit of a wobble there from Dudson. Unfortunately, Harris forced out wide as a result, so he's dropped back just a little bit, but still pushing hard again. Because there's only 7 bikes out there at the moment, there is big points on offer. Even if you're finishing down the back end of the pack, you can still be picking up 10, 9, 8 points, something along those lines, and that can really do you a world of good in the championship.
Really good, especially for Jamie King. Let's not forget, with Lucas Brown absent, he has taken, up until this point, of course, where he's not here, every win of the season thus far. Of course, it was Chris Wells yesterday. Jamie King can now have an opportunity to chip away at what was a 44-point gap coming into Three Sisters. That is pretty much going to be null and void by the time they head to Rowra. So I think we've got a Pit Bike 140 Championship back on this season in 2024. But also, yeah, as you say, for the majority of the field, these are huge points. At worst, you can finish with 9 points as long as you get to the checkered flag, doing a brilliant job. And as long as you stay on the bike, like I say, you're guaranteed 9 points, which for people in the midfield can go a long way.
It can indeed. There we see Bailey Lawrence currently in P4. Again, a rider who last year entered some fine form and managed to pick up a few podiums as well towards the end of the year. It's great to see her back here at Fab Racing. Of course, being a female rider here at Fab Racing, that means she is also competing in the highest achieving female rider award, of course, presented in collaboration with House of Moto. And great to see Bailey back out there doing what she does best, ripping around racetracks on a pit bike machine. And while in this race at the moment it may not be looking like a podium, Keats and Payne is quite far in front with 4 laps left to go. She's about 7 or 8 so seconds in front of Lawrence. She's still doing a fantastic job and showing that she has lost none of her talent in the time that she has been away. Maybe a podium is beckoning in race number 3. Back to this battle for P5 though. Dudson and Harris still going strong. Harris just dropping back a little. Actually, Harris has got through Thomas Dudson, should I say. So Dudson either getting it wrong somewhere or getting past, and that means that Adam Harris even has worked his way up into the top 5. Great stuff from him.
Yeah, really good move indeed. Of course, we didn't see it, but I'm sure it definitely was fantastic, because it has to be here at Three Sisters. The bravery it takes to get a move done is sensational. And of course, a couple of hand signals being thrown. Hopefully PG kept by those out on the circuit, because you don't want to repeat of this time last year. Chris Wells and Jamie King doing some interesting sign language, it must be said. At the bottom of the hill, of course, through what is the 5th corner on the circuit as you run your way into, of course, Paddock Club, then up the hill once again. It is still hotly contested, though, this battle. I mean, at the moment, Harris is through, but I'm sure Dudson has an answer for it somewhere.
Time will tell, we'll wait and see. Up the front, meanwhile, an update on the battle for the lead. It has ended. Jamie King is 6 seconds up the road with 3 laps to go. He's turned the pace up, turned the wick up, and now he is pushing hard. This is the main battle we are focusing on, though. Harris versus Dudson in this fight for P5. Again, big points on offer, a whole 11 if you finish in 5th. And for these guys who typically wouldn't be looking at these middle of the points finishes, shall we say, that is a huge bag of points they are looking at, and potentially huge rewards later down the line. As we always say, points mean prizes. Consistency also means prizes. And for Jamie King, that's why if he does finish this race on top, he will be leading the championship by 1 point just through his consistency. Although he hasn't won a race this year, or for some years, should we say, 2 third places, 2 second places, and a 9-point finish P7 that was picked up at Ella Park despite starting a lap down. He has been on fine form so far this season, and on the penultimate lap of the race, there is King in a world of his own. Now he just needs to focus. Now he just needs to hit his marks, and he will be on the top step once again. It's been a long time coming, but again, as long as he stays on the tarmac, stays on two wheels, Jamie King will be taking the checkered flag.
He will be, and he's going to be delighted to do it. Of course, he's been able to capitalise on a weekend where he's had to do that. Chris Wells absent for 2 races. Lucas Brown absent for the whole weekend. And if Jamie King wants to return and take the mantle once again in the Pit Bike 140 Championship and return to his winning ways, this is a perfect pivot point in order to do that, to regain that confidence, to get that, you know, that weight off the shoulders, to address the elephant in the room that is that winless drought for him, for Jamie King. If he can get that off and just shrug it off on a weekend where, you know, Wells and Brown aren't here or performing at their best or whatever it is, Jamie King can do that, get rid of that curse, and maybe then be able to push on for the rest of the season. He's on his final lap now, and he is home free. Zach Tureen put up a good fight for the first, 2 or 3 laps or so, but ever since then, it's been Jamie King and Pit Bike Sonic leading the way.
The man they call Pit Bike Sonic, a 3-time Fab Racing Pit Bike 140 champion. He has been around this paddock for so long. He is so well beloved by the members of this paddock. He helps out with everything, with trophy ceremonies, with social media, and he is an ever popular figure. But luck has evaded him for quite some time. He has just not been able to get back onto that top step of the podium for a few years. But, actually, it still says 2 laps to go, apparently. I thought we were heading on to the last lap. It is now the last lap, so he's got 1 more tour to go. A bit of a miscommunication there. So 1 more lap then for Jamie King. But, as I was saying, luck has evaded him for so long. But finally, with 1 more tour, it looks like he is set to take the victory.
Indeed so. Jamie King, I mean, he's came so close 2 weeks ago at Ella Park. Tantalisingly close, was leading for the majority of the race in a wet, wild weekend at Ella Park on his home turf, and it was robbed. It was taken so cruelly from him so late on in the race. But here at Three Sisters, he was slightly off the pace in qualifying. He made up for it in race 1 and once again came so close to toppling the reigning champion in Chris Wells, but once again had to play second fiddle for the 3rd time this season. But today at Three Sisters, he's got 3 more corners left to negotiate, and Jamie King will once again return to the top step here for Fab Racing, the Pit Bike 140 Championship. Race 2 of the PB 140s once again returns. Jamie King sees the checkered flag first and is victorious at Three Sisters. Finally, he's able to celebrate, and that means a lot.
Pit Bike Sonic has refound his speed. Jamie King is once again on top in the Pit Bike 140s, and you can see how much that means. Years of disappointment, years of pain fade away in an instant. The 76 is back on top, and he is absolutely delighted with that one. He had to fight for it with Zach Tureen, who does take a phenomenal 2nd place as Keaton Payne rounds out the podium. But finally, the wait is over for Jamie King, and he can celebrate what is a well-deserved victory.
What a race for him, and it was in dominant fashion as well. He was able to get the start, he ran away, even had time to just slow down and enjoy the moment across the line, and he finally is able to get to it, and he is exhausted, he's laying down, and wow, he is elated. Let's have a look as to how the rest of the field racked up though, because what a race it was. Hugs and smiles all around. Celebrations, I'm sure, is going to be in full swing tonight, because it's a Saturday of all things as well, so even more reason to go and celebrate, and celebrate harder as well with more intensity. But of course, Jamie King taken to the top step, as he always does. Hasn't always done, because he's had a bit of a drought. But all the way through, Zach Tureen and Keaton Payne, the top 3. Bailey Lawrence and Adam Harris, the top 5. Thomas Dudson and Powell Nozel round off the field in 7th place. What a race that was for P140. It has a historic race as well, as the drought is finally over. They'll be back for race 3 later on.
Race number 2 for the Mini F1 Sidecars here at Three Sisters, a circuit where tempers have traditionally flared for this class. And already in race 1, we saw them get going once again. A crash between the Green Streets and Mick Williams, the old arch enemies. And, well, it got a bit interesting. Fortunately for Mick Williams, despite coming out of that incident in P2 with the green streaks disappearing off into the distance, luck was on his side. A puncture for the green streaks meant they fell down the order and finished P8, a lap down and last of the runners. The first time a victory has been taken by anyone other than the green streaks so far this year. Funny, given that just a few years ago, anyone other than Mick Williams taking a win was a major news story. This time it is all about the green streaks. Will they come to blows again? Because Mick Williams looks fast starting and he looks very, very hungry.
I think so, and of course, once again, just getting it off his shoulders, once again, getting back onto the top step and looking very, very good indeed. Mick Williams, of course, is starting on the front row. The green streaks, they'll have some fresh tyres on, I'm sure. I doubt they'll be running with the same one they had on yesterday. That is bizarre. But the good news is for green streaks, they were still able to stay out on track and score some points for their championship. But they want to return to the top step, don't they? They want to just see that as a small hiccup in a long season of racing. But Mick Williams, he's going to be hungry as ever. He's got one and he's going to be craving more.
Of course, Mick Williams did miss the first round of the season at Lid. Last time out at Ella Park, unfortunately. Last time, should I say, unfortunately, 3 second places for them as they get going on their sighting lap. It is the green streaks who start from pole with Mick Williams in P2. Mick Lee starts in P3 with John Hosker in 4th. Vince Bailey is 5th with Martin Hills in P6. Jamie Alexander starts in P7. I believe it's Phil Joyce that they've got on the sidecar in this event. Isaac Greenstreet is actually off doing his GCSEs at the moment, so obviously good luck to Isaac. We've all been there. It's a tough time. We can't wait to see you back on the track. P8, the last of our runners, is Mark Parker and the 230. So as you said, Zach, the green streaks, they'll want to see that as a blip. That's the 127 of John Hosker. The Hoskermobile, problems for them. They've been struggling with the engine across the weekend. Not necessarily mechanical issues, but it certainly has not sounded healthy. And they are going very, very slowly. And it's actually, I'll tell you what they did. They did that yesterday, didn't they? They've taken a short sighting lap and are pulling straight into their grid slot. So it's not a problem. It's, they're either trying to save fuel or they just can't be bothered to do the sighting lap, which is more than fair enough. But the Hoskermobile pulls into P4 where they will start the race. And I didn't realise they were on at the front, coming onto the pit straight, should I say. But the tension is rising. It is all eyes once again to that front row, I feel, because it's all about the green streaks and Mick Williams. The two came to blows once again in race number 1. And again, the tempers were flaring. This time last year, Mick Williams was a man possessed, furious at the green streaks. The pair who had worked so hard over so many years to catch up to Mick Williams. Last year was the best chance they'd ever had. And unfortunately, they were not quite close enough. This year, they look like they have the pace. They sit on pole position. The everlasting champion, Mick Williams, in P2. It could be anybody's guess what is going to happen in this one. Flag Marshal Lee Klaus runs over at the drop of the green flag. We go racing. We are underway in the second Mini F1 Sidecar race. Once again, a lightning start for Mick Williams, but unable to capitalise. It will be the green streaks that lead the way out of turn number 1. Look at the two-stroke power there of the number 26, almost trying to have a look there. And the green streaks having to go defensive as they head into the S's section. Mick Williams keeping them very, very honest though, as they go left, then right, then left again, bouncing over the curbs. That was very, very wet over there this morning after the rain overnight. Now it is bone dry, just pure racing. Full pedal to the metal stuff. Running around the bootleg for the first time, and will start the first lap proper. Look how close they are. It is fairing to fairing, nose to tail. Williams looks left and right as they start the first lap. The green streaks heading up into turn 1 proper. Big wobble from the number 90. How on earth are they still on the racetrack? What a save that was from Jason and Leo Greenstreet. Mick Williams though still right there, and I tell you what, once again the 44 of Mick Lee still on the back of them as well.
And here we go, change for the lead, potentially the 26 looks to the inside, but once again the Green Street just able to flow the sidecar through. That long right-hander, of course, but the fight is far from over. Mick Williams piling on the pressure, practically pushing them through this long uphill left-hander as they rejoin onto the sweeping section. The 26 has the inside line, that should be advantageous, but no, it's not. The agility from the Green Streets and the confidence to stay ahead.
Yeah, the Green Street's doing a fantastic job at the moment. But can they hold on? Again, the pair of them coming to blows in race one, mirroring their race one clash at the finale of the championship in 2023. Maybe race two will be cleaner. Maybe it will not. Rocketing up to the line. 7 laps to go this time. As we see Mick Williams trying to look to the inside this time, maybe having a better run. Mick Williams up the inside. That is brave. That is brilliant from the pair of them. Excellent racing on display in the Mini F1 Sidecars, but Williams slides on through. That was Mick Williams back to his brilliant best as he manages to negotiate his way around the Green Trees, but they're going to get a run once again. The 4-stroke grunt helping them down into the right-hander, and the Green Trees retake the lead.
The tension is paralysing. I am suspended in anticipation and awaiting what is going to happen between these two. Are they going to come to blows? Are we going to have a fantastic final few laps to this race? Because the Green Streets versus Mick Williams is an age-old rivalry for the last couple of years, and now it comes down to this race 2. Of course, we've still got race 3 yet to come, but they have been so close. They have been perfectly matched all the way through the weekend. They've got different characteristics, but they come to the same conclusion, virtually matched on the last time by. Williams, of course, taking that tighter line through, making the most of the acceleration in the slipstream. 6 laps left to go here for race 2 of the Mini F1 Sidecars. The Green Streets lead, but for how much longer?
Just a few years ago, there was often accusations thrown at the Mini F1 Sidecar races that were dull, they were boring. Mick Williams wins everything. Well, they're not boring now. This is excellent stuff. The Green Streets and Williams going neck and neck, toe-to-toe, mano-y-mano, as they try and fight it out for the spoils in race number 2. Further back in the pack, Mick Lee is holding on to that P3 position, has got quite a gap back to Vince Bailey in P4 as well. The 44 machine doing a great job. Again, Mick Lee's got Jack Boltis on the sidecar, so the pair of them doing a fantastic effort. Once again, we go back to the lead battle. It's all eyes on the Green Streets versus Mick Williams and the 26. Currently, the Green Streets leading the way, doing a mega job negotiating their way into the bootleg section. Of course, Mick Williams has the 2-stroke engine, so at the top of the main straight heading into the hill, that's where they'll be fast with the Green Streets. That run from their 4-stroke helps them accelerate out of the corner, but Mick Williams with a great run. What can he do side by side once again? Is he going to go for it again? No. Decides to back out. Smart racing by Williams. He wasn't quite close enough on that occasion. He didn't want to get involved with another crash with the Green Streets. It's 5 laps left to run. Currently, the Green Streets are in control, but barely. Williams is right on their tail.
All 4 of these guys know what they're doing. They're seasoned veterans in their craft. They know how to approach this race. It's an immovable object versus the unstoppable force. They're so equally matched. They're fighting for the lead. 5 laps left to go. It could go either way, but there's only one top step. They've broken away from the 44, who has fallen 10.5 seconds back from this lead fight as to the levels that the top 2 are pushing each other through, as they have to just throw the passenger through the right, then the left to get that rotation through the sweepers, then into the bootleg. You go left, this long right-hander. This is where Mick Williams is so strong. He closes the gap, and let's see if he's able to, even not now necessarily, because it doesn't necessarily matter on that run to the line, but would he have a look if that was the case? Worst case scenario, he needs to set himself up. The straight line speed is there. Could he well have a look going into the right-hander? Thinks about it, but once again, it's backs off.
I think Mick Williams is maybe just trying to pressure the Green Streets. He's not necessarily committing to a move into the right-hander. He's just showing his nose. Well, I would say filling the mirrors, but obviously sidecars don't have mirrors. Just going, look, I'm here. Maybe let me through, something along those lines. That is where he's getting the best opportunity to make a move, though. Maybe he needs to think about changing his tactics. The Green Streets, they're not taking the bluff. They're sticking to their guns. They're sticking to their line. Mick Williams maybe needs to try and have a go somewhere else. Wow, that was very late on the brakes into the hairpin as they rush through the infield section. The Green Streets still leading the way into the S's, and still just about holding on. Taking slightly different lines, the pair of them. Of course, these Mini F1 Sidecar machines all homemade, all DIY, all the frame, the chassis, the fairings, the engines, maybe not self-built, but certainly self-sourced. And that's why you have the 4-stroke versus 2-stroke battle that you see on your screen between the Green Streets and Mick Williams. So it is very much a team effort, not just out on the racetrack, but in the workshop as well, building up the sidecar, making sure it's running efficiently as possible. That's where the Green Streets have been hard at work the last few years. Yes, of course, they've been improving their racecraft, improving their pace, but they have been meticulously ripping that sidecar apart and putting it back together, putting new things on it, trying different setups just to make it as fast as they can possibly get it. Right now, it looks like they've done a very good job because they are starting to pull ever so slightly ahead of Mick Williams. They've got a couple of bike lengths to the good over the previous lap. We've got 2.5 laps left to go. Is that potentially breathing room? But there's also traffic ahead. That could shake things up.
It could, but well, that was easy going, wasn't it? Just basically took the racing liners all off and out. Who is that? That could well be the 420 of Martin Hills, I think so. Both them and the passenger, sat on the tyres and out of this race with just 3 laps left to go, make it 2 at the line. But speak of how that's, all homemade and all done by yourself, your own engineers, mechanics, and of course the ones riding the things. They are definitely getting the fruits of their labour, winning all but one race so far this season. It's not been easy, that is absolutely certain, but the Green Streets are a force to be reckoned with, and so far this race have bested the 26.
Yeah, 26 dropping even further back in that previous lap. I think they caught the traffic in a bad place, cost them a second. So they really need to find something on the penultimate lap of this race. The Green Streets, though, again, while they did catch the traffic in a bad place, just got a little bit luckier. As we always say, traffic causes chaos, no blue flags. Here in Fab Racing, they have no obligation to get out of your way. You have to negotiate them in your own regard. And well, I guess in that regard, the motorsport gods give it. The motorsport gods take it away, and the motorsport gods have taken it away as Mick Williams, passenger off the sidecar. What has happened there? Coming into the hairpin, was it a mistake or someone just dropped loose? They get going once again. Of course, Mick Williams stayed on the sidecar, so that means they are not down and out of the race. They should be okay to continue. Here at Three Sisters, if you have an accident and come off the bike, you're not allowed to remount, but I believe with the sidecar that involves both driver and the passenger. But Mick Williams, that's essentially the win gone, because that has cost them even more time. The Green Streets now are basically home and dry.
Yeah, I think they were anyway, but that is the nail in the coffin. That is what the Green Streets need, and they have firmly been able to cement themselves. They fell back yesterday, made the mistakes of the contact and the aggression, and maybe let the pressure get to them, but they've recomposed over Friday night, coming into Saturday, and well, the edge most certainly has been taken off, and the Green Streets are looking home free. Of course, all eyes on the 26, who unfortunately are now going to only have to settle for second after a sensational win this time yesterday. It's going to be the Green Streets, who have got maybe less than half a lap left to go. I think they're running their way through the sweepers now. They will then be able to set the checker flag first and once again take another victory. It'll become the 6th of a 7-race season thus far.
Into the bootleg for the final time for the number 90. A tyre blowout yesterday ruined any chances. It was disappointment yesterday. It is jubilation today. The number 90 of Jason and Leo Greenstreet withstand the pressure and take the win in race number 2, their 6th win of the season. And that one they had to work for. That one was hard fought. But that one, they bring it home and stand on top of the podium. Mick Williams will finish in P2. But how far back is the question? What a shame there for the number 26 machine. 20 seconds back in the end as a result of that minor moment and getting caught of the traffic. Of course, we've still got race 3 to come for the Mini F1 Sidecars. Still got a chance for Mick Williams to try and take it to the Green Streets once again. But it is Jason and Leo Greenstreet doing yesterday justice and finishing on top. Will they go up to the podium? Because, well, half of the sidecar guys didn't yesterday as they bring it in. It is, though, Jason and Leo Greenstreet who do take the victory. Mick Williams brings it home in P2 with Mick Lee in P3 on the 44. Vince Bailey was 4th on the 369 with John Hoster in P5. Jamie Alexander on the number 11 was 6th with a 213 Mark Park in 7th. Unfortunately, we did lose Martin Hills. Of course, one more race to come for the Mini F1 Sidecars. We've had 2 great races so far, one of which ended in an accident for one of the riders. But that was a great battle once again. Plenty more in store, I'm sure.
And on to the premier class of Fab Racing. We're here for the Metrocrit Mini GP70, brought to you by LS2 Helmets, and this is a championship like no other. The race that we saw this time yesterday with Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien separated by just 700th of a second at the line in a titanic battle between two of the greats and future stars of motorcycle racing. Dilks, O'Brien, tension in the air between the pair of them, a bitter rivalry at times, but a fantastic piece of entertainment.
Well, we know Archie O'Brien was not impressed with the riding of Wilson Dilks, but he's got the upper hand from the green flag because it is O'Brien that sits on the pole position. If he can get a better start, if he can maintain that lead, if he can hold Wilson Dilks behind, he will be onto the top step. For the first time this year, he's had a string of second place finishes, second place in every race so far this season. Of course, consistency is king, but it should be interesting. Just going to have a small delay while we remove some debris from the track, and then we'll get going. You can see the riders getting ready down in the holding area. You can see the 37 there on the left of your picture. That is Byron Johnson pulling up alongside the 15 of Harrison Day, the number 4 there as well of Travis Shaw. All very, very strong riders. But here at Three Sisters, it is very much about Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien. They have very much been the class of the year so far this season. They have been the ones we've all been watching, and they've been the ones who have really started a strong rivalry. Again, Archie O'Brien disappointed with Wilson Dilks and his racecraft yesterday. He'll be going out there with some fire in his belly, with some motivation, with a point to prove in race 2 with the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70's British Championship.
The tension is going to begin skyrocketing because it becomes real the moment you pull out of pit lane. This is it. Race 2 for these guys. This, all the anticipation before, all the debrief, all the thinking, all those thoughts and scenarios playing out in your head, how this race is going to go, that first lap, that start process, how it's all going to work. This is it. This is your one chance to go and get it right for race 2. If you don't, then you could suffer. In a championship as tight as this, it could come down to just the final race when we head to Ella Park in a couple of months' time. As things stand, only 21 points separate Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien in the championship. They are going to be gunning for the win. Both of them have it all to prove. Wilson Dilks on a string of victories, Archie O'Brien wanting to get that first of the season. Both of them have something to go out there and aim for.
They do indeed, as they get going on their sighting lap. Dilks taking it very casually, dropping back in the pack as he lets the riders swarm past him. Again, Dilks, when he's out there, he's so calm, he's so collected, and he's just very, very focused on the job in hand. But as the riders make their way into the S's, let's go through the grid. It is Archie O'Brien. He starts on the pole. Wilson Dilks less than a tenth behind him, with Frankie Watson and Harrison Day on row 2. Harry Payne and Jensen Bishop in P5 and 6, with P7 being Finlay Polhill and P8 Matthew Thomas. Arnie Carr is 9th, with Byron Johnson rounding out the top 10. Travis Shaw is 11th, with Hamish Mintosh in P12. Beth Ashby is 13th, George Ackman in P14, and Lucy Curtis rounds out our grid of 15 riders. A very full and stacked grid here of 70s riders. Of course, these are the stars of tomorrow today. These are the guys that are looking to get into the R&G British Talent Cup in just a few years' time. And as they come into the grid now, it's time for visor down, it's time for focus, it's time to collect yourself, it's time to race.
It is indeed. They'll be lining themselves up. The anticipation is there, the suspense, and the premier class of Fab Racing. Mini bikes, of course, this is the top step of that particular ladder on a long journey all the way to the top. These riders are the future of this sport. These riders are going to pave the way for future champions. And now they'll be given the signal. Archie O'Brien, the nerves through the roof. Wilson Dilks wanting to take himself back to the top step once again. The green flag goes up, it goes down, and we are underway. Better start from Archie O'Brien. He's able to thwart off the attack from Wilson Dilks, who tries to move into turn 1, but it's Archie O'Brien that leads the way. The both of them now side by side. Dilks is through. O'Brien gets back underneath him. The 91 trying to swing his way back into the lead of the race, but he's lost it, and Dilks is through for the lead.
Yeah, great stuff there from Archie O'Brien on the first few corners, but Wilson Dilks able to muscle his way through. Now it is time for Spider-Man to get his elbows out and start to really get a race on as they round the bootleg for the first time to start the first lap proper. It is Wilson Dilks that leads the way, but Archie O'Brien hot on his tail. A bit of a mistake there from Harrison Day, but he will be in P3 as they head up the hill and over the top. Now coming round, you can see there the riders launching their way through up to Coward Summit. This scary, scary corner as they disappear, then reappear once again. Look at the gap that Dilks and O'Brien have already built up. This is where Archie O'Brien consistently tried to make the move in race 1, down into that right-hand sweeper. Wilson Dilks, though, was able almost to muscle his way off and cling on around the outside on this opening lap. Archie O'Brien chooses not to make a move. Maybe this time he's going to prefer just to sit in the tracks of Wilson Dilks, maybe just pile some pressure on, get in his head, and maybe try an opportunity somewhere else where Dilks doesn't expect.
But the track position was so important for Archie O'Brien because he's such a calm, composed rider. Doesn't have an ounce of aggression in him really sometimes when it comes to those do or die battles, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, but when you need to be cutthroat to win races, you need that aggression about you, and this might well be his chance. He's been so quick up the hill all weekend long, but still not quite enough, showing his cards. But Dilks has been so bulletproof in his defence. O'Brien needs an answer to that, and that could well have been a good start. It was enough into turn 1, not enough into turn 2, but let's see if he's got the run. Once again, as they run their way into this long right-hander, Dilks has got it covered.
Still early doors though, still 10 laps to go. You can't win a race in the first few laps, but you can certainly lose it. Archie O'Brien needs to race smart. He can't make the move into the wrong place. It could mess up his rhythm, mess up his timing, and he could drop a long way back. But for now, he's doing a great job sticking on the back of Dilks, the pair of them flying off into the distance. There we see the battle for third. Harrison Day being tailed by Frankie Watson, Harry Payne, Finley Polhill. The four of them very, very close indeed. Harry Payne dropping just a little bit back there from Frankie Watson, maybe taking some pressure from Finley Polhill behind as they go up onto the main straight. Bit of weaving there from Harrison Day, trying to break the toe behind, trying to stop it being a Moto 3 style race where everyone's just tucked in the slipstream, trying to make their way through into the braking zones. As you see the leaders just in front of them, that gap is extending, and look at that, Byron Johnson and Arnie Carr also starting to join the back of this train as the four of those fighting for P3 all continue fighting. They're losing time, and when you lose time, that allows others to come in and try and fight for positions.
It does indeed, and you've got to be so careful. Like we were seeing earlier on with the 50s, you look forward to attack, backwards to defend, and you're sandwiched, and it's a difficult balance to strike in terms of how much aggression you can have, how much you can sort of set the bike up in order to go for moves. But in the end, if you try and take too wide of a line to get a cutback, you leave yourself susceptible for other riders to come in and get involved. So you've got to be so careful. It's a skill in of itself. So too is it even an isolated 1v1 battle, but when the stakes are this high, when the tension is through the roof, it gets, the pressure gets boiling, and it goes, and it goes, and it goes, and let's hope these two don't come to blows.
Archie O'Brien still tailing Wilson Dilks. Nothing to separate them. Great run from O'Brien. Dilks once again slams the door. That was his favourite move yesterday. Just cutting in from the outside, removing that opportunity for the number 91 to try and force his way into the lead. 8 laps left to go, soon to be 7 as they negotiate the S's. Left and then right and then left, like synchronised swimming. Unfortunately, we have lost Hamish Mintosh, the Scottish rider from this race, our first DNF. That is unfortunate for him, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him back out in race number 3 later on. Onto the front stroke we go once again. 7 laps to go at the line this time. Good run from Archie O'Brien. Wilson Dilks, though, he looks far enough in front to not really bother defending. Coming through turn 1 again, a small roll off of the throttle as you go in to get the bike tipped in, then straight back on it and flat out all the way until this right-hander that brings you onto the pit straight. O'Brien, great run out again, going to try it again. Can't quite get it again as that battle behind them for P3 still rages on. Frankie Watson all over the back of Harrison Day.
Yeah, a brilliant battle all the way through. Also here, Byron Johnson versus Harry Payne on the 11 and the 37 respectively. Of course, Johnson off the back of another win in the Metrikit Mini GP50 race earlier on, doing a fantastic job and emulating that here in the 70s. Also this battle, Day searching for a podium, had a fantastic weekend, not outside of the top 5 at all at Ella Park, and looking to replicate that here once again with more more success taking to the podium, but he's got to be careful. He's got Frankie Watson and, of course, Finley Polehill for company just in behind as they round the final corner to kickstart the 7th to last lap. In the distance, though, are the top 2.
Wow, what a great race Finley Polehill is having in P5 at the moment, sniffing at a podium potentially, but Harrison Day doing a fantastic job to hold on further behind those two. Harry Payne and Byron Johnson still doing battle. Harry Payne had a big moment just a few moments ago, but is able to hold on. Actually, as I say, that looks like Byron Johnson has got his way through, and indeed he has. The number 37 gets through, the number 11 and up into P6. Great stuff there for Byron Johnson with 6 laps left to run. These guys are so close out there. 5 riders, nothing to separate them out on the racetrack. Oh, Archie O'Brien trying to have a go in the distance. Did Archie O'Brien get on through? We'll wait and see in a moment. But this battle still rages on up the front. No, O'Brien unable to make it stick, but he tried to launch it down the inside coming into the bootleg. Look how close O'Brien is. He's now turned up the wick. He's pulled the pin. He is ready to go.
He is going to start being ruthless. I think he's fed up with looking at Wilson Dilks' rear end, and he wants to find his way through once again. He is going to be turning it up, piling on that pressure more and more. He's got half of the race still left to go, but opportunities and time most definitely not on his side. Those laps are going to be going down thick and fast, and each corner that goes past is one less opportunity. He needs to be teeing this up sooner rather than later.
Archie O'Brien is desperate to win a race. A string of seconds so far, his only result this season. He wants to stand on the top step of the podium so badly, but Wilson Dilks is in the form of his life right now and is desperately holding on to first once again. Good run from O'Brien, not good enough. That straight just a little bit too short for him to have a go. And coming out of here, let's see the different runs. Wilson Dilks has been mighty out of the final corner. O'Brien gets a much better run this time and going to draw alongside, but dipped out of the toe just a little bit too early. Cost himself that momentum. Means Wilson Dilks holds on still neck and neck as they head down Coward Summit. Let's see where they emerge. Still Dilks in the lead as they head onto the pit straight once again. The whole Fab Racing paddock watching along in what is turning into an LS2 helmet. Mini GP70's classic. This is Fab Racing at its brilliant best.
Now this is boiling down to the last 4 laps. O'Brien has been hot on his heels all race long, but it seems that Dilks has had all the answers to everything that O'Brien has been able to throw at him. But what is to come? Because we never know. The uncertainty is why we go racing so close towards the bootleg, but O'Brien not quite enough. Dilks is positioning the bike in such a manner that just makes it almost impossible for him to be beaten. Out of the final corner to start. 3 laps left to go. O'Brien is gunning for his first win of the season. Dilks going, of course, for his 6th. He wants everything from this race, and he wants to once again staple his name in this championship.
The 2 championship rivals going toe-to-toe. This is coming down to the very wire. The 85 on Wilson Dilks set the fastest lap on the previous lap of 56.276. What a lap that is. And we're ready to see if that is a potential lap record, because he is absolutely flying at the moment. Archie O'Brien still unable to find his way round. The current lap record is held by Wilson Dilks from last year of 55.652. So we're some way off of that yet. Bit of traffic getting involved. Wilson Dilks and O'Brien able to fly on through without any major issues though. Coming through the bootleg and onto the penultimate lap of this race. Dilks still holding on. O'Brien hasn't seen the lead since the first lap. Is he going to be able to find the gap? Is he going to be able to squeeze back through as this battle for third with Harrison Day still rages on?
Byron Johnson's been able to move his way past his GP50 rival of Frankie Watson. Of course, those two doing battle less than an hour ago. But here goes Archie O'Brien, potentially for the race lead, and it's not enough. Wilson Dilks stays ahead. Harrison Day still able to stay ahead of Byron Johnson. Finley Polehill on the inside of Frankie Watson in a 4-way bout for P3. Polehill goes through. Nicely done, as we've got a lap and a half left to run.
It is so close out there. Blink and you'll miss it stuff here at Three Sisters. Johnson on a charge. Harrison Day has held on to third for his life as there's traffic ahead. Could that cause problems in this group battling for third? Here goes Byron Johnson. but Harrison Day slams the door. Johnson desperate to step onto the podium to continue his good form here at Three Sisters. Final lap of the race for the leaders. Now it's the final lap for this group. Archie O'Brien looking to the outside, unable to make it work. Dilks still leads.
Dilks is doing such a fantastic job, and as I said earlier, each corner that goes by is one less opportunity for Archie O'Brien to attack. This time he goes to the outside, forces Dilks to go defensive. Is this his final last-ditch attempt to go for his first win of the season? Half a lap left to go for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 race. Race number 2 comes down to the wire between two tyrants of this championship. They've been sharing wins, they've been sharing podiums, but O'Brien is yet to take to the top step. He's got 2 corners left to go to throw something at Wilson Dilks, who has kept it calm, composed, and absolutely brilliant all the way through this race too. A final run to the line. They open the throttle and they accelerate towards the checkered flag. Once again, this 6th time this season, it goes the way of Wilson Dilks. O'Brien settles for second.
Man, oh man, oh man. Dilks does it again. Archie O'Brien through the kitchen sink as the championship leader, but once again couldn't find a way through. Harrison Day, a great ride to hold on to that final podium place. Archie O'Brien, I'm sure, will be frustrated once again, but he still gave it a good go, still gave it everything he had, but the 85 still looks imperious at the top of the table. His 6th win of the season. And man, what a performance that was from both of our front 2, from in fact all of our podium finishes. Brilliant racing. But it is Wilson Dilks who holds out to take yet another victory. Archie O'Brien less than half a second away. Harrison Day held on for P3 with Byron Johnson in P4. Finley Polehill in P5. Frankie Watson was 6th with Harry Payne 7th, Arnie Carr 8th, Jensen Bishop P9 and Travis Shaw rounding out the top 10. Then it was Matthew Thomas P11, Beth Ashby was 12th, Lucy Curtis was in P13, and unfortunately we did lose Hamish Mintosh. That is it then for the second race of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. They'll be back out for one final race today. Maybe that is the one where Archie O'Brien is finally able to find his way through and find his way onto the top step. Race number 2 for Moto Team awaits us now at a track where Moto Team run incredibly well. A very popular class this weekend. We've got a huge grid of riders and all very talented and all putting on an absolute display for us, both in the commentary box and track side. It's been a great weekend so far for these guys. We've had some great racing as they make their way out onto the circuit. We've got plenty of riders out there, 16 in fact. Should I say 16 teams, because of course it being Moto Team, doesn't matter who the rider is. It is all about the bike. It's all about where the bike finishes. And of course there's 2 classes, got to remember that one as well. So there's 2 races going on the track at the same time.
There is indeed, the Open and the Standard. Of course, they're all running on the same grid at the same time with you know, in relation to the track and stuff. They're not starting separated. They're not starting on 2 separate grids or anything like that. They're no spaced out. It's all one big mosh pit of Standard and Open. They can influence each other. They can overtake each other. Of course, all vying for the overall win. But more importantly, the points are scored for each respective championship as Team Acme Racing are rounding their way through. They, of course, won their 2nd race of the season in the standard class yesterday with a P2 overall. Only just, though, Dave Green gave them a very good run for the money.
Dave Green looking absolutely phenomenal yesterday, lining up ahead of them on the grid as well. If he can hold it there, he could maybe be in for a standard class win. As we get going though, on the sighting lap, it will be Team SFCR in the open class on pole position. Dave Green in P2, Team Acme Racing in P3 with Sean Whittaker in P4. Phil Mapplebeck is 5th, Will Houth on the 96. The blonde bombshell starts in P6 with Fraser Kinnard in 7th and Andrew Green, or should I say Ian Jackson in P8. Andrew Green had a big crash yesterday. He starts 9th. Let's see if he can stay and get a good result. Harrison O'Keefe rounds out the top 10 for Team Ernie the Badger in 11th. Ben O'Keefe starts 12th. Guy Card is 13th with Tristan Margot in 14th. Gary O'Keefe is 15th. And P16 goes the way of Kieran Evans. A very exciting grid, of course. Plenty of class racing to look forward to. Again, I say we've got to keep our eyes on Will Howard. That number 96 has been phenomenal every time he takes to the track. and I'm sure today is going to be more of the same. Although yesterday, of course, a DNF for him. That's not what we wanted to see, but before that, he was, of course, absolutely slicing his way through the pack.
He was, and up until the point of the DNF, right, that race was so well ridden from Will Howe. Of course, we saw him earlier on a senior Mini Moto, getting another podium this weekend. He wants to emulate that success here today, and of course, make good on that double victory that he got last time out at Lid to seal a decent run in the Open Championship. He's been the most attending runner in the Open Championship thus far, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him to hold on to it. However, all eyes are going to be on that green flag as we go underway for race 2.
Lee Clowes walks over, drops the red, will raise the green, and set them on their way. We are underway in race 2 of the Moto Team. Good start there by Dave Green, but it will be the SFCR bike that gets them underway. Dave Green, though, ahead of Team Acme Racing. That is crucial in the standard class. Of course, Team Acme Racing able to slide on up into P2 overall, take the lead, and look at that. Who is it? It's none other than Will Howarth on the 96, already up to P3 overall. And as they make their way down and into the bootleg for the first time, about to start the first lap proper, it's FFCR, followed by Dave Green, followed by Will Howarth. Your overall top 3 making their way around the final corner before they rocket up the main straightaway. It's SFCR leading the way in the open class and in overall as well. Dave Green, P2, leads the standard class. Will Howarth, though, looking feisty, already looking for the way past Dave Green, and potentially looking to try and challenge the 133 bike Team SFCR for the open class win.
Of course, as I say, they're all on track together, the standard and the open. There's no split starts or anything, so Will Howarth has to clear Dave Green before he can start that attack and that assault for the 133 Team SFCR. Of course, he's got to look backwards as well, because Team Acme Racing in a similar situation to Will Howarth, in the sense that there's another bike in another class separating them from their respective class leads. So maybe there might be a little bit of a mutual agreement going on between Howarth and Acme. Both of them second place in their respective classes, and both of them can actually see the rider they need to go and catch. So of course, for Acme Racing, it's actually beneficial to stay behind Howarth, just in case the 96 goes for the move on green, and then Acme can capitalise on that.
Yeah, absolutely smart tactical racing. We thought we'd see a lot of that here at Three Sisters, and none more so than in Moto Team. Making it then 10 laps to go. Team SFCR shooting off into the distance, now 2.5 seconds back to Dave Green, 7.69. See more riders rocketing their way down into Coward Summit, one of the trickiest corners on the Fab Racing calendar. Move being made there in the background. That's the 24 of Morgan Phillip going past Phil Mappelberg. Phillip in the standard class. Great move there down into the turn that leads you onto the pit straight. And all Team Acme Racing suffering problems there, because who's that going through? Is that once again Morgan Phillip? I believe it may well have been, and indeed it was. So hello, Morgan Phillip on the 24 is absolutely flying at the moment, siding his way through the pack from the back of the grid. I do believe this is his first time here this weekend, so he didn't qualify, didn't take part in race 1, which is why he wasn't on the starter grid. He's already worked his way up into P4 overall. The 24 bike is now on the back of Will Howarth and trying to get up into the overall podium places.
What an achievement that would be if he's able to contest with Will Howarth of all people. I mean, there he goes. He's moved his way past Acme and is eyeing up that move, of course, on the 96, already up into P4 on the road and P2 in the standard class. What a debut this could well be, and what an assault it's been so far. There's the inside move down the hill into the braking zone, and all I set immediately onto the next bike.
What a phenomenal turn of events this has been from the 24 machine up into P3 overall. Will Howarth makes a mistake, and that lets the 158 of Paul Livesey through as well. Livesey, again, another rider who we've not seen before here at Three Sisters, turning up on Saturday, turning up in race 2 and flying through the pack. This is great racing that we're seeing out here at the moment. 2 riders didn't take part in qualifying, didn't take part in Friday's action, and suddenly are rocketing their way through the field and up to the front. This is great stuff in the Moto Team. Another twist Another turn of events, a turn of the knife as they head through, rocketing up the main straight. Looks like Team SFCR have disappeared off into the distance, so it's going to be a challenge for anyone in the open class, such as Will Howard, who's been plummeting down the overall order to try and make a move. Morgan Phillip, oh, that is going to be special if he gets through. Oh, Morgan Phillip up to the lead of the standard class with a move that is one of the very best. Up the inside at Calwood Summit, that it is how it's done. 24 up to second, up to P1 in standard.
We've still got 8 laps left to run. Let's not forget, we've seen before this season that riders can have a really good run for a couple of laps and then it all come crashing down. Think back to Jensen Bishop at Lid, catapulting himself into lead by 4 seconds, then immediately coming off. However, I have a different feeling about this. Morgan Phillip is just charging his way through. There is no slowing him down. Dave Green is given it a go in a counter-attack, so maybe the progress is halted because this is it for the standard. This is as high as they can go in this race. There's no extra points for going for the overall win, which Team SFCR have pretty much got done, nailed and signed off already. But for Phillip, what a race this has been, and we'll of course see him later on in race 3 hopefully as well to perform some similar magic, because qualifying dictates the starting order for 3 of their races, so he'll have to do it all over again. But goodness me, the pace is staggering in what is now a 3-way fight for the standard lead.
Paul Livesey has got through Dave Green as well, so both Phillip and Livesey have catapulted their way to P1 and P2 in the standard class. Now that Phillip has some fresh air in front of him, I'll be very interested to see what his lap time is. First time he's got a free track ahead of him. Team FFCR have been the ones setting the pace so far. Their last lap, fastest lap of the race, at 102.219. The Phillip's pace against the rest of everyone else. Let's see what they can do. Will Howard and Team Acme Racing have swapped places, of course, different classes for the pair of them, so no overall change for the points there. But Acme Racing up in front. Let's see what the lap times are though from Morgan Phillip. I'll be very interested to see what he can do now he's got clear track out in front of him. So Team Acme Racing now in P4 in the standard class. Morgan Phillip a 102.342. Not a fastest lap. A little bit of a mistake there from Team FFCR. So closing the gap a bit. Oh, Will Howard, that was brave up the inside. These guys aren't racing for position. They're just racing for glory at the moment. And I believe as well that could be potentially a new lap record, and indeed it is. New lap record from Team SFCR. It was a 102.2 on the previous lap. Morgan Phillip has also broken it. The Team FFCR on the previous lap, a 102.2. What a lap that is to break the lap record, take it away as well from themselves actually from last year. But man, oh man, they are absolutely flying. Team FCR 102.219. Ridiculous stuff there. But nonetheless, they may be getting caught from those behind.
Yeah, they will be indeed. Of course, there you can see they've beaten themselves by 0.2 of a second. Also, just want to note, by the way, it's been smashed already. Morgan Phillip, I was about to touch on the fact he was close to the lap record. He's just gone and absolutely smashed it out the water. So close to getting sub 102, but he has done a 102.079. It's been a sensational race, but now it's a record-breaking one.
Turn up on the Saturday, start at the back, go to first and standard, break the lap record.
Imagine he packs up and leaves after this one as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't even do race 3. Just cool.
Absolutely casual. Morgan Phillip, where have you been, my son? This is unbelievable stuff from the number 24, and he's still got fresh air in front of him, still building that confidence, and still potentially going even faster. A potential 101 on the cards if he gets it right. The first time a Moto Team will be a 101 lap record around here at Three Sisters. Granted, we've only got lap records from last year. It's the first time we came to Three Sisters, but still, any lap record, a historic moment, a historic achievement. Will Harrith and Team Acme Racing, meanwhile, still battling it out for the overall positions, even though it has no real effect on the overall finishing places for them. But, you know, when you're in a bit of no man's land, as the pair of them are, may as well battle for position, may as well go out there, have some fun, and just get some good, hard racing in between the pair of you. Fraser Kinnett's made a move up past Phil Mapperbeck, meanwhile, so that is an overtake for P3 in the open class. So the 191 of Fraser Kinnett gets past the 19 with Phil Mapperbeck and onto the podium. Will Howard and Team Acme Racing still doing battle. Again, this does not affect their overall places. These guys are in 2 different classes, but as I said, may as well, when you're in a bit of no man's land, have some fun, go and have a bit of a fight out on track with your mates and have a laugh.
Exactly that. You're there to have fun. That's what we're all here for at the end of the day. We wouldn't be doing it if we didn't enjoy it. I mean, you know, there's not like a huge amount of prize money or anything. It's not even like, you know, they're making a lot of money out of doing this. They're paying money to come and do this. So if you're not enjoying it, then take your money elsewhere. But they're here because they're passionate. They're ready. They're here. They want to win. They're motivated. The adrenaline spikes that you get from doing sports like this is absolutely sensational. And sub 102, Morgan Phillip once again obliterates his own lap record, and Team SFCR even had an answer for it. They went and beat it as well, but then Morgan Phillip was like, nah, you don't. Nah, this is all mine. Today is my day. He's winning in the standard, and he's got all the answers. He's chipping away at the gap, and Team SFCR have been bulletproof all weekend long. But Phillip has got an answer to it, and he is chipping away at the gap. Of course, it's not going to be enough by the time the race ends, but the pace is blisteringly quick. Once again, another lap record set by that 24.
Ridiculous stuff. Just as a side note, unfortunately, we have lost Andrew Green from this race. Not an accident like in race one. I just saw out of the commentary box window that he went into the pits and out of the way. But what a performance it has been from Morgan Phillip. What a ride. The lap record just absolutely smashed. A 101.849. Let's see if he breaks it again when he comes to that note. This time back up into the 102s, maybe pushing a bit too hard. Again, the gap is closing, but it's not closing enough. There's 4 seconds separating Team FFCR and Morgan Phillip for the overall victory. And 4 seconds, 2 laps. It's going to be difficult. Again, doesn't really matter. They're in 2 different classes. FFCR in the open class, Phillip in the standard class. So the pair of them, no real battle out on track for points, but rather just for glory and for fun. But what a performance. Again, unfortunately, losing Andrew Green on the previous lap. That is 2 DNFs for him this weekend. A big shame for Andrew Green. I'm sure we'll see him back out, though, in race number 3.
I thought we will, of course. Whatever issues have befallen the bike, I'm sure he can get sorted, hopefully, anyway, and bring it back. About to start the final lap, though, is this bike right here, the 133 Team SFCR. Of course, ran well here this time last year. Of course, well, it wasn't necessarily this time last year. It was at the end of the season we came to Three Sisters. But this equivalent round of 2023, they also did fantastically. Held the lap record coming into this one and would have been able to beat it. But Phillip continues the pace on the penultimate lap, has gone to a 1:01.685. We're definitely getting our usage out of the new lap record graphic this race, it must be said, because Phillip is blowing them out of the water, but the attention cannot be taken away from Team SFCR because they have ridden a fantastic race themselves. But Phillip, he's going to take the win in the standard provided he can stay on the bike, and I've got no doubt in my mind he can. He's got half a lap left to go to come in from the back of the grid and just be like, yeah, cool, standard win. It is a standard win.
I mean, it is a standard win, but I can't quite wrap my head around it because every other class this weekend has been a little bit slower than last year. Typically, we've seen a couple lap records here and there, but most of them have been a little bit slower. Moto Team, we've taken a second off the lap record in this race. Unbelievable, but coming around the final corner for the overall and the open class win, it will be Team SFCR who make it a dominant victory, taking the checkered flag. But Morgan Phillip, the story of the race, a 101.2 on the last lap. Are you kidding me? Where has this come from? Morgan Phillip, a standard class win and a showing for the ages. 1.4 seconds off the lap record. That is ridiculous stuff from the 24 and the standard class from the back of the grid as well. I just can't believe my eyes. That is ridiculous.
A 16 bike field. He's finished second, won his class, and is only 2 seconds off the overall lead. That is great. Give him 2 more laps. Of course, you know, we can't live in shoulda, coulda, woulda, whatever. We have to live in the absolute. But he had that many laps. He got into second, 2 seconds off the race lead. If he didn't qualify, then if he would have qualified, goodness knows how dominant this rider would have been. And that is what happens when you get the motivation to go and succeed. Morgan Phillip, take a bow.
Team FFCR take the victory in the open class. Morgan Phillip first in standard, Dave Green second, Paul Livesey in P3. Will Howard second in open with Fraser Kinnard in P3. Team Acme Racing fourth in standard, Phil Applebeck fourth in open. Then Sean Whittaker, Harrison O'Keefe, Ben O'Keefe and Team Nelly the Badger all in standard. Ian Jackson in open. Guy Kite, Tristan Margot in standard alongside Andrew Green and Gary O'Keefe, who we unfortunately lost. That's it for race 2 of the Moto Team. What a story we've got on our hands. Man oh man, race 3, Morgan Fuller, Piers 1, 2, watch out for coming into there, because boy oh boy has he got some pace as he chops 1.4 seconds off the previous lap record. Race number 3 for the senior Mini Motos is coming up next. There we see Will Houth jumping off the Moto Team, getting ready to jump onto his Mini Moto. And man oh man, we've seen 2 spectacular races so far, and Will Houth from one race straight into another. That is dedication, to be fair, to the blonde bombshell, the number 96, a firm favourite round here in the Fab Racing paddock. We've had some great races so far in the senior Mini Motos. Of course, Nick Bennett taking victory in the first race, Matt Birkin in race 2, despite a mechanical issue in race 1. He came back with a vengeance and took victory by 8 seconds from Rhys Gentry, despite an early fight. Ultimately, his late race pace just too much for Gentry to handle. I've been told the wind has been picking up over the last few laps. Of course, the sun is out here. It did rain overnight, but it's been dry running all weekend here at Three Sisters in Wigan, but still a little bit windy here in the north of England. And, well, conditions, windy, something that the riders do have to deal with. It's something that just makes it a little bit trickier for them out there on the circuit. So we'll have to wait and see what they can do. But as the senior Mini Motos get ready to go racing, I'm sure once again it's going to be all eyes on the likes of Matt Birkin, Nick Bennett, Will Houth and Rhys Gentry. Nick Bennett again, who we won a redemption from race number 2, slotted into his second place from the off, but then a spectacular accident coming down into the bootleg, bike flying through the air and tumbling. First of all, great to see it, he's got it fixed because that thing was in pieces, but I'm sure that he's going to want to avoid that and want to challenge Matt Birkin.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not exactly planning to go flying off again, albeit he got the style points, I'll give him that. He definitely looked pretty cool, but didn't score him many points, unfortunately, especially off the back of that win. But I think it just goes to show how hard he had to push to keep up with Matt Birkin, who, like I said earlier, when he's finished, it's been nothing other than the win. That is the standard that Matt Birkin has brought to 2024 and the senior Mini Motos. Matt Birkin is a rider who is fantastic. His bike, of course, has let him down on a couple of occasions, 3 times in the last 4 races, but he's been able to redeem himself very nicely, and of course on the 5th is going to be looking to go for 2 wins out of 3 this weekend.
Well, Matt Birkin and Nick Bennett, we've been robbed of a battle between the pair of them all weekend. Of course, Birkin with mechanical issues in race 1 dropped down the order, ultimately managed to work his way back up into 7th, which was a great performance despite being so down on power after a clutch issue. Then race 2, of course, Nick Bennett goes tumbling through the air. Again, if we were playing a burnout game, that'd be a lot of points for him, but unfortunately, this is racing, not a video game. So maybe in this one, we'll finally get the battle that we have been waiting for as the riders make their way out onto their formation lap. It will be Matt Birkin starting on the pole, Nick Bennett alongside him, Will Houth, the number 96, fresh from his Moto Team race in P number 3. Further down the order, we have other riders as well as they head around on their sighting lap. So just making sure that the circuit's to their liking. Of course, back onto the sprint circuit this time. Matt Birkin, though, on pole. Nick Bennett, P2. Will Houth is 3rd with Rhys Gentry in P4. Chris Yeomans is 5th alongside Keats and Payne. Further down, we've got Callum White in P7 alongside David Meyer. Mark Payne and Luca Allen round out the top 10 with Gary Eldridge and Rob Gentry on the 6th row of the grid. So that is our grid for the senior Mini Motos. 12 riders sure to go toe-to-toe and certainly get their elbows out as they come round to the grid.
Yeah, they'll be lining themselves up and raring to go. Of course, their final race of Three Sisters before we head off to Rowryn to not only conclude the first half of 2024 but also kickstart the second half in about a month and a half's time. It's a long time to be off the bike, it must be said, but they want to go out for this little break with a bit of a bang. Not literally, hopefully, but definitely with some fireworks and some superb racing for race 3. Now, Matt Birkin assumes pole position once again. Let's see what he can do. Will it be a double victory? Will it be 2 from 3? The flag drops and we are underway for race 3 of Senior Mini Motos. The top 3 settle in single file with 100 of Rhys Gentry there as well, just tucking in behind Will Houth. They run their way through turns 1 and 2 towards the bootleg already. No real major movers, it must be said. Matt Birkin still able to take an early lead. P2, P3 all settling in quite nicely as well. Nick Bennett unable to make much much charge forward. However, they need to be careful because Will Howarth is coming up the inside as they kickstart the first lap. Will Howarth needs to set his sights forward on Matt Birkin.
He does indeed. What a start there from Will Howarth. But there we go, Nick Bennett fighting back up into turn 1 as we start the race proper through the timing line. Luca Allen trying to work his way up. He's already up into P9. It was a disappointing qualifying for the young superstar, but he worked his way through in race 1, again in race 2. I'm sure he's looking to do the same in race number 3. Howarth, great run out onto the pit straight. Bennett, side by side, they bang elbows heading into the right-hander. Oh, goodness me, it's already getting physical. I mean, talk about a location, of course. It's the Rugby League Challenge Cup later on. Wigan Warriors versus the Warrington Wolves. And, well, physical here in Wigan at Three Sisters as well. But it is Matt Birkin who is going to lead the way as they start their second lap. Will Howarth in P2. Nick Bennett has fallen back potentially into the clutches of Rhys Gentry. The number 100 in P4 looking for a way up into the 711. But right now, it's the Fantastic Four up the front. Birkin, Howarth, Bennett and Gentry, the 4 names you'd expect to see at the front of the grid doing exactly that. Battles further back as well. This is Yeomans, Keaton Payne and Callum White as well. The cousin of Matt Birkin, one of the esteemed Birkin boys. The highlight makers, should I say, of the senior Mini Motos due to their antics out on track. Luca Allen as well, already up to P8 and getting involved in that fight as well. Luca Allen has really got a spark about him this weekend. There's some tenacity about that young man. He really wants to fight his way through the pack after a disappointing qualifying and show what he can do.
P6 race 1, P5 race 2 for Luca Allen, and he's continuing that strong stead here for race 3 and the final one of the weekend. Side by side, just in the foreground, I think it was, of course, Chris Yeomans versus Keaton Payne in that battle for 5th. Who's going to be the one to lead them round? It is going to go the way of Yeomans, who hangs on just by the 112, who is in hot pursuit. 5-way fight then for the back end of the top 5. It's Yeomans that leads it, but into this very tricky right-hander into turn 4 towards turn 5. The 85 is just about able to stay ahead, but let's see what Keaton Payne can do as he tries to nip his way on the inside. Nicely done, but of course then have to swip your way back to the left, so the outside actually is preferential in giving you the advantage. And look at the momentum swing as well. It is absolute carnage in the senior Mini Motos as Keaton Payne tumbles to the back of this train.
Yeah, shows how close it is out there. One little mistake in that train and you go flying backwards. But there is time to make up and time still in this race. Will Howarth, meanwhile, setting blisteringly fast lap times. Very, very close to the lap record set by Nick Bennett of 49.799. He is closed right up to the back of Matt Birkin. And Howarth absolutely flying as it stands. What can Matt Birkin do? Can Nick Bennett try and close the gap as well as look at these guys. Just a gaggle of Mini Motos out there, spread out all over the shop as they make their way through the right and left sweepers. A little bit of traffic, I think, getting involved there. Rob Gentry's been having issues on that 147 all weekend, unfortunately for him, and still think that is persisting in the final senior Mini Moto race as they weasel their way around the bootleg and onto the main straight. This will be 4 laps left to go for this group. And up the hill they climb. Anyone fancy a go down into turn 1? I don't think so on this occasion, but it is so tight out there. Again, one wrong move and you could find yourself losing 2-3 positions.
The momentum is so important, of course, because they're big people on little bikes. The little power the Mini Motos do have is, taken up by a lot just by getting the weight of the bike through corners. So that means the momentum is even more important for these guys as it is for the little ones that we saw earlier on. Of course, they're all done and dusted for the day. And now we run our way through the sweepers. Just looking at the gaps as well. Birkin and Howe is separated by just half a second at the front. But this battle is so enthralling. Cannot take our eyes off it for 1 second, because through the left into the right they are battling so hard as we approach the tail end of this race. Only 3 laps to go already.
It is getting very close out there and the race is flying by. The AC race leader Matt Birkin, Will Howarth in P2 trying desperately to catch, and I tell you what, the 96 is doing a great job as it stands. Those front 2 pulling away from Nick Bennett. And, well, it is getting tight. It is fast racing. Matt Birkin set the fastest lap of the race last time out, and a new lap record as well for the number 5, a 49.674. There we see Luca Allen getting a little bit frustrated out there, trying desperately to work his way around. We'll see if anyone goes faster. Another lap record from Matt Birkin, 1,000th faster than his previous lap. Lap record now for Will Howard, 49.527. The pair of the leaders are setting blisteringly quick times, and only 3/10 separating them with 2 to go.
Pushing each other to new heights. Birkin goes quicker, Howarth responds, Howarth goes quicker, Birkin responds. This is the fight for the lead, ladies and gentlemen, and it's pushing them to record-breaking heights. The 96 takes to the inside, but Birkin sees it coming and sweeps his way the long way around. We're on the penultimate lap, about to begin the final run for the senior mini motos here at Three Sisters. It comes down to 2 legends of the category, Birkin versus Howarth.
It is getting very, very close into the bootleg. They will be starting their final lap very, very shortly. Who is going to take it? Who is going to be the one who stands atop the podium in the final race? Birkin, Howarth, both of them looking rapid as they come into turn 1. Birkin prefers a slightly wider line coming into the corner entry, gives him a better exit, but Howarth still keeping him honest, still on his tailpipe, coming onto the pit straight now. The bumper crowd watching on in awe as they are shown senior mini moto racing at its absolute finest. Still action further back as Luca Allen tries to negotiate his way past Chris Yeomans, still trying to find a way through. They're about to head onto the pit straight as they go into the bootleg for the final time though. Matt Birkin, Will Howard, who's it going to be? A great run from Howard, but it's not going to be enough. Forget Michael Dunlop taking 28 TT wins. It will be Matt Birkin who takes his 5th win of 2024 in the Fagna Mini Moto race. What a race that was. Howard gave it all he had, but it is Matt Birkin who takes the victory. But on the final lap, another lap record for the 96 of Will Howard, a 49.260. Unbelievable.
Shattered it by half a second. Around a 49-second lap. Do you realise how big of a margin that is? Of course, Matt Birkin practically matched it with a 291. 31 thousandths of a second separated the fastest lap times of our top 2 riders here today. Those are the levels they rose in order to compete with each other. He is gutted. Birkin is delighted. Race 3 of senior mini motos. We'll run you through the top 10 results, of course, with how everyone racked up after that one. Just over a 10th winning margin for Matt Birkin as he takes his 5th of the season. Will Howarth, close, but no cigar for him as Nick Bennett. It's not bad end to the weekend there, rounding off the podium. Reece Gentry from Luca Allen, the top 5, with Chris Yeomans in there in 6th. Callum White, Mark Payne, David Meyer and Gary Eldridge, the top 10. Good to know for Reece Gentry, he's finally finished a race that's not in second place.
Well, breaking the curse, but in the wrong direction, unfortunately. Keats and Payne and Rob Gentry in P11 and 12, both struggling mechanically out there, but they did finish the race, which is good to see. But that is it then, as the riders discuss the senior mini motos done and dusted here at Three Sisters. They'll be returning in quite a while actually, because we've got a summer break, but they'll be back of course around.
Well, we head to the top level of junior mini moto riding. The LC40 Elites return to the track for their 3rd and final race this weekend at Three Sisters. We've had an enthralling battle all weekend long. Josh Perkins, Logan Cousins, Mason Frederick, and that 3-way tussle for the battle for the lead. Cousins finally topped and his win streak is over. The titan of this championship has tumbled and Josh Perkins has perked his way up nicely to the top step. Frederick, though, of course, on that power disadvantage, not quite able to contend as well as he'd have liked. But of course, Perkins and Frederick and Cousins, they've been the top 3 in both races so far. Let's see if that theme continues.
It has been so tight out there between those guys. I mean, here in the LC40 Elites, brought to you by OH Logistics, it is the top level of mini moto racing for the junior riders. This is the best of the best in Britain on a Mini Moto. Of course, the final step before they step onto geared bikes, Grand Prix style machinery. And as they make their way out on their sighting lap, it's Logan Cousins who takes pole. Josh Perkins in P2. Mason Frederick is third with Rex Austin alongside Kalin Rackcliffe and Oliver Hall on row number 3. Further down, it's Max Johnson in 7th alongside Arthur Rich. Henry Brody is 9th with Kai Hawken rounding out the top 10. Tommy Keats is in P11 alongside Danny Longhurst, and rounding out our grid, it's Maxwell Keats and Oliver Wilson in P14. So it's all eyes, of course, to those riders up the front, the ones we expect to be there, your Cousins, your Halls, your Fredericks, your Rex Austins, but it could be anyone really. We've seen some fantastic racing. Josh Perkins, of course, has been on fire this weekend, taking that win in race number 2. That went right down to the wire. Maybe he can follow it up with a second win.
Yeah, he might well be able to indeed. I mean, so far, Josh Perkins, he's only had one race inside the top 5, and then he arrives here at Three Sisters, and it's a double podium, and, of course, a front row start for race 3. He has got one of the best seats in the house. Well, second best seat in the house, in fact, actually, funnily enough, being in P2 on the grid. But, of course, they're all lining their way up and waiting, of course, for the signal. The flag marshal to walk over, drop the red, pick up the green. Logan Cousins, our championship leader, will he return to winning ways, or will it go the way of someone else? We'll find out as we get underway. Great start from Perkins, who already gives it a go. But look at Mason Frederick with the agility that he's shown all weekend long. He's through into second place, trying to contend immediately with Logan Cousins, but the straight line speed is not there. Perkins contend through the left, into the right. Frederick stays ahead, of course, as we begin lap number 1 through the final corner, and it's Logan Cousins that leads Mason Frederick.
Josh Perkins, you have been Fredericked. What a start that was from the number 5, third on the grid. But again, immediately, you just see the pace disadvantage in a straight line from Mason Frederick on that air-cooled bike, just dropping backwards. Perkins breezing past without a second thought. Oh, Perkins, what a run that was, coming into the hairpin. Almost had a go going onto Logan Cousins there. Mason Frederick, though, still looking so fast through the corners, and Perkins does go through as well. Can Cousins sweep around the outside? There goes Fredericks once again, having a look. But coming onto the straight, this is where it's all about the likes of Cousins and Perkins. They're so fast with those liquid-cooled bikes, leaving the number 5 in the dust. I feel like once again we've got a fantastic three-way fight. Frederick trying around the outside. Great move by Mason Frederick. But again, all for naught. You get on the straight stuff, and well, it's just the likes of Cousins and Perkins just vanishing off into the distance.
Yeah, Mason Frederick, he's got all of the tools through the corners, but Logan Cousins and Josh Perkins, well, the liquid cool, let's say, it's got its perks, it must be said, up in front of 49.1 for the race leader. That is sensational in terms of raw pace, and he is flying out in front. Bit of a battle further back for P4. Rackcliffe from Oliver Hall, now Rex Austin, who rounds off the top 5. 7 laps left to go for the final race of the LC40 Elite. Perkins from Cousins, from Frederick, Rackcliffe and Austin, the top 5 as things stand, and this is looking fantastic.
Yeah, great start there from Oliver Hall to make his way up past Rex Austin. Of course, he's been not at his normal brilliant best, but he's still been very fast this weekend, and the number 3 rider will be looking to try and make it one more position as he gets a run there on Kalin Rackcliffe. Does he have what it takes down into turn 1? Not quite on this occasion. The number 96, must be said, has been very fast this weekend as well. Hall tries to the outside, unable to make that move happen, but again, late on the brakes. Oliver Hall, what have you got in your locker? Side by side, Oliver Hall gets through the up and under, maybe Rackcliffe with a run onto the pit straight. Oliver Hall, though, sweeps around the outside and takes P4. Brilliant stuff from the former Fab Racing Rookies Cup champion, and up into P4 he moves. There goes Cousins on Perkins and slides his way up into the lead of the race as well. Soon to be 5 laps left to go, and it will be Cousins from Perkins from Frederick, your top 3.
Usual business then for this weekend in the liquid cooled 40 Elite class. Perkins immediately trying to eye up the counter-attack on Logan Cousins, but no way through as of yet. 48.677 for Logan Cousins, that last time by. As things stand, still over, or just under a second off of that record, it must be said, but still some new heights to go if they want to topple the one set by Harrison Day this time last year, of course. 5 laps left to run for them, and Logan Cousins has got a very good lead, chasing, of course, that 7th win from 8 races.
Yeah, he would love to finish back on the top step, wouldn't he? Logan Cousins absolutely flying at the moment is that young man. But Perkins still keeping him very honest, still keeping him true. Frederick there in the background as well. Oh, and look at that. That is Kalin Rackcliffe, who has got back through Oliver Hall. They've left Rex Austin in the absolute dust, meanwhile. So a three-way battle for fourth has become a two-way. But there we see, once again, Oliver Hall looking to the inside. Not quite enough pace. But where he's really good, Oliver Hall, is on the anchors, on the brakes, coming into this hairpin that leads you onto the pit straight, where he tried it before. Doesn't try it again, but you can still see the gap big time closing up. Will he get a good run out of the corner? He will. Rackcliffe, though, gets a better drive, coming down into the sweepers, and ultimately stays ahead of Hall for the time being. Shortly going to be 3 laps left to run. Oliver Hall would love to end his weekend with a P4. This is going to be his final season on the Mini Motos before he makes his way up onto the Metric Kit gear bikes. He'd love to have some strong results to go his way. Of course, he's had a few podiums, maybe not had quite that pace this weekend, but a P4 would be a great reward to end his weekend with.
Yeah, it would be indeed. Of course, he's into double digits now. Is Oliver Hall. He's been wanting to move up. He's been testing the Metric Mini GP50 as well for quite some time. Is feeling confident. Back at the front though, we're looking very, very confident in terms of that lead fight. There you can see the 30 machine of Josh Perkins is back through. Quickest lap time set, a 48.457, raising the levels even more. No. Goodness me, championship leader Logan Cousins is down and out of this race. Oh my word.
How quickly things can change in the blink of an eye. The championship leader out of the final LC40 Elite race here at Three Sisters. And Josh Perkins, the pressure is all but gone. That is a massive, massive change, a massive, massive swing, and a massive, massive lead in the championship will be cut down significantly. And as we're on the penultimate lap of the race, Perkins has a healthy lead over Mason Frederick, whose pace has just dropped off a little bit over the last few laps. And suddenly, as well, the stakes are raised. Oliver Hall and Kalin Rackcliffe fighting for the podium as well. Despair for Logan Cousins. But I'm sure Josh Perkins will be very happy with that one. And so will one of Oliver Hall or Kalin Rackcliffe. Suddenly, they're in a chance for a podium.
They are indeed, and that is just how quickly it can flip. I've had it before as well, albeit in the sim round, where I've been fighting someone, I'm in 5th, fighting for 4th, and then immediately the driver or the rider in P2 or P3 disconnects or crashes or goes out of the race, whatever it is, and immediately the stakes exponentially increase, and you are racing for not only extra points but also the prestige of a podium. Here though, Josh Perkins, for what could be his 2nd win in a row here for the LC40 Elite. He's got half a lap left to run, and he is looking so incredibly strong. Could this be the start of a sensational championship campaign?
It's going to be a sensational Saturday for Josh Perkins with 2 from 2 as he rounds the final corner. Frederick tries once again, but not close enough. The 30 on top takes the win in the final LC40 Elite race, brought to you by OH Logistics. What a dramatic conclusion to this championships races this weekend. Josh Perkins on top, Mason Frederick in P2 with Kalin Rackcliffe rounding out the podium. Perkins, that was phenomenal. 2 wins in a single day, and it's the first time that someone other than Logan Cousins has taken a race win in the LC40 Elite, and both of them at Three Sisters. And look at the celebrations from family members. They are delighted with his performances today. Perkins, well, it's been quite simply brilliant.
You going to be perked up, do you reckon, after a win like that?
He will be very perked up indeed. What a result he has had. There we go, though. Josh Perkins takes the win. Mason Frederick in P2 with Kalin Rackcliffe rounding out our podium. Oliver Hall, unfortunately, just missed out by 1/4 of a tenth of a second in P4. Rex Austin was 5th with Max Johnson in 6th. Arthur Richards 7th with Tommy Keats in P8. Kai Hawken was 9th. Oliver Wilson in 10th. And unfortunately, we did lose championship leader Logan Cousins. What a way to end the weekend. What a dramatic story that race had as well. Of course, these guys, they'll be back at Rowra for a double weekend, so 6 races in one weekend. in a while, to be fair. Got a bit of a summer break, but what a phenomenal weekend of racing it's been. The LC40 Elite, presented by OH Logistics.
The Extreme 200 class, one that has definitely taken the spotlight this weekend with how hotly contested it has been. So many big names in it, and they're about for their third and final race of the weekend. We've had so many big names take to that. As I say, of course, they'll be running their way for their final race of the weekend. And well, off the back of two fantastic victories for Wilson Dilks, he is on fire, running away in the championship ahead of Marco Holt, who himself, bit of controversy surrounding race 2. He had a transponder fitted, we had it confirmed, but it wasn't working, so they let him off. They reinstated that second place that he got, and that does mean technically Archie O'Brien, for the first time ever this season, has finished a race somewhere other than second place, albeit in P3. So again, similar to Rhys Gentry in the Mini Motos, he's gone down a place as opposed to up a place, but at least it's gone. But it's not in the 70s, which is where, of course, it really matters for him. The Extremes are just a chance for him to get some extra time on that Metric at 70, bed himself better onto the bike, and maybe feel a little bit more confident on it as well. But the grid will run you through that when they run onto their formation lap, of course, and we'll have a run through where everyone is starting. Off the back, of course, of Friday's qualifying, because it was very, very close indeed. Definitely from second down, it must be said. Look at the practice times on Friday, myself and Ross, and Wilson Dilks was so incredibly committed. He was taking such brave lines, committed lines, and of course on his Ovale was so much quicker in the straights that it really was able to compensate for maybe a little bit of less grip during the corners. But even then, his commitment, especially through what is turn 1 initially, turns into turn 5 when they take on to the full loop. It becomes, he is very, very committed indeed. Let's take a look as to how they rack up though, and there you can see nearly 9/10 of a second clear. Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien, who make up the front row. Arnie Carr is there in P3. He's not Mason Frederick. He's done and dusted for the day. Marco Holt, of course, Holt the Bolt, as his start proves, in race 2 will start up in 4th. Harrison Day from Jensen Bishop make up row 3 in a very, very closely contested row 3, it must be said. Harry Payne, Finney Polhill, Bjorn Esmond, of course, joining us for this weekend, ahead of Austin Johnson, Harley Baker and Annabelle McCarthy, who we can confirm is okay and up and walking. Just went to A&E after a little bit of pain in her knee following the crash in race 2, but she's okay, and hopefully we'll be back to set off some fireworks in Rowra. Not literally, of course, maybe, I don't know, but on the track, definitely, in terms of her results. But all eyes, of course, the anticipation is going to be soaring through the roof for the Extreme 200s as they await their final race before the summer break, and they'll be heading their way on to the final run of this weekend here at Three Sisters. Of course, the third and final run. They are just lining themselves up, bit of confusion, and waiting for a couple of slow stragglers at the back of the field. But they'll be heading their way on to the start of the race nonetheless, as again, just waiting at the back, of course, lining up the 71 machine, who is, of course, Dan Goodman, former British Talent Cup rider, and coming to give us a good time here for Fab Racing. There you can see, though, lined up on the grid, they get the signal. All eyes turn to the green flag. Wilson Dilks taking a very aggressive inside line from his start stall. The green flag goes up, it goes down, and we're racing once again. What a start from Holt the Bolt as he flies his way through into third place. Sensational stuff, trying something different with the starts, and it most definitely is working. It's Dilks, O'Brien, and Marco Holt there, the top 3, I think just ahead of Jensen Bishop here in the Extreme 200 race. But what a start that was once again from Marco.
Marco, brilliant away from the line there once again. Of course, transponder was dead in race 2, but it was on the bike, so he was awarded that second place. We know he's been running very, very well, even with the Pirelli rubber that doesn't work that well around here. And we've got a big, big crash. That is Harrison Day. Looks like Jensen Bishop as well, that have gone down into the bootleg. Just making sure that everyone is okay. Of course, they are not allowed to rejoin the race. But that is a real shame. That is not how you want to start the day's affair. But it is Wilson Dilks that leads from Archie O'Brien, from Marco Holt, your top 3. Unfortunately, though, 2 riders down and out early. Oh, we got another one down as well. That's who's that that's gone out? That looks like it's Finley Polhill, I believe. Well, we've got problems all over the show. Yellow flags out all around the circuit. Unbelievable scenes. So that accident was before this one. So we've got 3 riders down and out straight away. Oh, look at the damage there to the bike of Harrison Day. That is not ideal, and that, of course, is his Metra kit as well. So that will need to be repaired for the race later. That is really not ideal. Hopefully that is just fairing damage and nothing too serious. Of course, getting assistance from the roving marshals. A big thank you to them for helping out and making sure that we're all safe, getting the bikes out the way, as there is yellow flags around there, just getting them off and out of the racetrack. But as we continue to go around, at the moment, it's Wilson Dilks from Archie O'Brien leading the way. Fastest lap at the moment set by Wilson Dilks, and doing a very good job. Of course, the lap record at the moment is a 55.598 set by Wilson Dilks in race number 1. But at the moment, just not quite able to get up to the pace that is going through.
I mean, to be fair, considering it's the second lap of the race, he's already within half a second of it, which is pretty good going, it must be said. Very close to the previous lap record, already settling into this race quite nicely. The gap, however, isn't ridiculously huge. There you can see Archie O'Brien, Marco Holt there in P3 as well. Of course, on a harder compound of tyre, on a cold track as well. I mean, it did warm up a little bit, but because of the rain and everything earlier on, really cooled it down. And that means that Marco Holt on some harder rubber, it's going to take him a lap or two to really bed into this race and maybe make up some progress and search after Archie O'Brien. They did do battle in race 2 for quite some time, actually, it must be said. There is a battle though, as of course once again Goodman is fighting his way forward. That's on Blake Wilson as they run their way through the long sweeping right-hander here at turn 5. The 71 once again is impressive.
Yeah, the British Talent Cup rider putting on a display at the moment, trying to negotiate his way up the inside of Blake Wilson. Wilson having absolutely none of it on his Avali as they make their way through the sweeping S's. Look at the synchronized swimming through there. There, though, is your leader, the 85 of Wilson Dilks. He set a fastest lap last time, sets another fastest lap of 55.945. He already has a lap record around here in the Extreme 200, alongside in the 50s and the 70s as well. He is just doing a superb job. Remember back to race 2, Marco Holt took him some time for that Pirelli rubber to heat up. Again, the Pirellis just don't seem to be really working around here at Three Sisters. And it took him quite a while, but once the tyres were warm and sticky, he had a lot of pace, ultimately able to get past Archie O'Brien. Of course, did have the transponder on the bike. It was just broken, so he was awarded that P2. There, though, race leader Wilson Dilks still doing an absolutely phenomenal job up the front on the number 85. He's essentially chasing lap records at the moment. Doesn't really need to be out there, apart from the fact it's getting him track time, and it puts him in the history books as well. Let's see what time he gets as he runs up to the line. It's not any faster on that occasion. Still a 55.9 though, unbelievable pace. And would you look at that, Marco Holt has arrived at 56.084. Marco, the bike has warmed, the bike has come to him, and it is all going swimmingly for that young man. Anyway, as they head further down the track, waiting to appear in the S's section. There we go, that is the race leader there. Behind him will be O'Brien and Holt. And there goes Holt up the inside of Archie O'Brien, as simple as you like. Of course, we know the Avali has such a pace advantage around here compared to the Metra kit. And when those tyres on Holt the Bolt's bike get warm, he gets moving, and he moves up into second place with a simple, textbook, yet lovely manoeuvre up the inside of the infield section. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Race leader, though, Wilson Dilks, doing a spectacular job up the front as he heads his way up the hill and into the Coward Summit. He'll disappear for a brief moment, and then they will reappear back down the bottom of the hill. Coming onto the pit straight, a little bit of bumpy there from Wilson Dilks. Looks like he's running the bike quite stiff as he heads around. There you see Archie O'Brien still keeping Marco Holt honest. Of course, Holt, the reigning champion in the 50s and the 70s. Archie O'Brien hoping to try and set through. Marco Holt has not set a new lap record, but he does have the fastest lap at the moment. And, well, he's doing a great job as it stands. There we see the marshals. A big thank you to all of them for doing an excellent job this weekend as O'Brien and Holt continue to ding-dong, continue to trade places backwards and forwards out on the circuit as they make their way round even further. Can Archie O'Brien maybe try and launch an attack again? We know the Aesich is so much faster round here at Three Sisters than the Metro kits are. But Holt is just looking superb out there, but very much. O'Brien keeping him honest, and O'Brien trying to go through up the inside onto the pit straight. Runs slightly wide on the exit. Holt manages to hold the inside. We have got a great race on our hands for the second place podium position. Who is going to be on that second step of the podium? Will it be Holt? Will it be O'Brien? It could be anybody's guess. We've got 5, realistically 4.5 laps left to run, and it is getting very exciting indeed. O'Brien tailing Holt as they swim through the S's and now into the bootleg. Oh, Holt a little bit slow there. O'Brien maybe a chance to capitalise. Unable to make that look, unable to make that gap appear, but look at the run of O'Brien as they come onto the main straight. Just not enough waft for the number 91. You can see the pace advantage that the Aesich has as they come up through turn 1 into Coward Summit. Again, they disappear for a moment, then reappear back down the other side. Holt last lap was able to try and sneak on through here and momentarily up into second place. This time, Marco Holt is able to hold on to that position. Oh, very close there between the pair of them on the brakes. Archie O'Brien pushing very, very hard. He really wants to get second place. He's almost training himself. He knows he's got another 70s race coming up, and he's pushing himself as hard as he can. He's seeing how much he can give because he knows he's going to get him 110% if he wants to get past Wilson Dilks.
Yeah, and he's obviously going to be training as to where and when he can get the moves done. Always gathering data when it comes to any time on track, really, albeit that whether how the tyres are degrading, how the bike's handling, how you can get moves done, how to start even. It's an extra 3 race starts that he's been able to practice as Archie O'Brien, and it's going to be very, very difficult if he wants to finally take to the top step this season. It'll be a double P3 finish for him in the extremes if things stay as they are, but he's got the potential to get after Marco Holt.
He does indeed. Holt still holding on up the front at the moment in this battle for second place. But can Archie O'Brien find a way to squeeze on through? He's momentarily been through, but nothing that would stick, nothing would make the move work 100% as they head through the S's section. Holt a little bit of breathing room there. Just a small gap, a few bike lengths long, emerging between them. As they head into the bootleg, it's going to be 2 laps to go very, very shortly. Wilson Dilks up in front of them. Around 4.5 seconds is the difference between them. Or 4 seconds, should I say. Again, too little, too late for Holt. He's focusing now on defending that second place from the number 91 machine of Archie O'Brien. There is race leader looking super skittish over the bumps, yet fully in control every step of the way. The 85 has been superb this weekend and continues to look absolutely mighty out on the racetrack. It's all about the battle for second now. As long as Wilson Dilks keeps it on the black stuff, keeps it on 2 wheels, he's got yet another Extreme 200 win in the bag.
Yeah, he's been unbeaten this weekend thus far. He took both Mini GP70 races thus far. He's taken both Extreme 200 races thus far. He's looking on course to make it a 5th win from 5 races today, and maybe even later he's got a chance to do a double, triple weekend across 2 categories. That is unheard of, and Wilson Dilks is absolutely smashing it. He's on to his last lap. He's just started it. His final run through Coward Summit here in the Extreme 200 class. What a weekend it's been, and you can see even pushing the bike more and more because he knows there is still even more time to go and find. Wilson Dilks is a star of the future, there is no doubt, and right now we are seeing the roots be laid for what could well be a huge legacy he builds.
Well, a star of the future certainly, but a star of Fab Racing today as he heads through the S's for the final time in race number 3 of the Extreme 200s. Dilks has not had to look back once. It has been all full steam ahead. And as he rounds the bootleg for the final time, win number 5 out of a potential 6 for Wilson Dilks, the 85, on top once again here in Three Sisters. And what a performance that is. And on the final lap, just 1/10 off the lap record as well. Unbelievable stuff. Marco Holt manages to hold off Archie O'Brien, who faded a little bit in the later laps. And that's your podium done and dusted. Wilson Dilks doesn't even look bothered. That's how easy it was for him. Comes back into the pit lane. He'll stop down by the number 1 board. He'll probably say something along the lines of, cheers, that was fun. And then he'll go and get ready for his final race of the weekend later on.
Yeah, he's done a brilliant job. There is no doubt about it. Once again, Marco Holt there in P2. Archie O'Brien will complete the podium once again for the second race in a row. It's exactly as it was in Extreme 200. Arnie Carr from Dan Goodman rounding off the top 5 in what was a decent race for the 71, exactly where he finished this time in race 2 as well. Blake Wilson from Harry Payne, Austin Johnson, Beth Ashby and Ollie O'Gorman to round off our 10-rider grid for this weekend. The Extreme 200 and the triple goes the way of Wilson Dilks. He's taken the lap record and possibly the second fastest time as well here at Three Sisters. What a weekend it's been in Fab Racing for Wilson Dilks, a star of the future.
Simply phenomenal stuff from that young man. So much potential, so much racing grit and pace. He'll be back out later on for one more. Final race then for the Mini GP50s presented by King's 2 Wheel Centre. We've had a great weekend of racing so far from these guys, and still one more opportunity for them to do battle, for them to show us how it is done. And of course, we wait and see how it is all going to unfold in this one. Again, our thoughts are over with Riley Paisley after his operation this morning following the crash in race 1. We hope everything goes to well and everything goes according to plan as the riders make their way up onto the grid. Before their sighting lap, it's time to focus, time to settle in, and time to get ready. It's been a great day of racing so far. Travis Shaw taking a brilliant win in race number 2, but Byron Johnson, race number 1, was his to lose. I'm sure we're going to see the top 4 do battle that we've seen all weekend long. Travis Shaw, Byron Johnson, Sebastian Goslavsky and Bradley Curtis. Matthew Thomas also getting involved sometimes. It's been fantastic to watch those riders do what they can do best, and they've been nose to tail all weekend. One final time, maybe it's another one for them.
Indeed. So of course we'll run you through the full running order in terms of the grid for these riders for their final race of the Mini GP50s. Of course they've been fighting hard all weekend, as Ross was saying, in regards to just how close it's been, and that podium fight, the top 5 in the championship, of course finishing the top 5 both races. But here's how they line up after qualifying. Byron Johnson, our race 1 winner. Travis Shaw, our race 2 winner. The front row, Frankie Watson, Sebastian Goslavsky, the top 4, Matthew Thomas and Bradley Curtis rounding off the third row of the grid. Behind that, Taylor Tomlinson, Riley Paisley, who of course is unfortunately not with us today. Hopefully he'll be back after a successful operation in Rowra. Tyler Heartley from Archie Hooper, Dylan Toreen and Daisy Holden, the 12th rider to the field, and a lonely 7th row for Harris Watson and Callum Maxwell in 13th and 14th place respectively. They'll be rounding the final corner before taking to the grid, and we are in store, hopefully, for a barnstorming finale for the 50s.
Well, 2 great races done and dusted. If the racing gods are watching us, hopefully there shall be one more. Riders making their way to the grid. Byron Johnson, black helmet with the black visor. You can never tell what's going on underneath there, but surely just sheer focus and determination. There we see the likes of Matthew Thomas making their way through. The number 12 there of Archie Hooper getting ready to go racing. He's had a relatively quiet weekend, but a successful one nonetheless. Some good results for him. Let's hope he can manage to work his way forward in this one. All the riders are ready. Lee Clowes, the long-time flag marshal here at Fab Racing, she is also ready, and she is ready to send them underway for the final race of the weekend. Maybe a jump start there from Byron Johnson. Sebastian Goslavsky gets a lightning launch though, and that is slow away. That is a big problem for the 14 of Frankie Watson, who for some reason has not gotten away at all. Drama then on the opening few corners, but coming down, Byron Johnson, that start will surely be investigated by race control, as Byron Johnson got away potentially slightly too early. Sebastian Goslavsky though, what a launch that was for the number 64 up into P2 as they round the bootleg for the first time. start the first lap proper. Looks like we've got another great race on our hands.
I do not doubt it one bit. We are going to be in for an absolute barnstorm. It's just been confirmed that Race Control are investigating Byron Johnson and his unholy start at the beginning of this race, but it's not mad at all because Sebastian Gazlowski is turning into his namesake. Super Seb takes the lead of the race. As things stand, Byron Johnson once again going for his infamous counter-attack, going into that downhill right-hander. Of course, then you've got Travis Shaw, the 71, and Bradley Curtis fighting through into the right-hander here at turn 5 as well. But what a race this could well be. Byron Johnson, though, uncertainty around his head.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what Race Control have to say. Must be said as well, Sebastian Gazlowski got a lightning launch as well. He was super quick. Looks like Frankie Watson has been able to rejoin the race, but he is quite some way behind after those issues at the green flag. So unfortunate for him, but good at least that he is going round and going to pick up some points as well. Coming now to complete the second lap, it is still Sebastian Gazlowski that leads the way. Byron Johnson second, with Travis Shaw in third. Bradley Curtis just on their tail as well. Look at them going two abreast coming up the straight. Is that going to be second place for the number 4? I believe it will be, as there we see some of the riders further back as well making their way through. That is Matthew Thomas fighting with Taylor Tomlinson for P5. Oh, and it was Travis Shaw that got through into P2, but Byron Johnson has muscled his way back past. Oh, look at that, 3 abreast into the right-hand sweeper. That was as close as it gets. Once again, pure tenacious racing going on here at Three Sisters.
It absolutely is. You cannot put these guys apart. They are absolutely locked in together for the fight for this lead. Gazlowski leads from Byron Johnson. Travis Shaw fighting his way forwards as well. Fastest lap of the race going to that number 4 machine, who's off the back of a sensational victory in race 2. Who's going to be the one to take to the top step though? We don't know. 8 laps left to go in order to decide it, and across the line Gazlowski is searching for his first win of this season. His best result thus far is a 3rd place that he got in race 2, done once before of course at race 2 in Lid, but is yet to take to the top step this season and is looking to become our 4th different winner so far this season. Change for the lead though, as Travis Shaw is absolutely gunning for it. He wants to make it 2 from 2.
Gazlowski having a look down the inside, not enough. Look at that from Bradley Curtis. That was super brave on the inside, even if it did not come to fruition. There goes Byron Johnson as well. Unfortunate there for Sebastian Gazlowski. He just left the door open, and of course, when you've got the 37 behind you, you can't take any chances. If he sees an opportunity, he is going to firmly grasp it with both hands. And now the 37 pressuring the 4 for the race lead. It's going to be 7 laps left to run at the line this time by. And it will be Travis Shaw leading, Byron Johnson second, Sebastian Gazlowski in P3, Bradley Curtis still in P4. Look at the run that Sebastian Gazlowski gets out of there on that lap. Fastest lap that time from Travis Shaw at 59.141. Lap times are dropping off from earlier on. The track is cooling down. Maybe the ride is getting a little bit tired as well as the day drags on. And look at that, Gazlowski actually had to go defensive coming through Coward Summit. He's dropped back a little bit from the lead too, trying to defend from Bradley Curtis behind on the number 71. Up the front though, it is still very much Travis Shaw and Byron Johnson locked into battle. Shaw on the 4, holding the charge at the moment. Byron Johnson on the 37, he's been so fast all weekend and has been absolutely ruthless and picking apart his opponents and slicing his way through. Once again, poking a front wheel up the inside, and the gap wasn't there, but still having a look, still trying to see if he can make something work. Byron Johnson, that young man, is on a charge. He wants yet another race win.
He does indeed, and to extend that championship lead that he's been fighting so hard for. Byron Johnson, he's taken 3 so far this season. He's searching for a 4th. Will it come today, or will he have to wait over a month and a half to do it at Rowrah? Because Travis Shaw is a mighty adversary. He is up in front, searching for his 3rd win of the season as well. 5.5 laps left to go. The top 4 locked in for the fight for the lead.
This is as close as it gets as Bradley Curtis once again sees Sebastian Gazlowski leaving the door open and takes the opportunity up into P3, and that has cost Gazlowski a great deal of time as well. He needs to regroup or he could be out of this leading battle. Oh, what a shame for the 64. Two very simple mistakes, but through they go anyway. Bradley Curtis was the one who slid on through up into number 3. And now currently P4, Sebastian Goslavsky. Well, that is a big shame. Up the front though, the number 4 of Travis Shaw, 58.573. Another fastest lap extends the gap over Byron Johnson to 0.5 of a second. Now starting to pull away, now starting to see what his Mini Moto machine can do. What a fantastic Mini GP50 race we have on our hands, brought to you of course by King's Two Wheel Centre. We've had 2 great races so far this weekend, and once again race 3 serving up an absolute cracker as the front 4 all spreading out slightly over this lap, but still the tension is there. One little mistake, either you miss your braking zone by half a metre, you run slightly wide, and someone could be there to pounce, and Byron Johnson right now is waiting for that mistake from Travis Shaw. He's waiting for an opportunity to pounce on the number 4, the 37, right on the tail of the race leader as they roar up the front straight. 4 laps left to go in the final race of the weekend. Byron Johnson that time, fastest lap of 58.392. That is incredibly quick, and he is turning up the wick. 2 tenths separated them at the line. What can they do?
Well, let's have a look. Travis Shaw leading the way. Byron Johnson in hot pursuit, fighting all the way to the death of it. Well, Bradley Curtis is there in P3, but he's a little bit far back, so it has turned itself into a 2-horse race, battling out in front between 2 of our championship contenders. Shaw, what can he do in order to hang on? Johnson, what has he got left in the tank? Fastest lap that last time by, of course. 3 laps at the line, pushing each other to higher and higher heights, and this is what you want at such a young age. This fierce rivalry, it pushes you to get better and better and better, and to reach new and new heights, going higher and higher in terms of your skill set and learning more and more. That's why they're here, and that's why Fab Racing is the place to be, to set off those grassroots entries into your motorcycle career, because these are the stars of the future. There's a look, what a dive from Byron Johnson to retake the race lead. An immediate counter-attack though as Travis Shaw chucks the bike back to the inside through turn 5. He is through, and it's short-lived for Byron Johnson, who is fighting so hard, but Travis Shaw has the answers. Once again, Johnson throws the bike to the inside, up the hill through the left, and Travis Shaw didn't quite have the run on the exit. What a race this is, a timeless classic nonetheless for the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre. The 37 is there, but let's not forget that Byron Johnson, he did jump the star. Could this all be futile? Could this be meaningless? 2 laps left to go. Race control will of course decide the fate of this race potentially, but Travis Shaw with the straight line speed is back through on the inside as they rise up the hill through Coward Summit. The 37, he loves the braking zone though as they run down the hill using gravity, and he launches the bike once again, but the up and under, Shaw knows it's coming. Traffic to contend with as well. Callum Maxwell just ahead as they fight for the lead. Tyrants in this championship this weekend at Three Sisters, and the 50s race is coming down to the final lap and a half. Shaw is through on the traffic, so too is Johnson. They run their way through, and oh my goodness me, what a race left. Through the sweepers, you dance the bike, throw it back over to the right, then the left towards the bootleg, and this could well be the last chance. The 37 back through. Shaw once again has to tuck the bike back underneath, but he knows he's got the speed. More traffic to contend with. Harris Watson is there. Last lap flag is thrown. They go either side as Travis Shaw retakes the race lead. 1 lap left to go here for these young riders. What is going to happen? So many questions, so many answers, so little time, and once again back up the inside. But once again it's deja vu, because Shaw knows, he knows what to expect, and he chucks the bike back through and retakes the race lead. It's coming down to the wire. half a lap left to go. Mini GP50 brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre, ladies and gentlemen. An outside look from Byron Johnson as Travis Shaw is fighting tooth and nail, hanging on to what could well be his third win of the season. Will it be a fourth for Johnson, a third for Shaw? Who knows? In this hot fight for the championship, Byron Johnson, the outside line through the bootleg. Shaw once again sees it coming. They're going to accelerate their way to the line, and it's a slow exit for Johnson. A drag race to the checkered flag. Who's going to see it first? Travis Shaw takes victory for the Mini GP50 race. Race 3, King's Two Wheel Centre brings you this amazing championship. What a finish. Travis Shaw hangs on in the balance on a race to the line. Byron Johnson, Bradley Curtis take a bow, gentlemen. Ross McIntyre, what a race.
That was Fab Racing at its absolute finest. Man, oh man, oh man. Travis Shaw will be absolutely delighted with that one. Byron Johnson threw everything he had, and unfortunately just was not quite enough. Travis Shaw, what a win that is. What a race. What fantastic jubilation overall. One for the history book, certainly, as Travis Shaw wins by a tenth of a second. Byron Johnson just missing out as Bradley Curtis rounds out the podium. Sebastian Goslavsky in P4 with Taylor Tomlinson 5th, Matthew Thomas in P6 and Archie Hooper in 7th. Frankie Watson was 8th with Tyler Heartley 9th and Daisy Polden rounding out the top 10. Dylan Tarim was 11th, Harris Watson was 12th and Callum Maxwell rounded out our 13 rider field. Man, oh man, what a race. That one will certainly be replayed in the future because Travis Shaw and Byron Johnson, one of the finest Fab Racing battles you will ever see. Lap after lap, hounding each other and bringing us absolute fantastic racing. Coming up next is the final race of the Pit Bike 140s. And despite the small grid, we have had a fantastic weekend of racing from these guys. Of course, the story of the day, Jamie King, for the first time in a long time in race 2, finally taking that victory he oh so desperately wanted. The 3-time Pit Bike 140 champion. He put in a fantastic ride, but he had to work for it. He had to take the pressure from Zach Taroom, but you saw the relief on his face when it was done. You saw the sheer joy, the elation, the jubilation. But more than anything, I think it was just relief that he felt there. It was just utter, just kind of the weight off the shoulders of Pit Bike Sonic as he finally took that win, and potentially as well, Zach Sweeney, kick-starting his championship campaign.
Maybe. Of course, in the absence of Lucas Brown and, of course, Chris Wells for the best part of this weekend, Jamie King could well take the championship lead. He came into this 44 behind Lucas Brown. He scored 20 for race 1, 25 for race 2. That's 45 in of itself. It's a 1-point gap. But they've also got race 3, which means if Jamie King can take the win in this one as well, it's going to be 26 points ahead of Lucas Brown, which is more than a race win. And that is such a good margin to have, because it means you can fall off and still be in the lead of the championship. Let's run you through the grid, shall we? Jamie King will assume pole position, but we'll start from second place on the grid. Zach Turinen, Keaton Payne, row 2. Sean Whittaker will start from P5 ahead of Thomas Dudson. Adam Harris and Paul Mason, who has been running at the back. Pretty much just going for some test sessions, I think, running his own time at the back of the field. Will start from P7. The final race of the pit bikes. What action they have brought us. Jamie King, though, he's done it once. Can he do it twice?
Well, he's waited this long for one wing. Why not take 2 in one day? Keep your eye on Thomas Dudson and Adam Harris as well. They had a great battle in race number 2, and they will surely be showing us some fireworks as well. The riders then making their way on to the grid for the final time this weekend at Three Sisters. Jamie King, this time last year, a few podiums for the number 76. This time a podium and a win. Can he make it another one? The 76 alone on the front row. Can he make it 2 in a row? Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, gets ready to send them on their way. We are racing in race number 3 of the Pit Bike 140s. Jamie King assumes the lead. Keaton Payne gets a good start, but can't quite find his way round Zach Tarim. But it was close between the pair of them, and all that is the number 11 there. unable to get away. What a shame that is for Paul Nazel. Again, he was running down the back on his own all weekend, but this time his test session is all for naught. 6 riders left in this one. The 76 leads Zactarine as they come round the bootleg for the first time, getting ready to reach the timing line and start the race proper. Jamie King from Zactarine. From it will be Keats and Payne, your top 3 as they come to the line. The race really gets underway now. Jamie King already got half a second to the good. That is a lot bigger of a gap than it was at this point in race number 2. Jamie King, clearly after that win, feeling a lot more confident.
I think the last time was so nice, he's going to have to go and do it twice, isn't he? He is absolutely flying out there, Jamie King. Zactarine, of course, was 7.1 seconds behind at the line in race 2. And that means Jamie King could well have the advantage. He definitely has had the advantage all weekend long. Was only 6/10 off the win in race 1 as well, for goodness sake. It's not like he's relying on Chris Wells and Lucas Brown's absence. It's just a nice helping hand that's giving him this leg up and allowing him to fight more and more at the front. I am confident that Jamie King has a decent chance at the 2024 Pit Bike 140 Championship. He is looking so good. A string of podiums. He's only finished off the podium once this season, and that was because he didn't take to the start and started the race a lap down, but he still maximised his points. So quick look behind, and he's realised he's home free. He's running away as they start the second lap.
Well, this will be a very boring GoPro race for his vlog, won't it, after this one?
Just slow down for content.
running up front all alone. Yeah, maybe slow down, Jamie, and get some overtaking in for your YouTube channel. Zactarine, though, we've got to talk about him. What a performance he has had all across this weekend. Again, really challenging Jamie King over the first half of race number 2. Race number 3 hasn't got away as well as he would have wanted, unfortunately. His start was not quite as good, but still very much holding his own out there. And in race number 1 as well, a P4 finish was absolutely phenomenal, just finishing off of the podium. It was very close indeed. Meanwhile, there is the 1-1-2 of Keats and Payne. He's had, well, it's not been the most painful weekend that he's had in his career, but he didn't get off to a great start. Mechanical issues on his Mini Motos over in the senior Mini Moto class, which he also races in, really hindered his chances there. But since he's got on over those, he's had a great weekend, of course, picking up a pair of 3rd places so far this weekend in the Pit Bike 140s, and on track for a 3rd as well if all goes well. In 8 laps to go, if he keeps it on the black stuff, he'll be well and truly in this race with only 6 bikes out there, unfortunately, after we did lose Paul Nazel before even the start of the race. It's much more about endurance. It's much more about just being one with yourself. Strangely enough, when you're out there on track, on your own, it can be very difficult to race because you just get trapped in your own head, trapped in your own thoughts, and then you make a mistake.
Exactly that. Bailey Lawrence, by the way, one of our female riders represented by the House of Moto, in contention for the highest achievement Female Racer Award, running very well. Inside the top 5, of course, it was P4 over the duration of race 2 as well, and she's running exactly the same in this one as well. 2.3 off the back of Keats and Payne for the podium, so not quite close enough for that one, but still a good result and some good points nonetheless for her as she is in pursuit. Of course, the Keats and Payne, I can see it coming. Ross, you know, I can see it coming. You're so predictable. It's almost like I'm looking at you through a window pane. It is that bad.
Oh, the jokes do write themselves, don't they, Zach Sweeney? Bailey Lawrence, though, again, she's missed the last round, unfortunately, at El Park, and a disappointing showing by her standards at Lid, I think. You know, managed to get into the points with some okay results, but nothing that really shook the world. But last year, towards the back end of last year, started consistently getting onto the podiums in the Pit Bike 140. I believe she actually did take a podium here at Three Sisters at the final round last year, race number 2, if memory serves. So it's great to see her back out there doing a great job. Got some action once again. Thomas Dudson and Adam Harris. They were at it in race 2, potentially at it in race 3 as well. The 22 of Thomas Dudson, currently a few bike lengths up in front, a few bike lengths in head in this battle. But we saw the pace that Adam Harris had, especially in race number 2, where he was able to actually get through and pulled about 2 seconds ahead of Dudson. Dudson, though, currently with the advantage with 6 laps left to run. Fastest lap of the race at the moment does belong to Jamie King, only rider in the 101s, a 101.092. Last time round, Keats and Payne did set his personal best, though, a 202.538. He's actually started to reel Zactarine in a little bit. So with 6 laps left to go, could be a battle for the podium places. races on our hands. Right now, the only real battle out on track is between Dudson and Harris for the final positions on track. But as I was saying in race 2, Zach, even though there's only 6 riders out there, that's points all the way down to 6. And if you finish last out on the racetrack, that still means that you pick up 10 points, which is a lot. And especially, if you are the likes of Dudson and Harris, who maybe wouldn't be finishing in 5th and 6th regularly, that is huge for your championship. Come the end of the year, that could be the difference that makes you a lot of positions.
We talk about championships all the time being decided by, going into a final round, say 10, 15, even less, 5-4 points between positions and championships and things like that, in respective positions between you achieving your goals and aspirations, because they'll be different from rider to rider. Of course, for King, he wants to go out there and win races and win the championship. For other riders, it might just be a case like we talked in many interviews. Not all of them are aspiring for the top steps. They're going for their own individual goals, class by class. And that can be the difference between achieving and falling short of your year's goals. Just a couple of points here and there, maximising each and every single one. Similar to battles like this one, Adam Harris moves his way past Thomas Dudson, going in out of the final corner to start. 5 laps left to go, up through the hill. The 7-3-1 is through, up into 5th place, trading, of course, not to finish last in the PB140 race, but nonetheless, it's still good points, and that is why it's so valuable to, even though you might not be having the best race, to still take the checker flag, because as we always say, points mean prizes, and overtakes like that, well, they will definitely score you some points.
Well, he did it in race 2, he does it again in race 3. Adam Harris, well, he's actually getting a bit of a fight back from Dudson, it must be said, but doing a great job out there. And actually, Dudson has actually got back through, so the fight is on for P5 as they negotiate their way around the S's section. The pair of them is like synchronised swimmers heading through there, the 22 and the number 73, just neck and neck, both of them following each other, pulling the same lines, both on the throttle, on the brakes at the same time. They really are neck and neck and really are putting on a show in this fight for 5th place. There goes Harris, once again, similar to last lap, using the drive out of the final corner to the inside. Oh, neck and neck into the right-hander. That is brave from the pair of them. It will be Harris with the inside into Coward Summit, and it should be Harris, and it is Harris getting the position, but brilliant racing from the pair of them. Super respectful, but super aggressive. They both pushed each other, but not beyond the boundaries of what is fair. And once again, looking to the inside goes Dudson. This time, though, Harris able to hold on to P5. They've got about 3.5 laps left to go. There was Jamie King does make it 3 laps to go, so still plenty of time for them to trade places, plenty of time for them to do battle. And actually, Dudson has in fact slid back through, so it is once again Dudson back in P5.
Takes 2 to tango at the end of the day, and these guys are doing a fantastic job in dancing with each other. In a way, it is an art in of itself, being able to race this well with each other and have that respect, give each other the room, because especially in motorsport recently, because of a couple of certain drivers, it's a case of I get to the apex first. If you're on the outside, whatever. That is the attitude that some people are adopting. Or even if you're on the inside, I'm just going to turn across you anyway, and it's on you to back out, otherwise we both crash, calling each other's bluff. But it's rare that we see such respectful racing. These two, of course, doing battle. It's not for a championship. It's not for a win. It's for P5 in this race. However, oh my goodness me, that is a big one.
That's
going
Dudson.
Down the hill.
That is Dudson, who's just crashed, coming through Coward Summit. The two potentially coming together. Great to see that he's straight back up on his feet. Unfortunately, he won't be able to rejoin the race. So that is a real shame for Thomas Dudson, just hopping back on the bike. He's going to wheel it back down into the pit lane, which is just coming up now. That is a real shame. I'm not sure whether they came to blows heading through that spot. Unfortunately, it is blind. There's no way to see it at all, not even with your own eyes from anywhere of the viewing stands. What a shame for Thomas Dudson. Hopefully they didn't come together and maybe he just made a mistake or lost some grip. But nonetheless, that is a massive, massive shame for the 22. And then there were five riders left with 2 laps left to go. That being said, though, Adam Harris, I'm sure, well, obviously it's a shame. I'm sure he was enjoying the racing. It's more points for him. But Jamie King is about to start his final lap. I mean, he's miles up the road. This has been the easiest race of his life.
It has been. I mean, it's never easy, of course, but relatively speaking, yeah, it's for the 76, for Pit by Sonic, he is going to have a lot to write about and a lot to write home about, of course, when it comes to this weekend. Of course, P2, P1, and what could well be P1 as long as he keeps it on the bike. It's been a long time coming for that. to end the drought, to let it pour, and pour it has indeed. Of course, he had the first inkling of success in 2024 at race 2. He comes into race 3. He's got the ball rolling. You wait long enough for one bus and two come at once, and that is the case for Pit Bike Sonic. Jamie King, half a lap left to run, and he is racing the King of Wigan this weekend.
Well, Jamie King, maybe he's unlocked himself. Maybe one win was all it needed for the old Jamie King to resurface and come back out and show everyone that he is the dominant force in the Pit Bike 140s. Already nodding, he knows he's done it. One win was nice, two is even nicer. Coming round the final corner, the 76. It took him a long time to get one win in the Pit Bike 140s. Cruising to the line. He's got 2 in one day. Looking back, where is everyone? He's so confident, he's showboating. Jamie King, that is cheeky.
If that was Chris Wells or Lucas Brown behind him, fair enough.
But it's not. Jamie King, come on, that is cheeky, man. You can't help but laugh. Again, Jamie King, he's waited so long for victory. And again, showboating to the camera in a way only Pit Bike Sonic can. But come on, you've waited so long to take one victory. You get 2 in one day and he's already showboating.
Wow.
But that being said, what a great win for him. Ridden to perfection, just hitting his marks, and of course taking a championship lead out of this one as well. Pit Bike Sonic, he's had one of the best weekends in a long, long time.
It has been. And of course, he had success this time last year at Three Sisters as well. All 3 races on the podium. He's not only done that, he's done one better as well. There you can see the camera for his vlog. Pit Bike Sonic, of course, and he is delighted, ready, of course, to bring on the rest of the season. And, well, he's got it off his shoulders. He's done it once again. 2 in 2. Jamie King, Keats and Payne, Zach Turin is coming up as Keats and Payne getting P2.
Yeah,
so
I think Turin may have made a mistake because Zach Turin was quite away in front of Keats and Payne. And Zach Turin's last
2 seconds slower.
Yeah, Keats and Payne's last lap was very good, but Zach Turin's last lap was pretty not great. So I think Turin may have made a mistake in the last lap, and that actually has allowed Keats and Payne back up into P2. That's his best result of the weekend so far. So obviously well done to Keats and Payne. Unlucky for Zach Turin, but it's another podium. He does look frustrated as well. Jamie King, though, a second, a first, and a first. The championship lead and back to winning ways. Hugging his partner there, who's been alongside him all of the way and also doubles as his camera operator. But what a performance from him. It was a great, great race. A great, great weekend. Jamie King, relief. 2 wins out of 3. And he's done it. Finally. And he's done it twice as well. Just did it once, now he's done it again. I mean, it's easily done. Like I said, Jamie King is unlocked.
Next up, Mini F1 Sidecars for their final showing this weekend. And what a weekend it's been. Trading wins at the front. Jason and Leo Greenstreet versus Mick Williams on the 26 machine. They have been doing battle. It was a catastrophic race 1 in terms of them having a fantastic battle going off and the Greenstreets picking up a very, very big puncture indeed. But they came back firing on all cylinders in race 2. They were able to take the win after a very hard-fought battle, but eventually the pace overruled and the Greenstreets were able to take a sensational victory, it must be said. Will Mick Williams have an answer for it in race 3? Because their starts have been so good. That 2-stroke, very good off the line initially, going in to turn 1. Will the Greenstreets be wiser to it? Of course, they start on the inside. It could be the advantage going in, but nonetheless, this is going to not be a boring finale to the Mini F1 Sidecars.
Three Sisters and Mini F1 Sidecars. It's a combination that always breeds explosions, fireworks,
in water.
Yes, something like, I don't know. I never did chemistry at school. I was terrible, but
it blows up.
Yeah, well, that's what the Mini F1 Sidecars have been doing. Well, in case of the Greenstreet's tyre in race 1, quite literally. But, of course, drama and contact in race 1. One of the best Mini F1 Sidecar races we've had in a long, long time in race 2 as the Greenstreets and Mick Williams did battle. Race 3, what does it have for us? Oh, just been told in our ear that we've got some special stars, of course, here at Three Sisters. We've got BSB riders, we've got British Talent Cup riders, we've got Red Bull rookie riders as well, showing up and watching and supporting us here at Fab Racing. So a big thank you to everyone who's been watching along as the riders make their way around on their formation lap. Let's see what the 127 of John Hosker does. But it is, of course, Jason and Leo Greenstreet on the pole. Mick Williams in the 26 start in P2. 44 of Mick Lee starts in third, and the 127 of John Hosker, he's once again taken a short lap and just completely avoided his sighting lap. Well, he'll start P4. Vince Bailey is in P5 in the 369. The 420 of Martin Hills is in P6. Unfortunately, a DNF in race 2. Let's see if they can finish this one. At P7, Jamie Alexander on the number 11. We believe it's Phil Joyce in the sidecar. We'll wait and see, because it was possibly going to be Dylan Tureen, but we'll wait and see. P8, Mark Parker on the 230. There you see the 127 of John Hosker. Every race this weekend, they've skipped the sighting lap, headed straight around to the grid, and now just sat there. One of the marshals going over just to say something, actually. Hopefully everything is all right. Not sure what's going on. He just, the marshal just went over just to say something. He pointed something out on the sidecar, but looks to be all okay. So I'm sure we're all fine, ready and raring to get racing, as the rest of the sidecar outfits make their way onto the grid. Mick Williams, winner in race 1 after the Greenstreets suffer a tyre blowout following contact between the pair. The Greenstreets, winners in race 2 after a titanic battle with Mick Williams. Mick Williams, meanwhile, going off passenger, thrown off the sidecar. Who will take victory in race number 3? Looks like the 44 machine having some issues. They've gone to the wrong place on the grid. Or actually, no, the thing's conked out. So just getting the bike started once again. Looks like everything is all okay as the rest of the outfit pull into the pits. Right then, Mini F1 Sidecars, race number 3. Let's see if this is explosive as the first 2. We're underway once again, Williams with a great launch, but cannot challenge the Greenstreets down into turn 1. The 44 machine still holds onto P3 as well. The Greenstreets holding on. Does Mick Williams challenge down into the infield section? No, he does not. So it will be the Greenstreets. Oh, the Greenstreets slow. The Greenstreets very slow. Coming out of that corner, Mick Williams with a rocket ship in this race, it would seem, taking the lead as they head through the S's section. Down they go now into the bootleg, ready to start the first lap. The Greenstreets looking to the inside. Almost contact between the pair. Mick Williams gets shoved out wide, and the Greenstreets will retake P1 as they come to the line, start the first lap proper. Who gets the run up the hill? It's the Greenstreets, followed by Mick Williams, followed by Mick Lee.
Very, very close indeed. They could well do battle up the hill. Not quite close enough, but goodness me, this skirmish, the tensions are sky high. And look at this, Mick Lee is involved, going for the move at the crest of the hill, back down the hill, and is through into second place. Mick Williams was once fighting for the lead, is now down to third. The 44 has shown up, it's arrived, and it is now sandwiched between our two most hotly contested rivals.
Well, Mick Lee, where have you been all weekend? What a move that was. On the number 26, up into P2 they go. The Greenstreets now managing to pull a couple of bike lengths in front. The 44 managing to keep the 26 behind as they head into the S's section. The 26 very, very close indeed. Look at them, look how close they are. The 26 looking left, looking right, cannot find a way through as it stands. The 44, what a move that was, and what a race they are having. A little bit slow coming out of the bootleg though. Maybe a run for Mick Williams as they start to rise up the hill onto the main straight. It will be 6 laps left to go on this occasion. Mick Williams looking to the inside, but he's getting cut off by the 44 once again. Once again, he's going to have to back off, and he doesn't have the run down into Coward Summit. So the 44, what a move that was. That has potentially guaranteed them second place with 6 laps to go. Oh, hang on. Oh, what was that? The 44 waved the 26 past. Very, very interesting. I wonder if the 44 is having problems, because they very clearly just waved the number 26 on through. And well, when you're fighting for position, Zach, that's not typically what you do.
Not entirely sure. Of course, they're looking down, they're observing. Maybe something has clonked or rattled or not sounding particularly right, maybe gone a little bit loose. Not entirely sure as to what's going on. Only, of course, they will, and I don't even think they're entirely sure themselves. But they've got to press on with the equipment that they've got and, of course, hopefully bring home some good results. I mean, it's not unheard of to wave people by, particularly when you're, looking to mutually gain from something and push forward maybe for a position or whatever. But at that point, it seemed like they were committed to doing battle with Nick Williams as opposed to chasing Jason and Leo Greenstreet. Not entirely sure. Of course, only they'll know. Maybe we can have a chat with them and find out. Of course, fastest lap come in, 106.652 for the Greenstreets. A little bit off, just under a couple of tenths of a second off their lap record-beating time from themselves in race 1 of a 106.395. But maybe as they start to warm up and find a rhythm in this race, that could come down and maybe find more time and maybe shatter yet another lap record here for race 3, because that's what it's been all about. The talk of the town, lap records at Three Sisters.
Well, Mick Williams is still within eyesight of the Greenstreets. You can still see them, he's still chasing them. Maybe that's a bit of extra motivation for the eternal Mini F1 Sidecar champion. You can just see him there in the background of the shot. Gap at the line last time was 2.3 seconds between the Greenstreets and Mick Williams. Let's see what it is when they come to the line this time. Greenstreets were 2 tenths quicker on that previous tour. Coming to the line now, let's see what they do on this occasion. This time, it's very, very similar, 2.3 seconds. Mick Williams ever so slightly slower. So maybe the Greenstreets in this one have got the better of the number 26 machine as they make their way down Coward Summit past the right-hander that brings them back onto the pit straight, where riders, fans, family alike, all watching along, all tensely waiting to see what will happen as the leaders negotiate their way past Martin Hills on the 420, who have been off the pace, unfortunately, this weekend, but are still going around and still putting the effort in, still trying to pick up championship points. Looks like the number 11 of Jamie Alexander has had an issue. They've dropped down into P7 on that previous lap. I wonder if they've had an off. And there you can see, I tell you what, Mick Williams has closed right up to the Greenstreets on this lap. There'll be 3 laps left to go at the line this time. Visually, the gap is a lot smaller.
It very much is. They have definitely closed in, and look at that. It does not take much to realise that that gap is practically halved. We'll see exactly what it is across the line. It's more than halved. Goodness me, it's gone from 2.5 seconds to half a second, decreasing by 2 seconds on that previous lap time. A 106.794 going the way of the 26. They are heating up. They are fired up. They are ready to race.
I think it was a mistake from the Greenstreets on the previous lap because they had a very poor showing of 108.4, but now look at Mick Williams. He is definitely hungry for this race win. Suddenly, with 3 laps left to go, it is back on, and it is going to be very, very close because Mick Williams is on the back. Oh, front left to the sidecar, picking up on the 26. That's going to cost him a little bit of time as they run into the S's section once again. It's 4-stroke versus 2-stroke, the Greenstreets versus Mick Williams, the newcomers versus the eternal champion. Who's going to be on top? It's been 1 win apiece so far this weekend, but that 1 win for Mick Williams, the only time so far this season the Greenstreets have not stood on the top step of the podium. Look at how close they are. I wonder if the Greenstreets are feeling the pressure because Mick Williams looking to the inside, looking to draw through another poor lap from the Greenstreets of 107.8. I wonder maybe if they picked up a slight problem because they're a second a lap slower than they were at the peak of their powers during this race. As they head down back onto the pit straight once again. Jamie Alexander going very, very slowly. He's got a big problem himself. Phil Joyce doing the right thing, letting the leaders go on through. Of course, no blue flags here at Fab Racing. It's all about just negotiating with the traffic. Jamie Alexander feeling nice on that occasion. Saw the leaders coming, got out of the way. This time the Greenstreets managing to extend the gap just a little bit, but with 1.5 laps left to go, Mick Williams still keeping him honest.
I'm not entirely sure as to what's been going on with the green streets. It looked to me as if they purposely were going slowly, maybe to hamper the run that Williams had going up the hill into the top of the crest, because it did look like they were leaning in quite early, slowing down, maybe just to hamper them parking it on the apex. Who knows really what's going through their heads. However, they're about to tick back onto what will be the final lap of this race, but closing in more and more lap by lap. Mick Williams closing, and he's hunting. His sights are firmly locked on the green streets, and that gap will only continue to get closer and closer until it reaches its climax. Down the hill into this right-hander, where it all went wrong this time about 8 months ago. Fight for the lead, a very sudden shock, an outside line for Mick Williams, and there's no way through just yet.
Will there be fireworks once again in the Mini F1 Sidecars? Green Street versus Williams. Oh, a bit of a lock-up of the brakes there for Mick Williams, with half a lap left to run the green streets, holding on, but feeling the pressure from the 26. Bit of lap traffic ahead of them. That will be Mark Parker and the 230, I believe, as they come through the green streets. Bit of a gap ahead, but is it enough? Does Mick Williams have anything in his locker as the traffic begins to hold up the green streets? They've had to fight their way through. Mick Williams, though, too far back, and the green streets once again will take the checkered flag and the race win here at Three Sisters. A fine performance, one they had to fight for, but it is Jason and Leo Greenstreet who, after that blip in race one with the puncture, continue their dominance with 2 fine race wins.
That really was sublime from them. Very, very well ridden from the pair of them, and great chemistry, of course, between the pair of them. Father-son combination, as you'd expect. Maybe there would be some good chemistry, but they'll peel their way back into pit lane and find their way to, of course, the 1, 2, 3 podium boards before they get their very lovely photo taken, maybe by Jamie King, who is actually waiting down there, of course. There's the 127, which I think suffered some issues. Yeah, John Hosker there, maybe trying to sort it out very quickly. Of course, that is their day done. Let's take a look as to how things racked up. Jason Leo Greenstreet took the victory ahead of arch nemesis Mick Williams on the 26. Mick Lee completes the podium despite some issues about halfway through that race. Vince Bailey on the 369 ahead of Mark Parker. Jamie Alexander P6, with Martin Hills on the lonely 420 there in 7th place as well. Fantastic race. What a way to end the weekend for the Mini F1 Sidecars. They'll be back, of course, for their weekend in a month and a half time when we head to Rowra.
Final race of the weekend, and it is the one we have all been waiting for. Race number 3 of the LS2 helmets, Mini GP70 British Championship. We've had through 2 fantastic races so far, and it has been close. Again, all eyes are focused on the battle between Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien. Is this the occasion when O'Brien finally sneaks through, finally takes his first win of 2024?
Maybe so. He's been hot on Dilks' heels all weekend long. He's not quite had the answer just yet. He's been getting closer and closer and throwing more moves, but it seems that Dilks, no matter what, has the answer. Archie O'Brien, his start in race 1 was terrible. He had to fight back and was already on the back foot. Race 2 initially got a good jump, but again, Dilks into turn 2 immediately got that lead away, and Archie O'Brien was playing catch-up. He then was the one on the back foot and had to go and chase Wilson Dilks. I think he needs a good start. He needs to maintain that track position early on, because it seems that Dilks has all the answers when it comes to defensive riding. Archie O'Brien needs to be the one leading the way.
I feel like Archie O'Brien needs to get his elbows out a bit as well. Wilson Dilks is racing him very hard. Very fairly, it must be said, but very hard. O'Brien, you know, when push comes to shove, he needs to be ready to shove him back if it comes to it, as they pull up onto the grid before their sighting lap. Good to see that Harrison Day is back out there after the crash earlier on in the Extreme 200s, managing to get away with destroying the bike, so that is great to see that everything is fixed and okay. Wilson Dilks, though, brings it onto the front row. Once again, it's all focus from here. Of course, we'll have one sighting lap, then the green flag will drop, and we are underway. And it'll be time to go racing. Right then, shall we? As they head round out on their formation, I believe we are missing someone out there. I'll get that confirmed who's decided to not come out. I believe it may be Jensen Bishop, who we're not seeing, but time will tell. We'll let you know who it is that is not out there and we are missing. So it should be a 14 bike grid if my maths are correct. So then, on the pole position, Archie O'Brien, Wilson Dilks alongside with Frankie Watson in P3, Harrison Day in P4. Harry Payne and Jensen Bishop make up the third row of the grid. Further down in P7, it is Matthew Thomas, followed by Arnie Carr, or Finley Pole even in P7, followed by Matthew Thomas, followed Arnie Carr, Byron John, Travis Shaw and Hamish Mintosh. Actually, in fact, no, it's Finley Pole P7, Matthew Thomas P8, Arnie Carr P9 and Byron Johnson P10. Travis Shaw is 11th, Hamish Mintosh P12, Beth Ashby 13th, George Ackman 14th, and Lucy Curtis in P15. We'll just check who is not coming out there for you, because there was definitely an empty grid slot out on the grid as the riders make their way in. But Zach, sure to be more fireworks in this race.
Oh, I think so. I am looking forward to this one. It's not Jensen Bishop that's not there. Of course, he's there on the 911. Yeah. He did have a crash earlier on in the Extreme 200s, but on a different bike, of course, so he's all okay. Not sure. Maybe we'll just brush it off. But Archie O'Brien, Wilson Dilks, the front row, the rivalry, the tension is there. These two riders have gone toe-to-toe all season long, and it comes down to this. O'Brien versus Dilks. The LS2 helmets, Mini GP70, race 3 at Three Sisters is go. Archie O'Brien, good start, takes the lead and holds it going into turn number 1. Wilson Dilks has to play second fiddle, but is there, ready to pounce, and immediately the same way as race 2, but Archie O'Brien back underneath and retakes the lead.
Great defensive effort there by O'Brien, just left a little gap which Dilks immediately went for, but the gap was too small to make the corner, ran super wide and is now under pressure from behind. So O'Brien holds on to the lead as they come round the bootleg for the first time, looking to start the first lap proper. O'Brien from Dilks is your front two, and for the first time O'Brien leads the way onto lap number 1, but Dilks already all over the back of him. Dilks looking to the inside, look at the drive from Wilson Dilks up into the lead, the straight line spin on that number 85. Frankie Watson meanwhile in P3 with Harrison Day behind Jensen Bishop in P5 as well. Coming down then, Archie O'Brien likes to look into this right-hand sweeper, this time decides against it. Once again, he's following a Wilson Dilks, and I'm sure he is sick of looking at the back of that number 85. Can he try and find a way through? Can he try and negotiate the trouble to get back into the lead?
Well, let's see. Of course, that was unfortunate for Archie O'Brien in his pursuit for the victory. Like I say, he's finding it so difficult to get after Wilson Dilks and overtake him on circuit, but it seems that Dilks is so effortlessly able to both attack and defend. Archie O'Brien needs that ruthlessness about him. He needs that aggression. He needs to turn it up because he is fueled. I was speaking to him yesterday. He is not one to settle for second. He is not happy when he finishes second. Even though it's a good result, he wants more. He's chasing it, and right now it is so close. He can reach out and practically grab it, but yet it's so far away because the mountain that is to climb in overtaking Wilson Dilks.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff there. Wilson Dilks on his first proper racing lap, fastest lap all weekend, the 55.9, unbelievable stuff. Him and Archie O'Brien pushing like there's no tomorrow. Further back, that is Byron Johnson making his way through the pack. I believe he's just slid through on Jensen Bishop. And there we see Harrison Day as well. That's the fight for P3, holding off Frankie Watson just behind. And actually behind Byron Johnson's Finley Pole. So Johnson's actually moved up into P5 on this lap. So great stuff from Byron Johnson, doing an excellent job this weekend out there at Three Sisters. Coming to the line then, Dilks leads O'Brien, leads Harrison Day, leads Frankie Watson, leads Byron Johnson up into 5th. Let's follow these two as they head down into Coward Summit, disappearing over the crest and then reappearing on the other side. Byron Johnson, of course, all white bike, but looking cool and collected as he makes his way down the pit straight and continues to push very, very hard. The pair in front of him, actually, Harrison Day and Frankie Watson, they're being held up a little bit by fighting. So if Byron Johnson continues his charge, of course, he got up to P4 in the last race, missed out on P3 by less than a tenth of a second. Could be looking at a podium in this one.
Could well indeed. Let's have a look. Of course, only time will tell. Still got a long way to run in this race. Harrison Day picking himself up really nicely after that crash earlier in the Extreme 200s. Of course, was on his metro kit, but thankfully still running very well and looking to keep up a streak of podiums as well, as he got it in race 2 and has not finished outside the top 5 in the last 2 meets. There we go, though, side by side. Frankie Watson looking to take it away from him.
Look how close we are once again. Archie O'Brien, 55.9. What a ridiculous lap time that is. And it's closed right back up to the back of Wilson Dilks. Once again, Dilks is going to close the door, as he has done all weekend. The run from O'Brien wasn't quite good enough. He knew that and backed out of that one. Maybe he tries to be brave up the inside. No, a little bit too far back on this occasion for the number 91. But as they head through the infield section, past the Supermoto course and into the S's, O'Brien is flicked a switch. He's now pushing with 8 laps left to go.
He is indeed. Let's see, little bit shaky there from Dilks as he just tries to maybe move to the inside, then back over a little bit into the bootleg. But Archie O'Brien is hot on his heels. I have to say, I'm so impressed with both of these young lads. Dilks to deal with the pressure and O'Brien to apply it. 7 laps to go this weekend. It comes down to this. Half of the race left to run. The 85, the 91. And oh my goodness me, could this end in fireworks. Down the hill once again. O'Brien not quite close enough, but he's got the acceleration. And let's not forget, those tyres are 5 races old already. Fresh set for this weekend, but he's had 2 categories to run in, both this and the Extreme 200s. How much life have they got left, and how much pressure can he apply with them?
Well, even if the tyres are starting to fall off, O'Brien is still putting in a monster performance and keeping Wilson Dilks very honest, even if Dilks was able to slide on through at the on the first lap, similar to how he did in race number 2. There's the action further back in the pack. Byron Johnson still chasing down Harrison Day and Frankie Watson, but closing in certainly and surely. There's the 4 of Travis Shaw. This is the fight for P9 with Matthew Thomas out in front of him, doing an excellent job. Matthew Thomas has been looking very quick this weekend here in Wigan. What else can he do as they fly around? 6 laps left to go for this group as they make their way up the climb, down, back, down again, coming through Coward Summit and emerging out to the other side. Byron Johnson, back to him, back to this battle here. Again, Frankie Watson, Harrison Day getting closer and closer. Finley Polehill trying to follow. That's the 47 of Matthew Thomas, taking pressure from Travis Shaw. Very, very close between the pair of them. Of course, Matthew Thomas riding on Marco Holt's old bike from a few years ago, so we know that thing has got pace on it. But as they make their way through the S's once again, this is back in the battle for P3. Harrison Day leads Frankie Watson. Byron Johnson sitting, waiting, watching.
Yeah, he is. He's waiting for that opportunity, because sometimes it's easier to do that, apply the pressure and await the mistake. But Harrison Day, he's so flawless. We saw that at Ella Park with taking victory both in the 70s and the Extremes. He's such a good rider at such a young age and is looking so, so strong indeed. 5 laps left to run and so many positions still to be decided. The fight at the front, this fight for the final honours of the podium. And here we go. The 14, Frankie Watson, is searching for that gap. He's done a brilliant weekend, both in the 50s and in the 70s, it must be said. Matthew Thomas versus Travis Shaw off the back of a very, very hard-fought victory in the 50s as well, running nicely inside the top 5, or top 10, I should say, in the 70s.
Yeah, doing a great job out there in the LS2 helmets. Mini GP70 British Championship. And even after their showing in the 50s, hopping on a different bike, still putting in a great performance and showing what they can do out on the racetrack, showing the world what young motorcycle talent Britain has to offer. 4 laps left to run then in this one. Up the front, it is still Wilson Dilks and Archie O'Brien pushing each other very, very hard indeed. Further back though, action everywhere you look. As you see, more riders making their way up through turn 1, flat out. That is Travis Shaw. He has got past Matthew Thomas on the previous lap, so Shaw up into P8. Lovely stuff on him. This is the fight for third. Once again, look how close Byron Johnson is now to Frankie Watson in front. He has closed that gap massively and still at the front. Look how close Archie O'Brien is to Wilson Dilks. These two, you couldn't fit a razor blade between them all weekend long. and with soon to be 3 laps left to go, there is still nothing to separate them.
Once again though, Archie O'Brien, he's running out of time. Laps go by and no overtakes are complete. Every look he has is thwarted by Wilson Dilks. He needs to try something different. The definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. O'Brien needs to shake it up a bit. Be unexpected, be unpredictable. Wilson Dilks knows exactly where O'Brien is quick, knows exactly how to cover it off. This is a perfect example of that. Wilson Dilks just rolls the bike through, takes a nice wide arc going in, and there's no space left on the inside for O'Brien to take.
It's frustrating for Archie O'Brien, I am sure, but they've got 2.5 laps left to run. Still opportunities to get through the 85 of Wilson Dilks, and there is potentially one as they encounter some traffic coming through the S's section. Dilks has to slow, O'Brien looks to the inside, but it's not enough of a delay for the 85. He still maintains the lead as they head into the bootleg coming to the line. This time it will begin the penultimate lap of this race. Who has got it in their locker? Does Wilson Dilk hold on, or can Archie O'Brien slide his way through and onto the top step of the podium? Here they come into Calvert Summit. O'Brien's tried to move here before, decides not to on this occasion, coming down the hill once again and onto the pit straight. Still necking their stuff between them. A little bit wide from Dilks, but the exit from O'Brien not good enough. He's still chasing, still waiting.
He is. Maybe a look into turn 5, and there it is. Archie O'Brien leading the race. He's done it. Nice. He's through. Wilson Dilks saw it coming, was able to tuck back in, but that is exactly what Archie O'Brien was able to do. He was able to see the gap, spot it, and didn't hesitate into a different part of the track than before. And Wilson Dilks, his defensive walls have been cracked, and Archie O'Brien is through. 1 lap left to go. A little bit of traffic to contend with. Archie O'Brien is slow. Wilson Dilks with the counter.
That was very, very dangerous. Wilson Dilks up the inside. What a great move on the last lap of the race. Can O'Brien respond? He managed to slide through on the previous lap. He's going to have to try again with 1 lap to go. O'Brien to the inside. Dilks will have the drive out of the corner and the inside line. O'Brien having to go the long way round. Not enough in it. The pair of them trading blows like a heavyweight title bout. O'Brien has to go the long way round. Dilks goes defensive. That will compromise his exit. But it's a short straight here for O'Brien. Time running out for the number 91 into the S's for the final time this weekend. O'Brien searching left, searching right. Wilson Dilks desperate to hold on. Oh, that was super aggressive from the 85, cutting across the track there. 1 more turn to go. Can O'Brien get the drive out of the final corner? Checkered flag waves. It is over. Wilson Dilks makes it 6 wins this weekend. What a race we have just witnessed. What a performance from both Dilks and O'Brien. Byron Johnson as well slides onto the podium with a great ride up through the pack. But Wilson Dilks, that late defensive move, very, very aggressive. I'm not sure Archie O'Brien will be too happy with that one.
Goodness me. Oh my word, what a race. What a finale to the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 for this weekend. Wilson Dilks, he thwarted the pressure excellently, had to take some extreme measures in order to go and do it. Archie O'Brien came so close yet so far to tasting victory this season, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. He threw everything and more. He took the lead, he tried something different, and race 3 was the closest ever that he was able to get this weekend. Wilson Dilks took victory. Archie O'Brien, Byron Johnson, after a string of victories in the 50s, gets a podium in the 70s ahead of Harrison Day, and Frankie Watson, his 50 championship rival as well in the 40. And Finley Bolehill ahead of Travis Shaw, Harry Payne, Matthew Thomas and Jensen Bishop, the top 10, ahead of Hamish Mintosh, Bethany Ashby and Lucy Curtis, the top 13 riders. What a race that was. And the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 concludes here at Three Sisters. Wilson Dilks does the triple.
Race number 3 then for Moto Team, and the final race of the weekend awaits us. It has been a really enjoyable time here at Three Sisters with Fab Racing, and of course we cannot wait to get one final race underway as the riders make their way out onto the circuit for the final race of the weekend. Of course, myself, Ross McIntyre, Zach Sweeney alongside you to bring you the action from the Moto Team. And well, Moto Team, it must be said, has been absolutely superb so far this weekend, Zach. We've got plenty more to enjoy.
Yeah, we really do. Of course, it's been very, very close indeed. Of course, last race with Morgan Phillip sensationally riding his way forward from the back of the grid up into P2, winning the standard class and shattering the lap record lap after lap after lap. In the end, it was a 1.5 second gain to a 1:01.292. That is so incredibly impressive. Now, as the final showcase of Fab Racing this weekend, what can we expect?
Well, on the way then for their sighting lap, it will be Team FFCR starting on the pole position. Dave Green goes from P2 with Team Acme Racing in P3. P4 will be Sean Whittaker with Phil Mappenbeck in P5. Will Howard, he's been fast starting this weekend. He'll start in P6. Fraser Kinnard is 7th with Ian Jackson in P8. Andrew Green is 9th with Harrison O'Keefe in P10. Team Ernie the Badger in P11 with Ben O'Keefe 12th, Guy Kite 13th, Tristan Margot 14th, and Gary O'Keefe 15th. Kieran Evans rounding out our grid of 16 riders. Well then, it's all to play for in the final race of the Moto Team weekend. The final race of the weekend, full stop, in fact, as they're just making their way round on the sighting lap. Of course, we've got to remember 2 classes to wrap your mind around that one. This should be very, very exciting to watch and a very, very brilliant race.
I agree. Of course, they get the final formation up as they have done all weekend long, just to acclimatise themselves, make sure the bike is working as expected. But the race ahead of us is going to be glorious. Team SFCR have set the benchmark, but it seems that they have got the measure for the moment. Of course, with the recent up-and-comer of Phillip in race 2, maybe they've got some competition to attend to. It all depends as to how quickly the 24 can ascend his way through the field. But for one final time this weekend, Moto Team take to the grid. The championship leaders on pole position, and once again, for the final time at Three Sisters, the flag is up, the flag is down, and we go racing. Great start from pole position as Team Acme Racing tried to tip Dave Green to P2, and of course the overall standard win. Not quite close enough going into turn 1, but into turn 2, maybe not that occasion. 3 wide in the background as well, it must be said, as they all try and funnel their way through and settle into this race. But the 133 Team SFCR is dominating an early lead.
Yep, they've been fantastic all throughout the weekend as they make their way through the S's section. What can Dave Green do though as they come through, coming into the bootleg, getting ready to start the first lap proper of this final race of the Moto Team weekend. Final race of the weekend here at Three Sisters in Wigan. Of course, Wigan has been a bounce today. Of course, not only is Fab Racing in town, but it is the Challenge Cup final in Rugby League, facing off against the Warrington Wolves down at Wembley Stadium. Quite frankly, this is where it's at. Fab Racing at its absolute finest all weekend. The riders making their way up the hill and looking down into, goodness me, that was close. Morgan Phillip trying his best. Of course, Morgan Phillip technically not on the starting grid as he goes through another rider even. That was Andrew Green that he's just made his way through. Of course, Phillip was not read out on the starting grid because he wasn't here at qualifying. He's only been here today, so he's had to start from the back. And, well, we saw how good he was in race 1, absolutely demolishing the fastest lap that was set previously around here, a 1:01.292. It was 1.4 seconds than the lap record held here previously by SFCR. So he is one to watch in this race as they make their way around. That is the blonde bombshell, Will Howard. And Phillip already all over the back of the number 96, who just a few years ago made Moto Team look silly how fast he was. Now he's being destroyed, quite frankly, by the 24. What a move down into turn 4. They cross the line. Team SFCR set the first fastest lap of 1:02.217. Already very, very fast, but still some way a second off the lap record set by Phillip in race number 2. Paul Livesey as well, working his way up through the field on the number 158. And there we see Phillip is doing a great job. He's already passed. That is Sean Whittaker that he's already made his way through as well. Team Acme Racing Coming up next then for the number 24. And we see further back, that's Andrew Green trying to fight with Ian Jackson on the 27. That's both different classes. Green on the standard, Jackson in the open class. So not a move that really matters. And it must be said, this one is a move that does matter. Team Acme Racing and Morgan Phillip both in the standard class. This is for second in the standard class and third overall as they cross the line now. And that is super, super close. Phillip already up the inside, moves already done before turn number 1. That is as easy as it comes, and up into second place he goes into the 1 minute 1 second lap times already. Could be seeing another another lap record, should I say, tumbling here in race 3. Morgan Phillip, what a display he is putting on. Now he's got Dave Green to try and chase down for the standard class lead. Team SFCR, of course, leading the way in the open class. Standard class podium looking like Dave Green, Team Acme Racing, Morgan Phillip, also Sean Whittaker and Paul Livesey there in P4 and P5. Will Harris and Ian Jackson 7th and 8th overall. They are 2nd and 3rd in the open class. Oh, a little bit of a mistake there. That was from, I believe, Dave Green. And in fact, it is Dave Green because Morgan Phillip's already made his way past him. So Phillip up into the lead of the standard class in the blink of an eye. And a bit of a mistake from Dave Green as he headed through the S's section. He'll make it swell. It will be 6 laps to go. Maybe Morgan Phillip is looking for a way for the overall win. He's got 4 seconds to make up, 7 laps to do it in. Currently lapping about 7/6 faster than Team SFCR. If he's now got some fresh track in front of him, if he's able to put the hammer down and see what he can do, maybe the overall win. Team SFCR could have something of a surprise in store for them. Negotiating his way onto the infield course. Obviously don't want to make your way up onto the Supermoto track. That would not do you any help, nor your back as you land off of the jumps. But Morgan Phillip, he's sliced his way through the field even faster on this occasion than in race number 2. And surely now he's got some fresh track in front of him. We'll be seeing the lap times tumbling even further. Lap record, a 101.292. That's what he's got to beat if he wants to break his own record. That already was 1.4 seconds quicker than the previous lap record. Coming to the line now, what can Morgan Phillip do? And it's not actually any faster. It's a bit of a disappointing lap time, that one, as Team SFCR actually go very equal, both 101.5s. So maybe Morgan Phillip won't be taking the overall win.
Maybe not, who knows what's to come. Maybe it was just a chill lap because he can see the Team SFCR bike, which means that, you know, as a rider, as anyone in racing, you want to go and chase that. Something unlocks when you go and you see the rider or whoever you're fighting, your competitor ahead of you. You find lap time, you go and get it. You feel motivated in order to just chase them and dig deep and go for it. But in the end, I mean, at the moment, he's already taken his 2nd win of the weekend. What more does he need? I mean, the overall win is more just a novelty than actual point scoring position. Does he really want to go and push and risk it?
Yeah, you know he does. I know it's a novelty, Zach, but, you know, overall win, it's a lot more fun. Team SFCR, fastest lap, followed by Morgan Phillip, fastest lap, 1.101.362, only a 10th away from breaking his own lap record. Chipping away at that gap, now 3.8 seconds separating them at the line. Looks like Ian Jackson and Will Howarth encountered problems on that last lap. They've both dropped back a few positions, and Fraser Kinnan now onto the podium to P3 in the standard class. So I wonder if they maybe had a coming together or dropping down the order, but big problems there for Will Howarth and Ian Jackson. As that is Andrew Green, he's made his way past Ian Jackson, or Will Howarth should I say as well. Will Howarth desperately trying to hold on to 2nd place in the open class as Team SFCR lead the overall way, leaving the rest of the open class in their dust as well. 5 laps left to run, soon to be 4. As Will Howarth, does he go on the defensive because the rider behind him, that is for podium positions in the open class. Fraser Kinnan, can he try and find a way through? As in front, Andrew Green, standard class, continues to slowly work his way up the order. Morgan Phillip, a 101.271. That is a new lap record by 0.02 of a second there. So Morgan Phillip currently running in P2 overall, P1 in the standard class. It is a new lap record there from him. He's just having fun out there, isn't he? He's just putting in the lap times, hitting his marks. Still closing in, although I don't think it's going to be enough. He's got 4 laps to make up 3 seconds on Team SFCR, then find their way through. But again, he's brought the lap record down even further.
Yeah, that is incredible. Almost unbelievable, really, just how quick Phillip has been. He's just shown up, he's won 2 of the standard races, and then he's just going to pack up and go home as if nothing happened, as if he just didn't take the full grid by surprise. Dave Green, of course, is there in 2nd place in the standard. Paul Livesey rounds off that standard podium, but fighting in that 3-way train for 2nd best, because that is all this race has been for the Moto Team standard class. Race 1 was their only opportunity really to contend at the front, because ever since then it's been Morgan Phillip's show, and all weekend long in the Open it's been all about Team SFCR, and Morgan Phillip dips into the 1 minute dead. Another lap record set by the 24, taking the Moto Team grid by storm, and a slow lap for Team SFCR means that gap is teetering on the edge of a second. Could we still have a fight for the overall win with just 2.5 laps left to go?
We very much could. What a ridiculous lap that was from Morgan Phillip. And he is absolutely flying. Again, just to remind you, the lap record round here for Moto Team last year was a 102.6, 1.8 seconds faster than FFCR could manage last year. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. As there you do see Team SFCR as we go on to the penultimate lap. Suddenly Morgan Phillip is looking like he wants to get an overall victory. Unbelievable stuff from the number 24. What can Team SFCR do as they make their way around the top of the hill? Morgan Phillip is pushing and pushing hard. That last lap back into the 101s for Phillip, but he did encounter a little bit of traffic, going to encounter some traffic again. This is a position change that doesn't even matter in the grand scheme of things, but it's for pride, it's for personal glory. You can say that you were the overall winner. And well, Morgan Phillip, he wants his name on that virtual trophy.
Doesn't matter to the championship, but it matters to them. It matters to us, because this is a spectacle to behold. They've been the just absolute benchmark for their respective categories ever since they begun their weekend. A lap and a half left to run. SFCR defending the lead as Morgan Phillip continues his charge forward. It was an incredibly quick process up to 2nd, but now the fight for the lead might be a little bit more hard fought. They see the final lap flag be waved, and now it comes down to this. Morgan Phillip to the right hand side as they begin the ascent up through the hill, as they peak up, of course, going into Coward Summit, and there we go, the change for the lead. It wasn't too difficult in the end. Morgan Phillip through for the win.
Yeah, great stuff there from Morgan Phillip. Can Team SFCR try and find their way back through? But of course, again, they're both in the lead of their own class. Team SFCR leading the open class, Morgan Phillip leading the standard class. It's all for personal pride and glory, this. Can FFCR try and find a way through on the number 24 as they head into the infield section and now into the S's? Looks like Morgan Phillip is going to hold on, unless in the final few corners Team SFCR can pull a miracle.
Who knows what's to come? The left, then the right. All weekend long has been boiling down to this moment, the final race, race 3 of Moto Team, the Fab Racing at Three Sisters. The checkered flag waves and Morgan Phillip takes victory, not only in the standard, but in the overall. He's taken the grid by storm. Team SFCR makes it the triple in the open class as well. And oh my goodness me, lap record shattered and victories won for Morgan Phillip. He has had a sensational day here at Three Sisters, and of course this is huge for the championship with the results further down the field. We'll get into that in just a second, but 1, 2 and 3 awaits Morgan Phillip as he ascends all the way to the top step. What a race. Lap records and P1.
Lap record, last to first, only did 2 races and finished first in both of them. But this one, he got the overall win as well. What a performance from Morgan Phillip. Hello and welcome to Fab Racing, my friend. What a brilliant, brilliant ride we have just seen from that man. Paul Livesey as well, getting to 2nd in the standard class behind Phillip. Those boys are just fast, aren't they? Unbelievable. Let's round off the positions. Morgan Phillip takes the overall win and the standard class victory. Team SFCR take the open victory. Paul Livesey was 2nd in standard, with Dave Green 3rd. Team Fab Racing in 4th. Will Houth was 2nd in open, with Fraser Kinnan in 3rd. Andrew Green was 5th in standard, with Sean Whittaker 6th, Ian Jackson 4th in open, Harrison O'Keefe was 7th in standard, followed by Ben O'Keefe, Team Ernie the Badger, Guy Kite, Tristan Margot, and unfortunately we lost 2 open riders in Gary O'Keefe and Phil Mapplebook. That is a real shame, but there you see Morgan, just what a ride that was. Morgan Fulop, remember his name. If he's ever back at Fab Racing, he is one to watch out for.
He really is. That is fantastic. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gutted. We're done. We've run out of races to run, and it was 2 weeks ago we were at Ella, and now we got to wait a month and a half until we're back at the next round in Rowra.
What is the point of it all? Wow, what a great weekend of racing here at Three Sisters. It delivered last year. It is delivered here once again, because it's just a fantastic circuit, isn't it? Thank you very, very much for joining us for all of this weekend's action. Of course, that is in terms of tracks, the halfway point in the season. There is still 4 more rounds, but the next round when we head to Rowra in 6 weeks, as you said, Zach, a double round, 6 races for each category. It's going to be very, very grueling for them, to say the least, but it's also another great track in the north of England, so lots to play for. And again, I mean, what a great weekend of racing we've just had here. Wigan once again delivers.
Yeah, 20 races done and dusted, signed off. Championships are beginning to be written. Another chapter in the tale of 2024, and Fab Racing has been written, and riders' names are being etched into the history books. They're writing their legacy, and it all starts right now. Rowra in 7 weeks' time is not only going to end the first half, but kickstart us on that run through to the second half of the season before we end up at Ella Park at the end of the season.
Well, 6 weeks to go until Rowra. Thank you very much for joining us here at Three Sisters. We'll see you in Cumbria.